This is a tale of a girl yearning for peace, who gradually succumbs to darkness. With a mere flick of a magatama, a kaleidoscope of suffering unfolds. Uchiha Hanabi, the younger sister of Sasuke and Itachi, finds herself pitted against the enigmatic masked man on the fateful night of her clan's annihilation. In her heart, her parents constitute her entire world that as she drags her battered body, staggering back to Konoha, she is met only with the cold corpses of her parents and the bloodied remnants of her home. At that moment, the vibrant flower field within her heart shatters. Chapter 1. Sasuke's younger sister, Uchiha Hanabi, is here. In Konoha village within the Uchiha clan's estate. Brother, will you practice shuriken with me? The young Sasuke implores as he tugs at Itachi, who is preparing to leave. Itachi smiles warmly, turning to face him. His ANBU attire reveals his identity unmistakably. He gently pokes Sasuke's forehead with a finger. Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps another time. Ugh. Sasuke mumbles under his breath, gazing at Itachi's smile. It's always next time. When will that be? Why not accompany our little sister for practice? Itachi suggests, ruffling Sasuke's hair gently. Though she may not yet wield ninjutsu, she is still our dear sister Sasuke. You must embrace your role as an older brother. Sasuke nods, casting a glance at the girl behind him. Hanabi, with her long black hair cascading past her waist, dons the blue attire of the Uchiha clan and stands in the living room, watching the two brothers. Her gaze is crystal clear and lively. Seeing his sister in such a state warms Itachi's heart. He kneels before her. Hanabi, brother must depart for a mission, he says, lightly tapping her forehead. Itachi and I, be careful on your way. Hanabi replies, her cheeks adorably round as she beams at Itachi. Sasuke and Hanabi watch as their brother leaves the house. She then tugs at Sasuke's sleeve, asking Sasuke and I, will you practice with me? Hanabi, you're only 6 and haven't learned any ninjutsu yet. It wouldn't be meaningful to train together, Sasuke retorts, sticking out his tongue and making a silly face before dashing out. But you're only a year older than me. Hanabi feels a sense of helplessness. Both of her brothers are preoccupied, one entrenched in the ANBU, constantly on missions, and the other perpetually honing his fire-style ninjutsu by the river, leaving her alone. Sitting on the tatami mat, she feels a twinge of melancholy. From the kitchen, Uchiha Mikoto emerges, wiping down the table. Little Hanabi, how about practicing together with Mama later? She suggests. Hanabi, propping herself up, smiles at Mikoto. Mama, I'm not bored, I'm going out to play for a bit. Alright, but remember to return for dinner before the sun sets. And, Mikoto adds, retrieving a lunchbox from the kitchen and handing it to Hanabi, take this to your father. Okay. With her mother's permission, Hanabi steps outside, clutching the lunchbox as she skips joyfully toward the Uchiha guard post. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, she gazes at the Uchiha guard post and sighs. Father's workplace is so far away. Having traversed this path countless times, she could navigate it with her eyes closed, and soon enough she arrives at her father Uchiha Fugaku's office. Raising her hand, she lightly knocks on the door. Come in, a deep, mature voice echoes from within. The door swings open, and the petite girl, barely 1.2 meters tall, enters, her long black hair flowing gracefully behind her. Daddy! A voice so sweet it could melt the hardest of hearts reaches Fugaku's ears. Fugaku, initially furrowing his brow over paperwork, instantly feels his mood lighten upon hearing Hanabi's tender call. Nothing could compare to the warmth of his daughter's daddy amidst his burdensome duties. Why, dear daughter, what brings you here? He inquires affectionately. Mommy asked me to bring lunch for you, she replies, extending the lunchbox toward him. Fugaku affectionately ruffles Hanabi's hair, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Would you care to join me for a meal, Hanabi? Do you really want to eat with me, Daddy? Hanabi replies with a hint of hesitation. Of course. Have those two troublesome boys, Sasuke and Itachi, been picking on you? No, should you ever feel wronged, remember to tell Daddy. I'm quite formidable. Fugaku's hand caresses his daughter's chubby cheek, his heart swelling with pride. Indeed, his daughter has inherited the beauty of both her parents. How charming she is at such a young age. What a stunning woman she shall become. As Fugaku opens the lunchbox, revealing a delightful array of food, he comprehends Mikoto's intentions. She had prepared an abundance, likely to ensure Hanabi could keep him company during his meal. Watching Hanabi sit beside him quietly eating fills Fugaku with warmth. Sharing a meal with his daughter is a true blessing. Hanabi, you once told me that you dreamt of a flower field. Would you like to share that dream with me? Fugaku inquires, wanting to engage with her. Do you really want to hear, Daddy? But Itachi and I and Sasuke and I seem uninterested. Hanabi responds with a hint of glee. Absolutely, I wish to hear all about it. Well, I believe that when each person is born there exists a flower field in their heart, yet that field is devoid of color. The flowers and grasses are remarkably translucent, radiating a beauty akin to crystal. As everyone grows, the flower field gradually flourishes with vibrant blossoms and lush green grass, symbolizing our joys, sorrows, and the journey of growing up. The flowers in the field are enchanting. I yearn for that place, free from conflict and misunderstanding, where everyone lives joyfully and plays together. Listening to his daughter describe the ethereal flower field she envisions, Fugaku feels a pang of melancholy, for the beauty of her words stirs something deep within him. He too longs for such a world. Yet, the Uchiha clan faces turmoil both within and without, and the pressure surrounding Konoha weigh heavily on the entire clan, especially as whispers of rebellion circulate. Among the Uchiha's clan leader, he bears the heaviest burden. Fugaku's expression grows grave. At times he feels his daughter's thoughts transcend her years. Gently, he strokes Hanabi's head saying, "Hanabi my dear, go play for a while. Your father has matters to attend to." Hanabi expresses disappointment but refrains from pressing further. She walks away from the Uchiha guard post, feeling a sense of solitude as she embarks on her journey home. "Honestly, even daddy doesn't understand me," she murmurs to herself, kicking a small stone by the roadside. She continues toward the western side of Konoha when suddenly, a sharp pain pierces her head. Wow! Hanyo crouched down in agony, feeling as though something within her mind was erupting, and soon lost consciousness on the street. Deep within her psyche, another self emerged, a figure bearing an uncanny resemblance to her. "Who are you?" Hanyo inquired in this inner realm, perplexed by the presence of her doppelganger. Yet, as she reached out to touch it, the apparition instantaneously transformed into a colossal tome. This was an immense book, its cover adorned with intricate inscriptions and peculiar chakra fluctuations. "The Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu," Hanyo murmured, her gaze lingering on the volume that towered over her. Brimming with intrigue as she scrutinized the book, it suddenly emitted a voice, astonishingly identical to her own. "Ding, host detected. Uchiha Hanyo bloodline limit Sharingan successfully activated. Chakra attribute assessment complete. Yin yang water fire earth wind lightning all 7 attributes present. Ninjutsu evaluation. A true genius da." Hanyo was taken aback, the cacophony of voices around her rendering her nearly incapable of comprehension. Then, a beam of light shot forth from the book, transmitting operational instructions directly to Hanyo through telepathy. In that moment, Hanyo finally grasped that this tome encompassed the methodologies for cultivating various ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and forbidden techniques. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. Could she truly wield dazzling fireballs and precise shurikens like her brothers? In response to her musings, the voice of the ninjutsu book resonated once more within her mind. "Please, Hanyo, keep this a secret. Do not disclose the existence of the ninjutsu book to anyone, including your parents." "Not even to mom and dad?" Hanyo pressed. "Negative." The voice, echoing her own, instilled a sense of unease within Hanyo, yet she ultimately resolved to comply. "Can I call you little ninja then?" Hanyo asked curiously, her gaze still fixated on the entity that mirrored her so closely. "Call me as you wish," it replied, a hint of indifference permeating its tone. Chapter 2. The Reviled Fox Demon, Naruto Uzumaki. As the sky gradually adorned itself with crimson hues of twilight, Hanyo slowly opened her drowsy eyes. To her astonishment, she found herself not lying on the ground, but rather felt the gentle tremors of her body and the warmth radiating from her back. She nuzzled against the familiar scent on her back, akin to being cradled by Sasuke. "Itachi, Hanyo, are you feeling any discomfort?" "No, I'm fine." Itachi, sensing Hanyo's awakening, spoke with a hint of unease. After all, on his way home from the Umbu, he had chanced upon a gathering of people encircled around something. Initially intending to sidestep the crowd and take a shortcut home, he caught sight of a girl with long hair cascading down her back, lying on the ground amidst the throng. The pale blue attire she wore startled Itachi, for it was strikingly familiar. It was the very clothing of his beloved younger sister. Uchiha Hanyo. With disbelief etched across his face, he pushed through the crowd to find the black-haired girl lying there, breathing steadily. It was then that Uchiha Itachi confirmed that this girl was undoubtedly his little sister. Rational as ever, he assessed her condition and, relieved to find she was merely asleep, hoisted her onto his back and made his way home. "Honestly, how could you fall asleep in a place like this?" Itachi admonished Hanyo, feigning irritation. "I'm sorry, Itachi. You mustn't fall asleep outside again." "I understand." Hanyo had lost track of time while engrossed in her mental exploration of the ninjutsu encyclopedia. Glancing around, she realized the sun had set, and darkness began to envelop her surroundings. "Oh no!" Hanyo exclaimed, nervously scratching her head. "What's wrong, Hanyo?" Itachi, noticing her anxiety, felt a twinge of concern himself. "Mother told me to return before sunset, but now I'm late and I might get scolded." Itachi sighed helplessly. "Don't worry, little sister. Just tell her you ran into me on the way back, and we spent some time together." "Okay. You're the best, Itachi." Hanyo felt a wave of relief as she nestled against his back, her thoughts drifting back to the ninjutsu encyclopedia. In her mind, whenever she wished to learn a technique from the book, it would radiate a glow, illuminating the principles behind the jutsu, which she could then practice to master. Thus, the first jutsu she aspired to learn was the C-rank technique, wind release, wind blade technique, capable of transforming wind into sharp blades that could slice through an enemy's flesh and bone in an instant. However, Hanayo's brilliance lay in her imaginative approach. With her chakra still scant and in need of refinement, she aimed to conserve chakra by channeling the wind blade technique through her fingertips. Yet, today was not the day for experimentation. She would have to seek a secluded spot tomorrow to test her idea. Upon arriving home, Itachi indeed provided Hanayo with a cover, successfully concealing the incident of her fainting by the roadside. The following day, Itachi departed as usual in the early hours, and soon after, Sasuke set out for his training following breakfast. Today, however, Hanayo was different. She prepared to venture out with her small bag slung over her shoulder. "Little Hanayo, where are you off to?" Mikoto, folding laundry, inquired as Hanayo donned her ninja sandals by the entrance. "I'm going to train. I want to catch up to Sasuke." Clearly startled by Hanayo's determination, Uchiha Mikoto watched her daughter with a mix of concern and pride as she gently closed the door behind her. Finding a secluded spot against a cliff, a place rarely visited yet entirely safe, Hanayo commenced her practice of the C-rank wind release, wind blade technique, finger variant. Utilizing the method her father had taught her for refining chakra, she gradually began her training. A faint pressure of wind gathered around her index finger. Elated by her success, she could feel the wind pressure building. Next came the release. Hanayo pointed towards a nearby tree. In an instant, the wind blade shot forth, slicing into the trunk and leaving a gash, but with it came a spray of crimson blood from her fingertip. Gazing at the scratch on her hand, her heart sank slightly and she lamented, compressing it to such a small size. "Will it hurt my finger?" At that moment, she paid no heed to the blood trickling from her hand, her focus solely on the mark left by her jutsu on the tree. Satisfied with the result, she resumed her practice of the wind release, wind blade technique. However, Hanayo's training would not end there. She had devised a comprehensive training regimen based on the ninjutsu encyclopedia. She first splashed around in the river, then climbed trees, and finally practiced body techniques and shuriken throwing. The day was arduous, yet Hanayo endured it all. Her resolve fueled by the desire to catch up to Sasuke and practice shuriken techniques alongside Itachi. By midday, with the sun high in the sky, Hanayo approached the cliff's edge. Gazing at the distant mountains and the stream below, her spirits lifted. Yet, relaxation often breeds hunger, and a rumble emanated from her stomach. "I'm starving. I should grab a bowl of ramen," Hanayo mused, making her way towards the bustling streets of Konoha. After a half-hour trek, she finally arrived at the vibrant thoroughfare of the village. Having heard tales of a renowned ramen shop, Ichiraku Ramen, Hanayo set out to seek it. Just as she passed a mask shop, a raucous commotion caught her attention. A boy with golden short hair, adorned with whisker-like markings on his cheeks, dashed past her, laughing heartily, only to collide with her and send her sprawling. "Hey, watch it. Oops, my bad," Naruto Uzumaki called back without turning, offering a quick apology as he rushed into the mask shop. Rubbing her backside, Hanayo stood up, slightly miffed, but froze in her tracks the next moment. For the boy's eyes, resembling blue gemstones, captivated her. He bore a hopeful smile, and following his gaze, Hanayo noticed him drooling over a fox mask hanging on the wall of the shop. Listening to the murmurs of the bystanders who cast disdainful glances at Naruto, Hanayo felt a flicker of confusion. Why did everyone harbor such animosity towards this boy? The cold stares of the onlookers instilled in her a sense of alienation, a disconnection from her village. This boy, merely a child of her age, seemed undeserving of such harsh judgment. "You fox demon. If you desire it so much, then take it," the shopkeeper barked, yanking the mask from its place and hurling it at Naruto. "Ow. That hurt." Naruto groaned in pain. "Quit loitering outside my shop and get lost with that mask," the shopkeeper bellowed. Though many bystanders felt a twinge of sympathy upon witnessing the scene, they chose to remain passive observers. Hanayo, witnessing this injustice, felt her anger rise. She pointed at the onlookers and shouted, "What are you all doing? Why just stand there? Can't you see he is being bullied by an adult?" Without hesitation, she rushed forward to help Naruto to his feet. Naruto was taken aback by these words. Lifting his gaze to meet Hanayo's, his heart a tumult of emotions, predominantly tinged with grievance. He had never committed any wrongdoing. His mischief was merely a means to establish his presence. Yet those around him consistently regarded him with disdainful eyes. No matter how resilient his spirit, there would inevitably come a day when it would shatter. Chapter 3. Indeed. We are friends. Who are you? Why are you aiding the fox demon? A mere child should not meddle in matters beyond their grasp. Immediately, someone attempted to separate Hanayo from him. But she spread her arms wide, standing protectively in front of Naruto. Do you not think this is excessive? Hanayo exclaimed angrily, swatting away the hand that tried to pull her aside. Whose child are you? Are you out of your mind? The elderly woman, having been rebuffed, shouted back in fury. To actually defend the fox demon. Have you lost your wits? Such ill fortune. After a brief tirade directed at Hanayo, the onlookers drew the attention of patrolling ninja, who, sensing their own culpability, dispersed hurriedly. What is going on? The patrolling ninja approached, their curiosity piqued. Hanayo remained steadfast, arms outstretched, shielding Naruto behind her. What do you intend to do? Hanayo regarded them with suspicion, fearing they too wished to bully Naruto. We're merely assessing the situation. If all is well, we shall resume our patrol, they replied. Lying on the ground, Naruto blinked his blue eyes, gazing at the girl who had bravely stood up for him. Tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Once the patrolling ninja departed, Hanayo turned to Naruto, extending her delicate, smooth hand towards him. Can you stand up? Thank you. Once Naruto was pulled to his feet, he took a moment to truly observe Hanayo's appearance. Her long, black hair cascaded past her waist, adorned with a pink headband, revealing that she was a girl of a similar age to him. Her face was exquisitely crafted, with distinct features complemented by a plump, youthful visage that exuded vitality and charm. At that moment, a faint fragrance emanating from her caused Naruto to momentarily lose his composure. Feeling the weight of Naruto's gaze, Hanayo became slightly self-conscious, bending her knees to squat down and retrieve the mask that the shopkeeper had previously hurled at Naruto's face. With her gentle fingers, slightly marred by a wound, she brushed off the dust and offered it to him. It's not very dirty, take it. Naruto was momentarily speechless, staring at the fox mask she presented him, his emotions growing increasingly intricate. Seemingly aware of his turmoil, Hanayo extended her hand once more. My name is Uchiha Hanayo. What is yours? Naruto lowered his head, still reeling from the earlier scorn directed at him. Suddenly, he felt warmth enveloping his hand. Hanayo had taken hold of him. Smiling sweetly as she tilted her head and said, I want to go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. Would you like to join me? I'll treat you. She retrieved her small wallet, revealing enough money to cover at least one bowl of ramen for Naruto. Upon hearing ramen, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially since she was the one treating him. Of course he would go. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm 7 years old this year. How old are you, Hanayo? Ah. I'm 1 year younger than you, she replied, grinning. Naruto rubbed his nose. Uchiha Hanayo, I'll remember that. Just remember it. Do you often forget names? Hanayo inquired, glancing curiously at Naruto, who was nearly her height. Of course not, he retorted. By the way, lead the way. I haven't been here to eat ramen much. Hanayo pointed towards a fork in the road ahead. Sure. Naruto nodded eagerly. Thus, Naruto guided Hanayo to Ichiraku Ramen, parting the curtain as they entered, and leading her to a corner table. Owner, 2 bowls of Ichiraku Ramen, and I want extra chashu. Naruto shouted into the establishment. Hanayo, what flavor would you like? I'll have chashu as well, she decided after a moment's thought, admitting to herself that she hadn't eaten ramen many times. Most often her mother, Uchiha Mikoto, had cooked for her. Ichiraku Ramen is the best ramen in the world. I eat it every day. Is it really that good? Hanayo asked skeptically, narrowing her eyes at him. And besides, eating ramen every day isn't nutritious. Confronted by Hanayo's inquiry, Naruto felt a bit embarrassed. Realizing the truth in her words, he quickly defended himself, but ramen comes in many flavors. If I eat different ones every day, it's nutritious. Hanayo merely regarded him with a disparaging look. What sort of gaze is that? Naruto exclaimed, feeling flustered under her sparkling, lively stare. I merely think you're making excuses. You should eat some nutritious food instead. Alright, I understand. Right now, let us just enjoy the ramen and not think about other foods. Hanayo turned her head away, seemingly displeased with Naruto's casual attitude, though too shy to voice it. Before long, their noodles were served. Here is your tonkatsu miso chashu ramen. The owner placed 2 bowls on the table before retreating to the kitchen. The toppings were plentiful, even surprising Hanayo. Wow, that is a lot. Seeing Hanayo's astonished expression, Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction. Want to try the flavor? Especially the chashu, he suggested, pointing at the succulent meat atop the noodles. Alright, here I go, Hanayo said, picking up her chopsticks, but Naruto interrupted her. Wait. Ha. Hanayo tilted her head in confusion, tucking her long black hair behind her ear. Naruto felt a bit awkward under her adorable gaze, and expressed his thoughts. Before you eat the noodles, taste the broth first. It will enhance the flavor. I see. Hanyo nodded, following Naruto's advice. She scooped some broth into a spoon and delicately sipped it. Instantly, her body froze. And she exclaimed in surprise, "This tastes amazing. Hee, now I'll dig in." Naruto demonstrated his method of eating. He dipped his noodles in the broth and took a bite, and Hanyo followed suit. Before they knew it, both bowls were emptied. After paying, Hanyo and Naruto exited the shop. "I'm so full. Ichiraku ramen truly lives up to its reputation," Naruto declared, clutching his stomach, feeling quite satisfied. "I can agree with that," Hanyo complimented him with a thumbs up. "What shall we do next?" Naruto asked lightly. "I need to return to my training." "What about you?" "Training? What are you training for?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. "Just some basic skills," Hanyo gestured towards a distant hill. "I train in the woods next to the cliff there. I go up every day to see the view." "Is that so? Do you usually come out for lunch around this time?" Naruto queried. "About that, yes. If I'm training. When are you free? I'd like to come find you to chat." Naruto smiled. "After 3:30 in the afternoon. I should finish my training by then. I won't return home too early, so I'll sit down to rest for a bit." "Alright. I'll come find you when I can," Naruto grinned, his whisker marks curving with his smile. "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Hanyo waved goodbye to Naruto, preparing to leave, but just a couple of steps away, she was called back. "Uchiha Hanyo." Kagome paused momentarily, turning her head to gaze at him with a look of bewilderment. Why was Naruto so solemnly calling her by her full name? Before she could react further, Naruto gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Are we friends?" At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and a leaf floated down from the sky, softly landing in Kagome's palm, which she tenderly grasped. A radiant smile broke across her face as she replied, "Yes, we are friends. Yes, we are friends." Chapter 4. This is the flower field I yearn for. Bang. A resounding noise erupted as a deep, bottomless fist imprint appeared on the tree. 2000. With that final shout, Kagome finally retracted her fist, her sweat already soaking through her Uchiha blue windbreaker and her raven hair. Having completed her physical training for the day, Kagome slowly removed her weights. She dragged her weary body over to a tree stump and plopped down, grabbing a water bottle, and taking a hearty swig. Today's training in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken throwing was complete, and her chakra levels had significantly increased, sufficient for her to perform some formidable jutsu. A week had passed since she met Naruto, and today marked the first day of the new month. At this point, Kagome had begun to master ninjutsu of various attributes. Although her proficiency was still low and limited to C-rank techniques, she had nonetheless made noticeable progress in her chakra utilization and control. At the very least, she had perfected the rudimentary skills of walking on water and climbing trees. Yet, Kagome wore a beaming smile, thoroughly satisfied. For she had learned her first A-rank jutsu from the Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu in her mind, the multiple shadow clone technique. While she was resting, she suddenly sensed someone approaching and immediately became alert, gripping a kunai in her hand and peering into the distance. Upon recognizing the figure, she exhaled in relief. "Kagome," Naruto called out from afar, waving at her. "What brings you here?" Kagome asked, somewhat surprised. "Oh, it's the beginning of the month. And I've been short on cash. I've just been fishing nearby," he replied. Doesn't he the third Hokage give you a bit more money?" Kagome inquired, puzzled. "Ah, it's a long story," Naruto said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he had indulged in ramen too often, which had drained his funds, coupled with the deteriorating condition of his home that required some repairs. So he chose to gloss over it. "Wow, Kagome, is this where you train?" Naruto observed, scanning the surroundings, noting the trees that had been shattered and the bloodstains that marked the ground. "Of course. This is my secret base and hardly anyone comes here," Kagome declared confidently, her hands on her hips as she surveyed her domain. This area, apart from where she trained, was encircled by trees, with only one path leading to a cliff. Standing atop that cliff provided a breathtaking view of the stream below, a view that Kagome eagerly pointed out to Naruto. "Come. Let us go there." "What is there?" he asked. "The scenery is beautiful," Kagome replied as she made her way to the cliff with her water bottle in hand. Naruto followed her to the precipice, where, upon looking out, he beheld the entirety of Konohagakure. The scene was captivating. His expression was filled with longing and anticipation. As the landscape unfolded like a painted scroll, it seemed as though Kagome had melded with the scenery, embodying the essence of beauty and vitality. Just as Naruto was entranced by the view, Kagome settled onto the grass before the cliff, and he joined her at her side. "Naruto, do you know?" she began. "Know what?" he replied. "I believe there is a radiant flower field in my heart." Naruto remained silent, gazing at Kagome, seemingly lost in thought, as if he were listening intently. The people who dwell in that flower field can understand one another, becoming true friends at heart. In that world filled with vibrant colors, everyone's dreams are crystal clear, and each individual strives for their aspirations. There is no discrimination, no pain. Whether it's the resilient blades of grass or the myriad flowers, they all live freely and peacefully. This is the flower field I yearn for. As she spoke, Kagome turned to look at Naruto, who appeared somewhat dazed. Do you believe such a flower field exists? Naruto nodded and said earnestly, such a flower field would be perfect. But I am merely the Ninetales, the demon fox in people's eyes. Everyone despises me, and I have no parents. However, my dream is to earn the recognition of everyone in the village and become Hokage. I want to be defeated by those people. As he spoke, he realized he might have said too much and feared that Kagome would think poorly of his grandiose words. Turning away anxiously, he was surprised to find Kagome resting her chin on her hand, listening intently. Don't you think that's just empty talk? Very dull? Not at all. Living with dreams and aspirations is a beautiful thing. How could it be boring? As long as you put in the effort for that goal, you will surely realize your dreams. Kagome encouraged, giving Naruto a thumbs up before handing him a kunai engraved with the character for flower. Keep this kunai with you and return it to me when you truly become Hokage. Naruto accepted the kunai, astonished. Do you really believe I can become Hokage? Of course I believe in you, and I will always cheer you on. Kagome replied, tilting her head with a smile. A gust of wind swept through, elegantly tousling her glossy black hair, and in that moment, her smile imprinted itself deeply in Naruto's heart. He gazed at Kagome captivated. She was his first friend and the first person to affirm him, filling him with exhilaration. Yet, another question nagged at him. He realized he had never asked Kagome about her own dreams or aspirations. Thus he directly inquired, Kagome, I've been so focused on myself. What is your dream? Kagome, stretching her limbs, paused for a moment before playfully gesturing for Naruto to lean closer. He complied, bringing his head near her lips. I hope that the entire ninja world will no longer know war. That everyone can become true friends, and together, we can find that flower field that resides in my heart. What a wonderful dream. Naruto nodded appreciatively. By the way, Naruto, you should be attending ninja school now, right? Yes, I have. Do you know Sasuke? Sasuke? You mean Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto pondered, a strikingly handsome yet rather arrogant figure popping into his mind, along with the many girls who secretly harbored crushes on him. That guy. I could never forget him. Naruto said, clenching his fist, as if he held a grudge. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Kagome inquired, what's wrong with Sasuke? That guy is so conceited. He always wears that stern expression, and his grades are top-notch. So many girls have crushes on him. I don't understand why he is so proud. Despite being undeniably less handsome than I, he possesses a cold demeanor, an air of self-importance and a sharp tongue. Everything I am not. Beside me, Hanayo stifles a giggle, her thoughts drifting to how amusing Naruto truly is. Naruto, noticing Hanayo's cheerful laughter, curiously inquires, why do you ask me about Sasuke? To which she replies, because he is my second older brother. Naruto is taken aback, momentarily stunned. What did you say? Uchiha Sasuke is your brother. As the realization dawns upon him, he recalls Hanayo's surname, Uchiha Hanayo. Indeed, it seems to be true. Upon closer inspection, Hanayo is strikingly beautiful, standing out even among the most exquisite of girls. Alright then. Naruto exclaims, his excitement palpable. You. He stumbles over his words, unable to complete a single sentence. But your personality is nothing like Sasuke's. At least, you are not cold. Is that so? Hanayo replies, lifting a water bottle to her lips before offering it to Naruto. Would you like a drink? Reminded by Hanayo, Naruto nods gently, takes the bottle, and raises it to his lips, managing to sip a few times without quite hitting the rim. Then, Naruto begins recounting amusing anecdotes from his recent years, his tales radiating with warmth and positivity. Each time he sees Hanayo's uncontrollable laughter, his heart swells with a comforting warmth, as though he has finally found a kindred spirit who truly understands him. Ah, it's clearly your own gluttony for ramen, yet you blame it on Iruka-sensei. Hanayo murmurs. You don't understand, Naruto retorts, it was Iruka-sensei who bought it, so I must blame him for my stomach troubles. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Hanayo returned home. Mikoto handed her a dish, cautioning, be careful, it's hot. Once the mother and daughter duo had prepared the meal, they knelt together, awaiting the return of the boys. Little Hanayo, have you made new friends today? Her mother inquired. How did you know? Hanayo asked, surprised. I dropped by your training spot this afternoon and noticed, Mikoto explained. Oh, I see. Hanyo nodded, not denying it. Mikoto lifted Hanyo's hand, observing the scars and frowning slightly. Hanyo, you're training too hard. You're still in your growing phase. Mother, how can I catch up to my brothers if I don't work hard? I must find my vibrant flower field. The determination in her daughter's voice left Mikoto momentarily speechless. Hanyo. Mikoto embraced her, and in that moment, the unspoken love radiated from the mother's heart, bringing a profound sense of calm to Hanyo. Minutes later, the first to enter was Sasuke. His backpack slung over his shoulder as he approached the entrance. Sasuke. Hanyo called out as she stepped forward. It's you, Hanyo, Sasuke replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. Here, this is a shuriken I made for you today. Don't overexert yourself in training. Sasuke, who was just a year older than Hanyo, had matured into a protective older brother. However, Hanyo noticed the wounds on his body and face, clear signs of his rigorous training. After tending to Sasuke's injuries and disinfecting them, she asked, Brother, would you like to shower first or eat? Hanyo, run a bath for me. I'll take a shower first. Sure. As Sasuke headed for the shower, the door swung open once more, revealing their father, Uchiha Fugaku. Hanyo dashed from the dining area, leaping into Fugaku's embrace. Oh, my little darling, he exclaimed, finally revealing a tender smile. A rare sight as he usually maintained a stern demeanor. You're late coming home today, Hanyo said. I'm sorry, I've been quite busy lately, Fugaku replied. Now, let us enjoy the grand feast your mother and I have prepared for you. Absolutely. I can't wait to taste your cooking, Hanyo, he added as he entered the dining room. Just as he did, another figure entered through the door. Itachi. Itachi, weary yet smiling, greeted Hanyo. Little sister. You seem to be in good spirits. Have you made progress in your training? Yes. Itachi, just wait, I will surpass you. I look forward to it, little sister, he replied. But Itachi, could you accompany me to practice shuriken throwing? Sasuke has already gone to the ninja academy. Itachi lightly tapped her forehead, saying, Forgive me, Hanyo. Perhaps next time. I bet you're off to play with Shursui again, she teased, sticking her tongue out at him. Just then, another young man, roughly Itachi's age, appeared at the door. Ah, Shursui, Hanyo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as Uchiha Shursui entered. I apologize for interrupting, Itachi said with a hint of exasperation. Haha, but Hanyo is quite adorable, isn't she? Shursui knelt down, pinching Hanyo's cheek playfully. How about I join you and Itachi for shuriken practice next time? It's a promise, Hanyo declared, extending her hand for a pinky swear. They all shared a light-hearted laugh, sealing their pact with a smile. After Shursui departed, the family finally gathered around the dinner table. Yet two members remained uncharacteristically silent, Fugaku and Itachi. It was as if a rift had formed between them, for they exchanged not a single word upon seeing one another, causing Hanyo and Sasuke to furrow their brows in concern. Hanyo tugged on Sasuke's sleeve, whispering curiously, Brother, did Itachi and father have a fight? Sasuke gently shook his head, signaling that he too was unsure. The following day unfolded like any other. After Sasuke, Itachi, and Fugaku left, Hanyo was the last to depart the house, heading out for her training. Once again, she arrived at the familiar forest training ground. But today she was ready to delve into new territory. A little ninja guide known as the Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu, which had been assigned to her before bed last night. Recently, the little guide had become increasingly personable, filled with witty remarks and sarcasm. Was this truly the same emotionless Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu? Within her mind, Hanyo found herself vocally criticizing the name of a certain technique. The 8 Gates? It sounds like a turtle. Can't we change the name? Stop complaining. Are you going to practice or not? If not, I will take it away, the guide replied. Of course I will practice. Why wouldn't I? Hanyo muttered, continuing her playful banter with her inner guide, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. If it weren't for that resemblance, she would have disciplined it long ago. You have trained sufficiently in physical techniques and your body strength is just enough to begin learning the 8 Gates, the guide finally declared, prompting Hanyo to exit her inner space. A-ranked forbidden technique, the 8 Gates, she whispered to herself, before commencing her training. Before she knew it, the afternoon had arrived. Exhausted from her efforts, Hanyo lay sprawled on the ground after mastering the first 2 gates of the 8 Gates and learning the wind release. Great breakthrough. Today had been remarkably successful. Tomorrow she planned to tackle some C-rank techniques. Hanyo felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing she had the potential to master 5 elemental ninjutsu. Soon, Naruto appeared, having skipped class once again to find Hanyo for a chat. After all, as Naruto often said, The ninja academy was far too dull compared to conversing with Hanayo. Chapter 6. The weight of the eldest's responsibility. As time slipped by, 2 months passed in silent tranquility. During this interval, Naruto frequently visited this familiar land to engage in lively conversations with Hanabi, their dialogues seemingly endless, solidifying their bond as inseparable confidants. Naruto would exuberantly recount amusing anecdotes from school and the comical blunders of their teachers, while Hanabi, with her chin resting on her hands, patiently absorbed his tales, offering her insights once he concluded. Over the past 2 months, Hanabi had made remarkable strides in her ninjutsu training. She had not only mastered several C-rank techniques across the 5 basic elemental styles, but had also become proficient in the shadow clone technique. However, she was acutely aware that these skills were not to be flaunted casually, as they were learned from Shino, who had cautioned her that if the higher-ups in Konoha were to discover her abilities, she might become a subject of experimentation. Consequently, Hanabi approached her training with heightened caution, even practicing some A-rank techniques in secret within her inner world with Shino. On yet another ordinary day, after ensuring that no one was around, Hanabi quietly entered a cave. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated by blinding flashes of lightning, the sharp sounds of electricity colliding resonating like a cacophony of 1,000 birds, piercingly loud. Moments later, amidst a violent explosion, Hanabi emerged from the cave breathless. "This is truly difficult," she gasped. "Can you only use it 10 times today?" Shino's voice echoed in her mind. "What do you mean only 10 times? Even 1 or 2 times is exhausting." Hanabi leaned on her small legs, striving to regain her breath. "This indicates that your training is still insufficient. However, with my assistance, your chakra reserves are indeed significantly greater than those of the average Uchiha ninja," Shino remarked with pride. Hanabi sighed in resignation at Shino's boastfulness. "You seem rather pleased with yourself." "Hanabi, do not become complacent. You have new jutsu to learn," Shino urged. "What more is there to learn?" Hanabi exclaimed in near despair. "B-rank ninjutsu, earth style, earth flow rampart," Shino declared. "Oh, please spare me today," Hanabi pleaded. "No. There is still time. Allow me to explain the principles of this technique," Shino insisted, beginning to elucidate the workings of the B-rank jutsu. Ultimately, despite Hanabi's lamentations, she followed Shino's instruction to learn the new technique. Upon returning home, Hanabi found her brothers waiting for her. "Hanabi, did you train again today?" Itachi emerged from the kitchen, a warm smile on his face. "Yes." Hanabi nodded in response. "Where are Mom and Dad?" she inquired curiously. "They are going out for the night tomorrow, and I have the day off," Itachi emphasized the latter with a hint of pride. "Oh," Hanabi exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Just then, Sasuke stepped out from another room. "So that means brother will train with us," Sasuke said excitedly. "That's wonderful," Hanabi exclaimed, jumping in delight. "Then let us meet in the courtyard at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning," Itachi said with a smile to his siblings. "But for now we must eat well first. Hanabi, go wash your hands," Itachi instructed gently. The dinner was particularly heartwarming, especially when Itachi noticed Hanabi plucking a grain of rice from Sasuke's lips, and his eyes seemed to shimmer with unshed tears. He deeply felt the emotion of not wanting to lose those he held dear. He resolved to become the obstacle that his younger siblings must surpass, willing to endure their hatred if it meant sharing this world with his 2 most cherished individuals. This was the burden of being the eldest. "Itachi, you seem to be shedding tears. Is work too exhausting?" Hanabi asked with concern, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket and offering it to him. Yet in that moment, Itachi revealed his Sharingan and embraced Hanabi tightly. "Hanabi," he murmured softly. "May I have a hug, brother?" Itachi gently asked. "I want one too," Sasuke pouted, joining the embrace. "All right, let us all do it together." Itachi's voice trembled as tears glimmered in his eyes. As tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha clan began to escalate, Itachi found himself caught between familial loyalty and village duty, facing a harrowing choice. Only in moments spent with his family could he feel a flicker of warmth. Thus a night passed. The following morning, while Hanabi was still nestled in her bed, Sasuke excitedly knocked on her door. "Hanabi, Uchiha Hanabi, wake up. Brother Itachi is taking us to train soon." Hearing Sasuke's enthusiastic voice, Hanabi finally opened her sleepy eyes. By the time she was ready, Sasuke and Itachi were already waiting in the courtyard. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Hanabi said. "You are so slow, Hanabi," Sasuke complained. "Em sore, Sasuke," Hanabi replied, slightly embarrassed. Once Hanabi was in position, Itachi led her and Sasuke to a small grove near the Uchiha district, the very place where he had practiced shuriken throwing in his youth. Upon arriving, Itachi wasted no time. He drew a gleaming shuriken from his waist, flicking his wrist gracefully, the sharp blade tracing an elegant arc through the air, striking the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. He then stepped aside, allowing Sasuke to take his turn. Sasuke gripped his shuriken tightly, his eyes sparkling with the pursuit of perfection. He understood that to become as formidable as his brother, he needed to grow stronger. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he swiftly hurled the shuriken. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a whistling sound, hurtling toward its target. Although it did not hit the bullseye like Itachi's, it was close enough. When it was Hanabi's turn, her petite figure stood at the throwing line, seemingly out of place. Yet her gaze held no trace of fear, only resolute determination. She meticulously observed Sasuke's movements, learning from his posture and the control of his strength. Then she lifted her hand, firmly grasping the shuriken, and with a swift flick, the small shuriken spiraled out, tracing an almost unbelievable trajectory toward its target. With a soft clang, Hanabi's shuriken was miraculously redirected by another shuriken just before it could veer off course, striking true at the center of the target. For a 6-year-old, this was nothing short of miraculous. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Itachi's eyes, quickly morphing into a gentle smile. He recognized that Hanabi not only inherited the Uchiha bloodline, but also possessed potential and insight that transcended her age. "Well done, little sister," Itachi said, stepping forward to gently ruffle her hair. "It seems your regular training has been quite diligent." Sasuke approached, astonished by his sister's achievement. He had never paid much attention to her training before. He only knew she practiced daily, but he hadn't anticipated that Hanabi's shuriken skills would be so impressive. Hanabi met Sasuke's surprised gaze with a hint of pride. "How about it, Sasuke? Impressive, right?" Indeed, Sasuke replied, throwing up his hands in resignation. The trio continued their practice, sending shurikens flying again and again, each throw more precise than the last. Chapter 7. May the wind fan the flames of hope, bringing warmth to all. At last, the day's training came to a close. In the evening, Sasuke, Itachi, and Hanan, the 3 siblings, returned home. Their parents were away for the night, so in principle, Hanan should have been responsible for preparing dinner. However, Itachi volunteered to take on the culinary task. At last, a sumptuous seafood feast was laid out before them. A table adorned with steamed crabs, grilled fish, stir-fried shrimp, and seafood soup. Each dish meticulously crafted with ingredients chosen with care by Itachi. The 3 gathered around the dining table, savoring this rare moment of familial warmth. The exquisite flavors of the seafood and the affection of their elder brother enveloped Hanan, rendering the evening particularly cozy and delightful. After dinner, as the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the courtyard, Itachi, Sasuke, and Hanan settled on the floor of the yard. Itachi gazed thoughtfully at the Uchiha clan's crest and, turning to Sasuke and Hanan, inquired, "Do you know the meaning of the Uchiha clan's emblem?" Hanan and Sasuke exchanged glances, both reflecting uncertainty in their eyes. Itachi continued, "To kindle a fire, one must fan the flames, correct? The Uchiha clan emblem symbolizes a fan used to stir the flames." "Is that so? I understand now." Sasuke smiled, silently etching the emblem's significance in his heart. On the other hand, Hanan softly murmured, "I hope that the fire stirred by the fan brings warmth to people." Itachi, taken aback by her words, looked at Hanan in surprise. But she quickly shifted her demeanor and declared, "Brother Itachi, brother Sasuke, let us sleep in the courtyard tonight." That night, the 2 brothers and their sister lay in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky while engaging in midnight musings. Hanan shared her dream of discovering a field of flowers in her heart, and Itachi turned to Sasuke, asking, "What is your dream, Sasuke?" "My dream?" Sasuke replied, turning to Itachi with a face full of aspiration. "My dream is to become an exceptional ninja like you and earn our father's recognition." Itachi, lost in thought, gazed at the crescent moon and gently said, "Like me? No, you must surpass me." By the time Itachi turned back, Sasuke and Hanan had already drifted into slumber, exhausted from their training with shuriken earlier that day. Meanwhile, in her inner world, Hanan practiced new jutsu alongside a little ninja, striving to comprehend the principles of those techniques and the nature of chakra transformation. It can be said that while Hanan trained during the day, she engaged in a scholarly pursuit of ninja knowledge and the principles of various jutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu at night. When she awoke the following day, however, Itachi had vanished, leaving only Hanan and Sasuke in their respective beds. Their parents, Mikoto and Fugaku Uchiha, had returned home, seemingly awakened by the commotion. Hanan opened her bleary eyes and exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, where's brother Itachi?" "He has gone to work, little Hanan." "Wake up and join us for breakfast, little Sasuke. You 2 wash up and prepare to eat." Mikoto replied with a smile. As if nothing had transpired, the days resumed their usual rhythm. Hanan had become quite adept at the multi-shadow clone technique and Chidori. In terms of taijutsu, she had engaged in physical training and had managed to unlock the fourth gate, the injury gate. However, these accomplishments were not something she could yet reveal to others. After months of training, Hanan felt she was beginning to catch up to her brother Sasuke. One afternoon, after concluding a day of rigorous training, Hanan, with her long, dark hair dampened by sweat, still radiated a natural sheen. Little ninja, I have mastered many C-rank jutsu. She mused aloud. Hanan, your great fire destruction technique is indeed proficient, but its power still has room for improvement. The voice of the little ninja chimed in, pointing out her shortcomings. I know, I'll leave it for tomorrow, Hanan replied, sitting on a nearby stump. She tilted her water bottle, allowing the refreshing liquid to flow over her lips, quenching her thirst after a long day of training. Ah, how refreshing. By the way, Naruto hasn't he come by in a while? As she watched the sun dip towards the west, elongating her shadow alongside the trees, Hanan couldn't help but reminisce about the previous days when Naruto would come to chat with her. I wonder what he is up to. In the evening, as Hanan approached her home, she noticed an unusual commotion at the entrance. Curiosity piqued, she edged closer to investigate. 3 members of the Uchiha clan stood at her doorstep, vocally reprimanding Itachi within the house. Last night, Uchiha Sasuke committed suicide by jumping into the river. He left behind a letter. And now the Uchiha police force is launching an investigation into this case. A man handed the letter to Itachi, stating, the handwriting is likely a copy made with the Sharingan. Upon reading it, Itachi's gaze turned icy as he looked at the 3 men before him. Are you suspecting me? I advise you to choose your words carefully. Itachi's anger stemmed not from the accusation itself, but from their utter disregard for the content of Sasuke's letter. Subsequently, the 3 Uchiha men mocked Itachi with biting sarcasm. Itachi, you were closest to Sasuke, always by his side. Was it you? You are now a suspect in this crime. Come back with us to the police station for questioning. Why weren't you at the gathering last night when Sasuke met his fate? Have you betrayed us? You are nothing but a traitor to our clan, a disgrace. At last, Itachi's hands clenched into fists. He had grown weary of these inept clan members who spoke only of family. In an instant, he brought down all 3 men in a single swift motion. Just as he was about to speak, Fugaku approached from the side. Clan members, you have overestimated your abilities and underestimated mine, which is why you now lie there. Stop. Itachi. A voice boomed, cutting through the tension. Fugaku, observing the 3 men on the ground, bruised and battered, turned his gaze directly at Itachi. What happened? What is going on? But before he could continue, Itachi threw a kunai, piercing the family crest on the wall. I have lost all hope in this self-righteous family. Suddenly, Hanan, seemingly startled, rushed from behind and hugged Itachi, tears brimming in her eyes. Brother Itachi, what's wrong? She trembled, clearly unsettled by Itachi's cold demeanor. Brother, please stop. Sasuke, leaning against the doorframe, also called out to Itachi in a trembling voice. In that fleeting moment, Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan gradually reverted to its 3-tomoe form, and then faded away. He seemed to regain clarity, kneeling before his father and clan members, apologizing for his actions and expressing remorse. As Fugaku passed by, Itachi's Sharingan morphed into a different shape. Though Sasuke and Hanan witnessed it all, they each kept their thoughts to themselves. Chapter 8. I'm sorry, Hanan. That night, Fugaku and Itachi sat in silence at the dining table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Even Hanan, usually the glue that held the family together, found herself at a loss for words. The meal concluded with Hanan desperately trying to find topics of conversation, while the others responded with half-hearted remarks. Only his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, appeared to be normal. The others seemed to harbor unspoken concerns. Even Sasuke, who usually engaged in lively conversations with Itachi at the dinner table, fell silent this evening. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and the slender crescent moon had gradually swelled, becoming a full, lustrous orb hanging in the sky. Under the guidance of Shino, Hanan had finally mastered most of the C-rank ninjutsu techniques of the 5 elemental natures, and her innate talent began to shine through, as she had developed the lava release technique by studying fire and earth release. Furthermore, she pioneered a new ninjutsu, an A-rank technique known as the lava release, lava wall. Initially, she utilized the earth flow wall's capabilities to create a solid rocky barrier for basic defense. Subsequently, employing the great fire annihilation technique, she enveloped the rocky wall with searing flames, forming a lava wall that was both heat-resistant and formidable in defense. This wall could not only withstand physical attacks from adversaries, but could also sear or even melt any metallic weapons or ninja tools that dared to penetrate it. It was Hanan's first self-developed ninjutsu, and even Shino expressed admiration for it. Well, today's training was fruitful. It's time to head home for dinner. However, Shino, may I forcibly open the fifth gate tomorrow? Hanan inquired of the Shino residing within her mind. Not yet. If you open the fifth gate now, your body won't be able to handle it. Very well. Let us reinforce our ninjutsu tomorrow. Focusing on physical techniques, Shino's voice echoed in Hanan's mind. Shino, why do you wish to help me grow stronger? Hanan asked the girl in her mind, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. There's no particular reason. You are Uchiha Hanan, and I simply wish to assist you in discovering the vibrant flower field within your heart. That is all. All right then, let us strive together. Hanan smiled softly. In the Hokage's office, Itachi knelt on the ground, facing four elders. Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root, Midoriya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and Koharu Utatane. The Uchiha clan had resolved to instigate a revolution in Konoha. Itachi conveyed all the information he possessed to these four venerable figures. Gazing at them in silence, filled with respect, Danzo, seated on the far left, was the first to speak. The situation is urgent. We must act decisively before they initiate their uprising. However, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, held a contrary view. The Uchiha were once comrades. We should not resort to force but rather engage in dialogue. I will devise a strategy. After the meeting, Danzo summoned Itachi privately. He regarded Itachi with a heavy sigh and stated, although the third Hokage suggests that, when the moment comes, we must act to protect Konoha. I hope you make a choice. Will you side with the Uchiha and partake in the coup, risking annihilation alongside your family, or will you ally with us in Konoha, leaving only your brother behind to assist us in the total eradication of the Uchiha clan? Itachi was taken aback by Danzo's proposition. Annihilate the Uchiha clan. Indeed. Danzo stepped closer to Itachi. To safeguard the village, we must quell the discord before it erupts. The only ninja capable of undertaking this task is you, a double agent of both the Uchiha and Konoha. Will you accept this mission? At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and Itachi looked at his palms and the back of his hands, then turned to Danzo and asked, what about my sister, Hanan Uchiha? Danzo resolutely shook his head. You can only choose one to remain, your brother or your sister. With that, Danzo departed, leaving Itachi standing in stunned silence. The following day, as he watched Hanan and Sasuke depart in opposite directions, Itachi stood atop a power pole, choosing to follow Sasuke instead. After all, Hanan's training was rather monotonous, and he had only seen it a couple of times, both involving physical training. Perched on the power pole outside the Ninja Academy, he observed Sasuke diligently training and contemplated throughout the day. In the evening, he arrived at the cliff where Uchiha Shursui had jumped. It was a place devoid of visitors. There Itachi sat, his heart a tumultuous mixture of emotions. Should he allow his sister Hanan to live, or should he preserve his brother Sasuke? This dilemma echoed in his mind like an endless elegy. Hanan, the girl who always called him Itachi and I in her gentle voice, bore an innocent smile and was incredibly understanding. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and yearning for the world. She deserved a bright future. Sasuke, the brother who had grown alongside him, constantly sought his company to train. Though still immature, he was someone Itachi deeply cherished. Itachi closed his eyes, his heart trembling. Each heartbeat reminded him that this choice would alter the destinies of all involved. He understood that choosing one meant the sacrifice of another, and his soul would be consumed by boundless regret and anguish. Yet he knew he must make a decision. Gradually, clarity emerged from the turmoil within him. He realized he could no longer be swayed by emotions. He had to consider the greater good, the peace of Konoha, and the future of the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, Itachi made his choice. He chose Sasuke, the brother endowed with greater strength and understanding. He knew that Sasuke's survival could lead the Uchiha clan toward revival and bring true peace to Konoha in the future. When Itachi opened his eyes, confusion had vanished, replaced by resolve and determination. He would protect Sasuke with his very life, even if it meant walking alone in the darkness, bearing all sins, pain, and hatred. I'm sorry, Hanan, Itachi whispered softly, his voice filled with love and sacrifice. He concealed this decision deep within his heart, and stepped into the stormy night, leaving behind the memories of Hanan and the future of Sasuke. Yet this choice evoked vivid images of Hanan from her infancy. The day she was born, when he cradled her as a baby. The echoes of her soft calls of Itachi and I resounded in his heart as he made his way home, tears streaming from his crimson Sharingan. Chapter 9. The Tranquility of the Full Moon Night. The night was slightly cool when a man wearing a tiger-striped red mask slowly passed through the Uchiha compound. Hey. The masked man turned to see Itachi, who remained silent, seemingly waiting for Itachi to speak. I would like to ask you for a favor. I need you to assist me at this time tomorrow. The next day. In the morning, Itachi proceeded to the umbu as usual. Sasuke and Hanan emerged together. You say it. Sasuke nudged Hanan with his rear. Sasuke-ni. Why should I speak when you're the boy? Hanan was pushed in front of Itachi and naturally began to speak. Itachi and could you practice shuriken throwing with us today? Hanan asked, slightly blushing. Itachi's expression grew complex as he glanced at both Hanan and Sasuke. He gently raised his hand, and Sasuke came over to stand beside Hanan. Can we, brother? Itachi, as always, lightly poked Hanan and Sasuke on the forehead. Forgive me, Hanin. Sasuke, perhaps next time. Today, I find myself without the luxury of time to accompany you both. Sasuke and Hanin exchanged smiles, their expressions reflecting the unwavering affection that still lingered. A gentle poke to the forehead embodying the same love as before. All right then, Itachi will go attend to his duties, Hanin suggested. Unburdened, Hanin and Sasuke resumed their studies and training. Today Hanin was in an exceptionally spirited state, having mastered a new A-rank jutsu, the shuriken shadow clone technique. As she hurled a shuriken, it magnificently multiplied into dozens, all striking the trees with precision, allowing Hanin to exhale a sigh of relief. When she returned home for lunch, a girl with black hair appeared. Sister Izumi, what brings you here? With Mikoto recently aiding the Uchiha police force, Hanin found herself alone at home. She served the last of her homemade chicken soup to Izumi. Oh dear, your brother Itachi has joined the umbu and has forsaken our playdates, Izumi remarked. Sister Izumi, we are old acquaintances. Your pursuit of Itachi seems rather misplaced. I was hoping to present him with the 3-colored dango I prepared for the full moon night. Izumi murmured. Let us eat first, Hanin urged, and they began their meal together. After dining, Izumi complimented, truly little Hanin, your culinary skills surpass even your brother's. Is that so? Thank you for the praise. It was all taught to me by mother. Speaking of which, tonight is the full moon. Should we invite Naruto to join us for moon gazing? Hanin mused. What? Naruto? That name sounds familiar. He's my dear friend. Hanin chuckled. Then let us go. Take this 3-colored dango with you. For Itachi will surely not be coming tonight. Enjoy it with your friend. Is that really all right? Hanin asked, feeling somewhat bashful as she accepted the dango from Izumi. Consider it a token of gratitude for your delightful meal. All right then, I shall accept it. In the afternoon, after concluding her training, Hanin ventured into the village of Konoha. Following the direction Naruto had once indicated, and arrived at his home. This must be the one, she thought, observing the old wooden door. She knocked gently. Iruka-sensei. I have an upset stomach and will not be attending school today. Please do not come to take me. A weak voice called from within. It's me, Naruto. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the door swung open, revealing a girl clad in a blue Uchiha cloak, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. Hanin, what brings you here? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. I intended to invite you for moon gazing, but it seems you are unwell, so perhaps not. Here, take this. Hanin offered, presenting the food container she held. What is this? Naruto blinked in astonishment. 3-colored dango. I had planned to enjoy it with you by the cliff where I trained tonight, but since you cannot join, I wanted to ensure you didn't miss out. Naruto paused, his heart swelling with gratitude as he realized that, while others dismissed his illness as mere pretense, this girl truly cared for him. Take it, will you? How long do you intend to keep your hand raised? Hanin teased. Oh, would you like to come in for a bit? Naruto suggested, glancing at his untidy room, cluttered with trash and scattered clothes. Sure. Hanin replied, pushing the door open. Wait, hold on. Before Naruto could react, Hanin had already stepped inside. And the sight that greeted her was one of utter disarray, even carrying the stale scent of expired milk. Naruto, your room is a disaster. Even if your parents are away, this is unacceptable. Hanin admonished, while tidying up. An embarrassed Naruto scratched his head and began to assist her. You clean the floor, and I will fold the clothes. Under Hanin's guidance, Naruto gradually became busy. By the time they finished cleaning, it was already 5 in the evening. Hanin, I truly wished to share the moonlight with you, but my stomach. No worries, I shall enjoy it alone. You take care of yourself. I must be off. The 3-colored dango should not be kept too long. After 3 days it will spoil. If you find yourself hungry, use this to tide you over. Hanin advised as Naruto nodded, watching her retreating figure. He offered her a genuine smile. Thank you, my dearest friend Hanin. Once Hanin had reheated the food and placed it on the table, she left a note stating she was going to the training area to enjoy the moon, then departed from her home. Coincidentally, it was the night of the full moon. Hanin lay on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the large, luminous moon in the sky, yet her heart remained restless. Shin, what is it? I feel as if the silence is overwhelming. It is indeed a bit quiet. But perhaps everyone is engaged in moon-gazing, Shin replied. That does make some sense. The moonlight, pale as a weeping visage, gently illuminated the Uchiha clan's residence in Konoha. Itachi, clad in his umbu attire, stood outside the Uchiha compound, his cold gaze fixed upon the Uchiha family crest. Ultimately, he donned his mask, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Uchiha police force, the fabric of space tore apart, forming a vortex, through which a man wearing a red-striped tiger mask emerged. His steps were steady and silent. No one could discern the expression concealed beneath his mask, his presence seeming almost ethereal as he gradually infiltrated the Uchiha police headquarters. Who are you? A voice exclaimed. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed ominously. And at that moment, Itachi exited a dwelling, his mask stained with blood, appearing increasingly terrifying under the pure white moonlight. Inside that house, a family of 5, 1 man, 1 woman and 3 children, including an infant, lay dead, their bodies drenched in blood. On the streets, numerous Uchiha clan members fled in panic. Yet none could escape the grasp of Itachi's blade. Each strike claimed a life. In that moment, Itachi had become numb, unable to discern friend from foe, mercilessly executing anyone present. Chapter 10. The Tragedy of Blood, the Night of Annihilation begins. A splatter of crimson sprayed against the window, followed by a woman's agonized scream. The once warm light turned dark, as Itachi's figure accelerated, moving from house to house, leaving no one untouched by his deadly sword. After having slaughtered hundreds, he encountered his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, what do you hope to achieve through this massacre? I have shown you the future of our clan. Can you truly change the outcome? Fugaku demanded of Itachi. In the next moment, Itachi's Sharingan morphed into a shuriken shape, signifying the Mangekyou Sharingan. Meanwhile, at the highest level of the Uchiha police station, a body crashed against the glass, a torrent of blood gushing forth and splattering across the shattered pane. Next to him, the man in the red-striped tiger mask silently departed the Uchiha police station, having also participated in this bloody feast, claiming the lives of countless Uchiha clan members. It is time to fulfill my next request, the masked man murmured to himself. Just as he stepped outside, a shuriken flew toward his head, blocking his path. The masked man turned with a faint motion, his gaze fixated on the woman below, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall. Oh, quite the captivating eyes, he mused. Uchiha Izumi, undeterred, hurled a kunai once more, this time aimed directly at the masked man's head. Yet in the blink of an eye, she froze, her pupils constricting in disbelief, for the kunai passed through the masked man's skull as if it were mere air, leaving him utterly unscathed. How is this possible? A wave of terror washed over Izumi. She realized that this man was far beyond her capabilities. In an instant, she decided to flee. But before she could take more than a couple of steps, a chain ensnared her body. Despair engulfed her as she silently pleaded, "Help me, Itachi, save me." Meanwhile, Itachi found himself locked in confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku. The ground was littered with the fallen, blood flowing like a river. Itachi regarded his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and solemnly remarked, "This is the future I envision for our village. The future of our clan." Through genjutsu, Itachi revealed his entire plan to his father. Is that so, Sasuke? In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a shadow clone and vanished. A shadow clone? Itachi was taken aback, his brow furrowing. He understood that his greatest adversary in this battle was none other than his own father, and he had entrusted Hanabi's safety to the masked man. Itachi tread carefully upon the threshold of his home, meticulously observing every detail of the surrounding rooms and entryway. Suddenly, Fugaku's voice echoed from a distant room. There are no traps here. Following the sound, Itachi entered a room illuminated by the pure white moonlight, but from his blood-soaked visage, the moonlight appeared as a grotesque shade of red. Inside the room, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto knelt. "Father." Itachi's voice trembled. "I do not wish to engage in a fratricidal conflict with my son." Acknowledging Itachi's presence behind him, Fugaku nodded in understanding. "Ah, so you have chosen your side. Father." "Mother, Mikoto, who had remained silent until now, spoke softly. "I understand, Itachi. The only one you owe an apology to is your sister Hanabi. However, once your father and I are gone, we will personally apologize to you." As Itachi's blade slowly rose, Fugaku spoke quietly, "Itachi, please promise me one last thing. Sasuke will be entrusted to you." Tears streamed down Itachi's face, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he felt his heart tearing apart, threatening to explode. "Do not be afraid. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to our suffering, yours will end in an instant. Regardless of our differing ideologies, I am still proud of you." Fugaku's words were calm yet profoundly rational. Has Hanabi already left? Mikoto inquired. Yes, she should have departed, Itachi replied slowly. Now act, Mikoto murmured. As Itachi wept behind them, the knife in his hand quivered. His heart felt as though it was being ripped in two. One half anchored in loyalty to the village and a promise of peace, while the other half was steeped in profound love and respect for his parents. He knew that once he struck, there would be no turning back. He would sever his ties to the past, becoming a traitor to his clan, a madman who killed his own parents. Itachi, you are truly a gentle child. I will always be proud of you. With that, Uchiha Fugaku met his fate at Itachi's hand. At the training ground, on the edge of a cliff, Hanabi sat amidst the grass, feeling a chill of sweat forming on her palms. What is happening? Am I simply exhausted from the day? She scrutinized her hands, sensing something was amiss. Just then, she leapt aside to evade a kunai that was launched towards her, embedding itself half an inch into the earth. Hanabi understood that this kunai was meant to end her life. On this moonlit night, someone dared to kill her. Looking around in alarm, she noticed a figure emerging from the distorted space to her left. A man clad in a crimson mask wielding a katana. So he can utilize space-time ninjutsu, Hanabi thought, astonished. Yet her astonishment deepened as she beheld the masked man holding a bloodied, barely conscious girl, Izumi, who had evidently lost an alarming amount of blood, her complexion paling. Sister Izumi. The sight ignited a furious blaze within Hanabi's eyes as she glared at the masked man. Run, little Hanabi. With a swift motion, the masked man thrust his katana into Izumi's brow. Sister Izumi. Hanabi's eyes brimmed with boundless rage and anguish, turning increasingly crimson. Her once bright, dark eyes began to morph under the moonlight, gradually transforming into a blood-red hue, as a black tomoe spiraled from her gaze. Sharingan, Hanabi, you've awakened. The voice of her mentor echoed in her mind, but at that moment, Hanabi could hear nothing but a singular thought. To slay the masked man before her and avenge her sister. Who are you? Though consumed by fury, Hanabi retained her composure, her petite frame standing defiantly as she interrogated the masked figure. Yet he remained silent, his movements unceasing as he hurled chains towards her, aiming to ensnare her similarly. However, in the next instant, a ferocious gale erupted, shattering the chains apart. Wind release, great breakthrough. The powerful wind not only dispersed the chains, but also surged toward the masked man's face. Regrettably, it merely passed through him, inflicting no damage. It penetrated him. Hanabi's mind raced, strategizing how to counter such abilities. Chapter 11. The moment to uphold one's ninja way and dreams. Hanabi's inaugural battle against the enigmatic masked man. Uchiha Hanabi. Merely 6 years old, yet so audacious. Impressive, the masked man's voice rang out. Before he could finish, Hanabi launched a shuriken at him. Just a single shuriken. The masked man didn't even bother to utilize his phasing ability to evade it, simply tilting his body slightly. Yet he was a seasoned fighter with ample experience. And noticing Hanabi's hands forming seals with remarkable speed, he felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique? With Hanabi's triumphant shout, the solitary shuriken transformed into dozens, colliding with one another and covering every possible angle. The masked man, left with no choice, phased out as countless shurikens passed through his form. A sense of trepidation gripped him. This young girl from the Uchiha clan, at merely 6 years old, had mastered the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, a jutsu of A rank. Yet Hanabi's execution was even more refined. Her tomoe enhanced Sharingan enabling her to create an area of complete coverage with her thrown shurikens. I must admit, you truly surprise me, the masked man stated, suddenly appearing before Hanabi, his sword aimed to cleave her down. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted. Shadow Clone? When did that happen? Could it be? He realized that when she executed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, she had anticipated it would not land, using a shadow clone to bait him. With that, the masked man swung his blade backward, and indeed, another Hanabi emerged, wielding a kunai and lunging towards him. However, the opponent's experience proved too formidable, and my tactics were easily discerned. A sword descended sharply towards Heinen's chest. Prepare to meet your end, intoned the masked man with chilling finality. In an instant, the blade sliced through, echoing with a resounding thud. To my astonishment, the severed Heinen was merely a shadow clone, and at that very moment, a figure erupted from the earth. Clutching a kunai, her crimson, swirling Sharingan flickered, and as she aimed for the masked man's jaw, she pierced through with the same penetrating force. This time, Heinen revealed her true form, utilizing her emergence from the ground to leap skyward. Her mind racing through the array of scenarios she had just tested. Why is he not attacking me now? Is he incapable of it? Heinen began to brainstorm. No. It's not that he cannot attack, Rather, he must not attack. His intangibility prevents him from harming me. He can only shift from ethereal to corporeal when he intends to strike. As she analyzed this in her mind, she gradually distanced herself from the masked man. It seems you have caught on. No wonder you are that guy's sister. A true genius, his voice casually remarked. What are your intentions? Hanan, alert yet undeterred, inquired. Her Sharingan activated. Intentions? I merely accepted your brother Itachi Uchiha's request to come and eliminate you. The masked man replied coldly. You're lying. Brother Itachi would never do such a thing. The masked man, no longer in a hurry to attack, smiled faintly. Time is running out. Your parents should all be dead at your brother's hand. Stop your nonsense. Hanan's expression darkened with rising fury. Haha. Who would have imagined that it would be your brother who murdered your dear parents? The masked man's voice turned increasingly frigid. You masked scoundrel, cease your words. In the next moment, Hanan placed her index fingers before her in a cross formation. What? That seal? The masked man was taken aback. Multiple shadow clone technique. With Hanan's exclamation, dozens of shadow clones appeared beside her. You can perform this ninjutsu? The masked man swung his great sword amidst the clones. As wisps of smoke dissipated one after another, Hanan seized a fleeting opportunity during one of his strikes. The chance was singular, it must be grasped. This thought echoed in her mind. In that instant, the forest erupted in a brilliant white light. Even the masked man was distracted by the thunderous cries of thousands of birds in the distance. His Sharingan widened as he beheld the flickering lightning in Hanan's hand. Chidori. With a heavy step, Hanan surged forward with unparalleled speed, her velocity reaching its zenith. Unless the masked man relinquished his strike, he would inevitably be struck by her Chidori. Where did you learn this technique? Facing his inquiry, Hanan charged straight at him, disregarding his words. The masked man indeed abandoned his attack. His descending blade gradually became intangible as Hanan's body passed through him. Yet he awaited this moment. Reversing his sword, he hurled it towards the opening behind Hanan. Illuminated by the Chidori. In that split second, the masked man sensed impending doom. He finally understood. It was not merely the moment of attack she was betting on, but this very instant. Glancing at the shadow clone completing its hand seal from the side, the masked man realized he had miscalculated. Distracted by the Chidori, he had completely overlooked the shadow clone. The great sword pierced Hanan's abdomen, and she coughed up blood. Yet she endured the pain and turned around. A gaping wound appeared on her stomach, blood trickling from her lips, but now was not the time to relent. Meanwhile, as the masked man released his blade, the figure had already completed the hand seals, waiting for the precise moment to strike. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! A terrifying inferno descended from the heavens, accompanied by several kunai that sent the masked man hurtling away, a crack forming on his mask. Damn it! I can't believe I fell for this from a mere child. The masked man steadied himself, using his ability to warp space to absorb the flames, turning his gaze toward Hanan in the distance. Child, I will not fall for your tricks again. At that moment, a menacing aura emanated from him. Hanan, feeling powerless, understood that she could not afford to rest any longer. Gritting her teeth, she yanked the sword from her abdomen, discarding it onto the ground. Blood dripped from her wound, and she gasped for breath, half kneeling. No effect? If that is the case, perhaps victory will be decided in an instant. I must prepare myself. If I fall now, how will I ever seek the flower fields of peace I yearn for in my heart? Hanan continually encouraged herself. Now was the time to embody her ninja way and pursue her dream. Steam gradually enveloped her, and the surrounding air pressure began to shift. You truly continue to surprise me. The masked man's indifferent voice grew increasingly manic, yet he maintained his composure. The 8 gates open. Suddenly Hanan's veins bulged. Her once pale visage now flushed with crimson. In this moment, she was truly risking her life. 2nd gate, rest gate open. 3rd gate, life gate open. 4th gate, wound gate open. With each declaration, steam erupted from her body. The masked man, now cautious, braced himself, eager to discover the extent of this girl's capabilities. In that instant, she stepped forward, her figure seemingly melding into the night, vanishing in the blink of an eye. So fast. The masked man turned just in time to phase out of reality, narrowly evading a punch. In this state, he could not release his intangibility, as her speed rendered him vulnerable to counterattacks. Now it was a contest of endurance and stamina. Whoever succumbed first would likely emerge as the ultimate victor. Chapter 12. I Still Want to Live. Hanan, moving at breakneck speed, occasionally hurled shuriken and executed the multiple shadow clone technique, creating a flurry of clones that dashed alongside her. The masked man responded with sporadic strikes, although he suffered injuries. It was evident that Hainan's counterattacks far outnumbered the hits she had taken. After 4 minutes of this rapid exchange, Hainan finally halted, gasping for breath. Her fists clenched as she knelt on the ground. Her hands, abdomen, and legs bore several wounds, blood seeping from them. The masked man, though injured, appeared significantly less affected. Yet he teetered on the edge of fury, realizing that this 6-year-old ninja had utilized the 8 gates to enhance her body to a level capable of matching his strength. Even her speed was formidable, making it difficult for him to cope. "You bastard," the masked man snarled, suddenly hurling a branch at Hainan. She sidestepped, evading the branch, which then sprouted countless sharp spikes behind her, impaling her in an instant. Appel technique. The masked man had resorted to this tactic. Boom. Yet, the pierced Hainan dissolved into white smoke. On the other side, the true identity of Hanyo was utterly exhausted, and her only recourse was to act as she must. "You should obediently accept your fate and die," the masked man admonished. However, a smile crept upon Hanyo's lips. "I shall not perish," she declared, her eyes radiating an extraordinary confidence. "If I were to die here, how would I ever seek out that field of flowers? Come forth. Let us engage in a fair duel. I shall not prolong this battle nor retreat from this ground." As Hanyo's rallying cry echoed through the air, the masked man's expression remained inscrutable, though beneath his mask he surely scoffed in derision. "Come now, little one, you are indeed a true genius, I concede that." With that, Hanyo released the 8 gates, the white smoke dissipating as she summoned forth a shadow clone, identical to herself. This time there would be no distractions. The 2 of them charged towards the masked man, one in front and the other behind. The 2 Hanayos were indistinguishable, yet according to the masked man's reasoning, the true Hanayo must be the one trailing behind. In the world of shinobi, it was common knowledge that shadow clones were merely a means to bait the enemy, with the real body concealed behind them. The masked man held this belief as well, surging towards Hanayo, convinced that if he could touch her and draw her into his spatial realm, it would all be over. Indeed, taking advantage of the earlier shadow clone as bait, the Hanayo at the back forcefully gathered a Chidori. The piercing cry of the Chidori resounded through the forest. The masked man reached forward, his body already phasing out as he passed through the first shadow clone, directly aiming for the second, the real Hanayo. Did he truly think that using a shadow clone as a cover would determine the outcome? Such naivete. Beneath the guise of his tiger-striped mask, a cold smirk played upon his lips. As the moment approached when his hand would grasp her, the space around his right eye began to warp. "I have won." The masked man grasped Hanayo's shoulder with a single hand, the spatial distortion ready to consume her. Bang. The shadow clone behind her erupted into a cloud of white smoke. What? The masked man was taken aback, realizing he had miscalculated. Just then, a massive wall of fire surged forth from the ground, its speed so swift that even the masked man could not react in time. Impossible. Was the one behind merely a decoy? The one in front is the real body. The front Hanayo pressed her hands to the ground, forming the earth-style, earth-wall seal. Her crimson Sharingan shone brilliantly, accentuating her beautiful and captivating visage. In that moment, the masked man comprehended that this audacious individual had truly dared to use her real body as bait. What immense courage it must have taken. Boom! Lava release, rock flame barrier. A colossal wall of fire erupted, launching the masked man away, engulfing him entirely in the terrifying molten flames. As he was sent flying and consumed by the inferno, Hanayo, kneeling at the edge of the cliff, coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Did I win, father? Mother? Brother? I have survived." Her voice was weak and trembling, a testament to the toll of opening the 4th gate. Before Hanayo could contemplate her next move, the space before her warped once more, and the masked man emerged from the spatial vortex, his outer garments tattered and his hands marred by wounds. Yet he appeared unscathed, a clear indication of his resilience. "It seems I have not emerged victorious after all." Hanayo sighed in resignation, her body having surpassed its limits, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Do you have any last words?" "I shall grant you the privilege of speaking," the masked man intoned coolly. "Can you remove your mask?" Hanayo asked weakly. The masked man fell silent. "It appears that is not possible. I wish to know who you are." "Then I shall not comply," she retorted, making a face at the masked man, sticking out her tongue in mockery. "I will become a ghost and follow you, watching you always." The masked man, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, taking a deep breath as if recalling something. After a minute of silence, he turned back to the ailing girl, who continued to make faces, as if she were the one claiming victory. "Indeed, such a childish spirit. Even at the brink of death, you refused to concede," the masked man mused, then spoke in a detached tone. "Now you have a new choice. Leap from the cliff and end your own life, or die by my blade. The choice is yours. His voice emanated from beneath the crimson tiger mask. Hanyo felt her eyelids grow heavy. Before her demise, she had one final question for the masked man. What you said about my parents, was it true? In that moment, all she sought was the truth, for her family held the utmost importance in her world. They were her very existence. Then after you leap, you can seek the truth in that world. It was evident that the masked man was disinclined to continue their exchange. The situation had reached an impasse. Today, she would undoubtedly perish here. Choosing to die at another's hands was less palatable than a dramatic plunge into the abyss. A faint smile crept upon Hanyo's lips as she cast one last glance at the pristine moon hanging in the sky, as if mocking her audacity. All her efforts were in vain. Is this where it ends? Time to say farewell, father, mother, Itachi, Sasuke, and my first friend Naruto. She could no longer remain by their side. With that, she summoned her strength, extending her arms, and leapt backward off the cliff. The masked man, witnessing this scene, coldly turned away, hoisting the lifeless body of Uchiha Izumi onto his shoulder. The girl had exhausted all her chakra. There was no possible means for her to survive. With that thought, he vanished into the spatial distortion. As the howling wind rushed past, Hanyo's mind flooded with countless memories, a sensation familiar to those moments just before death. She recalled everyone she had known since her birth. Father, mother, Itachi, Shursui, Sasuke, her sister Izumi, and her dear friend Naruto. I don't want to die yet. As she felt herself plummeting, a sudden voice echoed in her mind. Hanyo, use wind release. Great breakthrough to propel yourself upwards. I have already infused you with chakra. Small Rin's voice resonated within her. I want to live. These 6 words ignited a spark within Hanyo, compelling her body to move instinctively. In the next moment, Hanyo formed hand seals and unleashed the wind release. Great breakthrough downward. Instantly, she felt the recoil halt her descent, even propelling her upwards. Now, insert the kunai into the mountainside. Small Rin's voice urged. Hanyo obeyed, driving a kunai into the rock, creating a shower of sparks. Now, form the seals, Hanyo. Earth style, earth wall. With a single hand, Hanyo smacked the mountainside, erecting a sturdy wall of earth that effectively slowed her descent. She landed atop the vertical wall, which served as a makeshift ground. Hanyo lay there, pale and breathless, but the pain in her abdomen sent chills down her spine. Her wounds continued to bleed profusely, particularly the gaping hole in her abdomen, causing Hanyo to teeter on the brink of unconsciousness. This battle had been perilously close to claiming her life at the hands of the masked man. Weak and gasping for breath, she slumped against the earthen wall. Utterly devoid of strength. Utilizing her chakra to perform a healing technique, she focused on staunching the bleeding from her abdomen. A verdant glow emanated from her hands as she directed a trickle of chakra into the gaping wound. Chapter 13, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Hanyo, how profound is your suffering? On the rooftop of the Uchiha police station, the masked man had donned a fresh set of garments, awaiting Itachi's arrival. A gust of wind swept by, and a figure materialized behind him. It is over. You bear many injuries? Itachi Uchiha gazed at the masked man in surprise, noting his wounds. Your sister is indeed a prodigy. Hanyo, what has happened to her? Itachi inquired, puzzled. Nothing, she is already dead. You know, it is of no consequence, let us depart. The masked man whispered to Itachi. You go ahead. I must alert the higher-ups in Konoha. After Itachi's words fell, the masked man's form was enveloped by a spatial vortex, vanishing completely within seconds. Once the masked man had disappeared, a note was left behind in the distortion of space. Itachi approached and picked up the note. His legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, his pupils constricting sharply. For this note was penned by Hanyo, addressed to him and Sasuke. The contents read, Dear Itachi, dear Sasuke, I have gone to admire the moon. I have warmed up dinner, which includes your favorite dango and Sasuke's beloved salmon. P.S. Don't forget to teach us how to practice shuriken throwing tomorrow. Gazing at such a letter, Itachi was reminded of Hanyo, who had been slain by Obito. And he was engulfed in an overwhelming struggle and anguish. Yet he had already made his choice. There was no turning back. After threatening Danzo not to harm Sasuke, he secretly met with the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi addressed Itachi. Thus Konoha has averted civil war. The village has preserved its peace. Indeed, Itachi half-knelt, appearing to comply with the order. Yet I still feel a profound regret. Pondering if there truly was no alternative? I am deeply sorry. Hearing Itachi's apology tugged at Hiruzen's heartstrings. The one who should apologize is I. Henceforth, Konoha will treat you as a rogue ninja responsible for the massacre of your clan. A bounty will be issued, relentlessly hunting you down without regard for life or death. What do you plan to do next? Hiruzen inquired. I have enlisted the assistance of an organization called Akatsuki. To ensure they do not violate our agreement, I will remain by their side to monitor them. With that, Itachi vanished in an instant, leaving the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in a state of sorrowful contemplation. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. The world cannot function without anyone. Such is the nature of reality. Unbeknownst to her, 2 hours had passed, and Hanayo finally regained the ability to move. She slowly descended from the cliff. Using her chakra to scale the trees, dragging her weary body, she stumbled with each step, as if she might fall at any moment. After an arduous hour, she finally arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Yet, everything here filled her with dread and revulsion. She retched repeatedly until her stomach was empty, unable to quell the terror within her. The ground was littered with eyeless corpses, some of whom she recognized as Uchiha clan members. Blood flowed freely, and the stench of death pervaded the air. But in her current state, Hanayo could not concern herself with their appearances. The grim reality described by the masked man unfolded vividly before her eyes. Sensing impending doom, Hanayo pressed on, disregarding the lifeless bodies around her, all of which had lost their eyes. In that moment, the tomoe in her Sharingan unconsciously activated. She could not bring herself to believe the masked man's words until she reached her home. Father. Mother. Sasuke. Hanayo's voice was frail, yet no one responded. Her breathing grew increasingly frantic as she searched each room, even the secret chamber hidden beneath the tatami mats, but found no trace of her parents. Only one room remained, devoid of anything but emptiness. Hanayo pushed the door open, her heart racing inside. She raised her head in excitement, believing she glimpsed a corner of clothing. Yet in the next moment, reflected in the crimson tomoe of her eyes were the lifeless bodies of Mikoto Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha. Sasuke was nowhere to be found. It had happened. Everything unfolded as the masked man had foretold. When the truth lay bare before her, she felt utterly powerless. The garden of flowers within her heart had shattered. Her most cherished parents, her beloved brother, all perished. Hanayo had so much to convey to her parents, to share with Sasuke and Itachi about her victory over a formidable opponent. But now, she could utter not a single word, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her beloved parents had died at the hands of her dearest brother. What have you done, Itachi? Why have you committed such an atrocity? You promised me we would practice shuriken throwing together with sure sway. We had sealed our bond. In her heart, countless memories surged forth, yet none compared to the devastation of the scene before her. Hanayo's heart felt as though it were cleaved by a blade, pierced by thousands of knives. She could not comprehend why fate was so cruel, why it had seized her most treasured ones. Her eyes narrowed. The tomoe of her Sharingan contorted in sorrow, blood vessels bursting around her eyes, and 2 streams of crimson tears cascaded down her cheeks. She could not fathom this tragedy, unable to grasp the reality before her. It felt as though the world and the garden of flowers in her heart had dissolved in that instant. For the Uchiha clan, when the Sharingan is impacted by intense emotion, it undergoes evolution. In Hanayo's eyes, the single tomoe of her Sharingan began to spin slowly, transforming into the double tomoe. Yet the sensation of dizziness struck anew, and her eyes spun again, evolving into the 3 tomoe. No, it is not finished yet. In that moment, the tomoe in her eyes revolved once more, blossoming into a rose pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. From the corners of her eyes, blood tears flowed, the scarlet hue reflecting the profound anguish within her heart. At that moment, Hanayo, how deep is your suffering? I refuse to accept this. Hanayo cried out to the heavens, her entire being on the verge of collapse, veins bulging, her body trembling in utter distress. What place is this? I will not concede that this is the garden of flowers within my heart. Suddenly, from her right eye's kaleidoscope Sharingan, countless cherry blossom petals burst forth, and wherever they touched, darkness and black flames emerged, warping the very fabric of time and space. Time seemed to slow significantly as Hanayo trembled, stepping forward to embrace her mother's lifeless form, her quaking hands yearning to touch her father's cold body. The chill of her mother's remains already set in. However, the trembling hand passed through Mikoto's lifeless body, startling Kanon momentarily. Her despair and anguish rivaled that of any other, her eyes a kaleidoscope of roses that quivered incessantly. Kanon's bloodied hands desperately caressed her mother and father's faces, yearning to perceive even a hint of warmth or a breath of life, yet their bodies lay cold and rigid, their blood long since congealed. Finally, she stood, her body quaking, and with a frenzied expression, uttered, I understand now. I am no longer in the flower fields. I must be in hell. Kanon's gaze drifted forward, and the sight before her was no longer the home she once knew, but a world fashioned from vibrant, multicolored flower fields. The crystalline blossoms and brilliant flowers grew together, a breathtaking spectacle. This was indeed the true domain of flowers. Kanon shed tears of blood, softly lamenting her pain. Chapter 14. Leave the revenge to me. You must live without worry. A day later, at Konoha Hospital, Sasuke awoke in a cold sweat, startled. Was it just a dream? He pondered. Yet in the next moment he felt a searing pain in his arm. Instantly, he recalled the moment Itachi pierced his left arm with a shuriken that fateful night, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. He slowly emerged from the ward, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Yet the nurses around him continued to discuss the incident. I heard only that child survived. He has a brother and a sister, right? I believe the sister is missing, presumed dead, and the brother is also unaccounted for. It was indeed shocking that such a tragedy befell the Uchiha clan. With his head bowed, Sasuke exited the hospital, unable to believe the reality before him. He ran frantically from Konoha Hospital, racing towards his home. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, he found it marked with a notice to cease immediately. Gasping for breath, he surveyed the desolate streets, void of life. The familiar faces and shops now mere echoes of existence. The rain poured down, drenching Sasuke as he walked alone on the street that once echoed with greetings from many. Memories flooded his mind as he finally reached his doorstep. Pushing the door open, he imagined hearing Kanon's voice, "Welcome back, Sasuke." But it was merely a figment of his imagination. The house felt hollow. He wandered through the home, each corner filled with warm memories of his family. His thoughts were consumed by visions of his parents and sister, and with that he began to run. He burst into the kitchen, only to find it empty, save for a frightened cat that hissed at him. The floor bore the outlines of his parents, with twisted walls showing signs of burns. And the only remnants of him were the water stains left by the rain. In the afternoon, Sasuke arrived at the main hall of the South Haga Shrine, counting to the 7th tatami mat from the right. Indeed, there was a hidden compartment that appeared to have been opened. Seeing the ajar door, he felt no surprise, surmising it was Konoha's ninjas conducting a search, as this was the gathering place of their clan. As he descended, he noticed a stone tablet, his expression darkening. "So this is how it is," he murmured, sensing movement behind the stone. "Who is there?" he called out, but silence met him. Fearful, Sasuke swallowed hard and cautiously approached. Upon glimpsing the figure behind the tablet, his pupils constricted. Kanon sat with her knees drawn to her chest, her clothes tattered and her blue cloak riddled with holes. Scratches marred her hands and feet, though the bleeding had ceased. The once gentle and lively Kanon now appeared hollow, her face pale, seemingly indifferent to everything, quietly huddled there. 2 conspicuous bloodstains marred her abdomen, but the wounds had also stopped bleeding. Her once charming face bore traces of bloodied tears, her hair a disheveled mess. But at the sight of Kanon, Sasuke felt as if a string within him was finally connected. "Kanon!" he called, his voice trembling as tears flowed from his eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, he realized his sister was alive. Without hesitation, he enveloped the numb Kanon in his arms. When she sensed the embrace, Kanon gently lifted her head, and upon seeing him, tears began to well in her once vacant eyes, the dry tears now impossible to conceal. "Brother!" At last, this 6-year-old girl released all her pent-up grievances and pain through her cries, wailing at her brother, who was merely a year her senior. Sasuke too wept openly, holding Kanon tightly. The entirety of the Uchiha clan had been reduced to just the 2 of them, with no other survivors left. As Kanon's cries gradually diminished, she staggered and collapsed into Sasuke's arms, her body having reached its breaking point from the events of the past few days. This was it. Kanon finally succumbed to unconsciousness. "Sister, leave the revenge against that bastard Itachi to me. You must live without worry." Tears streamed down Sasuke's face, falling onto Kanon's pale visage, and his eyes gradually transformed into a deep crimson, a tomoe swirling into formation within his gaze. He hastily cradled Kanon's body, disregarding his own injuries, and raced towards Konoha Hospital. At last, Kanon was saved. The medical staff at the hospital gasped upon seeing the extent of her injuries. What kind of brutal massacre had this 6-year-old girl endured to be so wounded? Had she arrived any later, she might not have survived. The sheer number of her wounds was astonishing, primarily knife wounds, compounded by the toll of her own overexertion. It was unfathomable what kind of battle Kanon had faced. Even Hiruzen and Sarutobi rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. "Lord Third." The nurses bowed their heads. "How is she?" Hiruzen inquired. "She has been saved." Hearing this, Hiruzen exhaled with relief. Itachi's sister had miraculously survived, and judging by her wounds, she had undoubtedly endured a life-and-death struggle and successfully escaped. "You have suffered, child." Beside him, Danzo appeared dissatisfied, and Hiruzen seemed to sense Danzo's discontent. Now that she has survived, it is a blessing in disguise. If you dare lay a hand on her, do not blame me for forgetting our past friendship." Hiruzen glared fiercely at Danzo. Taken aback by Hiruzen's expression, Danzo realized that this Uchiha girl was now beyond his reach. He turned away, his eyes icy. "Hiruzen, your compassion will be your downfall." With that, he exited the Hokage's office. Outside a small ninja village, the masked man strolled, and from the distant treetops, a white Zetsu gradually materialized. Obito, that little girl who jumped off the cliff, did not perish. Tobi was momentarily taken aback. She did not perish? This jest from Akatsuki was hardly amusing. "I assure you, she has survived, albeit injured, and is currently receiving treatment at the Konoha hospital." Observing Akatsuki's sincerity, Tobi understood that this might not be a mere fabrication. At that moment, a terrifying black flame erupted in the distance, spiraling upward like a tornado. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in shock as the ninja village was obliterated in an instant. Upon his return, the masked man relayed the news of Hanabi's survival to Uchiha Itachi. "What? Hanabi is alive." Although Itachi feigned surprise, a surge of joy welled within him. She had somehow escaped the clutches of this masked man. "Should I eliminate her tonight?" the masked man inquired nonchalantly. Itachi shook his head. "No need. Konoha will surely bolster their defenses, and it is best not to complicate matters further." "Very well, let her be for now," the masked man mused, contemplating that she might be of use in the future. He then absorbed himself into the warped space, gradually vanishing from sight. Chapter 15. Uchiha Hanabi is dead. In the hospital, Sasuke sat beside his sister's bed, gazing at her frail form, swathed in bandages. Hanabi had risked her life in her confrontation with the masked man, and ultimately, she had survived. Yet, Sasuke remained oblivious to the perilous nature of that battle. Had Hanabi been even slightly distracted, she would have succumbed to the masked man's deadly assault. As he beheld the numerous bandages adorning his only sister, stained with traces of blood, Sasuke's heart ached with an unbearable sorrow. Their entire clan was reduced to just the two of them now. As for Uchiha Itachi, the traitor responsible for their family's demise, he had long been cast aside by Sasuke. Such sins were unforgivable. Nevertheless, seeing Hanabi alive brought him a glimmer of solace amidst his pain, for she was his sole remaining kin. Sasuke's mind drifted back to the night of the massacre, recalling everything Itachi had said, his demeanor so cold, his gaze so deranged. How could such a scoundrel be his brother? The haunting images of his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, lying in pools of their own blood flooded his heart with grief, tears cascading down his cheeks. Drop by drop, they fell upon Hanabi's hospital bed, as the flames of vengeance within him blazed ever brighter. Another day passed, yet Hanabi remained unresponsive. Her injuries were far too severe, instilling fear even in the attending physicians at Konoha Hospital, as they contemplated her multitude of wounds. What kind of brutal battle could a mere 6-year-old girl have endured to end up in such a state? At the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke sat alone at a wooden desk, surrounded by hushed whispers. In the front, Choji and Shikamaru appeared to be discussing a trip to the snack shop. Just then, Naruto entered the classroom, sensing an unusual atmosphere that permeated the air. "Do you know? It seems the Uchiha clan has been annihilated." "I've heard. My father mentioned it too. Supposedly, the only survivor is that guy over there." Naruto stood to the side, his expression blank. His pupils dilated as he stared at Sasuke, who sat alone, and his body began to tremble. It seemed others noticed Naruto's strange demeanor, and hastily distanced themselves from him. "The Ninetales is coming out. Everyone run. The malevolent fox is about to appear in our school." Many turned their heads, yet only Sasuke remained motionless, seemingly numb to the uproar. Naruto knelt on the floor, propping himself up with his hands as classmates hurled pencils and books at him, but he remained unresponsive. At that moment, Naruto's mind was flooded with images of a girl clad in a blue coat, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. She was the first to acknowledge him, becoming his very first friend. Just days prior, she had invited him to enjoy the moon and gifted him dango. She was his closest companion, and the first to believe in his dream of becoming Hokage. The morning breeze wafted through the window, its chill biting yet insignificant compared to the coldness enveloping Naruto's heart. As books and stationery continued to rain down upon him, Naruto merely gazed vacantly at the ground, his azure eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Uchiha Hanabi is dead?" he whispered, scarcely able to fathom the truth, yet reality was indisputable. He remembered the girl with a smile brighter than the sun, her dark, expressive eyes always sparkling with determination and hope. It was Hanabi who had bestowed upon him strength during his darkest moments. She had once said that living with belief in one's heart is a beautiful thing. She had also vowed to always believe in him, and to support his dream of becoming Hokage. But now, her radiance had been extinguished, consumed by an unrelenting fate. Perishing amidst the chaos of rebellion, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, akin to the fleeting light of dawn, snuffed out by an endless abyss of darkness. This crushing sensation rendered him nearly breathless. With the arrival of a teacher, he was carried away to the hospital. Naruto closed his eyes, the memory of Uchiha Hanabi's gentle and endearing smile replaying in his mind, recalling moments spent lying on the grass by the cliff, confiding in one another. Memories flickered in his mind like shadows, each one piercing his heart like two blades. Thus, he succumbed to unconsciousness, seemingly transported back to that grassy cliffside. The girl in the blue coat with lustrous black hair remained quietly seated beside him, smiling as she listened to him recount the trivialities of school and life. Together, they gazed down at the village of Konoha from the cliff's edge, and she offered him an extra lunchbox, telling him it was her homemade meal to help him regain his strength. Scene after scene flashed in his mind, moments shared with Hanabi, who had often brought him her home-cooked meals, saving him money and easing the burden of household expenses. Naruto's thoughts drifted back to that fateful night. If only he had accompanied Hanabi to view the moon, perhaps he could have shielded her and preserved her life. With this thought, an intense wave of regret surged within him. Deep within his heart, a voice echoed from a sealed chamber. It was your fault she died. No. I had no idea such a thing would occur. If you had gone with her, would she not have survived? The voice was ethereal and steady, piercing through Naruto's soul. It is all your fault. You had the power to protect her. Hanabi, I'm so sorry. It is all my fault. You still have a chance for redemption. Come, unlock this seal, and I will help you resurrect her. Naruto froze, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he gazed into the dark recesses of his inner world. In the next instant he awakened, finding himself on a hospital bed, a familiar figure appearing beside him. Grandpa. Naruto, how are you feeling? Noticing Naruto's awakening, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with concern. I'm fine, Naruto replied, sitting up, but tears streamed unabated from his eyes. I heard you repeatedly calling Hanabi's name. Are you referring to Uchiha Sasuke's sister, Uchiha Hanabi? Sarutobi Hizashi took a puff from his pipe, gazing at the despondent Naruto. However, she is no longer here. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sarutobi Hizashi seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Naruto, if you are searching for Uchiha Hanabi, she is not dead. Grandfather, you need not comfort me. Naruto abruptly lifted his head, staring at Sarutobi Hizashi, who was smiling at him. Grandfather, you aren't deceiving me, are you? How could I ever deceive you? In that instant, an overwhelming joy surged within Naruto. Could it be true that his friend was alive? He leapt from his sickbed and excitedly exclaimed to Sarutobi Hizashi, then where is Hanabi? Follow me, Sarutobi Hizashi beckoned, leading Naruto out of the hospital room. Naruto, disregarding everything else, urged Sarutobi Hizashi to hurry. Alright Naruto, do not push your grandfather. We are almost at her room. They approached the leftmost room on the 4th floor of the Konoha hospital, where the door bore the names of the patients. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Hanabi. Chapter 16. Do not abandon me. Seeing Hanabi's name once more filled Naruto with ecstatic delight, and he looked at Sarutobi Hizashi with excitement. Grandfather, may we enter? Yes. But do not make too much noise, Sarutobi Hizashi cautioned, anxious not to disturb anyone. Alright. With that, Sarutobi Hizashi opened the door to the room, while Naruto's small head peeked in behind him. The bed of Sasuke was eerily empty, but what lay before them caused Naruto's pupils to constrict. Sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, illuminating Uchiha Hanabi's pale, yet exquisite face. Her forehead was wrapped in a white bandage, stained with blood seeping from its edges. Her long hair lay messily on the pillow, starkly contrasting the scars on her cheeks, while her body was heavily bandaged, revealing glimpses of mottled blood. She resembled a flower battered by tempestuous storms. Despite her trials, her beauty and charm continued to unfurl with each faint breath. A heavy sensation weighed upon Naruto's heart as he walked alongside Sarutobi Hizashi to Hanabi's bedside. You must have heard about the Uchiha incident at school. Naruto nodded, his lips trembling, seemingly indignant on Hanabi's behalf. Uchiha Sasuke was ostensibly the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, or rather, he had escaped the massacre unscathed. Conversely, his sister, Uchiha Hanabi, must have endured unimaginable horrors, fighting for her life, yet she had survived with grievous wounds. If discovered even a few days later, she might not have lived to tell the tale. Naruto stood at Hanabi's bedside, her features as charming and moving as ever, though the bandages marred her beauty. Grandfather, how long has she been in a coma? Almost 2 days, I believe, Sarutobi Hizashi replied, uncertain of the exact duration, but knowing it had been at least a day. Alright, let us leave. She needs her rest. As they slowly exited, neither noticed the blanket over Hanabi's left hand dissipating into nothingness, nor the absence of any signs of awakening. Inside, Hanabi was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. She clung to the belief that her ordeal was real. Her own brother had slain their parents. Such a reality was unbearable, and her mind spiraled through countless memories of her family, replaying scenes where her parents lay lifeless in pools of blood. Why did you leave me here? Hanabi cried out, sprinting forward in an attempt to leap into their familiar embrace. Hanabi, I'm sorry. Your parents cannot stay with you any longer. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku slowly retreated into the distance. No matter how fast she chased, she could not catch up to them. Father, mother, do not abandon me. Do not leave me. With a piercing scream, Hanabi's eyes flew open. A searing pain coursed through her body, rendering her immobile. The crimson tomoe of her Sharingan glowed brightly, casting an ethereal light in the dim room. She gazed at the shadowy ceiling, perceiving the rhythmic breaths emanating from the adjacent bed, tears streaming down her cheeks, glistening in the light of her Sharingan. Hanabi comprehended the truth. Her parents were no longer in this world, and she had lost everything. The once vibrant field of flowers in her heart now lay barren. A suffocating sense of longing surged within her, intertwined with a burgeoning hatred towards Itachi, her brother, for his actions. She turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on the boy in the next bed, and was taken aback. After leaving home, she had been in a daze, unaware of her actions, merely hiding in a shrine's secret chamber with vacant eyes. At that moment, Hanabi had not discerned reality from her dreams, believing she was the only survivor of her clan. Even when Sasuke discovered her, she had perceived it as a mere dream, weeping in despair. Yet now, her elder brother, Uchiha Sasuke, lay in the adjacent bed breathing steadily, clearly asleep. As Hanabi looked at her brother, the tears she had just managed to suppress fell anew. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death was beyond words. Only tears could convey the profound relief she felt. Her elder brother, Uchiha Sasuke, was indeed alive. She was not the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan. She continued to gaze at her brother in silence, warmth flooding her heart. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the hospital window, and Sasuke rubbed his sleepy eyes. A new day had begun, and he rubbed his eyes again, this time to ensure he was not mistaken. Each time he entered this hospital room, his first glance was towards Hanabi's bed, hoping to confirm whether she had awakened. She lay there like a delicate flower floating on water, her deep-set eyes reflecting the rising sun outside. In the soft light, her beauty appeared extraordinarily ethereal. Hanabi's lustrous black hair lay casually around her pillow, a clear indication of her awakening. Noticing movement from the adjacent bed, Hanabi turned her gaze towards the sunlight. Locking eyes with Sasuke, despite the pain in her heart, she forced a smile. Brother. Hearing Hanabi's voice, Sasuke froze, tears unexpectedly welling in his eyes. In that moment, the world contained only the two of them, bound by their shared fate. He gently approached her, whispering, "It is all my fault. I have caused you so much suffering." Seeing the tear-streaked face of her elder brother, Hanabi reached out to embrace him, but a wave of agony surged through her body, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Sasuke, noticing her distress, quickly helped her lie back down. "Hanabi, wait here. I will call for a doctor." 3 minutes later, several nurses and doctors hurried into the room, beginning to change Hanabi's dressings. The process was painful, but Hanabi refrained from uttering a single word of complaint. Perhaps, compared to the torment within my heart, the sensation of my flesh being torn asunder is utterly trivial. Once Hanayo had finished her medication, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the room. Observing Hanayo's awakening, he yearned to inquire how she had survived. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. For the child before him was merely 6 years old, and the recollection of such a horrific and bloody scene was undeniably cruel. Ultimately, he could only offer Hanayo a few words of consolation, expressing his profound sorrow. He advised her to speak to her grandfather whenever she faced difficulties. After leaving her with this singular statement, Hiruzen Sarutobi departed the hospital room. The room fell into silence once more, leaving only Sasuke and Hanayo, both enveloped in contemplation. It was Hanayo who eventually shattered the stillness. "Why did my brother do this?" she asked. "I do not know," Sasuke replied, shaking his head. "I despise him for exterminating everyone." Hanayo's voice trembled with emotion. "Do not dwell on revenge, leave that to your brother. It is my responsibility. I shall ensure that Itachi Uchiha pays for his sins, I vow to you," Sasuke declared, raising his hand. But Hanayo grasped his other hand, her voice quaking as she spoke. I do not wish for revenge. I only want you, Sasuke, and I to live and stay by my side." Sasuke felt a piercing ache in his heart, an ever-growing hatred for Itachi Uchiha, the one who had brought such despair upon them. On that day, Sasuke resolved to exact vengeance upon Itachi, vowing to kill him without fail. The news of Hanayo's awakening swiftly spread among the higher echelons of Konoha, yet many chose to remain silent about it. Unbeknownst to them, it circulated throughout the entire village, for Hanayo was Sasuke's sister, the last surviving members of the Uchiha clan. Their family annihilated, leaving only these two siblings to rely on one another. Indeed, that very morning, Naruto spent his saved earnings to purchase a box of premium nutritional supplements for Hanayo. His actions stemmed from a sense of guilt and remorse towards her, rendering him indifferent to the expense of the supplements he had acquired. To Naruto, money was merely a number compared to Hanayo's plight. Clutching the supplements, which had cost him 500 ryo, he approached the hospital. Arriving at Hanayo's room, he found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the patient list. Uchiha Hanayo, Uchiha Sasuke. The familiar names brought him a sense of unease. However, Sasuke was already at school, while Naruto had skipped class that morning. Anxiously, he wondered how Hanayo was faring. She must be in great pain, having survived the massacre of her entire clan by mere chance. Gently he knocked on the door. A familiar voice beckoned him inside, and as he opened the door, he was greeted by her presence. Hanayo lay quietly upon her bed, gazing out the window. Her eyes clouded with melancholy and confusion. The bandages draped over her body were a testament to the suffering she endured. Noticing his entrance, Hanayo turned her head, her gaze landing on Naruto, who held the nutritional supplement. She seemed momentarily taken aback. Naruto. I'm sorry, Hanayo. He immediately bowed in apology. Seeing Naruto's sincere contrition stirred a complex mix of emotions within Hanayo. This is not your fault. Why do you apologize to me? She asked. But as she spoke, she bit her lip and stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Pain surged through her body, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Reacting swiftly, Naruto lifted her and placed her back onto the bed. Hanayo, do not move. Despite her pain, Hanayo managed to muster a faint smile. It is not your fault. Why must you apologize? Naruto was at a loss for words, observing her face grow increasingly pale as she forced a smile, causing his heart to ache. If only I had been by your side. It is better that you were not, Hanayo interrupted, tears streaming down her cheeks. What do you mean it's better you weren't here? I have lost everything. I cannot bear to lose you and Sasuke as well, she sobbed. As a child, she had endured heart-wrenching suffering. The thought of her closest friend dying before her eyes would shatter her. Sensing her distress, Naruto presented her with the nutritional supplement he had bought specifically for her. Hanayo, I brought this for you. Please accept it, it will ease my heart. His words were straightforward, leaving Hanayo no room for refusal. You must have spent a fortune on this. Can it even be returned? She queried, inspecting the item closely. Her immediate response left Naruto momentarily speechless. This is my savings. Compared to squandering it on junk food, gifting it to you is far more worthwhile. It is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Come on, just take it. Naruto insisted, rising to his feet. I must go to class now. I'll be on my way. Wait. Hanayo called out as she watched Naruto's retreating figure, her gaze lingering on the nutritional supplement. She was acutely aware of Naruto's financial situation. For him to purchase this was no small feat, and she did not wish to burden him further. Yet she had no alternative. Reluctantly, Hanayo placed the gift from Naruto on the bedside table. Hanayo, when will you come to practice ninjutsu in the inner world? The voice of Konoha's ninja echoed in her mind, urging her to train. I shall begin shortly. She did not refuse. After the battle, she had come to understand the importance of strength. Had she been powerless, she would surely have perished at the hands of the masked man. Thus, Hanayo committed herself to her training, burying her pain and anger deep within, awaiting the day she could grow strong enough to assist her brother Sasuke in confronting the one who had cast her into this abyss. As she spoke, the crimson tomoe Sharingan manifested in her eyes. In the inner world, while she could not practice physically, she focused on learning the principles and knowledge of ninjutsu. Moreover, her potential was remarkable. Once she grasped the basic principles of various attributes, she began to experiment with new techniques, though these endeavors remained confined to her inner world. To bring them to fruition in reality, she would have to wait until her injuries healed. In the evening, Sasuke returned, his backpack slung over his shoulder, clad in the black Uchiha attire as he pushed open the door. Sasuke and I, are you back? Are you feeling better? Yes, she replied. Here. This is the medicine I just brought for you. Take it. Okay, thank you, brother. Hanayo responded with a sweet smile. In this world, only this boy, her elder brother by a year, remained by her side. She could not bear to lose Sasuke as well. After Sasuke helped Hanayo finish her medicine, He prepared to leave the room. I'll go get you something to eat. Wait here for a moment. Brother Hanio called. Could you stay with me a little longer? Upon hearing such a request from Hanin, Sasuke gently nodded, surrendering his remaining tenderness entirely to his one and only sister. Chapter 18. A New Dojutsu. Flower Domain. As time slipped away, more than a month had passed unbeknownst to anyone, and Hanane's injuries had nearly healed. The swiftness of her recovery left even the doctors and the third Hokage in awe. In truth, it was Hanane's secret application of healing techniques that facilitated such rapid recuperation. Upon her discharge from the hospital, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally came to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, little Hanin, on your discharge. Thank you, Grandpa 3. Hanin stood in the hospital corridor, her lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, her Uchiha heritage manifesting in her exquisite features. Uchiha Hanin. You are nearing 7 years of age. Next year, I will help you enroll in the Ninja Academy, where you can learn alongside your peers and forge new friendships. But was little Hanin troubled? No. She shook her head, realizing that she would inevitably attend the Ninja Academy. By then, she could simply send a shadow clone while continuing her practice of new ninjutsu. While ninjutsu was relatively easy to learn, taijutsu and genjutsu posed a greater challenge. This predicament weighed heavily on her, as taijutsu required relentless, daily physical conditioning. Only a body strengthened through the passage of time could truly master the advanced techniques. She had even devised a combination technique inspired by the second gate of the 8 gates, named Rapid Shadow Strike. This move, crafted from the principles of the second gate, would channel chakra into her legs, significantly enhancing both speed and power. Following this, she would unleash a series of lightning-fast kicks, each infused with the force generated by her rapid movements, capable of leaving deep impressions upon her foes. Yet now, with her injuries, she could not engage in taijutsu training. Adding to her vexation, "Forget it, I shall not dwell on it. Homeward I go," Hanin murmured to herself, setting off in the direction of her home. Her brother, Uchiha Sasuke, had long since been discharged. Had it not been for Hanane's presence, he would not have made daily visits to the hospital. However, with each step she took, the haunting memory of her parents lying in pools of blood surged forth. An indelible pain etched into her heart. Overwhelmed by this anguish, Hanin collapsed onto the ground, gripped by heart-wrenching sorrow. "Child, what troubles you?" Concerned passers-by noticed Hanin crouched on the ground, clutching her head. I am fine." She fought to suppress her grief, eager to flee the scene. Just as she turned to leave, she was suddenly alerted by a kind-hearted individual nearby. "Danger!" Startled, Hanin froze, for she was about to collide with a telephone pole. In that instant, as she sensed the impending impact, her body miraculously passed through it. "What is this?" Hanin gasped. Astonished, even the kind stranger stood in shock. Rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, he muttered, "Am I dreaming?" As he regained his senses, Hanin had vanished from sight. Indeed, he pondered, perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. At that moment, Hanin found herself in a different realm. She opened her eyes to a vibrant space, flooded with sunlight and resplendent colors. Each patch of ground was adorned with blooming flowers, floating in this world like several skyward cities. The flower fields floated in midair, creating a breathtaking landscape that left Hanin entranced. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. "This is your exclusive space, a manifestation of your left eye's Sharingan." "The Sharingan's dojutsu?" Hanin queried, puzzled. "That is a matter for another time. Your current abilities are insufficient to grasp these concepts. When the time is right, understanding will come naturally. Hanin, you must not delve into the intricacies of your Mangekyou Sharingan just yet. If you do, you may fall prey to the curse of blood. And if others discover your Mangekyou Sharingan..." The voice trailed off, leaving an ominous silence. "If you ever find yourself in a dire predicament, I shall assist you. Remember, do not recklessly employ your Mangekyou Sharingan." Though Hanin yearned to inquire about the curse of blood, the seriousness in the voice compelled her to hold her questions at bay. For now, the 3 tomoe was more than sufficient for her needs. However, "You may name this space." Hanin understood this directive. "Let it be called the Flower Domain." "The Flower Domain? A name that suits your vision perfectly." At this, Hanin paused, a sudden realization dawning upon her. Could that fellow's intangibility share a similar principle with the Flower Domain? Indeed, there are similarities, but distinctions remain. He possesses but one eye, while your single eye rivals his 2. What does that mean? Hanin was confused. Why was she being compared to him? Simply put, through my analysis and conjecture, your space-time ninjutsu appears to surpass his. Why? Because your one eye surpasses his 2. Hanin fell silent, at a loss for how to counter the assertion. How do I exit? Good question. You must use your will to navigate out. After a minute, at the location of the earlier telephone pole, the space gradually twisted into the shape of a rose, and Hanane's form emerged, standing there. Her 3 tomoe Sharingan glimmered with a crimson hue, which she promptly extinguished. That was close. I nearly drew attention. Hanane sighed, relieved that there was no one around to witness the spectacle. Home. Sasuke and Itachi is waiting for me to prepare dinner. Not long after Hanane departed, a masked man strolled leisurely from a distance. Clutching a book he had just purchased from the store, he noticed someone nearby lost in thought. What troubles you? Kakashi waved his hand. Am I seeing things? Seeing what? A little girl passed through this telephone pole, then inexplicably vanished, only to reappear just as mysteriously. Kakashi regarded the man with a bemused expression, taking a few steps away, leaving him standing there in confusion. Brother, I have returned. Welcome back. Allow me to treat you to a feast. Sasuke exclaimed, presenting a bowl of soup. What is this? Hanane questioned, eyeing the dark concoction radiating a purple glow with skepticism. It's the miso soup I made. Give it a try. Hanane hesitated, glancing at Sasuke, who was beaming at her. She then looked again at the purple soup, which seemed to have taken on the shape of a skull on its surface. Brother, have you tasted this? Not yet. I wanted you to be the first. Cold sweat broke out on Hanane's brow. Having just recovered from her illness, she had no desire to return to the hospital. Brother, this looks a bit hot. Does it? Let me check. Sasuke took a cautious sip. Bang! Sasuke collapsed to the ground, devoid of color, foam spilling from his mouth. Observing Sasuke in such a disheveled state, Hanabi narrowed her eyes and, upon seeing him collapsed on the ground, raised her hand in a gesture of triumph. Fortunately, my wit prevails. With that thought, she stepped into the kitchen, only to be taken aback by the utter chaos that lay within. Sighing, she lamented the foolishness of her older brother. Covering her head in exasperation, she couldn't help but reflect on the fact that he was her only brother, the sole family member she had left, which stirred a pang of sorrow in her heart. Yet, she understood that she must bury her pain deep within and wait until she grew older to confront it. Chapter 19. Striving to live for survival. In the afternoon, Sasuke lay in the living room, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His mind haunted by Itachi's words from that fateful night. You are not worth killing, my foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, harbor hatred and disdain towards me, and live on in your wretchedness. Continually evade, until you possess eyes like mine, then come before me. Itachi's words clung to Sasuke's heart like an incantation, draining the color from his face. No. With a shout, Sasuke jolted awake, startling Hanabi, who was cooking nearby. Was it all just a dream? Gazing at his hands, he was haunted by memories of that night, Itachi's indifferent visage, and those blood-red ghastly eyes. Damn it! Sasuke brushed his cheek, still reluctant to believe it was real. But now, he had no choice but to confront this brutal reality. Are you alright, brother? Hanabi, noticing Sasuke drenched in sweat, hurriedly fetched him a basin of water, and gently wiped his pale face with a damp cloth. Suddenly, Sasuke held Hanabi tightly, the dimness of dusk enveloping them, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. Feeling her dark hair dampened by his tears, Hanabi embraced him back, softly patting his shoulder. I'm still here, Sasuke. I'm just glad you're alive, Sasuke confessed. According to Itachi's plan, Hanabi was meant to be doomed, yet she had miraculously survived. An outcome that even Itachi likely did not foresee. Thus, Sasuke felt a flicker of relief. In this world, he still had a sister to rely on. And it was the cruel treatment she had endured that ignited the flames of anger within him. As he caressed Hanabi's face, a resolute determination solidified in his heart. He must seek vengeance against Itachi, even if it meant his own demise. That evening, they sat at the dining table, the kitchen now tidied up by Hanabi. Observing her still bandaged form, Sasuke awkwardly remarked, I had intended to cook for you today, but it seems you've ended up cooking for me instead. It's fine, let me handle it from now on, Hanabi replied with a bright smile. Though internally she felt exasperated at having to let her foolish brother take on such a task. If she allowed this dim-witted brother to cook, she feared she wouldn't live to see her 7th birthday. At that moment, Sasuke shifted the topic. Speaking of which, you're approaching the age to enter the ninja academy, Hanabi. Would you like me to teach you some ninjutsu? Taken aback, Hanabi politely declined, I'd rather not. If I learn everything from you, what would be the point of going to school? You have a point, Sasuke replied with a resigned smile. Even though the moon isn't full tonight, would you care to join me in the yard to admire it? Sure, Hanabi nodded, unable to refuse her dear brother. Unbeknownst to them, another month passed swiftly. During this time, Hanabi devoted herself to physical training, as her frame remained too frail. In terms of ninjutsu, she had already reached a satisfactory level, particularly excelling in genjutsu, especially with the Sharingan. Yet her primary focus remained on taijutsu. As the common saying among young ninjas goes, taijutsu must be honed through consistent practice, while ninjutsu can be practiced occasionally. At her age, possessing such abilities was already impressive. Continuing to learn without the physical capacity to keep up would only become a burden, so Hanabi dedicated her time to strengthening her body. However, her mentor, the young ninja, never broached the subject of the Sharingan, and when Hanabi inquired, she gently advised, "You are still too young. Activating the Sharingan will only drain your chakra. We can focus on it later." Accepting this, Hanabi chose not to press further, understanding that her mentor had her best interests at heart. Indeed, the Sharingan was known to consume chakra significantly. During this period, Sasuke attended the ninja academy as usual. Both siblings buried their hatred deep within, and concealed the embers of revenge in the recesses of their hearts, for life must go on. However, Naruto's visits became increasingly infrequent, primarily due to the arrival of a new girl in their class, named Sakura Haruno. Whenever Naruto sought out Hanabi, he invariably spoke of this girl, and each time, Hanabi listened intently. It seemed that Sakura's presence in school had captivated Naruto profoundly. Their encounters tended to be unique, often occurring in the afternoons or evenings. Consequently, Naruto's visits to Hanabi dwindled as he devoted more time to this new girl. As the saying goes, what cannot be attained is forever the most cherished. Hanabi was content in her solitude. Naruto had his own path to tread, just as she did. She could not be expected to care for him indefinitely. Nonetheless, Naruto would occasionally come to chat with his closest friend, inevitably devouring Hanabi's meals, leading her to suspect that perhaps he was merely using her for her cooking. Ultimately, they remained the best of friends, bound by their age and circumstances. Unable to fully enter each other's lives, this was a pure friendship. Seasons changed and gradually the day of school resumed approached. Today was the day Hanabi would attend school. But unlike before, it would be her shadow clone going to class while she remained in her secret training base. As she was a year behind Sasuke and his peers, Hanabi garnered considerable popularity at school. With her adorable looks, vibrant personality, and exceptional academic performance, ranking first in her entire grade, she easily caught the attention of her classmates. Even Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder she's that guy's sister." "Hey Sakura, can you play with me today?" Naruto asked. "Get away from me, Naruto," Sakura retorted, then turned gently to the quiet Sasuke beside her. "Sasuke, would you like to play with me?" Sasuke, however, merely averted his gaze, coldly replying, "Boring." Amidst such daily routines, everyone diligently pursued their lives, seemingly oblivious to the story's beginnings, content to relish the process of their childhood. And so several years passed by. Finally, the time for graduation approached, as Naruto and his companions prepared for the momentous occasion. After Iruka caught Naruto splashing water on the Hokage rock, the exam commenced. "Naruto, you can't run wild today." Iruka-sensei, "I've mastered a new ninjutsu." "What ninjutsu?" The entire classroom turned to gaze at Naruto in astonishment. When did this underachiever acquire a new ninjutsu? Even Hanabi, seated at the back of the room, looked on in surprise at the distance. In recent years, her mastery of ninjutsu has not significantly advanced, yet her prowess in genjutsu and taijutsu is remarkably formidable. In essence, she has unequivocally become a competent genin. On the eve of the graduation exam, she once again arrived at the school as a shadow clone of Hanan. However, today was different. She was determined to approach her graduation exam with the seriousness it deserved, as a sign of respect for her teachers and a testament to her own accountability. The reason for her early arrival was her outstanding performance, which had earned her an exceptional mention from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, allowing her to participate in this graduation examination. Initially, many teachers questioned whether the Hokage's methods were too harsh for the children, yet Hanan responded with a smile, readily accepting the challenge. Thus, she found herself seated among her peers, gazing at Naruto in the distance. Chapter 20 introduces her as a girl who yearns for the sunshine and embodies kindness. "Haha, Iruka-sensei, my ninjutsu is quite impressive, you know." "What?" Iruka replied, his expression one of confusion. "Here it comes." With that, Naruto formed a series of hand seals, and azure chakra surged around him, astonishing everyone present as the intensity of the chakra was palpable. Even Iruka looked on in shock, pondering the nature of such a formidable jutsu. "Transformation jutsu," Naruto exclaimed, and a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a provocatively postured, nude girl with golden hair and blue eyes, adorned with twin tails. Iruka immediately gushed blood from his nose. while many boys gaped in disbelief, and the girls screamed, covering their eyes in embarrassment. Yet, seated in the last row, Hanan watched with surprise at the spectacle of Naruto. As she compared her own figure to his, she traced an imaginary line in the air before her chest and sighed softly. Sigh, how can that area be so large? It must be fake surely. Beside her, Sasuke coldly remarked to Naruto below, boring. Sasuke, can you do that? Hanan inquired. Hanan, don't learn such ninjutsu, Sasuke cautioned, not wanting his sister to engage in the art of seduction. This technique was indeed a variant of transformation jutsu, and perhaps it could yield some unexpected results. Hanan earnestly analyzed the potential utility of the jutsu in specific scenarios. That's impossible. How could such ninjutsu be effective? Well, Sasuke, you can't be certain, she retorted. As the brother and sister exchanged banter, Naruto had already received a stern reprimand from Iruka. Meanwhile, while Hanan and Sasuke were engaged in quiet conversation, another group was dining. At Ichiraku Ramen, the third Hokage had laid out 4 photographs on the table, which caught the attention of Might Guy and others. Third Hokage, what are these? Guy inquired. Ah, that remains a secret, Hiruzen replied, revealing the profiles of Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Hanan Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. These are this year's graduates under Kakashi's supervision. Another day passed and naturally, Hanan and Sasuke successfully passed their graduation exam. To celebrate Hanan's early success, Sasuke gifted her a kunai. Hanan, this kunai is a present from your brother. As Hanan accepted it, admiring the Uchiha clan symbol engraved upon it, she smiled and said, thank you, brother. Seeing his sister's joyful expression brought a soft smile to Sasuke's face, but before he could utter more, Itachi's words echoed in his mind. Damn you, Uchiha Itachi. Are you thinking of him again? Hanan murmured. Yes, I must kill him. This sentiment had been repeated for years, and Hanan had grown accustomed to it, having matured significantly. Yet her long black hair flowed gently down to her waist, adorned with a brown shinobi forehead protector, and she wore a blue Uchiha cloak, accentuating her beauty to perfection. She was a mirror image of Sasuke, perhaps even surpassing him in some aspects. Once they exited, the house felt empty and desolate. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was strolling alongside Kakashi Hatake along the streets of Konohagakure. Regarding the genin you are responsible for. Am I still in charge? Kakashi queried, somewhat perplexed. Don't make that face. Guy has already teamed up with the genin for missions. Don't you want to quickly carry out tasks with your students? Hiruzen sighed softly at Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor. Well, I assume you might be interested in these genin. With that, the third Hokage came to a halt. Where is this? Kakashi asked, surprised, as he was familiar with the location. Naruto Uzumaki's home, Hiruzen replied, adjusting his Hokage hat and patting Kakashi on the shoulder. The child of the fourth Hokage. You are having him start as a genin? Kakashi hesitated. It seems you have some interest. The two entered Naruto's home, which was filled with expired instant noodles and milk, yet there were also some bento boxes that Hanan had given him. So this is Naruto's home. Kakashi remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, astonished. Indeed, Hiruzen affirmed. Observing the disarray of the room, Kakashi commented with resignation. It's hard to imagine he is the child of the orderly Minato-sensei. The third Hokage chuckled. Although this child is quite carefree, you are the most suitable to oversee him. Moreover, your class includes the Uchiha siblings. Let's head to the female shinobi first. Consequently, Kakashi and Hiruzen were forcibly drawn into the Haruno household for a visit. Eventually, they arrived at the Uchiha clan district. Do you know why I made an exception to include one more student in your class? Hiruzen queried. Why? Kakashi asked, puzzled as he gazed at the Uchiha compound. Because Uchiha Hanan possesses potential akin to that of Uchiha Itachi. What? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Uchiha Itachi, despite being an S-rank fugitive of Konoha, was universally acknowledged as a genius. Who else in Konoha could join the Anbu at the age of 11? Do you wish to know why I am so certain she is a genius? Why? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. She, like Sasuke, ranked first in her entire class. Yet her abilities have already reached a graduation level. Keeping her in the ninja academy would yield little benefit. But Sasuke is also. Before Kakashi could finish, Hiruzen interrupted him. Another reason I consider her a genius is that I chanced upon her training while passing through the Uchiha district. From her techniques, I could discern she had been practicing for a considerable time. I suspect she began her training at the age of 6. Training at such a young age? Kakashi felt a pang of sympathy for Hanan. After all, 6 is when children should be playing. Perhaps the day of the massacre affected her profoundly. She was the only one severely injured yet survived, and she was not the Uchiha that Itachi chose to spare. One could say she was abandoned by her brother from the very start. yet she has persevered bravely. It is likely that this incident instilled in her an understanding of the importance of strength. Listening to the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Then what leads you to deem her a genius? Because during that training session, I witnessed her employ the Shadow Shuriken technique, Sarutobi replied. Kakashi doubted his own hearing. Pardon me, Lord Third? Indeed, I observed her executing the Shadow Shuriken technique, he affirmed. However, that was the sole instance. Thereafter, she never utilized it again. I discreetly monitored her for several days, and she did not employ it once more. What do you mean? Kakashi exclaimed, astonished. Precisely. She became aware of my observation of her training, and since then, I refrained from watching her practice, Sarutobi continued. This child bears a heavier burden than many, which renders her exceedingly cautious. Yet, I can see she is a girl who yearns for the light and possesses a kind heart. She is a ninja imbued with the will of fire. Sarutobi spoke softly, as if acknowledging Hanabi's profound qualities. Chapter 21. Trust and upholding the bonds of a disciple, that is the essence of a true mentor. Gazing at the weathered, rusted gates of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Once, the Uchiha clan thrived in the special administrative district. Yet now only Sasuke and Hanabi remained. Kakashi followed closely behind as they entered the home of Sasuke and Hanabi. Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Sasuke and Hanabi, was known for his strict demeanor. Sarutobi continued. He has always maintained a rigorous approach to his children's upbringing. Kakashi nodded in agreement, recalling how their elder brother Itachi was equally remarkable. Indeed, Sarutobi said, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his eyes. Currently, it is Hanabi who primarily manages household duties, with Sasuke occasionally lending a hand. Speaking of which, Itachi was once your subordinate. Sarutobi turned to Kakashi. Like their elder brother, I entrust their younger siblings to you. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, lowering his head in resignation. To be honest, I have not imparted anything to Itachi. Even his Sharingan far surpasses my own abilities. Kakashi's voice bore a weight of melancholy. Sarutobi patted Kakashi's back. Nevertheless, you are the only one in Konoha who possesses the Sharingan. It remains uncertain if Sasuke and Hanabi can awaken theirs. Sarutobi pondered, however, when the time comes, you must extend your assistance to the siblings. As Kakashi listened to Sarutobi's words, his thoughts drifted back to the days of fighting alongside Obito. Recalling the moment he pierced Rin's heart with Chidori, a wave of sorrow surged within him. He lifted his forehead protector, revealing his three-tomoe Sharingan, and softly addressed Sarutobi. This eye has already borne witness to too many tragedies. If possible, I hope the siblings do not awaken their Sharingan. Kakashi's voice was somber, yet regardless of the circumstances, this eye embodies the memories of friends and comrades, holding profound significance. If reliving such tragedies is akin to betraying one's companions, then we must hold our comrades in the highest regard. Kakashi stated, unconsciously tightening his fist. It seems your standards remain unchanged this year, Sarutobi remarked with a slight smile. After assessing the conditions within the home of the four, he and Kakashi sat together on a park bench. Why is that? Kakashi inquired curiously. What do you mean? Sarutobi countered. Why have you assigned me to oversee the four of them? Kakashi asked, perplexed. Sarutobi took a sip of his coffee, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Indeed, a foolish underachiever, an exceptional elite, alongside two clever kunoichi. Aside from Sakura, it mirrors the composition of Minato's team. Kakashi was taken aback, expressing his astonishment. Are you suggesting that you specifically arranged this for me? Kakashi, I too am the Hokage, Sarutobi spoke gravely. I shall not make personnel decisions based on personal emotions. But Hanabi is an exception. She shares a deep bond with Sasuke, and the Ninja Academy can no longer accommodate her. Sarutobi sighed. The Shadow Shuriken technique is indeed an A-rank ninjutsu, he reflected. It's quite challenging to determine how to utilize such talent. And how the school's instructors perceive this is another matter. Modern ninjas operate in teams. The division of classes significantly influences the success rate of missions, Sarutobi elucidated. Hence, specialized classes have been established. He looked at Kakashi. You have become pivotal in governing the village. Together, they observed the children frolicking in the park, sharing a knowing smile. Just as Sarutobi had stated, Konoha was currently advancing towards specialized education. For instance, last year, the Gai class was established, focused on taijutsu training, while Yuhi Kurenai led a reconnaissance class specializing in genjutsu and intelligence gathering, and Asuma was responsible for the classic Inoshikacho team. The class Kakashi led was one that required Sasuke and Hanabi's Sharingan to control the Ninetales residing within Naruto. ensuring that the tragic events of that fateful night would not be repeated. What about that girl named Sakura? Kakashi inquired. I believe she possesses the potential to become an outstanding kunoichi, Sarutobi said, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Though she is quite ordinary at present, I have faith in her. The presence of both her and Hanabi will foster continuous growth through competition. Are you suggesting that Sakura's presence will catalyze the growth of the class? Kakashi summarized. Precisely, Sarutobi nodded. Kakashi acknowledged the third Hokage's perspective, saying, I now comprehend your intentions. Lord Third. However, I have already failed twice in the divisions you arranged. Kakashi admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened. It appears I am indeed unfit for the role of a jonin. Sarutobi took another sip of his coffee and kindly remarked, the world of ninjas is inherently cruel. Perhaps that is the way of things. Yet, I firmly believe in one thing. I trust you and place my faith in you. Sarutobi's gaze was resolute. Lord Third, Kakashi felt a surge of emotion. Speaking of which, Minato was likewise a figure of trust. Sarutobi chuckled softly as he gazed at the Hokage monument bearing Minato's likeness. Minato-sensei? Kakashi blinked in surprise. Then, Sarutobi revealed a secret to Kakashi. That in the report upon his enrollment as a genin, Minato had noted Kakashi's weak sense of teamwork during the bell test. Yet he was willing to believe that Kakashi could change, just as Sarutobi was willing to believe in him now. Kakashi was taken aback. It turned out that Minato-sensei had indeed noticed his once naive battle strategies. Despite this, Minato maintained his faith. Kakashi pondered this as Sarutobi stood up beside him, solemnly stating, trusting and steadfastly supporting one's disciples is the hallmark of a true mentor. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed into Hanabi's room. She awoke, blinking her sleepy eyes. Today marked the day of the genin division, so she had gone to bed early the night before. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she muttered, it's already 7. A voice echoed in her mind, mirroring her own. Hanabi, today is your genin division ceremony. You haven't forgotten, have you? Do I have any training tasks today? Hanabi inquired. No, you have become a genin. You can train again this afternoon, the voice replied. Afterward, Shino fell silent, while Hanayo gently nodded, sitting before her vanity. She meticulously tended to her lustrous black hair before securing her ninja headband as a hairband across her forehead. Yes, this appearance seems utterly perfect. Hanayo smiled at her reflection in the mirror, pleased with her new look after a couple of playful tilts of her head. Just as she was admiring her exquisite visage, a knock sounded at her door. Knock, knock, knock. Hanayo, are you ready? Yes, brother, I'm almost done. As she responded, Sasuke gently pushed open the door, and the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Hanayo was adorned in the Uchiha clan's blue coat, her smooth, ebony hair swaying gracefully with her movements. In that instant, even the typically composed Sasuke could not deny that his sister was extraordinarily beautiful and utterly charming. Brother, let us set off. Hanayo's voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement. First, we must report to the Ninja Academy, Sasuke replied, his tone laced with a hint of fondness and pride. Together, they stepped out of their home and embarked on the path toward the ninja school. Chapter 22, Team 7. Presenting themselves. At the Ninja Academy, Sasuke and Hanayo sat side by side, he maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. Hanayo, though not as indifferent, found that others were intimidated by Sasuke's cold aura, which deterred them from approaching. Thus, she remained mostly silent, engaging only in brief conversations with Naruto whenever he ventured to speak with her. However, it was evident that she held little interest in the others, who looked down upon her best friend, Naruto Uzumaki, and so she reciprocated their disdain. Yet Hanayo's exquisite beauty drew the most gazes, as she quietly sat beside Sasuke, capturing the attention of everyone present. Just as envy towards Naruto began to fester among the crowd, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka rushed into the classroom simultaneously. Upon spotting Sakura, Naruto quickly turned to greet her, mistakenly believing she was looking at him. Good morning, little Naruto, she exclaimed as she stood. Get out of the way. To his surprise, Sakura approached and promptly shoved Naruto aside with a sharp slap. Hanayo watched in astonishment, hastily moving to help Naruto up. However, Sakura paid no mind to either him or Hanayo, her gaze fixated instead on Sasuke. Her cheeks flushed as her heart raced, and she mustered the courage to address him. Good morning, Sasuke. May I sit beside you? In response, Ino seized Sakura, scolding her loudly, hey, that spot beside Sasuke is mine. The early bird gets the worm. I entered the classroom before you. Meanwhile, Naruto, having been aided by Hanayo, felt a surge of frustration. Shouldn't we just let it go? He pondered. No way. I can't swallow this. That jerk is too arrogant, he exclaimed, seething with indignation, as more girls clamored to sit beside Sasuke. Hanyo, your spot has been taken too. Naruto pointed out, gesturing to the space next to Sasuke. It's just a seat. I don't mind, she replied nonchalantly, seizing the moment before Hanyo could react. Naruto leapt onto the table, crouching to face Sasuke. Hey Naruto, Hanyo began to interject, but was met with an astonishing scene that caused her pupils to widen slightly. In that moment, Naruto crouched before Sasuke, looking down at him. Both boys locked eyes, seemingly displeased with one another. The girls around them gasped at Naruto's blatant rudeness, hurling insults, particularly Sakura. Naruto, stop clinging to Sasuke. Naruto was fuming, questioning why everyone idolized Sasuke. Just then, a classmate accidentally nudged Naruto, causing a collective gasp as Naruto's lips inadvertently collided with Sasuke's. The unexpected kiss left even Hanyo in shock. After a long pause, they both quickly turned away, grimacing as if they might vomit. Hanyo couldn't contain her laughter, causing the nearby boys to fall hopelessly in love with her joyful demeanor. Meanwhile, Naruto received a thorough beating from the girls, rendering Sasuke's intervention unnecessary. As the chaos ensued, Iruka-sensei entered the room. Upon his arrival, silence enveloped the classroom. Even the mischievous Naruto ceased all activity, attentively focused on Iruka. Noticing the sudden quiet, Iruka placed his hands behind his back and announced, from this day forth, you shall be recognized as independent ninjas. However, you are still mere rookie genin. The real challenges are only just beginning. You will be divided into teams of 3, each mentored by a jonin instructor. However, Hanyo Uchiha will be different, as she has advanced a grade, thus her team will consist of 4 members. At this proclamation, many boys in the class became excited, dreaming of the possibility of being grouped with Hanyo, whose beauty was unparalleled within the academy, perfectly inheriting the exquisite features of their family. However, the girls dismissed these thoughts, fixated instead on Sasuke, leading to yet another confrontation between Sakura and Ino. Sasuke, meanwhile, calmly analyzed the trio arrangement, his detached expression surveying the room. Regardless of how the teams were formed, he felt that they would merely be a hindrance. Deep down, he preferred to be in a group with Hanyo. After all, she was his little sister. Naruto, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated his ideal pairing. First, he must be with Sakura, followed by Hanyo, and above all, he hoped to avoid being grouped with Sasuke. As he lost himself in these thoughts, Iruka stood at the front, ready to announce the pairings. To ensure a balanced distribution of abilities, the teachers will assign the teams. And now, I will announce Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Hanyo. Upon hearing Iruka's declaration, astonishment rippled through the room. Even Sasuke cast a surprised glance at the two of them. He had already known about Hanyo and Naruto's friendship, yet it mattered little to him. His focus remained solely on avenging Itachi. As long as his sister could lead a peaceful and joyful life, that was the best outcome for Sasuke. Hanyo, helplessly gazing at the elated Naruto beside her, chuckled lightly. Looks like I'll have to take care of you, you messy fellow. Hee, don't say that, Hanyo. I'm counting on you. Iruka, observing their reactions, proceeded to announce the third member, Sakura Haruno. At the mention of her name, Naruto leaped with excitement, while Sakura's expression fell, dejected at the prospect of being paired with Naruto. And finally, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback. He glanced at Hanyo, Naruto, and Sakura, realizing that their team would indeed consist of the 4 of them. In an instant, the roles were reversed. It was now Naruto who was downcast while Sakura was exuberant. Brother, we have been assigned to the same group, Hanyo called out to Sasuke, who sat beside them, a smile illuminating her face. Sasuke nodded gently, accepting this new reality. The girl with Byakugan seated behind Hanyo expressed her discontent, saying, I'm not in the same group as Naruto. Hearing this faint lament, Hanyo turned to look at Hinata. Do you wish to be in Naruto's group? Hinata's cheeks flushed as her secret thoughts were laid bare. And upon realizing that it was Sasuke's sister, Uchiha Hanyo, who was speaking to her, she awkwardly replied yes. I thought I was the only one in my grade who treated Naruto well. As she spoke, Hanyo extended her hand towards Hinata. I am Uchiha Hanyo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, I'm Hyuga Hinata, Hinata responded, shaking hands with Hanyo and introducing herself. Just as the two girls completed their handshake, Iruka's voice drifted from the front. Teammate, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Hinata and Hanyo exchanged surprised glances. You're in Team 8. Hanyo beamed. Yes, Hanyo, I look forward to working with you. Unbeknownst to them, as class assignments concluded, everyone had been assigned their respective classes and jonin instructors, with the reporting day set for the following day, leaving the school devoid of further activities that afternoon. Thus, after classes ended, Hanyo ventured to the Konoha village market to procure ingredients for a celebratory feast for her brother, marking their ascension to the rank of genin. Upon exiting the market, with a hefty bag of tomatoes in hand, Hanyo mused, "Perhaps I bought a bit too much." While on her way home, she spotted Sasuke passing by her. "Naruto, why are you imitating my brother?" Hanyo called out, stopping him to scrutinize the transformation jutsu Sasuke had assumed, curious about Naruto's motives. "Hanyo, don't shout so loudly," Naruto exclaimed, startled that his disguise had been uncovered. Just don't blow my cover. I have something to attend to," he said before hurriedly departing. "Hey." Hanyo watched him leave, feeling somewhat perplexed, and decided to follow him. Indeed, Naruto had transformed into Sasuke to approach Sakura, but unexpectedly. He had an urgent need to relieve himself just as he was about to kiss her. When the real Sasuke arrived, he was searching for something. Hanyo, having trailed behind, happened upon this scene. "Brother, what are you looking for?" "Sasuke, have you seen Naruto?" Sasuke inquired. "I saw him once. That guy dared to ambush me. I'll make him pay." Observing Sasuke's furious expression, Hanyo smiled brightly. Her aloof brother and Naruto were truly an inseparable pair of friends. At that moment, a blushing Sakura approached, fidgeting as she spoke softly to Sasuke and Hanyo. "Hanyo, Sasuke, let us ignore that guy Naruto. He always clings to both of you, clearly. No one has taught him any manners. Look at him. Doesn't he even have parents?" Instantly, both Sasuke and Hanyo's expressions hardened as they turned cold gazes towards Sakura. Yet, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, she continued, "He's always doing as he pleases. If I were to act like that, my parents would scold me mercilessly. He's alone and ungoverned by parents, which is why he behaves so poorly. Just ignore someone like him." Before Sakura could finish, a graceful figure darted forward, snatching a tomato from the bag. With a resounding smack, the tomato flew through the air and exploded upon impact with Sakura's face, showcasing the force behind it, leaving even Sasuke stunned. The culprit was none other than Hanyo, who now stood before a bewildered Sakura, drenched in tomato juice. Uchiha Hanyo had always been perceived as gentle, sunny, and even spirited. However, her expression now was icy, for she had endured the pain of losing her parents and would not tolerate such callous jesting. Each recollection of her fierce battle against the masked man, returning home to find only the lifeless bodies of her parents, haunted her heart with an emptiness and anguish as if it had occurred just yesterday. Especially when directed at her close friends, she and Sasuke understood the depths of loneliness, yet Sakura had spoken so harshly to them. Even Sasuke had never witnessed such a cold and fierce side of Hanyo. As Sakura sat stunned on the ground, she gazed up at Hanyo in astonishment. "This loneliness is not a tool for you to trample upon others." Hanyo scoffed, refusing to look back at anyone, and swiftly exited the scene. Sasuke turned away as well, his eyes icy as he delivered a final, cutting remark to the seated Sakura. "You are truly bothersome." With that, Sasuke departed, intent on seeking out Naruto for retribution, leaving only Sakura alone on the ground. A gentle breeze brushed against her slightly swollen cheek, enveloping her in silence, a silence that seemed to bear the weight of two sharp blades slicing through her heart. She began to empathize with Naruto, understanding how painful and distressing it was to be despised and scorned by others. The following day, in the ninja classroom, after Sakura's apologies and Naruto's bewilderment, Team 7 officially gathered in the classroom. Hanyo was not one to hold grudges. Since Sakura had apologized, she refrained from saying much, simply advising Sakura to refrain from such comments in the future, and soon they resumed their camaraderie as if nothing had happened. However, all the other teams had been led away by their respective instructors, leaving only Team 7 behind. "So slow, Hanyo. Do you think the teacher is late because he has an upset stomach?" Naruto pondered aloud. "That seems unlikely," Hanyo mused, considering that Naruto might actually have a point. Just then Naruto, in a fit of mischief, began fiddling with the classroom props, plotting a prank. "Hey Naruto, you should know when to stop." Sakura rushed forward to intervene. "Hanyo, help me find something to prank the teacher with," Naruto whispered to Hanyo. Hanyo handed him an eraser. Using this on the door should yield great results. Delighted by the idea, Naruto promptly executed the plan. "Hanyo, how about you, Sakura? One is a mastermind of mischief while the other is an accomplice," Naruto quipped after placing the eraser on the door. Well, the teacher was late first. Naruto defended his prank, thinking it was a reasonable justification. "A jonin wouldn't fall for such childish tricks," Sasuke remarked, contributing to the commentary. Yes. Are you two truly that foolish at heart?" Sakura retorted, rolling her eyes at Hanyo and Naruto. Before she could finish her sentence, the door swung open, revealing a masked man who pushed it aside, only for a chalk-covered eraser to land squarely on his silvery hair. With a resounding thud, the eraser fell to the ground, the sound snapping everyone else out of their stupor. Sasuke and Sakura stared in disbelief at Kakashi, for he was a jonin. And yet he had fallen victim to the trap set by Naruto and Hanabi. Amidst the stunned silence, Naruto's boisterous laughter filled the classroom, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of joy. Ha ha ha. Gotcha. We did it, high five. Sorry teacher. It was Naruto's idea. Hanabi chimed in, joining Naruto in a high five, thus confirming their collaboration in the prank. Chapter 24. Self-introductions and dreams. Kakashi bent down to retrieve the eraser, gazing at his four students with a languid expression as he remarked, well, how shall I put this? My first impression of you all is rather annoying. His gaze then fell upon Hanabi, who stood beside Naruto. So you must be Uchiha Hanabi? It seems she has perfectly inherited her mother's beauty, Kakashi mused, gesturing towards the door. Let us head outside to the rooftop. The four exchanged glances before following Kakashi to the rooftop. The bright white sunlight illuminated the entire village of Konohagakure, casting a radiant glow upon the steps of the rooftop. The members of Team 7 settled on the stairs, while Kakashi leaned casually against the railing, softly stating, right, let's start with self-introductions. Self-introductions? What should we say? Sakura pondered, glancing at Hanabi, who mirrored her confusion. Kakashi then clarified, just share what you like, what you dislike, your future dreams and your interests. But perhaps it would be better if I introduced myself first. Naruto raised his hand, and directed his attention to Kakashi. Me? My name is Kakashi Hatake. As for what I like or dislike, I would rather not disclose that. As for my future dreams, Kakashi abruptly skipped over that part. I have many interests, such as reading, but the specifics of my reading material are none of your concern. Sakura hugged her knees, casting a skeptical look at Sasuke, Hanabi, and the ever-enthusiastic Naruto beside her, quietly muttering, in the end, all we learned was his name. My introduction is complete. Now it's your turn, starting with you. Kakashi pointed to Hanabi, who calmly stood up and addressed Kakashi. I am Uchiha Hanabi. I enjoy cooking, training in ninjutsu, and engaging in interesting activities. As for what I dislike, I'm still uncertain. My dream is to find a vibrant field of flowers in my heart. A field of flowers? Kakashi questioned, intrigued. Noticing his confusion, Hanabi elaborated. I envision a field where the inhabitants can understand one another and become true friends. A place where everyone strives for their dreams without discrimination or suffering. Whether it be resilient grass or colorful flowers, everyone can live freely and peacefully. That is my dream. Kakashi's gaze momentarily faltered. Was this girl truly only 11? Her thoughts were so mature. Yet, while her dream was beautiful, reality often proved harsh. Kakashi intended to counter Hanabi's ideals with the cruel truths of life, but found himself interrupted by Sakura and Naruto, who began to articulate their own interests and aspirations. With Naruto expressing his desire to become Hokage. As the focus shifted to Sasuke, even Hanabi felt a surge of curiosity, as she had never heard about his dreams over the years. Sasuke propped his face on his hands, exuding an icy demeanor as he spoke in a flat tone. I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, but nothing I particularly like. The one I cherish most is my sister, Uchiha Hanabi. His expression darkened further, revealing a flicker of anger. Moreover, I do not wish to merely speak of dreams. I have ambitions. I aim to restore the Uchiha clan, and ensure that I personally eliminate a certain man. His words left everyone in stunned silence, and Hanabi's expression became complex. The tragedy of the night of the Uchiha massacre had left an indelible mark of hatred in their hearts. Yet, while Hanabi buried her emotions deeper, Sasuke struggled to contain his anger and sorrow, often haunted by memories of Itachi's betrayal. Even at the age of 12, Naruto's face paled, trembling at the implication of Sasuke's words, believing them to reflect his own sentiments. Meanwhile, Sakura blushed, gazing at Sasuke with unabashed admiration. Kakashi scrutinized Uchiha Sasuke, narrowing his eyes as he seemingly confirmed his suspicions. He clapped his hands and addressed the four. Well, each of you possesses a vibrant personality, which is quite fascinating. Starting tomorrow, we will embark on missions. Really? What kind of missions? Naruto asked, brimming with excitement. We will begin with tasks that the four of us can handle. What? What does that entail? I'm so excited. Survival exercises, Kakashi replied, noting the perplexity on their faces. He continued, out of 27 graduates, only 9 have been recognized as genin. However, with Hanabi's addition this year, our team has been granted an extra slot. The rest will be sent back to the academy. This means the elimination rate for this exercise exceeds 50, a formidable challenge. As Kakashi's words sank in, A wave of anxiety washed over them. That's all for now. Tomorrow at the training field, I will personally assess your qualifications. Remember to bring a complete set of ninja tools and assemble at 5 a.m. sharp. No breakfast allowed. With that, Kakashi vanished in a puff of white smoke. At that moment, everyone was momentarily stunned, realizing that he had used a shadow clone technique. Yet, their focus remained on the daunting task ahead. No way. I can't afford to be eliminated here. I must prove my strength. Naruto murmured anxiously. Hanabi, sitting beside him, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Indeed, we will not fail here. After all, there are no shortcuts on the path to becoming Hokage, right? Inspired by her encouragement, Naruto regained his composure. You're right, Hanabi. But aren't you nervous? Of course, I am nervous, but I don't need to show it on my face. She smiled, retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket. You're sweating. Hanabi remarked. Oh no. That's just heat. Sasuke interjected, addressing Hanabi. Let us head back now. Alright, see you all tomorrow. Hanabi waved goodbye to Sakura and Naruto. At 4:30 the following morning, Hanayo opened her eyes. The sky was devoid of any light, yet by the time she descended the stairs, she discovered Sasuke waiting nearby. You're up early, brother, she remarked. It's better to arrive early than to be late. Alright, I'll just freshen up, she replied. By the time Hanayo emerged from her room, she was dressed in her usual attire. Brother, your ninja tool pouch, she said, handing it to Sasuke. And together they set off towards the training ground. Chapter 25. The Bell-Stealing Exercise. A fair contest of strength. I can't take it anymore. I'm furious. Naruto exclaimed. The sun was now nearing its zenith, yet Kakashi had yet to arrive. Hanayo frowned as she sat on the grass, having waited for some time. Beside her, Sasuke lay quietly, not uttering a word. Sakura was lost in admiration, completely ignoring Naruto's outburst. Keep it down. Don't disturb Sasuke's sleep. Sakura punched Naruto lightly. But it's already 10 o'clock. We arrived before dawn. Finally, from a distance, a figure with silver hair and a mask approached. Sasuke seemed to sense his presence, opening his eyes and swiftly leaping to his feet, impressively demonstrating his skills in front of his sister. However, only Sakura was captivated by his display. Hanayo remained unfazed. Good morning, Kakashi greeted the group. You're so slow. The four of them collectively grumbled at Kakashi. Ahem, well, Kakashi responded somewhat awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension by pulling out an alarm clock and setting it for 12 o'clock. Alright, the alarm will ring at noon. He then produced 3 bells from his pocket. Your task today is to snatch these bells from me before noon. Anyone who fails to acquire a bell will miss lunch, he declared, gesturing towards 3 stumps nearby. Moreover, they will be tied to the stumps and forced to watch me enjoy my bento. Hanayo and the others exchanged glances, a mix of disbelief and annoyance. So that's why you told us not to eat breakfast this morning, Sakura remarked, puzzled to discover that there were only 3 bells for 4 participants. Why are there only 3 bells? Sakura questioned. 3 bells means at least one of you will be tied to a log, Kakashi explained, a smile creeping onto his face as he observed their serious expressions. At least one will definitely go back to the academy. It could even be all of you, he added playfully. You can also use shuriken. Without the resolve to eliminate me, you won't succeed in taking the bells. Naruto, however, scoffed at Kakashi. You're just a jonin who can't even dodge an eraser. In this world, the less capable individuals often boast the loudest. Let us disregard that underachiever for now, Kakashi continued. When I say ready, set, go. His jab at Naruto struck a nerve, igniting Naruto's fury. He pulled out a kunai from his tool pouch, spinning it wildly as he charged at Kakashi. In an instant, before anyone could comprehend the situation, Kakashi had already intervened, deftly capturing Naruto's arm and pinning it behind his back, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Yet, Kakashi soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A kunai was now poised at his neck, held by Hanayo. Surprised, Kakashi realized the young girl had moved with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily stunned, failing to react before Hanayo executed her counter. Truly a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. She swiftly discerned his actions and reacted instantaneously, even countering with remarkable speed. Though she had likely encountered real combat by the age of 6, her agility astonished Kakashi. Release him, Hanayo said softly. No need to rush. I haven't even said begin yet, Kakashi replied, allowing Naruto to regain his footing as Hanayo stepped back a few paces. Did you completely miss that? Kakashi mused, still taken aback by the swift responses from both him and Hanayo. Sasuke was equally amazed by Hanayo's fluidity of movement. She seemed to possess greater prowess than he did. However, he understood that his sister trained far more diligently than he did. After a few days of training, he found it difficult to keep pace with her progress. It was futile to compare himself to her, lest she retaliate by adding natto to his meals, which would surely make him retch. But it seems you all have intentions to eliminate me, Kakashi chuckled, gesturing toward Hanyo. I think I'm starting to like you all a little. Get ready. The four of them assumed their battle stances. Begin. At Kakashi's command, they instantly vanished from sight. Observing the silence around him, Kakashi nodded slightly. The fundamental principle of being a ninja is to conceal one's presence. As he scanned the surroundings, he quickly pinpointed Sasuke and Sakura's locations. Well done. It seems everyone has hidden well. But where has Hanyo gone? Just as he pondered her whereabouts, he was caught off guard when Naruto appeared before him, arms crossed and exuding confidence. Let us settle this fairly. Huh? Kakashi was momentarily baffled. Sasuke, hiding beneath a tree, shook his head in resignation. At that moment, a girl with lustrous black hair, clad in Uchiha attire, stood beside Naruto. Well said. Without the courage to charge forward, how can we hope to cultivate that field of flowers? Kakashi was left speechless by the two of them. Do you both have a few screws loose? Is it your taste in hairstyles that is questionable? Naruto retorted as he charged ahead. His speed was impressive, with Hanyo following closely behind, harboring her own strategy. Kakashi, slightly exasperated, reached into his pouch, prompting both Naruto and Hanyo to halt in confusion, unsure of his intentions. To their astonishment, Kakashi simply stood there, pulling out a book titled Ika Paradise and began reading. Hanyo's cheeks flushed upon recognizing the title. Hanyo, why is your face red? And no, it's nothing, she stammered, recalling a time a year prior when she had casually glanced at the book while passing a bookstore. She had read a few chapters out of curiosity. It was merely a fleeting interest. Meanwhile, Kakashi, not sparing a glance towards them, addressed Naruto and Hanyo. Ninja Tactics. Part 1. Taijutsu, let me teach you. Both Naruto and Hanyo were momentarily taken aback. What's the matter? Bring it on. Naruto shouted, his fists clenched. Hanyo, cover me. I'm going to wipe the floor with him. Indeed, Hanyo sprang forth with remarkable agility, leaping directly towards the heavens. As a prodigious young talent of the Uchiha clan, she deftly hurled 6 shurikens towards Naruto's side. At this moment, Kakashi raised his gaze towards the approaching figures of Naruto and Hanyo, and the sight startled him. In an instant he tucked away his novel, Ika Paradise. His hands moved with rapid precision, forming seals. Doton Doryahiki! Kakashi exclaimed, summoning the first B-rank ninjutsu before the eyes of Team 7. He kicked Naruto aside and pressed his hands against the ground. Instantly, a wall of earth adorned with several canine heads materialized before them. However, the corners of Hanyo's mouth curled upward. This technique was learned from Itachi Uchiha. Sensing something amiss, Kakashi's gaze faltered, for 3 of the shurikens collided with the remaining 3, altering their trajectory to launch an assault from both sides, striking their target with precision. It appeared that Hanyo possessed considerable combat experience. Kakashi offered a commendation to Hanyo before leaping into action himself. Yet, as he ascended, he noticed Hanyo's hands were continuously forming seals. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi felt a pang of unease. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hanyo's youthful and spirited voice rang out, causing the shurikens that had previously aimed at Kakashi to collide. With a resounding clang, one shuriken was sent hurtling skyward by the force of the impact, instantly multiplying into dozens more. Had he anticipated this? Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Hanyo smirked. You are already in midair. Now where will you escape? Before she could contemplate further, a kunai had clamped down upon her neck. Hanyo's pupils constricted. Her assailant's shuriken skills were impressive, and his perceptiveness was formidable. As Kakashi spoke from behind her, you are quite the fighter, Hanyo. The multitude of shurikens in the sky merely embedded themselves into a wooden post. Substitution jutsu? I see through your ruse, Kakashi chuckled lightly, preparing to capture Hanyo. In an instant, however, Hanyo's figure dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Shadow clone? Kakashi observed the scene with calm composure. Indeed, she was no fool. She would not approach with her real self. This judgment reflected Kakashi's recognition of Hanyo's future potential and talents. Chapter 26. The Bell-Stealing Exercise. The Ultimate Taijutsu. 1,000 Years of Pain. Sakura and Sasuke were utterly astounded. The recent bout had been a complete display of skill, revealing Hanyo's extraordinary strength. Yet, everyone understood that Hanyo's training had occurred under the watchful eyes of her peers, and such a powerful performance was well within Kakashi's expectations. He had come to regard Hanyo as a young Itachi Uchiha, recognizing the shared brilliance of the siblings. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had been kicked aside, struggled to rise. You bastard! He exclaimed, teetering on the edge of fury, unable to contain his wrath. Witnessing Hanayo's shadow clone dissipate into smoke at Kakashi's hands, he charged forward. Kakashi, noticing Naruto's approach and the absence of Hanayo, resumed his reading of Ika Ika Paradise. Regardless of Naruto's attempts, each strike was effortlessly countered by Kakashi. During one of Naruto's punches, Kakashi vanished without a trace, instilling fear in both Sakura and Sasuke. When Kakashi reappeared, it was behind Naruto. Danger! Sakura shouted loudly. Even Hanayo, who had transformed into a shuriken via the transformation technique, reverted to her original form. It turned out that one of the 3 shurikens discarded during Hanayo's earlier maneuver had been her original self, disguised through the transformation technique. The intent had been to catch Kakashi off guard and seize the bell. However, upon noticing Naruto's blunder, her plan faltered. Naruto was far more significant to her than any exercise. Initially, her strategy had been to wait for Kakashi to deal with Naruto, then reclaim the bell when he was distracted. But with Naruto's predicament, she had no choice but to intervene. She could not stand idly by while her friend faced Kakashi's wrath. Before Hanayo could react further, Kakashi squinted his eyes. Caught 2 in one go, he declared. Foolishness. Let me impart the first lesson. A ninja must never expose their back to the enemy. As he spoke, Kakashi formed hand signs, and the closest Hanayo recognized the impending ninjutsu. Great fireball technique, she thought, shouting towards Naruto, Naruto, run. At her call, both Sasuke and Sakura realized the gravity of the situation. Sakura echoed, Naruto, flee, or you might lose your life. What? Too late. Kakashi's eyes blazed with brilliance. Konoha's secret ninjutsu, the ultimate taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain. In that instant, Naruto seemed to revel in the moment, even as his face flushed red, but the next moment, he was sent flying with excruciating pain. Sakura and Hanayo both lowered their heads, faces flushed with embarrassment. What? It wasn't even a ninjutsu. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, how can there be 3 fools? One of them is my sister. Is Konoha village destined to become a village of fools? As Kakashi turned to face Sakura and Hanayo, he remarked, I found you. Just then, from the furthest reaches of the grass, a shuriken hurtled toward them at incredible speed. However, it was significantly weaker than Hanayo's shurikens. Kakashi effortlessly caught it with one hand. What? Sasuke, hidden in the grass, broke out in a cold sweat. Realizing that even from behind, Kakashi had been vigilant. Step back. Let me handle him one-on-one. He commanded, his stomach growling audibly, a sound echoed by Hanayo, Sakura, and even Sasuke from their hiding place. It's merely hunger. I must become a genin and can't afford to retreat. Observing Kakashi's back, Naruto summoned the turbulent waters beneath him. This was his signature technique, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Immediately 7 Narutos surged forth, charging at Kakashi. Not a mere shadow, but true multiple shadow clones? This must be the forbidden technique that dealt with Mizuki, Kakashi thought, somewhat surprised. Given your current strength, this technique can only last a minute at best. Though the onslaught approached with fervor, ultimately, Naruto remained Naruto. Such jutsu cannot harm me. Suddenly, one clone latched onto Kakashi from behind. What? From behind? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. A ninja must not expose their back, right? Kakashi-sensei. Naruto taunted with a smirk. He had used a shadow clone to stealthily circle around and launch a surprise attack from behind. I will repay that grievance now. Even Sakura and Sasuke beside him couldn't help but smile at Naruto's clever stratagem. However, Hanin could only manage a wry smile, for before her stood Naruto, who had already landed a blow on her. It was a substitution technique after all. Both Sasuke and Hanin sighed in unison. As a result, Naruto mistakenly believed that Kakashi had transformed into his likeness, leading to a chaotic scuffle among several shadow clones. By the time the clones were dispelled, Kakashi had vanished without a trace. This was all part of Kakashi's cunning strategy, a masterful orchestration where even Hanin found herself applauding the cleverness of the ploy. Soon after, both she and Naruto noticed a bell lying on the ground. Naruto, don't! Hanane's warning was cut short as Naruto fell into a trap, suspended from a tree. Unable to reach the bell, Hanin stood in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Naruto had fallen for such a trick. Kakashi had also arrived beneath the tree, watching in amusement at Naruto's predicament, just as he was about to deliver his victory proclamation when a flurry of shurikens suddenly erupted from the bushes, launched in a swift assault by Sasuke. However, the shuriken merely struck Kakashi, who transformed into a log, demonstrating his prowess as a jonin. Ultimately, none of the 4 managed to gain the upper hand after a brief exchange. Each showcased their skills, yet only Hanane's shuriken attack had shown any promise. Nevertheless, It failed to serve its purpose of alerting Naruto, a decision she did not regret. Naruto remained suspended, while Sakura had fainted from Kakashi's intimidation, leaving only the Uchiha siblings. Sasuke, however, stepped in front of Hanin, insisting on facing Kakashi alone. Reluctantly, Hanin positioned herself behind him. Sasuke first used Shuriken to capture Kakashi's attention, then launched into a series of taijutsu attacks, utilizing both legs and arms to force Kakashi to retreat. Yet he remained acutely aware of his objective. In the moment he engaged Kakashi, he had grazed the bell, but was unable to seize it as Kakashi created distance. Kakashi then remarked softly to Sasuke, "Though you siblings are graduates, your strength has already surpassed that of a genin." However, before he could elaborate further, Sasuke swiftly began to form hand signs in the air. "Do you have enough chakra to perform this jutsu?" Kakashi expressed surprise. While he anticipated Hanane's growth, he had paid little attention to Sasuke's progress. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With a fierce shout, Sasuke unleashed a colossal fireball aimed directly at Kakashi's face. Yet as the flames dissipated, Kakashi's figure had long since vanished. "Look out below!" Hanin shouted urgently to Sasuke. Just as Sasuke noticed the ground beneath him, Kakashi's hand shot out, grasping his leg and pulling him down into the earth. Hanin, seizing the moment, leapt high into the air. "This time, it's your turn to be airborne." Suddenly, she heard Kakashi's voice beside her. "What?" Hanin froze, bewildered. Kakashi struck her down towards the ground, and in the instant of landing he transformed into a puff of smoke, while another hand emerged from below. Earth style, underground decapitation technique. Both Uchiha siblings were ensnared within the earth. Hanin's expression darkened. She had been caught off guard. Yet, she understood that many of her jutsu were high-damage techniques, and using them here might endanger Sasuke beside her. This was merely a test, not a life-or-death battle. And there was no need to resort to such lethal jutsu. At this juncture, Kakashi had demonstrated the full spectrum of taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu to the fore. Even Hanin, who was often regarded as a prodigy, fell victim to the traps. However, having just been pulled underground, she utilized the destructive power of wind release to break free. As Hanin emerged from the ground, the distant clock attached to a wooden post resounded loudly. The four of them exchanged incredulous glances, staring at Kakashi. "Has time run out?" Sasuke inquired of Hanin. Though reluctant to admit it, the time indeed had elapsed. Chapter 27. The Bell Robbery Exercise. Those who do not understand the importance of teamwork are even less than useless. Kakashi gathered the 4 members of Team 7, observing as 3 stood before him, while Naruto remained tied to the wooden post, having been the first to fall and thus subject to punishment. "Time's up, and none of you managed to seize the bell. You need not return to the Ninja Academy." "Why not return?" Naruto asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Because you are no longer fit to be ninjas." "How can you say that?" Sasuke exclaimed vehemently, memories of Itachi's scolding echoing in his mind. His teeth clenched in frustration. At that moment, it was time for a final stand. He charged at Kakashi with fervor. "Brother!" Hanin cried out. Sasuke reached Kakashi's side, but predictably, was swiftly subdued beneath him. "Are you underestimating ninjas?" Kakashi's expression darkened as he surveyed the group. "Do you know why we conduct exercises in this manner? You have completely misunderstood the purpose of this test." Before Kakashi could continue, Hanin stepped forward. "Are you going to fight too? Let go of my brother." Seeing Sasuke so easily humiliated beneath Kakashi's weight ignited her fury, prompting her to shout fiercely, "I want to let go. What will you do about it?" "Then I have no choice." Hanin's expression turned icy. Sasuke was her Achilles heel, her only family. "Oh, interesting." Kakashi rose, releasing Sasuke and focusing on Hanin. Once freed, Sasuke quickly retreated, leaving only Kakashi and Hanin facing each other. "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi said coolly. Hanin's long, dark hair swayed gently in the breeze. Her aura seemingly transformed. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stared in astonishment. Was this truly the Hanin they knew? Hanin moved, her hands a blur as if she were a specter. Her speed astonishing even Kakashi. "What? Did Mr. Fugaku teach you this technique?" Kakashi exclaimed in shock. "Fire style, great fire annihilation." As Hanin shouted, flames flickered around her lips, a torrent of fire about to erupt, but Kakashi intervened. "Enough. Do you wish to obliterate this place? Uchiha Hanin, regain your senses. My brother is my only remaining family, you shall perish." Upon hearing this, Sasuke shouted in alarm, "Hanin, stop!" At the sound of his voice, Hanin froze momentarily, gradually regaining her composure. "I am sorry." Her earlier rage, ignited by Sasuke, shifted to a sense of dread. Though merely a B-rank jutsu, Its power far surpassed that of the fireball technique. If unleashed, half the training ground would be engulfed in flames. Seeing Hanin pull back just in time, Kakashi sighed in relief. He then approached the monument dedicated to the ninjas who had honorably sacrificed their lives for the village, contemplating the names inscribed there. Given this, I shall grant you all another chance. This afternoon, we will continue the bell robbery exercise. Sakura and Sasuke may have lunch first. Naruto, you are forbidden from eating. If I discover who provided him with this bento, you will be sent back to the Ninja Academy. With that, Kakashi departed. Hanabi, Sasuke, and Sakura settled beside Naruto. While Sakura and Sasuke began their meal, Hanabi, who was equally famished, felt a pang of guilt. Had she unleashed the great fire annihilation without a care? Would this training ground have been reduced to rubble? What if both her brother and Naruto were injured? Watching the two enjoy their bento, Naruto hung his head in disappointment, prompting Hanabi to extend her own bento towards him. Eat up, and I'm sorry, she urged. But what about you, Hanabi? Even if you're not a ninja right now, you can always try again. Besides, I'm a year younger than you. You need to eat. If you don't, you won't pass this afternoon's test. Although Naruto was puzzled by Hanabi's apology, he felt immense gratitude towards her. I'll share some of mine too, just don't hold me back in the afternoon. Then I'll share mine as well. Sakura chimed in. Thank you everyone. This scene did not escape Kakashi's watchful eyes from behind a tree. Minato-sensei. You were right, he murmured, lifting his forehead protector to reveal a crimson Sharingan on his left cheek. Obito, did you see that? I will never forget you and Rin. Feeling as if Obito, Rin, and Minato were propelling him forward, he stepped out into the open, feigning anger as he approached the four. What are you still doing here? Kakashi's sudden appearance startled them. However, his expression soon softened. You all have passed. At that moment, the group's lunch boxes fell to the ground, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy. A ninja cannot think in conventional terms. Those who defy the rules and ironclad laws of ninjas are deemed useless. However, those who fail to appreciate their comrades are even less than that. Kakashi declared. The one who truly understood the value of camaraderie during this exam was Hanabi. He gave her a thumbs up, recognizing that Naruto's sacrifice of his own plans and Sasuke's great fire annihilation were acts of selflessness for the sake of their friends. In Kakashi's eyes, Hanabi had already passed. He merely aimed to make the other three aware of the significance of companionship. With the exercise concluded, everyone was deemed qualified. From tomorrow, Team 7 would commence their missions. In response to Kakashi's words, Naruto and Hanabi jumped up hand in hand. That is fantastic, Hanabi. We passed. He exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Naruto, we did it. We are ninjas now. Naruto laughed as he held Sakura and Hanabi's hands. Sakura joined in the celebration, while Sasuke observed them with a slight smirk. This was the life he wished for Hanabi, a life free from the burdens of the Uchiha clan's tragic past. Everything would rest on his shoulders. She deserved to live freely and joyfully in this world, just as a girl who loves to laugh should. Kakashi, watching the four hold hands, calmly remarked, it's time to head back. As they watched Kakashi depart, the four remained lost in their elation. Unbeknownst to them, Hanabi's stomach grumbled once more. Embarrassed, she admitted, I think I'm hungry. Hanabi, shall we go for some ramen? Naruto clapped her shoulder enthusiastically. Let us go. It's on me today. Hanabi laughed heartily. After the four left, a figure descended from a distant tree, an Umbu ninja who removed his fox mask. He belonged to the Root organization, having leaped down from the forest. Although he had been too far to hear the details of the recent test, he had assessed their strengths. If he had gotten any closer, Kakashi would have noticed him. He murmured to himself, I need to report the Uchiha siblings' abilities to Danzo-sama. Chapter 28. The Approach of Root. The Countdown to the Abyss. Within the Root organization, in a realm of darkness, an elderly man with his left eye bound in bandages emerged. His expression was calm, marred only by a cross-shaped scar on his chin, suggesting a wound from a sharp object. An Umbu member removed his mask and knelt respectfully before the old man. Danzo-sama, I have come to report. Speak. What brings you to me? Naruto Uzumaki remains unchanged, but the Uchiha siblings' abilities. The Umbu recounted the entirety of the survival exercise he had witnessed under Kakashi's guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo grasped that Hanabi had mastered advanced jutsu, yet he was uncertain of her training methods. It was highly probable that she had inherited some relic from Fugaku Uchiha, allowing her to attain such power. Clenching his fists in a darkened resolve, Danzo thought, indeed, the Uchiha clan must be eradicated. If this Uchiha remnant continues to grow, it will pose a great threat. He recalled the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. None of them could be utilized for his purposes, and if he could not control them, they would certainly become a future calamity. For the sake of Konoha, this Uchiha remnant must serve my interests. Danzo nodded, signaling for the Umbu to depart. Once he was gone, Danzo began to ponder deeply. The agreement he had made with Itachi was to spare only Sasuke. Yet this remnant had also remained. Had it not been for Hiruzen's orders, he would have dispatched someone to eliminate the girl long ago. Fugaku Uchiha, you left behind many jutsu for your daughter. I cannot be blamed for this. Summoning an Umbu from Root, he instructed, in a month, you will command Uchiha Hanabi to join the Root organization after the Chunin exams. But Danzo-sama, what if she refuses? The Umbu queried. Eliminate her outright, to prevent future complications. Understood. The Umbu vanished from Danzo's presence in an instant. Hiruzen, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This does not concern Uchiha Sasuke, nor does it fall within the scope of my agreement with Itachi. With that, he retreated into the shadows. Team 7's tasks, though numerous and varied, consisted largely of mundane errands such as catching cats, finding people, and cleaning. Such assignments left Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura feeling somewhat disheartened. Conversely, Hanabi approached each task with unwavering dedication. Having embraced her identity as a ninja, she felt a surge of passion, believing she had taken her first step towards her dreams. Although these initial tasks were trivial, the four of them enjoyed their time together immensely. Throughout the month, they shared joyous moments, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Furthermore, she no longer concealed her abilities, as her outstanding performances had drawn the attention of many higher-ups. Now, she possessed a modicum of strength for self-defense. As days passed, Kakashi's team had yet to receive any high-level missions, having completed numerous menial tasks. Why are we stuck with these useless missions? Naruto vented, patting Hanabi's shoulder. If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Hanabi shrugged. Let us go find Gramps III, Sakura suggested. Aside from Hainen. The three of them appeared somewhat listless. Through their time together, Kakashi had come to realize that Hainen was far more complex than he had initially assumed. Her mastery of ninjutsu surpassed the limits of his own knowledge. It was evident that, following the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, she must have inherited numerous ninjutsu scrolls from her parents. As a prodigious young girl, Hainen's command over such an array of techniques was likely a legacy from Uchiha Fugaku. Kakashi sighed at this thought, reflecting on the tragic fate that had befallen her at the tender age of 6, having lost her parents and clan, and being compelled to train relentlessly day after day. Her brother, Uchiha Sasuke, too, harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance, indicating that the Uchiha siblings bore an immense burden. Kakashi seemed to have gained insight into Hainen's character. Fundamentally, she was no different from an ordinary girl. Despite her genius, she exhibited traits typical of a young girl. Much like Naruto, she possessed a fiery spirit that could ignite enthusiasm. This was Kakashi's understanding of Hainen after a month of interaction. At that moment, they arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at the head of the table and smiled upon seeing the five return successfully from their mission. You've returned, he said. Yes, Grandpa. Is there a more challenging mission you can assign us? Naruto exclaimed with a grin. Hiruzen sifted through some documents beside him and muttered softly, take care of the children for Lord Orochimaru, or run errands to the neighboring village, or help dig sweet potatoes. No. Naruto swiftly interrupted. Please, don't give us such trivial tasks. I want a more exciting mission. Assign me something else. Naruto's dissatisfaction resonated with Sasuke and Sakura, while Hainen, on the other hand, felt indifferent. As long as she could undertake missions alongside them, she found joy. I knew he would start throwing a tantrum, Kakashi muttered helplessly. Ninja missions were categorized into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D. Naturally, a novice team like Kakashi's could only aspire to D or C rank missions, as higher ranks were not available to them. Thus, Hiruzen continued to peruse the list, a smirk forming as he turned to the disgruntled Naruto. Naruto, didn't you express a desire for a more advanced mission? This remark immediately piqued Naruto's curiosity. Grandpa, is there a significant mission? Since you mentioned it, I shall assign you a C-rank mission. Really? What is it? Naruto queried, intrigued. Hiruzen then assigned them a task to escort the renowned bridge builder, Mr. Tazuna. The 7 squad's mission was to escort Mr. Tazuna to the Land of Waves. The following day, Naruto and the others arrived punctually at the village entrance of Konoha. However, Uchiha Sasuke and Hainen were yet to arrive, leaving the other 3 puzzled. With half an hour until departure, why haven't Hainen and Sasuke shown up yet? Naruto frowned. Kakashi sensed something amiss and addressed the 2 present. I'll go check on them, you 2 wait here. With that, Kakashi swiftly departed towards the Uchiha residence. Sure enough, not far from the Uchiha household, Hanan and Sasuke were being obstructed by a member of the Umbu. Are you going to let us through or not? Sasuke shouted, shielding Hanan behind him. Wait for your teacher to arrive before we proceed. The Umbu replied tersely. It wasn't until Kakashi arrived that the Umbu seemed taken aback. Umbu? Are you affiliated with Root? Kakashi, you're just in time. The Umbu beckoned him aside and handed him a document. Kakashi's expression shifted as he read the contents. Lord Danzo wishes to see Hanan? Yes, Uchiha Sasuke may accompany you, but Uchiha Hanan must come to meet with Root. Is it an attempt to recruit her into the Umbu like Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi frowned, recalling that Itachi had joined the Umbu at a similar age. Very well. Kakashi finally conceded, nodding slightly. After all, this was a task personally assigned by Danzo, and with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, present, he doubted any harm would befall Hanan. He approached Hanan, who was carrying her belongings, and said, Hanan, a high-ranking official wishes to meet you. You may not be able to join us on this mission. It's all right. Maybe next time, Hanan replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, though the notion of a high-ranking official wanting to see her left her feeling somewhat anxious. Kakashi turned to Sasuke and softly said, Let's go, Sasuke. Hanan, take care of yourself at home. Brother, you all go ahead. Just remember to bring me back something delicious. Hanan said, pulling out half of her money from her pocket and handing it to Sasuke. What is this? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Brother, take it. It's my savings. If you get hungry on the way, use it to buy something to eat. And please apologize to Naruto and Sakura for me since I can't be with you all this time. Hanan, all right, brother, hurry along. I will accompany this Umbu for now. With that, Hanan departed with the Umbu, leaving Kakashi and Sasuke in contemplative silence. It was likely an indication that Hanan was being considered for recruitment into the Umbu, which could be beneficial for her. Kakashi quietly remarked to Sasuke, All right, let us be on our way. Chapter 29. In the face of life and death. The darkness of Konoha. Hanan followed the Umbu to Danzo's office. Is this the place? Hanan inquired. Yes, let us enter, the Umbu responded. He knocked on the door, and an elderly voice called from within. Come in. As they entered, Hanan beheld Danzo seated at the head of the table, his body swathed in bandages. Yet the wrinkles on his face were unmistakably prominent. Are you Uchiha Hanan? Danzo squinted at her. Yes, and you are? I am Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root's Umbu. With the Chunin exams approaching in half a month, I have taken note of your potential, and wish to invite you to join our ranks in Root's Umbu. Hanan was taken aback, staring at Danzo in surprise. Me? Join the Umbu? Indeed. Your father, Uchiha Fugaku, must have left you many ninjutsu techniques, which have cultivated your exceptional abilities. Come to the Umbu. This is where you can fully realize your talents. However, at that moment, Hanan spoke earnestly, I refuse. Very well. I shall await your response. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, as he expected Hanan to accept. After all, joining the Umbu was a coveted aspiration for many ninjas. The Uchiha scion before him had audaciously rejected his offer. Yet Hanan's reasoning was simple. She did not wish to step into a place that had once been traversed by Itachi. I have no interest in the Umbu, hence my refusal. She sought to carve her own path, not wanting to tread the same ground as Uchiha Itachi. Danzo, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As she turned to exit, Danzo slammed his palm forcefully onto the desk. Do you think this is a public restroom? You can come and go as you please? Danzo's voice was icy. A remnant of the Uchiha clan dares to display contempt towards me. However, Hanan is not one to cower in the face of such a scene. She left Danzo's office without a backward glance. Once she departed, the Umbu members promptly knelt on one knee, their gaze fixed on the increasingly irate Danzo. Too fearful to utter a single word. The audacity of a Uchiha scion is remarkable. As for Sasuke, he remains untouchable, yet you are not beyond my reach. With that, Danzo rose and addressed the ninja beside him. Yunoya, you know what must be done, correct? Yes. Yunoya responded, vanishing from the room in an instant. Outside, Hanan pondered the reason behind Danzo's invitation to join the Umbu. However, recalling the fury in his eyes upon her refusal reassured her that her choice was indeed the right one. Without the presence of Team 7, Hanan ventured to a long-neglected training ground, where she trained for an entire afternoon. As evening fell and she sat at the dinner table, a wave of loneliness washed over her. Sighing softly, she mused, I wonder how my brother, Naruto, and Sakura are doing. The invitation from the Umbu had prevented her from joining in on their mission. Oh well, I suppose I'll dine out tonight. With that, Hanan donned her Uchiha blue cloak and stepped outside. However, as soon as she emerged, she sensed an unsettling presence around her. A few steps away from home, her keen intuition spoke to her inner self. Xiaonin, am I being followed? Indeed, you are, came the reply from Xiaonin. Taken aback, Hanan wondered why someone would shadow her. She made her way to the streets of Konoha, where the village bustled with life. Yet an ever-growing sense of being pursued plagued her. The awareness gnawed at her, instilling a sense of unease. The enemy lurked in the shadows while she remained exposed. Should her movements be discovered, the tables would turn. Feigning ignorance, she entered a ramen shop and continued to eat as usual. After finishing her meal, she muttered to herself, everyone's off on missions, I might as well take a stroll. With that, she headed towards the outskirts of Konoha. Hidden in the shadows, Yunoya felt a surge of excitement, for he finally had the opportunity to act. Cloaked in a black robe with a fox mask, he stealthily followed Hanan. At that moment, Hanan resembled an ordinary young girl, skipping along as if on a leisurely walk. Meanwhile, Yunoya concealed himself in the grass, smirking at her naivety. Since it was a command, he was obligated to follow Danzo's orders. In the next instant, he made his move. A kunai shot silently from the underbrush, but Hanan was swifter. With a powerful leap, she spun in midair, deftly dodging the kunai. What? Yunoya gasped, surprised. Only now did she dare to strike? But I have already located you, Hanan's calm voice echoed. In an instant, she vanished from her spot, dashing into the thicket, and seizing the kunai to stab at Yunoya. As an umbu, such a surprise attack would not claim his life. He swiftly drew his katana, repelling Hanan with a single blow. The moonlight revealed his mask. You. Hanan recognized the face behind the mask. Did Danzo send you to kill me? Why would he want me dead? In response to her inquiries, Yunoya said nothing. Instead, he leapt into the air, forming hand seals. His blade glinted coldly as he swung it towards Hanan. Yet, Hanan had prepared for this moment. Her body flickered like a phantom, evading Yunoya's strike with ease. In that fleeting instant, she formed seals once more, realizing she could no longer hold back. This man truly intended to take her life, likely under the orders of the Danzo she had just encountered. Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha. This was undoubtedly a sanctioned act, or else he would not dare to act so openly. A chill ran down Hanan's spine. In a burst of white smoke, 10 copies of Hanan materialized, surrounding Yunoya, each one forming seals. Multiple shadow clone fire style. Great fireball. This was a jutsu Hanan developed by merging her shadow clones with Xiaonin's power within her inner world. Yunoya, taken aback by such a display, attempted to flee. But it was too late. 10 blazing fireballs surged towards him, reducing his form to ashes in an instant. As the shadow clones dissipated, Hanan knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down her face. This technique had drained a significant portion of her chakra. While the outcome was favorable, her heart was far from light. The upper echelons of Konoha sought her death. This revelation reverberated in Hanan's mind like a thunderclap. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, and she had barely escaped the clutches of the masked man. Yet now, mere years later, she found herself targeted by certain high-ranking officials within Konoha. Before Hanan could contemplate further, another figure emerged from the nearby thicket, clad in umbu attire. This is bad. Still half-kneeling, Hanan received a solid kick from this new assailant. Bang! The sound echoed as her body rocketed through the air, crashing against a tree with a sickening thud. She had never anticipated another would be present. Why hadn't the previous assailant intervened to save his comrade when Yunoya attacked her? Before she could process the situation, a blade pierced through her back. Her pupils dilated as she looked down to see a katana protruding from her abdomen, the searing pain causing blood to trickle from her lips, accompanied by a bewildered smile. Having evaded annihilation, she ultimately could not escape the hands of her own kin? As the blade was withdrawn, Hanan collapsed to the ground, her eyelids heavy yet her will to survive propelling her to remain conscious. Gazing towards the distant trees, she recognized the figure approaching her. It was Danzo, the very man she had encountered that morning. A remnant of the Uchiha clan. And this is what you call a prodigy? You haven't even awakened your Sharingan. It seems you are nothing but a waste. With that, Danzo turned to leave. Dispose of Yunoya's body and hers, he commanded as he departed. Chapter 30. The Desperate Counterattack. Hanan's Final Dance. Father, Mother, Sasuke, where are you? Hanan felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. Even Konoha could not harbor her. Blood continued to seep from her lips, and a profound sense of helplessness clouded her eyes. Yet, in the next moment, a flood of memories surged into her mind. Horrors from the night of the massacre. Clinging to the memory of Uchiha Mikoto, Hanan's consciousness began to fade, fresh blood gushing from her abdomen and staining her blue cloak. She felt her strength rapidly waning. Her gaze fixed on the bright, pale moon in the sky. Her thoughts seemed to settle once more. as two Umbu members began to handle Yunoya's corpse nearby. Kanon awaited her own demise before they would attend to her. "Brother, I may die here today." Kanon raised her hand, drenched in her own blood, yearning to grasp the luminous white moon hanging in the sky. Yet visions of Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi's smiles danced in her mind. The smile of Izumi Uchiha seemed to flicker before her, akin to a fleeting illusion. "Kanon, rise," echoed Izumi's voice. "Sister Izumi, my consciousness feels so hazy. Do you not still seek the flower field in your heart?" "Izumi, Kanon, you are now 11 years old. You are no longer the helpless 6-year-old you once were. You have no reason to evade any longer." Tears began to cascade from the corners of Kanon's eyes, the excruciating pain in her abdomen gnawing at her fading awareness. How could I die here?" Suddenly, a resolute spark ignited in her gaze. Kanon clenched her teeth as the chakra within her surged violently. Even the little shinobi within her inner world felt astonished, for this was the pure essence of yang release. The gaping wound in her abdomen began to mend, her eyes transforming into a vivid crimson, the three tomoe slowly revolving. "What is happening?" The two Umbu were taken aback, staring at Kanon. Yet under the moonlight, her face bore an ashen pallor, and the calmness etched upon it belied the fury raging within her heart. Kanon understood that this could be the final brilliance of her life. Perhaps a slender thread of hope remained, but in any case, she would not retreat any longer. This was her pride as a Uchiha, and it embodied her fighting spirit. "You are merely at the end of your tether. Do you wish to suffer more?" But now, Kanon felt only coldness. In this helpless world, she existed in isolation, devoid of the protection that even Konoha could not offer her. She truly did not know whom to trust anymore. Rather than relying on others, she would depend on herself. A wave of murderous intent emanated from her expression. As her three tomoe Sharingan spun wildly, "Look away from her eyes," one of them shouted. But his warning came too late. The ninja beside him was already ensnared by the genjutsu of her Sharingan. He found himself in a flower field drenched in blood, bound to a crimson cross, each petal slicing into him like a blade, inflicting countless wounds. Within this illusion, his movements were agonizingly slow, while the razor-like petals surged forth with blinding speed, mercilessly carving into his flesh. In reality, the ninja under Kanon's control was bleeding profusely, his vacant gaze fixed on the ground. Although still breathing, his life force waned dangerously. Kanon tilted her head, her expression morphing into one of wildness. "Next, it is your turn. You." He drew the blade at his back, charging towards Kanon. Brat. Yet in the next instant, the forest erupted with a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds taking flight. Clang. Crack. The Umbu's blade was cleaved in two by the Chidori, and accompanied by Kanon's merciless smile, it pierced through the heart of the Umbu in an instant. How is this possible? He knelt, collapsing before Kanon. She did not deign to glance at the lifeless Umbu, instead striding towards another Umbu ninja ensnared in her genjutsu, withdrawing a kunai, and ruthlessly plunging it into his heart. Blood splattered across Kanon's cheek, yet she remained indifferent. When she stood again, a figure emerged from the depths of the forest, from the position once held by Danzo. Kanon gazed at the white-haired man, frowning under the moonlight, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. I have no expectations left for this wretched village. Are you here to kill me too?" The white-haired man surveyed the chaotic scene, his brow furrowing deeper. "You are injured," Jiraiya remarked, addressing Kanon. However, Kanon did not respond to his words. Instead, she formed hand seals with one hand, her Sharingan flaring once more. "You are Uchiha Kanon." The only response Jiraiya received was a swift Chidori. Boom. A burst of white light erupted as both he and Kanon were propelled backward. Kanon's speed was astonishing. He had barely managed to counter with a Rasengan. Meanwhile, Kanon crashed into a large tree, gritting her teeth as she struggled to rise, even while wounded. "What is wrong? Why did you kill those two ninjas?" Jiraiya was left dumbfounded, having rushed over upon hearing the sound of Chidori, only to be met with the sight of the bloodied Kanon, and the corpses of two Umbu. He knew of Uchiha Kanon. The third Hokage had described her as a kind child. Why did she now possess such terrifying intent to kill, and such a look of despair? There was only one explanation. She had endured profound despair. Gazing into her three tomoe Sharingan, even Jiraiya felt a string within him resonate. This child is merely 11 years old, yet she wields a three tomoe Sharingan. What torment has she endured? "Are you also sent to kill me? Who wishes to kill you?" Jiraiya inquired. "Stop pretending." Kanon immediately formed seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A terrifying gust of wind surged from her lips, barreling towards Jiraiya. Instantly, his white hair lengthened, deflecting the wind attack. But this great breakthrough was merely a ruse. She leapt forward, combining great fireball with a shuriken. Fire release. Phoenix fire jutsu. Jiraiya's eyes widened. This was not something he could block directly, as she was intent on killing him. He desired to understand what had transpired that night, transforming the kind girl described by the third Hokage into someone so desperate. Jiraiya's legs trembled as he evaded Kanon's Phoenix fire jutsu, turning to ensnare her with the lion's mane technique. You cannot move now. Will you listen to me? I have nothing to say to you, Kanon exclaimed, shaking one hand. A surge of crimson blood erupting forth. She even carved a piece of flesh from her own arm to regain the use of her hand momentarily. What? Jiraiya was astonished. The girl before him possessed such indomitable will, enduring the pain. Fire release, great fireball. A torrent of fearsome flames erupted from Kanon's mouth, aimed solely at Jiraiya. His expression turned grave as he momentarily dispelled the lion's mane technique. Witnessing the inferno surging towards him, Jiraiya produced a scroll, swiftly sealing Kanon's great fireball within it. After executing the fireball, Kanon knelt upon the ground, her three tomoe Sharingan no longer manifesting. Now, let us determine the victor with this move, Kanon urged, forcing herself to stand, facing the impassive expression of Jiraiya. He offered no response, merely observing her, eager to see what technique she would employ. In the next moment he was taken aback, for within Kanon's left hand was a blue chakra sphere. Truly, she was a prodigious girl of the Uchiha clan, mastering this technique after just one glance. Speaking thus, Jiraiya also formed a Rasengan in his hand. Tomoe. Let me witness your resolve. Jiraiya laughed heartily, acknowledging the Kanon before him. Danzo's hound, I shall fight you to the end, Kanon shouted, stepping forth, causing the ground beneath her to erupt in an explosion of force, a display of power that left even Jiraiya wide-eyed. Yet, it was not the swiftness of Hanayo that astonished him, but rather the words that had just escaped her lips. Danzo's dog? Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Danzo himself? Hanayo had already charged forward, and Jiraiya found himself on guard. The collision of two Rasengan unleashed an explosion that sent fierce winds roaring through the entire forest. At that moment, Hanayo's hands hung limply at her sides. Yet she struggled to remain standing, her gaze fixed intently on Jiraiya, who was also retreating. Jiraiya, observing his slightly trembling hand, gasped in shock. The strength displayed by the girl before him today was far beyond that of an ordinary chunin. She had surpassed even the level of the Umbu. While Jiraiya was lost in thought, Hanayo, standing at a distance, suddenly erupted into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter was unrestrained, yet tinged with a hint of desolation. Father, mother, Izumine, I still haven't changed at all. Her voice brimmed with helplessness and sorrow. As her laughter gradually turned hoarse, the bloodstains at the corners of her eyes intertwined with her tears, creating a poignant tableau. She laboriously supported her weary body, staggering toward Jiraiya, who at that moment, stood utterly unguarded. Jiraiya gazed at the girl before him, who could scarcely move, for he knew that Hanayo would not launch another attack against him. Was it merely a luxury to wish for a quiet existence? Her voice trembled, tears shimmering in her eyes as she stood before him. If so, then I have no desire to continue living in this world of ninjas. With those words, she grasped Jiraiya's hand, retrieving a kunai from her leg pouch and gently placing it in his palm, her forehead resting against his chest. You should kill me. Hanayo's words exuded a sense of transcendence and determination. Chapter 31. There are still many things in this world worth cherishing. Jiraiya deeply regarded the Uchiha prodigy, praised by the third Hokage for her kindness and gentleness, now standing before him with hollow eyes, utterly yearning for death. His heart ached at the thought of the despair that Danzo had inflicted upon this child. Do it! Hanayo shouted at Jiraiya. Hurry and kill me. Set me free. Her eyes trembled violently, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Gradually, she closed her eyes and collapsed before Jiraiya, losing consciousness. Jiraiya, cradling the unconscious Hanayo, finally noticed the wounds upon her body. Her abdomen bore a gaping wound, and her right arm appeared dislocated, compounded by the injuries sustained from their earlier battle, causing Jiraiya's eyes to tremble with horror. At that moment, the third Hokage and the Umbu, belonging to his faction, arrived at the scene, albeit belatedly. Jiraiya? What are you doing here? The first thing Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed was Jiraiya holding the injured Hanayo. Did you do this? Hiruzen furrowed his brow. It was them. Jiraiya indicated the two lifeless Umbu bodies nearby, one with a hole punctured through its heart, the other pierced by a kunai. Hiruzen was taken aback by the sight. Jiraiya approached Hiruzen with the unconscious Hanayo. This child. Hiruzen's expression turned complex. She killed them. What? Hiruzen stood in shock, frozen in place. We must get her medical attention immediately. Outside the Konoha hospital, Jiraiya relayed all the information regarding his battle with Hanayo and his deductions to Hiruzen. That bastard Danzo. Hiruzen gritted his teeth. He had already spoken with Danzo about this matter, yet that man still resorted to such actions. Danzo's interference had nearly cost the life of the Uchiha prodigy. Hiruzen was determined to hold him accountable. She's merely an 11-year-old child. How could Danzo target such a girl? He must be losing his mind. Until Kakashi returns, I will protect her, Jiraiya stated calmly. It must be done. Hiruzen conceded, feeling helpless. It was his failure to allow Danzo to act so insidiously. She and Sasuke were the last remnants of the Uchiha bloodline. Yet Danzo had cruelly attacked such a child. He had truly lost his sanity. That night, Hanayo lay in the hospital bed, swathed in bandages, just as she had at the age of 6. Now at 11, she was still enveloped in the tender care of medical ninjas. Her pallid cheeks gradually regained color under their ministrations, while Jiraiya sat outside the hospital, his expression grave as he awaited her awakening. The Root Organization. Hiruzen led all the Umbu to surround the entire Root Organization. Danzo was stripped of his position, and the organization was disbanded. With the truth revealed, Danzo glared at Hiruzen. Teeth clenched. Everything I did was for Konoha. Danzo, you've gone astray. She's still just a child. Hiruzen, you are too kind. Your kindness will eventually bring ruin to Konoha. He slammed his hand on the table and stormed out of the office. Watching the enraged Danzo depart, Hiruzen sighed helplessly. I am the sunlight of Konoha. You are the darkness of Root. This world cannot function without either. Danzo, she's just a child. Must you impose such darkness upon the innocent? A day later, Hanayo's eyes slowly opened. Am I in paradise? Lord Jiraiya, she's awake. A medical ninja nearby called out urgently to Jiraiya outside the ward. I'm coming, Jiraiya replied, entering the room to find Hanayo's vacant gaze. It's you. Why didn't you kill me? It would be a shame to let you die, Jiraiya said, sitting beside her and peeling an orange. Would you like some? Hanayo shook her head, but Jiraiya forcibly placed a piece into her mouth. Lord Jiraiya. The patient is still quite weak, the surrounding nurses hurriedly cautioned him. It's fine, it's just an orange. Hanayo reluctantly swallowed the piece, her expression twisting slightly. It's quite sour. Indeed, oranges are quite tart. You have yet to experience many flavors in this world. There are still so many things worth cherishing. There's no need to seek death. Jiraiya spoke softly. Hanayo shook her head, falling silent. She no longer held any expectations for this village. Companions, the village. These were all meaningless. Only she could be trusted. When faced with the threat of death, she had felt utterly helpless, and even now, the memory of the blade piercing her abdomen haunted her, fueling her resentment. Observing the emptiness in Hanayo's eyes, Jiraiya sighed gently, placing the orange on the table before exiting the ward. From now on, I will protect you until Kakashi returns. With those words he left. Hanayo gazed out at the scenery beyond the ward, gradually drifting off to sleep. In the days that followed, she hardly spoke, only engaging in brief exchanges when Jiraiya visited. Even when Hiruzen came to offer comfort, Hanayo remained silent, merely watching him with a distant gaze, as though her heart had succumbed to despair. Witnessing Hanayo's expression, Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. It seemed that Danzo had shattered this child's spirit, leaving her unable to trust anyone around her. Stepping out of the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, resolute in his decision to return and interrogate Danzo once more. This despicable man had dared to lay hands on a child. Although Hanabi had sustained severe injuries, her remarkable resilience and self-healing abilities were nothing short of astonishing. In less than 10 days, she had nearly recovered and was fit to be discharged. Today marked the 14th day since Team 7 had embarked on their mission, and Hanabi walked out of the hospital, her gaze vacant as she regarded Jiraiya beside her. Allow me to escort you home, he offered. No need, she replied. Her words succinct. The misunderstanding between them had been resolved, and she understood that Jiraiya had come upon hearing the situation. By the way, you can perform the Rasengan and Chidori. You truly are impressive, Jiraiya remarked, smiling at the quietly walking Hanabi. She merely glanced at him before continuing towards her home. It wasn't until she had been safely returned that Jiraiya's smile faded into a sigh of resignation. This child. It seems her maturity has advanced significantly, he mused as he departed from the Uchiha compound. Alone in her living room, Hanabi sat silently, gazing at the bandages that had yet to be removed from her body. A pang of sorrow swelling within her heart. She looked upon a family photograph displayed in the cabinet, taken when she was 5, depicting her family. Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and herself, Uchiha Hanabi, all together in their yard. As she took the frame down, contrasting it with the now desolate yard, the memories of their past vibrancy were vivid, yet the present yard was starkly cold. She gazed at the photograph, then at the present yard. A self-deprecating smile escaping her lips. Hanabi, how long has it been since that grass was trimmed? Chapter 32. Nothing happened. The warm moments of Team 7. Today marked the return of Team 7 from their mission. Kakashi led Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura back to Konoha. They were eager to recount everything that had transpired, including their encounters with Zabuza and Haku, to Hanabi. Subsequently, they made their way to the Uchiha compound. Indeed, they found Hanabi in the yard, diligently weeding and trimming the plants. Hey, Hanabi! Naruto shouted, climbing atop the wall to call out to her. Hearing Naruto's loud voice, Hanabi merely lifted her head to glance at him, her enthusiasm lacking. She offered a slight nod to acknowledge his presence. Observing her demeanor, the others exchanged puzzled looks. Let us go inside, Sasuke suggested, inviting everyone in. As they entered, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, a floral scent. Noticing several pots of flowers in the hallway, Sakura expressed her admiration. Truly, Hanabi, you possess such fragrant blooms. The four of them proceeded into the house through the entrance. Hanabi sat there, her expression serene yet oddly detached. Kakashi immediately sensed something amiss. Only Naruto had shouted from the wall, while the rest remained outside. Even the usually oblivious Naruto had picked up on it, noticing the bandages wrapped around Hanabi, clearly indicating her injuries. Hanabi, what happened? Naruto inquired, his voice trembling, while Sasuke glared at her with clenched teeth. What on earth transpired? Gazing at her brother, a wave of grievance surged within Hanabi. Yet she was no longer the 6-year-old girl she once was. She clenched her jaw, gently shook her head, and softly replied to them, nothing happened. Who could believe the words of this seemingly lost Hanabi, her eyes filled with confusion? I'll make you some tea, she said, rising to head for the kitchen. Sasuke felt a pang of sorrow at her demeanor, and even Naruto and Sakura lowered their heads in disappointment. Something must have happened to Hanabi, yet she seemed unwilling to share. That's obvious, Sakura retorted, delivering a light punch to Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, why don't you ask her? Sakura urged. Me. Kakashi was taken aback. Then he noticed a white-haired man waving to him through the glass from the courtyard wall. Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi exclaimed, astonished as he turned to the wall. What? The trio looked confused, following Kakashi's gaze, but found no one there. I'll step outside for a moment. You all stay put. Alright, Kakashi-sensei, be quick. They replied. Kakashi exited the Uchiha residence, where he found Jiraiya waiting at the door. Jiraiya-sama, what brings you here? Kakashi asked, puzzled. With regard to that little girl, Jiraiya said, his expression turning serious. You mean Hanabi? Yes. As her Jonin-sensei, you failed to protect her adequately. What? After being reprimanded by Jiraiya, Kakashi learned the truth of that day. I can't believe Danzo would stoop so low. Kakashi's expression darkened. Now that you're back, Hanabi is in your care. She must have matured significantly since that day. With that, Jiraiya prepared to take his leave. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, for looking after her. Kakashi bowed in gratitude. By the way, her strength is formidable, but her mentality is that of a normal girl. At this age, she is prone to straying from the right path. The Chunin exams are approaching. After that, let us guide her together. Jiraiya departed, leaving Kakashi with a pale visage. He could scarcely fathom how helpless and despondent Hanabi must have felt during that ordeal. Kakashi returned to the room in silence, where 4 cups of hot tea awaited him on the table. Kakashi-sensei, I bought this green tea this morning. Please have some. Hanabi said, her tone devoid of emotion. Unlike before, Hanabi seemed to have lost her usual confidence and fervor, instead appearing tranquil yet hollow. Recalling everything Jiraiya had disclosed, Kakashi looked at Hanabi with profound guilt. I'm so sorry, Hanabi, he said, bowing his head in apology. The 3 around them were taken aback. Why was Kakashi apologizing to Hanabi? Even Hanabi was momentarily stunned, though she masked it well. She remained, her hair cascading like a waterfall, tilting her head in curiosity at Kakashi. Teacher, why are you apologizing to Hanabi? Let us discuss this outside. Hanabi, please wait for us. With that, Kakashi led the 3 children into the yard, revealing everything Jiraiya had shared with him. This secret could not be hidden for long. The moment they saw the bandages on Hanabi, it was only a matter of time before they uncovered the truth. Thus, Kakashi chose not to conceal it. Sasuke's face darkened upon hearing the news. Where is that Danzo? I'll kill him. Sasuke growled, ready to storm out, but Kakashi stopped him. He has already faced the 3rd Hokage's retribution. Let us treat Hanabi kindly, she may be struggling mentally. Kakashi, why did you stop me back then? Why didn't you take Hanabi with you? Sasuke shouted at Kakashi. Brother. Suddenly, the voice of Hanayo echoed in the courtyard. Sasuke, upon seeing his sister's delicate visage, felt a wave of despair wash over him as he knelt on the ground, on the verge of losing another beloved family member. Naruto and Sakura stood nearby, understanding the gravity of the situation, their expressions somber and silent. Observing Sasuke kneeling, Hanayo also descended to her knees, enveloping her brother in an embrace, while Sasuke once again pulled his sister close, weeping anew. It felt reminiscent of the night of their clan's massacre, as they faced the terrifying prospect of separation once more. Had it not been for Hanayo's own resilience, he would have been mourning at her grave. At that moment, Sasuke's heart shattered into pieces. Naruto and Sakura joined in, enveloping the Uchiha siblings in a tight embrace, striving to alleviate the palpable sorrow surrounding them. This was the first time Naruto witnessed Hanayo and Sasuke weep so profoundly, a scene that would linger in his memory. Lacking familial ties himself, he struggled to grasp such emotions, only aware that Hanayo had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the nefarious Danzo. Watching Team 7 huddled together in tears, Kakashi felt a pang of regret. This was the consequence of his own negligence. During their mission in the Land of Waves, his carelessness had resulted in his students falling into peril when they encountered Zabuza's water prison technique, and now, he too began to feel the weight of self-reproach. 10 minutes later, Hanayo wiped her tears and stood, her eyes still reflecting a hint of emptiness, but she managed to smile at her companions. She resolved to trust Team 7 once more, for the warmth emanating from Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and her brother felt undeniably real. Everyone, please stay for dinner tonight. I would love for you to sample my cooking. Oh wonderful. We get to enjoy Hanayo's culinary skills again. Sasuke reminded Hanayo, but don't overexert yourself. As days passed, the tedium of D-rank missions continued to unfold for Team 7. Yet, there were no complaints. After their experiences in the Land of Waves and the encounters with Zabuza and Haku, they recognized the true value of these seemingly mundane tasks. Even Naruto, who typically scoffed at lower-ranked missions, engaged earnestly in their relatively simple assignments. Following the assassination attempt on Hanayo by the Umbu, her demeanor had grown increasingly quiet. She only spoke to her teammates, remaining taciturn with others. Kakashi, after spending several days with Hanayo, took a deep breath, recalling how the third Hokage had informed him that Hanayo had become particularly sensitive to feelings of safety since the night of the massacre. Having endured such trauma, he felt a great sense of responsibility as her teacher. Yet, life had to persist, and at least she still interacted with Team 7 much like before. The only notable change was that she had seemingly ceased communication with anyone outside the group. In the presence of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, she remained the same cheerful Hanayo. But to strangers, or those not in Team 7, she was a reticent girl. Reflecting on this, Kakashi sighed softly, being hunted by her own kin, narrowly escaping, only to confront the darkness of the village, stirred a sense of indignation within him on Hanayo's behalf. In the distance, he watched as Hanayo cradled a cat while Sakura playfully teased it, and Naruto, standing with arms crossed alongside Sasuke, clenched his fists. I will protect you all, Kakashi proclaimed, adjusting his ninja headband, the crimson tomoe of his Sharingan glimmering brightly. This was a cherished gift from his best friend, a testament to the will entrusted to him by Obito. Cherishing one's most important comrades was one of his ninja principles. Taking a step forward, Kakashi strode purposefully towards his beloved Team 7. Kakashi-sensei, would you like to pet this? Hanayo offered the large orange cat to him. He bent down, scratching the cat's chin before gently addressing Hanayo and the others. Today's missions have been successfully completed. Let's gather early tomorrow morning. I may have something to announce. Hanayo's mouth twitched, sensing that this announcement might not come to fruition. Can't you announce it now? Naruto asked, scratching his head and squinting. But he had already squeezed himself between Sakura and Hanayo, petting the cat. After all, he was sandwiched between the Uchiha's first beauty, the prodigious Hanayo, and his longtime crush, Sakura. He couldn't help but feel a sense of glee. No, it must maintain an air of mystery. After disbanding, Naruto resumed his antics with Sakura, while Hanayo accompanied Sasuke back home. Sasuke and I, what shall we eat today? How about I make some beef miso soup? That sounds great. It's been a while since I've had your beef stew, Sasuke nodded, approving of the suggestion. But we just had that 2 days ago. Hanayo pouted. As ninjas, their consumption was considerable. How about this, Hanayo? You take the day off from cooking. I'll handle it. Sasuke declared with earnestness. No, no, no. Hanayo quickly protested 3 times. The mere thought of the lethal poison emanating from the purple skull made her shudder. The following morning, after finishing breakfast and donning his headband, Naruto set off with renewed vigor toward the assembly point. Upon arrival, he found Sasuke, Sakura, and Hanayo already waiting. Good morning, Sakura. Hanyo, he exclaimed, casting a disgruntled glance at Sasuke. Sasuke responded with a roll of his eyes. Hanyo, observing the two, smiled warmly, despite their bickering. It was evident that they cared for one another. Sakura looked weary, thinking, here we go again, as the two exchanged glances of disdain. Since returning from the land of waves, their dynamic felt slightly off. However, Hanyo had not participated in that mission, and the dangers she had faced were far graver than theirs. Unsurprisingly, Kakashi arrived late once more. Good morning, everyone. I got lost. Hanyo and Naruto immediately expressed their dissatisfaction and disdain for Kakashi's habitual tardiness, chastising him for his flimsy excuses. So, what is it that you wish to announce today? Naruto inquired. I'll tell you later. First, let's complete the task, Kakashi teased, leaving them hanging. Thus began another morning filled with weeding, garbage collection by the river, and Naruto's various blunders, culminating in Hanyo bandaging his wounds once again, as she and Sasuke supported their exhausted teammate. Naruto, if you don't want to keep owing Hanyo and me favors, you must become stronger, Sasuke asserted, recalling Zabuza and Haku. In this world, many were far superior to him, igniting a flicker of dissatisfaction within. Well, let's wrap things up, Kakashi declared. Kakashi-sensei, what about your announcement? Naruto and Sakura were left perplexed. Are you too dense? If he said maybe, it means there's nothing, Sasuke retorted mercilessly. That's how it is, Kakashi said with an awkward smile before promptly departing. Naruto and Sakura were both taken aback, having fallen into yet another one of their traps of deliberately rising early only to arrive late. Both Sakura and Naruto sank into despondency, while Hanabi, standing nearby, could only shake her head in exasperation as she sought to console the pair. All right, let's head back, she said, and with that, Sasuke departed first. Sakura hurriedly chased after him, leaving Naruto feeling somewhat dejected as he lowered his head, noticing that Sakura was ignoring him completely. At that moment, Hanabi playfully ruffled Naruto's spiky blonde hair several times in irritation. How could someone aspiring to become Hokage allow himself to wallow in despair here? Upon seeing Hanabi's gentle and graceful smile, Naruto felt invigorated. You're right. I am destined to become Hokage, he exclaimed, pulling from his pocket a kunai inscribed with a floral design. Look, I've kept this kunai all this time. How could you still have it after all this while? I thought you lost it. Hanabi laughed as she took the kunai to examine it closely, noting that it was in surprisingly good condition. This was the very first gift you gave me, Naruto declared as he snatched the kunai back. I can't part with it now. I'll return it to you personally on the day I become Hokage. Hanabi nodded slightly at his words, and then handed him a matching kunai. This is a commemorative version for Hokage aspirants. I'm giving it to you. You will undoubtedly become Hokage. You need not return this one to me. Consider it a blessing for your future as Hokage. Naruto felt a pang of emotion as he reflected on how many had doubted his ability to become Hokage, even mocking his dreams. Yet the only one who steadfastly believed in him was this Uchiha girl, who was a year his junior. Then I shall accept it, Hanabi. Thank you. Ha ha ha, then you must work hard, Hanabi said as she placed the kunai firmly in Naruto's hand. Chapter 34. The Great Defeat of Mangekyou. The Uchiha prodigy named Hanabi. Naruto and we're here. In the distance, 3 children returned alongside Sakura, who had been disheartened by her encounter with Sasuke. Hanabi is here too. Konohamaru greeted her enthusiastically. Konohamaru, are you here to learn ninjutsu from Naruto and again? Hanabi knelt slightly to inquire. Yes. Do you want to learn with us, Hanabi? I think I'll sit this one out. You all are aspiring to be Hokage so you can motivate each other, she replied, turning to Naruto with a light smile. Naruto, I'll be off now. Alright, take care, Hanabi. Encouraged by her, Naruto felt a surge of determination. However, upon spotting the dejected Sakura, he suddenly felt a rush of affection and bounded towards her. It came as no surprise when Sakura sent him flying with a single punch, leaving him with bruises. Even Konohamaru, who had been defending Naruto, wasn't he spared from a scolding. During this chase, Konohamaru inadvertently collided with a boy clad in black, adorned with purple patterns on his face. The impact caused Hanabi, who had been walking away, to stop and turn to observe the situation. That hurt, Kanjuro exclaimed, glaring down at the fallen Konohamaru. In the next moment, Konohamaru was hoisted by the collar. Konohamaru. Both Naruto and Sakura cried out, anxious for their friend. That hurts. You little brat, Kanjuro smirked, evidently annoyed by the encounter. His companion, Temari, averted her gaze, scanning the surroundings. Stop right there, or you'll regret it later, she warned. Sakura, feeling guilty, hastily apologized. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for acting foolishly. She glanced nervously at the duo, uncertain of who they truly were. Meanwhile, Naruto's irritation boiled over. Hey, let him go. With a scoff, Kanjuro chuckled disdainfully, regarding the genin of Konohagakure as beneath him. Let us have a little fun before the annoying ones arrive. He held Konohamaru aloft, impervious to the latter's futile struggles. Such spunk for a little brat, he taunted. While Naruto clenched his teeth, teetering on the edge of fury. You scoundrel! He charged at Kanjuro, raising his tightly clenched fist to strike him. However, Kanjuro was no easy opponent. He opened his eyes, his fingers twitching slightly, and Naruto stumbled, falling to the ground as if pulled by invisible threads. What? What was that? Naruto gasped, staring in shock at Kanjuro. Is that so? The genin of Konoha are quite weak, Kanjuro remarked disdainfully. What are foreign shinobi doing here? Sakura pondered uneasily as she watched the scene unfold from a distance. Naruto looked at Konohamaru with concern. Hey, I really can't stand that brat. He is infuriatingly arrogant for someone so young. I just want to wipe that smirk off his face, Kanjuro stated coldly, his demeanor menacing. Temari sighed in resignation, indicating her indifference to the whole affair. Let us deal with this little pest first, then we'll handle the other side. With that, Kanjuro raised his fist to strike Konohamaru in the face. Suddenly, a kunai flew from afar, embedding itself in the back of his hand with precision. The kunai had skillfully bypassed Sakura and the others, striking Kanjuro's hand with remarkable accuracy. As blood gushed from his right hand, his pupils dilated in shock. Damari, equally astonished, witnessed two kunai being thrown. One had curved to pierce his left hand. The one who threw the kunai had undoubtedly mastered this technique, demonstrating exceptional skill and reflexes. Before Temari and Kanjuro could react, a cold-faced woman with long hair appeared before them. Hanabi, Naruto and Sakura were momentarily stunned at the sight. Even Sasuke, perched in a tree, chose not to reveal himself, curious about his sister's prowess. Kanjuro's bloodshot eyes reflected the agony he was enduring. You wretched woman! He roared, about to explode with rage, but Hanabi placed a hand on his chest, her beauty striking yet her expression chillingly severe. He was momentarily entranced by her beauty. But this moment of hesitation allowed Hanabi to silently perform a jutsu. Wind release, gale palm. Boom. Kanjuro's chest exploded, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Yet this was just the beginning. She would not spare those who harmed her cherished ones. Hanabi swiftly formed hand signs. Fire release die. With a cold chuckle, she unleashed. Great fireball technique. Not good. Temari realized the power of Hanabi's attack, and hurriedly reached for her fan to defend, but it was already too late. A fireball, twice the size of Hanabi herself, surged towards them with astonishing speed. Kanjuro and Temari were momentarily stunned by the sheer decisiveness and velocity of the attack, leaving them with no time to react or even deploy their puppets. Naruto, Sakura, and Konohamaru were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. Boom. A massive explosion ensued, and Kanjuro lay in a deep crater, seemingly unconscious. Naruto, do you have any kunai? Kanon inquired of Naruto beside her, and upon hearing her chilling tone, he found himself at a loss. Kanon, what are you planning to do? Kill him. Those two words rendered the entire assembly silent. Kanon surprisingly wished to take Kanjuro's life. Temari's expression was gravely serious, and Sasuke too felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Unable to believe that Kanon's great fireball was twice as formidable as his own. She was merely his younger sister, yet her strength brought him joy rather than envy, unlike with others. However, he realized he must intervene to prevent Kanon from unleashing her wrath. Temari retrieved a massive fan from behind her, watching Kanon's slow advance with intent to act. Kanjuro was her brother, she could not simply stand by and allow harm to come to him. How could someone so weak possess such audacity? In the blink of an eye, Kanon's figure flickered again, moving with such speed that Temari could barely react. A slender hand grasped her collar with such force that it lifted her off the ground. Lack of manners warrants a fall. Kanon's voice was as cold as a demon from the depths of hell, instilling in Temari a profound sense of despair, a killing intent born from her struggles through countless dark and desperate moments. Kanon! Sasuke shouted. But Kanon had already struck. Her fist flew forth, sending Temari hurtling through the air, crashing into Kanjuro. All done, Kanon declared, clapping her hands, her demeanor shifting from cold indifference to vibrant exuberance. Kanon, you're amazing! Naruto exclaimed, starry-eyed, having witnessed her effortlessly dispatch two lower nin from a foreign village in an instant. Sasuke rushed to check if Kanon was unharmed. After all, she was his sister. I'm fine, brother. Always showing off. Sasuke shook his head helplessly, giving her a gentle pat on the back. It was unclear how long they celebrated. By the time everyone regained their senses, Temari and Kanjuro had vanished, leaving only a scattering of sand behind. From the shadows, a bandaged man observed the scene with a grave expression, particularly fixating on the Uchiha prodigy girl. Chapter 35. Chunin Exam. The Uchiha siblings are fired up. In the former office of the Root organization, it had been entirely disbanded. Danzo entered with a calm demeanor, secretly gathering the most obedient of his elite Umbu shinobi. The remnants of the Uchiha clan possess remarkable resilience. You shall eliminate that Uchiha survivor after the Chunin exams. The Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, puzzled. Master Danzo. Do you mean Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Canon? Uchiha Canon. Once she is dealt with, my era shall commence. Understood. We shall obey. In an instant, the group vanished without a trace. Danzo, the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Such power must not be spared. If you cannot bring yourself to act, allow me to do so. Konoha will only grow weaker under your leadership. Only I can lead Konoha toward a new dawn. Danzo's face twisted into a smirk as he stepped back into the shadows, awaiting the moment he would become Hokage. In the Hokage's office, a group of jonin stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat in the main seat, gazing at these future teachers of Konohagakure with a satisfied smile. These individuals represented the backbone of the village, and for them, Hiruzen felt a deep sense of contentment. Since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had endured severe hardships. He then turned to the several genin classes he had appointed for training, speaking with a detached demeanor while puffing on his pipe. So, do any of you have recommendations for genin to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams? Asuma stepped forward, directly recommending his 3 genin from Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Meanwhile, Yugao also put forth the names of her Team 8 genin, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino. Hiruzen nodded, although their experience was somewhat lacking. In light of Konoha's recent tribulations, it was crucial to expedite the growth of these promising youths. He then glanced at Kakashi, who spoke up. For Team 7, Hatake Kakashi, recommend Uchiha Canon, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura for the Chunin selection exams. The other ninja present, including teachers from the Ninja Academy, were taken aback, as these were all rookie genin, yet they were all being recommended for the Chunin exams. Indeed, someone else stood up, voicing concern. Although Canon was not among those she taught, she had observed the other members of Team 7, 10, and 8 throughout their development. It seemed premature for them to participate in such an examination. Let us not forget, these children are only 12 years old, with one being only 11. It may be too early for them to take the Chunin exams. While Iruka recognized their talent, he agreed that it might be detrimental for them at such a young age. However, Kakashi held an opposing view. After a heated debate, they ultimately decided that Iruka would conduct an assessment of their readiness. After all, this Chunin exam would not only test the individual ninja's abilities, but also serve as a measure of strength among the various ninja villages. Iruka's concerns were valid, so they would arrange a special preliminary exam for the rookie genin. Preliminary exam? Iruka asked, confused. The following day, Team 7 arrived at the bridge as usual, awaiting Kakashi. Naruto yawned. Does Kakashi-sensei always have to be a few minutes late? Canon, do you have any water left? Didn't you just drink some? Canon sighed, handing her water bottle to Naruto. He accepted it without hesitation, raising it to drink without even touching the mouthpiece. Canon, you're too indulgent with Naruto. Sakura chimed in, grumbling about Canon. Can I drink from Sakura's? After returning the bottle, Naruto looked at Sakura with eager anticipation. Get away. Sakura's fist moved as swiftly as her words, striking Naruto on the head and leaving a sizable bump. Boring, Sasuke remarked, his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead, seemingly unconcerned with the commotion. Brother, would you like some water? No thanks, Canon. At that moment, Sakura couldn't contain herself any longer, grabbing Naruto by his collar and angrily demanding, why does that guy always call others out but make everyone wait for him? Exactly. Naruto and Canon echoed in agreement. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared before them in a flash. Good morning, everyone. Today, I've gotten lost on the road of life. Liar. Canon, Naruto, and Sakura shouted in unison. Kakashi, however, quickly shifted his tone, stepping closer to the group. Well, although it's a bit sudden, I have recommended you all for the Chunin selection exams. As he spoke, he produced 4 application forms and handed them to the group. The Chunin exams? Hanayo murmured, seemingly recalling something. Let me make it clear, this recommendation is not mandatory. Whether or not you wish to participate is entirely your choice. Consequently, Naruto impulsively embraced Kakashi, engaging in a fervent display of camaraderie between men. For those eager to partake in the exams, please sign the application forms. Gather in classroom 301 at 3 p.m. 5 days from now. The four of them gazed at the forms, each harboring their own thoughts. On their way back, Hanyo glanced at the application and inquired of Sasuke, "Brother, will you participate?" "Of course, but I'm also curious if you will join," Sasuke responded, directing his question towards Hanyo. "Absolutely. If you're going, I have no reason to abstain." "But brother may not necessarily be your opponent," he teased. "You never practice with me." Hanyo pouted. "Your training regimen is quite inhumane," Sasuke retorted, gently grasping her delicate hand. "Though I'm unsure why, your recovery is remarkably swift, yet some scars will not vanish instantly. Just look at yourself." Hanyo quickly withdrew her hand, playfully chiding him. "What are you talking about? You never included me when you practiced the fireball technique. My cheeks were swollen, and I was the one who applied the ointment." It seemed his words struck a nerve, as Sasuke fell silent, retracting his hand and playfully poking her forehead. This was their Uchiha way of expressing affection. "If I will not lose to you, neither will I lose to you, brother. All right, while I acknowledge your strength, we must engage in a serious duel." Sasuke smirked, dashing off. "The slowpokes will wash the dishes tonight." "Hey." Hanyo shook her head in resignation as she watched her brother flee. Chapter 36. The examination begins. Here to determine the victor. Just as Hanyo was preparing to chase after him, a Rain Village ninja appeared, exuding an air of menace directed at her. "Little girl, if you wish to live, come with me quietly." Hanyo, taken aback, curiously remarked, "Iruka-sensei, your outfit is quite fashionable." With a loud bang, Iruka's transformation technique was dispelled. "How did you figure it out?" he asked, perplexed. "I recognized your chakra signature. With a slight perception, it was easy to detect." Iruka was taken aback, surprised that Uchiha Hanabi possessed the ability to sense ninjas. "Iruka-sensei, would you like to come to my house for dinner?" Hanabi invited. "Then I shall graciously accept." Iruka pondered, realizing he had nothing else to do and hadn't he even decided what to have for dinner. "Let us go grocery shopping together." Hanabi chuckled lightly, tucking her hair behind her ear as she accompanied Iruka to the market. Next, Iruka conducted assessments for all members of Team 7, and unsurprisingly, they all passed. Although the difficulty of the test was not particularly high, it was sufficient to ensure their survival. Before they knew it, 5 days had passed, and the group arrived at classroom 301 for the registration examination at 5 p.m., as instructed by Kakashi. At this moment, the four of them gathered outside the classroom. "Hanyo, Sasuke, over here," Sakura called out to the siblings. Upon spotting Sakura and Naruto, they moved closer. "Good morning," Sasuke said. But Sakura's slightly anxious demeanor quickly caught the attention of both Hanyo and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto, ever oblivious, was fixated on his ambition to become Hokage. Just as the four entered the classroom, a boy clad in a snug green jumpsuit was shoved forward, bearing several injuries. "Lee, are you alright?" Tenten supported the ailing Rock Lee. "I'm fine," he replied. Before them, two youths towered over Lee and Tenten, wearing mocking expressions. "Is this how you intend to participate in the Chunin exams? Perhaps it would be better if you didn't. Just a bunch of snot-nosed kids," they scoffed. Tenten, rising to reason with them, was promptly struck and sent flying, collapsing beside Lee. "You kids should refrain from entering the Chunin exams. We will ensure that those who fail face consequences. Is there a problem with that?" At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, with Hanabi, Naruto, and Sakura trailing behind. With a disdainful expression, Sasuke remarked, "While you may be correct, I still intend to proceed. And you should promptly dispel this illusionary barrier. It's quite pathetic. We need to access the 3rd floor." "Oh, you noticed, did you?" Sasuke's comment to Sakura was intended to bolster her confidence. Hanabi, observing this scene, stifled a giggle, surprised that her usually stoic brother would resort to such tactics. Before Sasuke could elaborate further, one of the ninjas at the door launched a kick at him. Reacting swiftly, Sasuke countered with a kick of his own, but someone was even quicker. Lee's figure vanished from sight, appearing in front of them to intercept the attack. "How is this possible? Is that Chakra? My leg is immobile." Sakura noted the speed of this individual, finding it astonishing. Hanabi nodded lightly. Such velocity could only be achieved through relentless practice, something she was well aware of, as she could not perceive Lee's chakra flow at all. This indicated that the individual before her was a martial arts master, perhaps even superior to herself. Just then, a boy with Byakugan, resembling Hinata, approached Lee. "Hey, didn't you say you didn't want to draw attention? This is clearly not what we agreed upon." Lee hesitated, his gaze drifting towards Hanabi, causing a faint blush to color his cheeks. Tenten beside him shook her head in exasperation. "Here we go again." Before Sasuke could utter another word, Lee stepped directly in front of Hanayo. My name is Rock Lee, you must be Hanayo. Taken aback, Hanayo regarded the boy in green with confusion. Suddenly, he flashed a thumbs up and smiled broadly. Please go out with me. I will protect you until my dying breath. At that moment, his gleaming white teeth caught the light, prompting a bemused expression on Hanayo's face. Yet, she was significantly affected by Lee's prior declaration. No, Hanayo replied firmly, rejecting the boy before her. How could someone like you possibly protect me? If you truly could, why did the earlier incident occur? I hardly know you and feel no sense of security with you. Lee was momentarily stunned. You deserve someone far better than me. Thank you for your affection. Hanayo offered a gentle bow in response. Well then, I shall pursue Sakura. It seemed that Lee had anticipated Hanayo's rejection, and he promptly shifted his focus to Sakura. Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too bushy. Lee faced defeat once again. In the distance, Niji and Tenten approached together. Hey, you over there, state your name. This time, Naruto was visibly irritated, his fiery gaze directed at Niji. Damn it. Here we go again, questioning only Sasuke. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, looked indifferently at Niji. When asking for someone else's name, should you not introduce yourself first? Niji inquired. You're a newcomer. How old are you this year? I am under no obligation to answer you. Sasuke replied coolly. Niji furrowed his brows in response. Sasuke turned around, noticing the dejected expressions on Lee and Naruto's faces, and felt a sense of exasperation. Hanabi was still beside them, trying to comfort Naruto. Why are you so down? There's still an exam ahead. You're right, Hanabi. We must uplift our spirits. Naruto declared, igniting with newfound enthusiasm. Alright Sasuke, Hanabi, Naruto. Let us go. Sakura encouraged the rest of Team 7 with a smile. However, they had barely taken a few steps when Lee called out, wait. What is it? Sasuke replied flatly, glancing at Lee from above. Do you want to have a duel with me right now? Sasuke frowned at Rock Lee's determined gaze, feeling somewhat perplexed. You mean you want to fight here and now? Yes. With that, Lee leaped down, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Sasuke. My name is Rock Lee. When asking others for their names, one should introduce themselves first, correct? Uchiha Sasuke. Aren't you already aware of that? I wish to challenge you. He boldly pointed at Sasuke, declaring his intent to single-handedly confront him. Hanabi's expression grew increasingly frosty upon hearing this. Hey Hanabi, are you still calm? Sakura patted her shoulder. I'll go and knock that guy down. Hanabi muttered. Wait, she's going to duel your brother. No way, that's my brother. It's fine. Sasuke is very strong, Sakura reassured Hanabi, patting her back. Chapter 37. Hanabi vs. Rock Lee. Understand this before climbing forward. Naruto watched the unfolding scene with rapt attention, his anger boiling within him. Why did everyone seem so eager to challenge the Uchiha clan? Hey, you know I'm from the Uchiha clan, and you dare to challenge me? How ignorant. Do you even understand what that name signifies? Bushy brows? Then let us settle this. Lee proclaimed with fervor, placing his left hand behind his back and raising his right hand in a fighting stance. Wait. Naruto, who had remained silent until now, suddenly shouted, capturing everyone's attention. Hanabi, lend me your water bottle. Naruto whispered his request. What are you planning to do? After receiving the bottle, Naruto unhesitatingly poured the water over his head, exclaiming, Now I'm awake. I almost dozed off just now. That was my water. Hanabi exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Naruto then stepped up to Hanabi and said to Sasuke beside him, I'll handle this bushy brows. Hey. Sakura gasped, while Hanabi smirked slightly. Go Naruto, knock him out. Hanabi cheered him on. Don't worry, I can take care of him in 5 minutes. I'm not here to fight you. I want Uchiha, Lee said, somewhat confused. It's always about Sasuke, isn't it? You all are truly annoying. Naruto, I'm also an Uchiha, Hanabi whispered in his ear. My apologies. But you should understand what I mean. Naruto responded, then stepped forward to charge at the distant Lee. In an instant, as he threw a punch, it was blocked. And with a swift leaf gale, Naruto was immediately defeated. Both Hanabi and Sakura were left stunned, unable to comprehend how he was so swiftly overpowered. This guy is indeed formidable, Sakura remarked. Lee, riding on his momentum, began to taunt the rest of Team 7. I declare that you will never surpass me. And why? Because I am the strongest among the Leaf-S genin. Hanabi, furrowing her brow, felt a surge of anger toward Lee for provoking her brother, and for so easily defeating her friend. For Hanabi, who had finally forged this precious friendship, she could never forgive Lee, despite his previous confession to her. She adjusted her blue Uchiha attire, and slowly stepped forward. Interesting. I was about to have a chat with Sasuke, But before she could finish, Hanabi interrupted. Hanabi, are you planning to make a move? Brother, let me take this. Otherwise, we won't have enough time. Hanabi's tone was resolute. Sasuke and Sakura glanced at the clock, realizing there were indeed only 30 minutes left. I can finish this in 5 minutes, Sasuke confidently asserted. Brother, let me do it. Hanabi insisted. Seeing his sister so eager, Sasuke stepped back, feeling grateful for her willingness to stand up for him. Uchiha Hanabi, I do not wish to fight you, Lee said, his expression revealing a hint of reluctance. Clearly still harboring feelings for her. Lee also recognized Hanabi's determination, understanding he must give his all. The battle between the two was about to commence, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. I am also an Uchiha. You have no reason to retaliate, for our duel will not exceed 1 minute. Hanabi's voice rang out, tinged with youthfulness yet brimming with unwavering confidence. Is it really only going to take a minute? Is Hanabi serious? Lee thought, furrowing his brow. He knew that Hanabi was the sister of Sasuke Uchiha, yet he had never witnessed her in action, only knowing that she, like him, trained diligently every day. A smile crept onto his lips. All right, Hanabi, from now on, I will regard you as an opponent. You'd better. Just as Hanabi finished speaking, her figure transformed into a blur. So fast. Lee sensed the surge of speed, and just as he felt a gust of wind, he hurriedly raised both hands to defend, only to be struck on the left cheek by a punch. Lee spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Hanabi, undeterred, followed up, seizing his green jumpsuit and forcefully slamming him into the ground. Boom. The wooden floor of the arena cracked under the impact. And only then did Lee realize the severity of the situation. Just as he attempted to retaliate, he found himself airborne once more. Dozens of shadow clones appeared around Hanabi, showcasing a technique reminiscent of Naruto's multi-shadow clone Jutsu, and Hanabi executed it with equal prowess. Countless Hanabis unleashed a flurry of attacks on the airborne Lee, who was left spitting blood. As he fell to the ground, Hanabi grasped his neck, her tomoe Sharingan glimmering as she coldly gazed at him. In a flash, Lee's eyes transformed into tomoe Sharingan, clearly having fallen into a genjutsu. The outcome was inevitable. Hanabi placed the incapacitated Lee on the ground, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, she released the genjutsu. Feeling excruciating pain, Lee stared at the girl who had defeated him, realizing he had lost to a young girl in physical combat. Hanabi looked at Lee's disheveled state and smiled, saying, You fought well, but I am even more exceptional. Sasuke stood in shock, witnessing Hanabi's tomoe Sharingan. She had actually awakened her own tomoe Sharingan. He clenched his teeth, realizing that he had not exerted enough effort. Although he acknowledged that his sister was a prodigy, her ability to awaken the tomoe Sharingan was undoubtedly a testament to the immense suffering she had endured, far surpassing his own trials. As Sasuke contemplated this, a wave of guilt washed over him. After all, she possessed the 3 tomos, while he had only achieved 2. In the distance, Lee stood up, his resolute gaze fixed upon Keanu, the bandages in his hands showing signs of loosening. I have worked so hard. Why can I not surpass the genius? Lee's determination only grew stronger. Suddenly, Keanu halted, turning to observe the rapidly entwined bandages on either side, furrowing her brow. She recognized this technique. She could perform it as well, albeit with chains, yet Lee was employing bandages? A faint smile graced Keanu's lips as she deftly produced 2 shurikens, pinning the ends of Lee's bandages to the wall. Her precision left the onlookers astounded. She was indeed the prodigious Uchiha girl. Lee attempted to speak, but was cut off. Keanu approached him, gently caressing his cheek as she softly remarked, In this ninja world, effort is the least credible excuse one can offer. It is merely the foundation, something everyone can achieve, the most trivial and least commendable of qualities. As she spoke, memories of her past flooded her mind. Her training from the age of 6, the life and death battles she had faced, the sight of her parents' lifeless bodies in a pool of blood, and Danzo's disdainful gaze. With a self-deprecating smile, she concluded, Understand this, and possess an unwavering resolve before you ascend further. Just then, a robust and youthful voice echoed across the open space. Well said. Did you hear that, Lee? The crowd turned to see a red turtle appearing beside Lee. Unmistakably a summoning beast adorned with a Leaf Village headband. Unlike before, Lee was now kneeling before the turtle. Did you see that? Lee, are you considering using forbidden techniques? As Keanu helped Naruto up, both were left dumbfounded. What is this? Naruto inquired. I have no idea, Keanu replied, equally perplexed. The turtle began scolding Lee, to which Keanu muttered, It seems he is being reprimanded. Could that turtle be the teacher with the thick eyebrows? Perhaps, Keanu nodded. Otherwise, Lee would not be so respectful. Hey, you two enough. Sakura interjected loudly. A voice rang out from afar. Fool. Do you think such excuses hold any weight before me? You should know what it means for a ninja to showcase their techniques. Yes. You are prepared for this, aren't you? The red turtle questioned the bowed Lee. Indeed. Then. Please, Teacher Kai, Lee replied. After the turtle spoke, a man identical to Lee appeared, clad in a green jumpsuit with even thicker eyebrows than Lee's. The sight left Keanu, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in stunned silence. In Keanu's mind, a tune reminiscent of youthful exuberance began to play. Truly, what a vibrant display of youth, exclaimed Might Guy. Chapter 38, Betting It All. Team 7 will not be defeated. Those eyebrows are exceedingly thick. I've never seen anything like it, Naruto whispered. Neither have I, Keanu admitted. Her gaze fixated on Might Guy and Lee. How can someone's eyebrows be so thick? Sakura echoed Naruto and Keanu's sentiment. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood silently, offering no words to the imposing Might Guy before him. Hey you two, quit mocking Teacher Kai. Lee turned to the members of Team 7, admonishing them loudly. You're so annoying. How can such odd characters keep appearing? We don't even know how to react. In that instant, Might Guy swung a fist directly at Lee's face. Fool. The 4 members of Team 7 were momentarily stunned, particularly Keanu, who could hardly believe her eyes as Lee fell just short of her. Might Guy then approached Lee with deep affection, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Lee, you my boy. Teacher. Lee. Kai-sensei. Tears streamed down their faces. Witnessing this heartfelt exchange between teacher and student, Keanu felt as though she had stepped into a youthful drama. With the sunset casting a golden hue over the beach as these 2 figures in green raced across the scene. It was undeniable. They radiated an aura of youthful spirit that left Keanu to ponder how truly vibrant they were. Afterward, Guy instructed Lee to run 100 laps around the training field as the duo prepared to depart. Just then, Keanu reminded them. There's only half an hour left to register. Aren't you going to sign up? Oh, it seems that's true. With that, Guy introduced himself to Team 7. I am Might Guy, and let it be known, I am stronger than Kakashi. Our rivalry stands at 50-49. I have one more victory. In the distance, Lee resumed wrapping bandages around his hands, a gesture that drew the attention of the onlookers. He revealed the scars on his knuckles, marks of the grueling training he endured daily. Keanu understood these scars well. She bore similar ones but found her recovery remarkably swift, healing within days. Thus, she did not need to constantly bandage herself, though she knew she certainly would have otherwise. Sasuke, observing his sister before him, clenched his fists. Recognizing that he was not a sheltered flower, everyone he encountered on this journey was stronger than him. After witnessing Guy lead Lee and the others to the registration, Team 7 followed suit, arriving at the registration desk where Kakashi awaited them. Is that so? Sakura is here too. Now we can officially register for the Chunin exam. The group discerned a hint of intrigue in Kakashi's words. What's going on? Sakura asked, puzzled. Actually, the Chunin exam requires teams of 3, however, our class is an exception with 4 members. Therefore, only by collaborating can we participate in the exam. But what if only Sasuke, Keanu, and Naruto arrived here? Sakura inquired. Then I would take them back and not allow them to participate in the Chunin exam. Kakashi calmly informed her of the reality. However, you all came here of your own volition. Keanu, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, well done. You are a team I can take pride in. Now go forth. Kakashi stepped aside, and the 4 members of Team 7 resolutely moved forward. Alright, we're going, they declared as Keanu and Naruto took the lead, while Sakura and Sasuke opened the door. In that moment, the prodigious Uchiha girl, the genius boy, and the underdog Naruto alongside Sakura truly began their journey in the Chunin exam. As they pushed the door open, the lively atmosphere inside rivaled that of the bustling streets, and Keanu and her companions spotted many familiar faces. Shikamaru and others turned to notice Team 7, even Lee, whom Keanu had just defeated, was among them. Unbeknownst to them, all the ninjas inside had turned their attention to the 4 members of Team 7. As they encountered numerous towering figures staring at them with fierce intent, Sakura felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, taking a step back and swallowing hard. At this moment, the oppressive presence of the ninjas weighed heavily upon the members of Team 7, enveloping them in immense pressure. Before Sakura could regain her composure, Ino leapt onto Sasuke, causing both Keion and Naruto to exchange exasperated glances, diverting their attention as Sakura and Ino commenced a heated argument. What a hassle! You all are participating in this troublesome exam too? Shikamaru remarked, bemused by the unexpected appearance of Team 7. Just as Keion and the others were about to engage with Team 10, Team 8 approached from a distance. Wow, what a rare occasion for everyone to gather! Exclaimed Kiba Inuzuka, hands tucked into his pockets, A small dog named Akamaru perched atop his head. Hinata. Keion waved at her. Yes, Keion, Hinata replied. Her cheeks flushing upon seeing Naruto and Keion, as she shyly waved back. Shino Aburame, ever the silent observer, merely gazed at the group, his presence almost ethereal. Good afternoon. Shino, Keion greeted with an awkward chuckle. Good afternoon, Shino responded, caught off guard by the unexpected salutation. As Keion sauntered over to pet Akamaru, Kiba inquired, so, Team 7 has come as well? Indeed, and Team 8 is here too, Keion replied. Shikamaru, noticing the distressed expressions of Team 8, lamented, this is so annoying. You all are here too? Kiba smirked knowingly. I see. So all the rookie genin are participating in the exam this year? Do you think we can make it to the final round? What about you, Sasuke? Sasuke, observing Kiba's self-assured demeanor, responded with a sardonic smile. You seem rather confident, Kiba. We trained diligently, so we won't be defeated by you, Naruto declared, visibly irritated, pointing at Kiba. You guys are so obnoxious, always going on about Sasuke. I refuse to lose to you. Keion, how fired up are you? Naruto shouted. I'm ready, Keion replied, matching Naruto's fervor. The two of them were renowned for their passionate spirits, and the sight of so many competitors in the examination hall ignited their enthusiasm. However, before their excitement could fully manifest, a voice reprimanded them. The speaker was Kabuto Yakushi, who quietly instructed the 10 participants from the 3 teams, look around you. As Naruto and the others surveyed their surroundings, they realized all the other ninjas were casting unfriendly glances in their direction. Those behind you are from the Rain Village. They are notoriously short-tempered, Kabuto cautioned. He then recounted his experiences of participating in the Chunin exam 7 times, reminding them that the exam is conducted only twice a year, and this was his 4th attempt. He distributed information cards containing details about various ninjas, including Rock Lee and Gaara, whose impressive records far surpassed theirs despite being of similar age. This revelation caused Sasuke and Naruto to grit their teeth in frustration, while Sakura, noticing Naruto trembling, felt a pang of anxiety. Was even Naruto feeling this way? Yet it was understandable. They were all genin, and encountering individuals 3 or 4 years their senior was not surprising, especially as they were merely rookie ninjas. Observing Naruto's distress, Sakura approached him, intending to offer comfort. Hey Naruto, it's just an exam. There's no need to be so tense. However, before she could finish her sentence, Keion interrupted. Her profile strikingly beautiful as she bore a yearning expression. Following her gaze, Naruto mirrored that look, clenching his fists. Aya! Naruto bellowed, pointing at everyone present. Taking a deep breath, he declared to all who were watching, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will not lose to any of you. Do you understand? Ino was left dumbfounded, and Sakura wore a bewildered expression. Naruto's audacity was astonishing. What is he trying to provoke everyone for? Ino shouted at Sakura. Just as Ino was expressing her frustration, another voice resonated throughout the classroom. This voice was cute and playful, yet it rang with authority. Keion shouted to the onlookers. I am Uchiha Keion, and I too will not lose to any of you. Her provocative proclamation left everyone in attendance speechless, invigorating the atmosphere. Now that feels refreshing, Naruto exclaimed, turning to Keion. Keion, that was impressive. Naruto, I won't lose to you either. Keion responded, her spirit ignited. I don't want to fight with you. Naruto thought back to how badly Kankuro had been beaten, and felt a bit uneasy. Sasuke smirked slightly, acknowledging that his sister, like Naruto, was an enthusiastic fool, yet they had voiced his own sentiments. In the Chunin exams, Team 7 will not be defeated by anyone. As Keion and Naruto's audacity reverberated, the distant figure of TOS, the bandaged boy leading the Sound Ninja trio, fumed with rage, determined to teach these 2 brash youngsters a lesson. TOS moved swiftly, closing the distance to their group, and as he raised his fist to strike Kabuto, a slender hand interjected with remarkable speed. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as Keion firmly grasped TOS's fist. Kabuto, shielded by Keion, displayed a hint of surprise. For the first time, he felt the sensation of protection. How is this possible? TOS gasped, eyes wide, for despite Keion's slender frame, she had effortlessly withstood his blow, leaving him unable to move. You insufferable girl! He snarled, attempting to retaliate, only to find Keion's 3 tomoe Sharingan activated, the spinning tomoe casting him into a genjutsu. Thud. TOS's body slackened, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. To oppose the Uchiha, your fate will inevitably be this, Sasuke remarked coolly, hands in his pockets, as he stepped beside Keion with a mocking smile. Just as the other 2 members of the Sound Ninja team advanced toward Keion and her allies, A cloud of white smoke erupted at the front of the examination hall, and a group of examiners appeared, among them a notably bald man named Marino Ibiki, whose trademark scar on his face elicited a sense of unease among the crowd. Pointing at the sound ninja, Marino Ibiki admonished, "You lot. Don't cause trouble before the exam starts. Do you wish to be eliminated immediately?" He then proceeded to outline the rules of the exam, stating, "No fighting without the examiner's permission, and no actions that could cause fatal harm to your opponents. Those who dare defy me will be eliminated on the spot." Naruto and the others scoffed at the examiner's threats. "Now let the Chunin exam selection process commence. Please submit your application forms and take these number tags." Marino Ibiki produced a string of paper tags, continuing, "Take your seats in order according to the numbers. I will then distribute the written examination." Just as Marino Ibiki finished speaking, Naruto, beside Keion, exclaimed in shock, "A written exam? Naruto, there's no need for you to be this afraid." Hanayo chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she observed Naruto, who was lost in thought while leaning on her shoulder. 10 minutes later, the seats of the group scattered, leaving Naruto anxiously scratching his head. Sakura, noticing Naruto as fidgeting, rested her chin on one hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. For Naruto, written exams were often the most formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Hanayo scanned her surroundings and, upon realizing she didn't recognize anyone, her attention was drawn to Marino Ibiki at the front of the classroom. The first exam encompassed several crucial rules. Firstly, each participant began with a score of 10 points, with a total of 10 questions worth 1 point each. Subsequently, a point would be deducted for each incorrect answer. Answer 3 questions incorrectly, and only 7 points would remain. The second rule stated that a team's qualification was determined by the cumulative scores of its members. Upon hearing this, both Sakura and Sasuke felt a wave of despair, while Hanayo glanced at Naruto in the distance, giving him an encouraging thumbs up. However, Naruto appeared too tense to notice her support. Hanayo sighed, feeling helpless as she observed Naruto's flustered demeanor. If anyone dared to cheat and was caught by the proctor, they would lose 2 points. This meant that some might not even wait for their papers to be graded before being disqualified from the exam. Remember, any shameful cheaters will bring about their own ruin. Make sure you understand. Furthermore, if any team member scored 0, the entire team would be deemed unqualified. Upon hearing this, Hanayo froze, staring blankly at Marino Ibiki. She had thought they could rely on the other 3 to boost their scores, but if Naruto scored 0, their team 7 would be finished. Suddenly, a chill ran down Naruto's spine as he sensed the piercing glares from his 2 teammates, aside from Hanayo, who was watching him with concern. The exam would last for 1 hour, and the final question would be revealed after 45 minutes. Begin. With Ibiki's authoritative shout, everyone dove into their work. Hanayo glanced at the paper, realizing the questions were exceptionally challenging, many of which exceeded their syllabus. The only time she had encountered such material was when she studied with Shino, and it was not guaranteed they would have covered it in school. She picked up her pen, tucked her hair behind her ear, and began to answer diligently. Just as she completed the first question, she noticed a few individuals had been caught cheating and deducted 2 points. How could anyone dare to cheat after such strict warnings? Hanayo pondered, only to suddenly realize the implication. So that's how it is. In that moment, she and Sasuke exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the confidence reflected in each other's expressions. Sasuke quickly activated his Sharingan, focusing on Hanayo. In response, Hanayo activated her own 3 tomoe Sharingan, and they reached a silent understanding, prompting her to continue answering questions. From a distance, Sasuke smiled as he witnessed Hanayo beginning to work on the exam. She truly was his sister, grasping the significance of this written test. This examination was designed to assess their abilities as ninjas to gather information. Sasuke, already aware that Hanayo would excel, began using his Sharingan to replicate her movements as she answered the questions. Meanwhile, Hanayo was also employing her Sharingan to observe Sakura, mimicking her hand movements as she answered. Although she knew the answers herself, she understood that Sakura would likely be correct as well. This way, she could save time and take the shortcut with her Sharingan. Currently, Sakura was diligently working while Hanayo copied her answers, and Sasuke in turn copied Hanayo's responses. At the front, Naruto stared blankly at the 10 questions, utterly bewildered. He believed he had faced many life and death situations, yet none of the 10 questions made sense to him. 10 minutes slipped by unnoticed as Hanayo observed Naruto slumped over, frowning. Wouldn't he give up, would he? She mused, shaking her head. How could he possibly concede? Naruto was just like her brother. He never gave up. Recognizing this, she thought, am I not the same? In an instant, Hanayo activated her 3 tomoe Sharingan, and jotted down the answer to the second question on a piece of paper, crumpling it into a ball and preparing for the next step. Before her lay 3 crumpled paper balls. 2 were blank, while 1 contained an answer. She was waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, the chance arose when one candidate was caught cheating, and their entire group was disqualified. Seizing the moment, Hanayo swiftly tossed the 3 paper balls as the disqualified candidates stood up. The balls collided mid-air, and while everyone was focused on the eliminated trio, 2 of the paper balls changed direction, accurately bouncing the last one into Naruto's hands. Hanayo's technique was remarkably refined. She applied her skill of directing shuriken to this situation. Even Sasuke, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, was left in awe. He could hardly believe how impressive Hanayo's strategy was, feeling a sense of admiration wash over him. However, what mattered most was that she was helping Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was still fretting over the exam, completely oblivious to the disqualified candidates. Suddenly, a small piece of paper fluttered down before him, and he quickly snatched it up. Upon unfolding it, he found Hanayo's notes. First question, XXX. Second question, XXX. No guarantees on accuracy, but fill it in for now. P.S. This is a reward for never giving up. You who aim to become Hokage cannot falter here. Uchiha Hanabi. Seeing the answers to those 2 questions was like discovering an oasis in a desert for Naruto. He immediately turned to look at Hanabi, her long black hair and blue Uchiha cloak catching his eye. His hands trembled as he gazed at her sweet smile. Naruto nodded in gratitude. Even with such high stakes, she had chosen to assist him. A smile broke across his face as he gave her a thumbs up from afar, then he plunged back into his work. He could not let Hanayo's efforts and risks go to waste. He began to fill in the answers with renewed determination. Chapter 40. Don't underestimate me. I will not back down at the last moment. Seeing Naruto focused on his work, Hanayo couldn't help but shake her head with a smile, and flashed a thumbs-up gesture to Sasuke. Sasuke, noticing this, couldn't suppress a smile. His sister truly had her own flair. Meanwhile, Sakura was struggling with a particularly challenging question, leaving the 2 siblings space to act. As long as Naruto avoided scoring 0, there was still hope. However, if Sakura's answers were incorrect, Naruto would still end up with a score of 0. At that moment, Sasuke placed all his hopes on Sakura and Hanayo. Seizing the opportunity, Hanayo scanned the room, and was taken aback to discover that everyone else had begun to cheat as well, and she could see through their various methods. The ways of cheating were as diverse as the talents of the individuals attempting it. First and foremost, one cannot help but be drawn to the enigmatic figure known as the Bandaged Man, who astonishingly attempted to answer questions with his eyes closed. Yet, as Hanayo observed through her Sharingan the movements of his hands, it was evident that he had committed no error. Shifting her gaze, she noticed the canine companion named Akamaru perched atop Kiba's head, stealthily inspecting the answers of others and employing the Inuzuka clan's secret techniques to translate their words for the purposes of cheating. Meanwhile, Shino's insects, akin to Kiba's, soared through the sky, copying the answers of their peers. The absurdity reached new heights with Gaara, who had conjured a floating eye of sand above his head to scrutinize his classmates' responses. Even more incredulous was the method employed by Lee and Tenten, who utilized a refractive blade tool to discern the answers on others' papers from midair. Niji Hyuga took a more straightforward approach, activating his Byakugan to peer directly at the examination sheets of his fellow candidates. Shikamaru Nara, on the other hand, utilized the mind transfer technique to possess Sakura, transcribing her answers before relaying them to his 2 teammates. Witnessing this scene stirred a sense of excitement within Hanayo. Finally, as the last 15 minutes approached, Marino Ibiki called for the attention of all present. However, Naruto remained somewhat anxious, as he could not guarantee the correctness of his answers. He could only rely on himself for the final question. An additional condition was imposed regarding the last question. The candidates had to decide whether or not to attempt answering question 10. Unsurprisingly, Tamari in the distance became visibly agitated, questioning Ibiki, "What happens if we choose not to answer?" The response was stark. They would be awarded 0 points, rendering them unqualified, with their teammates facing elimination as well. Furthermore, if they opted to answer question 10 but failed, the responder would be barred from ever participating in the Chunin exams again. As anticipated, discontent arose among the crowd, with some vocally protesting against Ibiki, deeming such a rule inhumane. Yet Ibiki merely smirked, asserting, "That is simply your misfortune. This year, I am the rule. And have I not provided you with an escape? Those lacking confidence are free to refrain from answering and face elimination, returning next year." Hanayo froze momentarily, her gaze drifting toward Naruto in the distance. She felt no fear for herself. Even if she were to remain a genin for life, She would strive for the flower fields within her heart. Her concern lay solely with Naruto, who aspired to become Hokage. If he faltered here, it would be wiser to return the following year. Yet Hanayo understood that Naruto would never relinquish his dreams. At that moment, she pondered how to assist Naruto in answering question 10, rather than entertaining thoughts of his potential defeat. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were equally troubled for Naruto, who had begun to tremble. Now let us commence. Those who choose not to answer, please raise your hands. Once your numbers are confirmed, you may exit this place. As Ibiki finished speaking, a number of hands were raised, and Sasuke and Sakura felt a chill in their hearts. Hanayo, however, remained steadfast in her belief that Naruto would not waver. He was a man of his word, and this was his ninja way. Yet, at that moment, Sakura slowly raised her hand, unwilling to let her guilt over Naruto's feelings for Sasuke and Hanayo prevent her from becoming a chunin. Seeing Sakura's gesture, both Hanayo and Sasuke felt a pang of panic, but Naruto's hand shot up even faster. He glanced at Hanayo, who was watching him intently, and gritted his teeth. After all, she had just exerted herself to help him pursue his dreams. How could he, a dream chaser, falter here? At that moment, Naruto's raised hand became the focal point of the entire room, all eyes fixed upon him. Hanayo's heart raced with concern. Was Naruto truly about to give up? But in the next instant, he slammed his hand down on the desk and defiantly shouted at Ibiki, "Don't underestimate me. I will not flee in the face of adversity. I want to participate, even if it means being a genin for life. I will become Hokage with sheer determination. I fear nothing." Hanayo beamed at Naruto, her heart swelling with pride. Indeed, he was still the unyielding Naruto. Sasuke too allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Naruto displayed remarkable resolve. The next step was for Hanayo to contemplate how to aid Naruto in answering question 10. Inspired by Naruto's courage, the surrounding candidates ceased raising their hands, all eager to attempt the final question. Observing this shift, Ibiki revealed a smile. "Ah, what an amusing little rascal. In an instant, you've quelled the unease around you." With that thought, Ibiki addressed the remaining candidates, declaring, "Your resolve is commendable. Therefore, I deem all present here to have passed the first exam." At Ibiki's proclamation, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, followed by jubilant cheers. Sakura was momentarily dazed and quickly pressed Ibiki for clarification, but he merely laughed heartily. There was never a 10th question. If there were, it would be a test of your ability to maintain confidentiality. A ninja who betrays their comrades for self-preservation will naturally face elimination, as will those who lack the courage to become chunin. The candidates had barely begun to celebrate their success in the first exam when suddenly, the window beside Ibiki exploded. Hanayo and Sasuke immediately sensed the presence of a newcomer, a well-built individual, who with a mere turn, launched 4 shuriken that embedded themselves in the walls and ground, unveiling a curtain. Now is not the time for celebration. Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed loudly, and behind the curtain stood the proctor for the second exam, Yuhi Kurenai. "I am your proctor for the second exam, Yuhi Kurenai. Now let us proceed." The crowd fell into stunned silence, speechless. Even Hanayo was taken aback, questioning the sanity of this proctor. Indeed, Yuhi Kurenai's face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly addressed the candidates. 79 candidates remain? Ibiki, there are still 26 teams left. The first exam was far too lenient. Ibiki shook his head in response. This year, there are many exceptional candidates. Very well, Kurenai replied, her hands in her pockets, directing a cold smile toward the assembled candidates. In the second exam, I expect to eliminate you to below half. We will discuss the details tomorrow regarding the new gathering place and time. For now, you are dismissed. Chapter 41. The Forest of Death. The second test officially begins. In the dead of night, in a secluded alley of Konoha, Kabuto met with Orochimaru. How goes the acquisition of Uchiha Hanayo's body? Orochimaru inquired with keen interest. She is unfathomable, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke would serve as a more reliable vessel. Why is that? Because Sasuke's Sharingan is merely a tomoe, making it easier for your research on the Sharingan. Furthermore, I have yet to fully ascertain Uchiha Hanayo's strength. Lord Orochimaru, your time is running short. We must not delay in securing a vessel. In my view, Sasuke is the optimal choice. Very well, I will heed your advice. I intend to personally observe the exam. After Orochimaru spoke, he noticed Kabuto seemed to have more to say, and he smiled gently at him. Is there something else you wish to express? This second exam. Lord Orochimaru, I fear it will not be so simple to restrain the Uchiha siblings. Orochimaru discerned Kabuto's implication, and responded with a faint smile. I will send Kimimaro to keep an eye on Sasuke's sister. While he may not be able to eliminate her, restraining her movements should pose no issue. That is the best course of action. Also, inform Kimimaro to exercise caution around Uchiha Hanabi. In this fleeting exchange, the two vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. The following day, the group arrived at the outskirts of a forest where the examiners were already seated. What is this place? Naruto inquired, puzzled. You ask me. But who should I ask? Hanabi murmured, still fastening her ninja tools bag to her left thigh. At that moment, the frontmost figure, Mitarashi Anko, began to introduce the forest behind her. This is the venue for the second exam, the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. In that instant, the four members of Team 7 turned to gaze at the ominous Forest of Death. A chilling breeze sweeping through, sending shivers down Sakura's spine. Anko, smiling at the group, remarked, "You will soon experience the terror of the Forest of Death firsthand." Naruto, standing beside Hanabi, began to clown around, mimicking Anko's voice in a strange tone, then shouted, "No matter how much you try to scare me, I won't be phased. I'm not afraid at all." He then erupted into laughter, which elicited a smirk from Anko. "Oh, is that so? You seem quite spirited." In the next moment, a kunai flew towards Naruto's cheek, shocking everyone present. Anko was delivering a warning to Naruto. Clang. The kunai seemed to hit something and ricocheted back, leaving both Anko and Naruto with slight cuts on their cheeks. Anko, however, looked astonished at Hanabi, who had also drawn a kunai, skillfully countering and evading the deadly angle. This unexpected turn of events brought a smile to the otherwise bored Anko. Yet, unbeknownst to them, deep within the crowd, a pale-faced woman watched Hanabi and Sasuke, her eyes filled with murderous intent and insatiable hunger. Realizing that her initial warning had proven ineffective, Anko retrieved a stack of liability waivers from an inexplicable source. "Now before the second exam commences, this is for you all. Anyone wishing to participate in the next round must sign this consent form." "Why?" Naruto questioned. "Because there may be fatalities, and we must obtain prior consent. Otherwise, the responsibility falls on me." Anko continued, "In essence, you are to engage in a grueling wilderness survival challenge once again." As she spoke, she presented a map of the forest, explaining the terrain in sequential order. The exam duration is set for 120 hours, precisely 5 full days. Of the 26 advancing teams, 13 possess the Heaven Scroll, while the other 13 hold the Earth Scroll, meaning at least half of the teams will be eliminated. Only by collecting both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, and reaching the central tower, within the Forest of Death, will teams pass the test. Additionally, if any member of a team perishes or fails to reach the central tower within the specified time, they cannot pass the examination. Upon concluding the rules, Anko smirked and addressed everyone present. "Lastly, there is no withdrawing from this test once it begins. Furthermore, no one is permitted to open the scrolls to view their contents. And let me offer one final piece of advice. Do not die." Her booming admonition sent a jolt of energy through all present. After submitting their waivers and receiving the Heaven Scroll, the 4 members of Team 7 gathered together. "What shall we do?" Naruto asked the others. "In this battle, aside from our team, everyone else is an enemy," Hanabi muttered. "With 30 minutes remaining, shall we discuss strategies?" Sakura suggested. Hanabi turned to Sasuke and whispered, "Brother, do you have any strategies?" "Not yet. Let us proceed and see what unfolds," he replied. With that, Naruto called out, "Let us move to entrance 12. Following his lead, Sasuke, Hanabi, and Sakura kept pace with him. "We absolutely cannot lose," Naruto proclaimed, pumping his fist in enthusiasm. Hanabi joined him, throwing punches into the air to rally the group. "I say, you two hot-headed fools, could you please tone it down?" Sakura lamented, exasperated by the antics of her two spirited companions. Sasuke, with a slight smirk, found himself somewhat looking forward to this exam. Before they realized it, 30 minutes had passed. From this moment forth, the Chunin selection exam, second exam, begins. In that instant, everyone rushed into the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's group entered with a clear purpose. "Let us find the children." The two companions beside him smirked. "It must be those 4. Naruto and his teammates entered the Forest of Death through entrance 12. "All right, let us go." Teams 8, 10, 3, and 3 ninjas from Mangekyou also stepped into the eerie Forest of Death. Upon entering, Naruto and his teammates immediately sensed an oppressive silence. "This is truly spine-chilling," Sakura shivered. Sasuke remained silent. He understood that in this forest, all opponents were foes. They needed to defeat the teams holding the Earth Scroll, but they might also encounter rivals with the same objective. This thought sparked a tinge of anxiety within Sasuke. Before they had ventured too far, a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the forest. "Has someone already been eliminated?" Sasuke exclaimed in shock. Within less than half an hour, someone had already met their demise. Sakura and the others tensed up, and even Naruto, feeling anxious, suddenly needed to relieve himself. It's nothing. I just need to take a quick pee, he said, unzipping his pants to find a tree. Hanabi blushed, while Sakura lightly punched Naruto on the head. You idiot! How can you be so rude in front of us? Go find a more secluded bush. Reluctantly, Naruto sought out a hidden thicket. When he returned to the group, he sheepishly scratched his head and said, that was quite a relief. Hanabi and Sasuke exchanged disapproving glances, but Sasuke swiftly sprang into action, delivering a punch that sent the fake Naruto flying. Sakura gasped, witnessing the imposter being hurled into a tree, and shouted, Sasuke, no matter what happens, you can't just hit people like that. Hanabi, scan the surroundings. Identify where the real Naruto is. Understood. Hanabi closed her eyes, beginning to sense the chakra fluctuations around her. The Uchiha siblings' quick reactions prompted Sakura to spring into action as well. Compared to Sakura's response, Sasuke's movements were swifter, as he dashed towards the imposter Naruto, engaging in a fierce battle. The movements of the fake Naruto were exceptionally fluid, entirely unlike the real Naruto, leading Sakura to finally grasp the truth. Before her stood an enemy disguised through transformation techniques. Chapter 42, A Dance Together. You won't escape from there. Indeed. The next moment, the smoke dissipated, revealing the figure as a ninja from another team. What bad luck. Now that you've been exposed, there's no way out of this. Who possesses the scroll? Hand it over, and I may let you go. Before he could finish his words, the voice of Hanyo rang out behind him, shouting to the crowd, everyone stand back. In an instant, Sasuke and Sakura dodged to the sides, and at that very moment, a colossal fireball hurtled towards the ninja. Hanyo had timed her move perfectly, and both Sakura and Sasuke reacted without giving each other an ounce of opportunity. There was no escaping this massive fireball. Damn it. There was no time to evade. He screamed in anguish as he bore the brunt of the fireball, sustaining severe burns on half of his body. However, this was not the moment to dwell on his pain, for Hanyo had already surged forward. There was no choice but to retreat. The ninja hurled a smoke bomb to the ground and vanished into the depths of the forest in just a few strides. Chase! Sakura began to shout. But Hanyo grasped her hand tightly. Hold on, saving lives is our priority. Hanyo leaped and threw a kunai, swiftly freeing Naruto, who was bound tightly. Sorry about that, everyone. Naruto grinned, apologizing to his companions. It's all right, Naruto. The forest is perilous. You must be cautious, Hanyo advised, then closed her eyes to attune to her surroundings. Sasuke and Sakura arrived at the scene, and upon seeing that the two were unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, Hanyo. Sasuke praised his sister. Thank you, brother. Hanyo beamed at the compliment, feeling a sense of euphoria. Despite her numerous strategies, she held unwavering trust in her elder brother. Thus the command of Team 7 was now entrusted entirely to Sasuke. The four settled onto a patch of ground, where Sasuke began to analyze their situation. If we separate, we cannot trust even our comrades. Just like earlier, the enemy might disguise themselves and approach us. Sakura, Naruto, and Hanyo frowned at this. What should we do? Sakura inquired. We need a code, Hanyo suggested, glancing at Sasuke. Exactly, we must establish a code, Sasuke replied gravely to the others. Listen closely. If the code is wrong, regardless of appearance, treat them as enemies. I will only say this once, so pay attention. He then recited an intricate sequence of code, leaving Naruto and Hanyo bewildered while Sakura silently memorized it. Hanyo nodded, repeating the code in her mind until it was firmly lodged in her memory. I'll take the scroll. It's safer that way, Sasuke declared to the others. After Sasuke took the scroll, Hanyo shouted, everyone be careful. She prepared to unleash her wind release. Great breakthrough. But it was too late. A sudden gust of wind surged forth, violently propelling the four of them away. As the dust settled, Orochimaru gazed at the remaining two and softly said, you two go have your fun, but keep an eye on that one. I can handle things here. Hanyo, standing at the center, had been thrown the farthest. She landed in an open area, spinning in the air before gracefully touching down, her alertness prompting her to swiftly survey her surroundings. I suppose it's no surprise we VE scattered, Hanyo muttered. Just as she was about to sense her surroundings, she heard a girl crying and the sounds of a beast nearby. What is happening? Hanyo turned to see a massive brown bear chasing a red-haired girl, who was covered in wounds, clearly having been pursued for quite some time. Watching the scene unfold, Hanyo initially planned to remain a bystander, for she possessed a scroll. The girl's demise would yield her a benefit. This was her internal rationale, the most convenient course of action at that moment. Yet the next instant, the girl appeared to trip over a tree root, stumbling and crashing to the ground. Uchiha Hanabi, you could have just stood by. Why are you intervening? She questioned herself. But in her hand, a blue chakra sphere was spinning vigorously, the very Rasengan she had copied from Jiraiya. Rasengan. With a powerful shout, Hanabi unleashed the technique, sending the enormous bear flying. The spiraling chakra caused the bear to rotate uncontrollably as it was blasted away. Boom. A tree splintered with a resounding crack, accompanied by the bear's lifeless body soaring into the distance. At that moment, the girl picked up her fallen glasses, finally getting a clear view of Hanabi. Clad in the classic blue Uchiha cloak, her long lustrous black hair framed her face, and her three tomoe Sharingan subtly glimmered. Are you alright? Hanabi inquired as she helped the red-haired girl to her feet. Who are you? Why did you help me? The girl asked. I am Uchiha Hanabi. As for why I helped you, well, there's no particular reason, if I had to give one. It's simply that I don't want someone as young as you to perish here. Hanabi offered a beautiful smile, nodding gently at the girl. What is your name? I am Xianglin. Xianglin is it? Take your scroll and leave quickly, it's dangerous here. Why don't you take my scroll? Xianglin asked, her cheeks flushing. Yours is the same as mine, the heaven scroll. We have no need for it. Hurry and get away from here. Don't encounter such dangers again. Thank you. Uchiha Hanabi, Xianglin said, finally breaking into a long-awaited smile. You're welcome, now go. Hanabi watched as Xianglin departed, a gentle smile gracing her lips, feeling that she had aided another today. Time to find my brother and the others, she murmured to herself. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the distant woods. You can't go anywhere. Hanabi froze, turning towards the source of the voice, where a white-haired man with green eyes appeared, 2 red dots marked on his forehead. Who are you? I am Kagaya Kimimaro, and I have been ordered by Lord Orochimaru to detain you here. Detain me? Who is Orochimaru? Hanabi asked, bewildered. But at that moment, Kimimaro lunged at her. So fast. Hanabi felt his speed and leaped back, throwing 2 shuriken. Kimimaro coldly withdrew a bone from his body, effortlessly deflecting the shuriken. Observing this, Hanabi furrowed her brow slightly. She recognized this as a bloodline limit. Oh, it seems you've figured it out. Just as you surmised. This is my bloodline limit. I can utilize the bones in my body as weapons. As Kimimaro's words fell, he took a step forward, moving even faster. Hanabi was undeterred. I don't know why you're trying to detain me, but let us have a fight, she declared, forming hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a dozen identical clones of Hanabi appeared beside her, all charging towards Kimimaro. Under the guidance of her mentor, Hanabi's taijutsu had reached an extraordinary level, and every night she sparred with her inner self in her mental realm. At that moment, the multitude of clones overwhelmed Kimimaro, who found himself struggling against the relentless barrage of punches and kicks. After a solid blow sent him reeling, he stood up, blood trickling from his mouth, and surprisingly revealed a faint smile. What are you smiling about? Kanon furrowed her brows, and dozens of shadow clones raised their kunai in unison. I hope you don't judge my strength based on my recent performance, she said, pointing towards Kamuro with a nonchalant tone. Uchiha Kanon, would you care to join me in a dance? I shall present to you my Suki no Mai. Chapter 43. Who will be the defeated? Step aside. Kanon declared coldly as she swiftly launched her offensive. Her hands moved rapidly, forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, engulfed in roaring flames, surged toward Kamuro. Kamuro, maintaining a stoic expression, dodged to the side, attempting to evade the lethal assault. However, from the heart of the fireball, a shuriken suddenly flew out. I see. Kamuro thought, as he prepared to deflect it with his blade, only to notice that Kanon continued to form seals with astonishing speed. How fast? Kamuro marveled at Kanon's dexterity from afar. You haven't witnessed my full potential yet. With Kanon's exclamation, that single shuriken instantly multiplied into dozens, raining down upon Kamuro like a torrential downpour. This was a clever tactic, merging the shadow clone technique with the great fireball technique. Under the cover of the fireball, the last clone launched all the shuriken from the side. Kamuro frantically swung his bone sword in midair, yet several shuriken struck his body. Kanon gracefully leaped, her kunai slicing through the night sky like a shooting star, propelled by a sharp gust of wind towards Kamuro. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Kamuro remained composed, evading with an almost ethereal lightness while his arm elongated, transforming into sharp blades to counterattack Kanon. Kanon executed a graceful flip in midair, skillfully dodging Kamuro's retaliation. She flicked a finger, casting the most fundamental C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, wind bullet technique. Several wind bullets silently shot towards Kamuro. In response to the incoming projectiles, Kamuro merely scoffed, his bones twisting like a living creature, swiftly forming bone shields that effortlessly blocked Cannon's wind bullets. As expected, this foe is formidable, Cannon thought as she landed, her kunai fixed firmly on Kanmuro. Truly, you are the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Your ninjutsu and shuriken techniques have indeed opened my eyes. However, for Lord Orochimaru's dream, I must hold you here. Uchiha Cannon, shall we engage in this second dance? Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura observed Orochimaru from a distance, both adopting combat stances. Orochimaru silently retrieved the earth scroll from his pocket. Though currently inhabiting a female body, he emitted a strange androgynous laughter. You desire our earth scroll, don't you? After all, you possess the heaven scroll. Orochimaru swallowed the scroll whole. The moment it disappeared, a flash of malice flickered in his eyes, and a suffocating aura of death enveloped the area, causing Sakura and Sasuke to envision themselves dismembered. In that fleeting instant, Sasuke's fighting spirit evaporated, and he turned stiffly to Sakura. Sakura, are you alright? Sakura, utterly terrified, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, as she found herself at a loss. This is an illusion. Why can't I move? Sasuke gritted his teeth, filled with rage at his own cowardice. How could he seek vengeance or ensure his sister's safety in such a state? No, this isn't an illusion. It's merely a murderous intent. Sasuke pondered, feeling himself weaken. I must flee. Sensing Orochimaru's imminent weapon throw, in a moment of desperation, Sasuke drove his kunai into his own thigh. Only pain could awaken him from this state. Indeed, only pain could bring clarity. He quickly embraced Sakura and darted away, vanishing from the scene in mere strides. Hiding behind a tree, both Sasuke and Sakura panted heavily, the previous encounter having been far too perilous. A moment's inattention could have cost them their lives. Sakura, regaining her senses as Sasuke withdrew the kunai from his leg, asked Sasuke, are you alright? Yet Sasuke was flustered, pressing a hand over Sakura's mouth to hush her. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated their strategy, completely oblivious to the giant serpent lurking behind them. Sasuke the snake. In the next moment, the enormous serpent opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow them whole. Sasuke and Sakura hastily evaded the serpent's attack. For the first time, Sasuke felt like a mouse pursued by a cat, fear consuming his being. No, no, stay away. Don't come near me. He hurled several shuriken directly at the serpent's massive head. As he watched the serpent stagger from the strikes, he knelt against a tree, gasping for breath. Yet the ordeal was far from over. His two tomoe Sharingan spun incessantly as Orochimaru's form emerged from the serpent's skin. One could not afford to be distracted for even a moment. The so-called prey must remain in a heightened state of tension, perpetually fleeing, especially when facing a predator. As Orochimaru slithered through the branches like a true serpent, he lunged towards Sasuke with lethal intent. Sasuke was paralyzed by fear, unable even to contemplate escape. Just as Orochimaru closed in, a kunai accompanied by 3 shuriken flew toward him, halting his advance and leaving everyone stunned. My apologies, Sasuke. Following the voice, Sasuke and Sakura turned to see Orochimaru's figure come into view. It was Naruto, standing atop a branch, arms crossed, calmly observing the unfolding chaos. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. The signal! I forgot! Bang! At the moment Kanmuro's bone sword collided with Cannon's kunai, she delivered a powerful punch to Kanmuro's face, sending him staggering back. Get out of the way! Cannon cried urgently, having just heard her brother's agonized scream, her heart racing with anxiety. The dance is not yet over. I cannot allow you to pass. Damn it! Cannon roared, gritting her teeth, fully aware that Kanmuro was not an easy adversary. With her hands moving swiftly to form seals, she knew the technique was perilously dangerous, but there was no alternative. Fire release, great fire extinguishment. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a raging inferno erupted from Cannon's incantation. Even the usually composed Kanmuro felt his pupils constrict in the face of this overwhelming blaze. Escape seemed futile, yet he understood that if he swiftly evaded laterally, he could distance himself from the flames and remain unscathed. Kanmuro promptly retracted his bone sword, concentrating chakra in his legs, moving with the speed of a teleportation, raising clouds of dust in the forest as he attempted to evade the encroaching inferno. Just a little more, the range of this technique. Just as Kanmuro believed he was on the verge of safety, a figure suddenly emerged from the fire. Impossible! Cannon's cloak ignited in flames, yet in that moment, she paid no heed to the excruciating heat, her 3 tomoe Sharingan spinning rapidly. I will not let you get out of my way. Accompanied by a furious roar from Hanin, her left hand coalesced a cerulean spiral sphere, shimmering in the firelight as it was hurled violently towards Kimimaro-'s chest. Oh no! There was no way to evade it. Kimimaro-'s speed was too swift. He could no longer alter his trajectory, and Hanin's Sharingan began to whirl, activating an illusion that disrupted his consciousness. Boom! The spiral sphere detonated upon impact with Kimimaro's chest, launching his body into the air, where it collided with several giant trees before finally coming to a halt, rendered unconscious. Hanin swiftly formed hand seals, manifesting a curtain of water behind her. Water release, water barrier. The torrents rose, dousing the flames upon her back. As she furrowed her brow and deactivated her Sharingan, the back of her cloak was charred, revealing the black mesh beneath. And a look of sorrow crept across her delicate features as she realized that her earlier decision had not been the wisest. In the urgency of the moment, Hanin had acted hastily, and there was no time left to waste. With that, she immediately set off in the direction from which Sasuke had screamed moments earlier. Chapter 44. A turn in the battle. The 1,000 birds piercing the chest. On the outskirts of the Death Forest. Have you discovered the 3 corpses? 3 jonin were meticulously inspecting the scene of the deceased. Mitarashi Enko hurriedly approached. Her keen gaze quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This is extremely urgent. You must report this matter to Lord Hokage immediately, and request the dispatch of 2 Umbu squads to assist in the Death Forest. I will pursue these culprits. Do you understand? Yes. The 3 jonin vanished in an instant. Mitarashi Enko also swiftly departed from the scene. What on earth has transpired? Hanin returned to the site, only to find that Sasuke and the others had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the marks of battle and splattered blood. Hanin began to sense her surroundings. Just as she activated her sensory abilities, she nimbly leaped aside as a shuriken struck the very spot where she had stood. It was the Rain Village shinobi who had initially masqueraded as Naruto. Stand aside. There's no time to engage with you, Hanin shouted at him. Is it just you? All the better. Everyone come out. The Rain Village ninja summoned his 2 companions, encircling Hanin. Hand over the heaven scroll, or we shall kill you. Hanin found herself surrounded by 3 ninjas, gritting her teeth, just at that moment. Brother, wait for me. Hanin silently screamed in her heart, activating her Sharingan. As lightning began to gather in her hands, filling the air with the sharp whine of the 1,000 birds. Within a hollow tree, Sakura gazed worriedly at the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto, unaware that a day had already passed. Sakura had chosen an exceedingly concealed hiding place, where many had passed by without noticing the 3 of them. Having spent a sleepless night, Sakura battled her fatigue, vigilantly guarding Naruto and Sasuke. Has dawn arrived? Hanin wondered quietly to herself. Suddenly, she heard rustling noises from the distant grass. Could it be? Sakura's pupils constricted as she turned to look. At that moment, the trio from the Sound Village had already set their sights on Sakura and the others. 3 figures suddenly flashed forth, momentarily leaving Sakura stunned. You've stayed awake all night to protect them? Came the mocking voice of Tsuko. Instantly, Sakura gripped her kunai, preparing for battle. Hanin was searching for her comrades from Team 7, yet her sensory abilities had failed to detect any chakra from others. At the place she had initially departed from, only 3 corpses with hearts pierced by the 1,000 birds remained, and despite searching all night, Hanin had found no trace of them. Surely it cannot be. Hanin clenched her teeth in anger, shaking her head resolutely. Before she saw her brother's body, she would never relinquish hope. Suddenly, a great flock of birds burst into a panic from afar. What commotion is that? Hanin immediately extended her senses toward it. As she approached, she felt a familiar chakra. This is the chakra of Yamanaka Ino, and the disturbance there seemed not to stem from ninjutsu, indicating it was likely taijutsu. To her knowledge, the only one capable of such taijutsu in the entire Death Forest was Rock Lee. No matter, I must go check it out. Hanin muttered to herself before hastily heading in that direction. The battlefield was a scene of devastation. Disregarding her own injuries, Sakura clung to Sakane's arm, refusing to let go despite the blood streaming from her face. Beside her lay Lee, unconscious and battered, blood flowing from his orifices. Suddenly, Shikamaru, Ino and Choji stepped forward. Ino exclaimed, "Why are you here? I won't let you steal the spotlight in front of Sasuke." But Choji, at that moment, was reluctant to help, shouting at Ino and Shikamaru, "What are you two thinking? These guys are truly formidable." Shikamaru, exasperated, grasped Choji's scarf and lamented, "I know it's troublesome, but we have no choice. Ino has already jumped in. How can we as men retreat now?" Just as Team 10 engaged in an intense battle with the Sound Trio, Tsuko finally articulated their purpose for being there. "Our objective is neither to seize those trivial scrolls, nor to complete the exam as mandated. It is Sasuke." With that, the Sound Trio clashed once more with Team 10, but this time, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique had reached its 5-minute limit. and both Choji and Ino had lost their combat capabilities. Are you willing to witness your comrade's death? Shikamaru questioned. If circumstances force our hand, then there is nothing we can do, Sakan coldly replied, his air cannon aimed at the incapacitated Kankuro, who was now under the influence of Yamanaka Ino's mind transfer jutsu. It seems we have no other choice. Shikamaru despondently shook his head, while Choji and the others looked on with dissatisfaction and helplessness at the sound trio. Suddenly, an incongruous cackle shattered the tense atmosphere. How utterly irksome. You sound ninjas with your petty tactics. Do you think you've won by bullying the weak? Tasuko and Sakan anxiously turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, where Hyuga and Tenten stood upon a branch. At that moment, Sakura's face was marred with wounds, her eyes reflecting her concern over the sudden turn of events. Niji, witnessing Lee collapsed on the ground, seemingly gravely injured, activated his Byakugan in a fit of rage. You really act with such impunity. If you still wish to play, I will not hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, Niji abruptly retracted his Byakugan, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he glanced behind him. What's wrong, Niji? Tenten asked. Puzzled. It seems we no longer need to intervene, Niji enigmatically replied. Huh. Tenten and the others were left in confusion. Just then, from the distant thicket emerged a girl clad in a Uchiha cloak. Her cold expression and the spinning crimson eyes with 3 tomoe declared her identity. Her tattered clothing, stained with blood, told the tale of her battles. Hanin, Sakura exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy, only to be stunned by Hanane's icy demeanor. I thought a divine being had arrived, only to find it was you. Sakan's mocking words abruptly cut off, a stream of crimson blood trickling from his lips. For his chest had been pierced, the shriek of 1,000 birds echoing across the battlefield. Before anyone could react, Hanane's figure had already swept past Sakan's chest. Her speed so extraordinary that even Niji could not perceive it. What on earth is happening? Nara Shikamaru murmured in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the lightning dissipate from Hanayo's hands, leaving him utterly shocked by her display of an unknown technique. Hanayo did not linger. She strode directly towards Sakura, her gaze devoid of warmth. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the Uchiha girl, radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent. This was eerily reminiscent of the techniques employed by Kakashi during their encounter in the Land of Waves. Why could Hanayo wield such a power as well? You must have suffered greatly, Sakura, Hanayo said gently, employing her healing art to mend the wounds on Sakura's face. I'm so sorry. I failed to protect Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura tearfully apologized. You have already done exceedingly well. Leave the rest to me, Hanayo declared resolutely. A chilling killing intent swiftly enveloped the area, so potent that even Niji and the others instinctively took a few steps back. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Hanayo walked away. Dumpling Choji swallowing hard in disbelief. Is this truly the Hanayo we know? He thought incredulously. Without a doubt. Shikamaru nodded in affirmation. Ino stood in shock, unable to reconcile the warm, neighborly girl she knew with the fearsome figure before her. Facing Hanayo, the sound ninja Tosaka was paralyzed with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The tomoe in Hanayo's eyes began to emit an unusual light, her own consciousness oblivious to the transformation occurring within her gaze, which now bore a distinctive rose-like pattern. How dare you harm those most dear to me? Have you already contemplated your demise? Hanayo's voice twisted into something malevolent, her overwhelming bloodlust sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. Chapter 45, The Power of Cursed Seals. The True Strength of Sasuke. Just as Hanayo prepared for battle, Sasuke's voice rang out, halting her. Hanayo, stand down. At his command, her kaleidoscopic Sharingan instantly contracted into the 3 tomoe form. Brother! Hanayo exclaimed, turning in delight, only to be taken aback by the strange aura emanating from Sasuke, his purple chakra radiating a palpable menace. What has happened to you? Hanayo asked, her concern evident as she noticed the cursed seal on Sasuke's body. I told you to stand down, Sasuke shouted at Hanayo. Reluctantly she complied, retreating behind him to tend to Sakura and Naruto's injuries. Meanwhile Sakan, enduring excruciating pain, managed to rise to his feet. The Chidori had pierced his lung, but he was not yet on the brink of death. Observing Sasuke's condition, he felt a sense of foreboding. Sakan, can you unleash another air cannon? Tosaka inquired. Barely, he replied, struggling to raise his hands and unleash the attack, which forced him back several steps. However, Sasuke, empowered by the cursed seal, moved with blinding speed, whisking Naruto, Hanayo, and Sakura away from the blast radius. He then struck Sakan with a powerful blow, but that was merely the beginning. He began forming hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. as Sakon, already grievously injured, braced himself to release his final air cannon. Sasuke had already appeared behind him, gripping his arms tightly and delivering a punishing kick. You seem rather proud of your hands. Though your lung has been pierced by my sister, this might hurt even more. Sakon weakly turned to Sasuke, shouting, "Stop!" A sickening crack echoed, sending chills down the spines of those present, yet Sasuke wore a gleeful smile. "Let me play a little longer," he said, approaching Tosaka with a chilling calmness. Sakura, witnessing this side of Sasuke, yelled for him to stop and rushed towards him. "Hey Sakura, your wounds aren't healed yet." Hanayo's healing technique was interrupted, leaving her momentarily stunned. But Sakura had already dashed towards Sasuke, embracing him tightly. In that instant, the curse seal on Sasuke began to fade. As the seal dissipated, Tosaka realized the truth. Orochimaru had commanded them to assassinate Sasuke, while simultaneously granting him the power of the curse seal. In a hurry, he tossed the earth scroll towards Hanayo, who stood at a distance. "You siblings are incredibly strong. We are simply no match for you now. This is compensation. Please allow us to leave. We have matters to confirm. And in return, we promise that if the opportunity arises again in this exam, we will not hide or flee." With that, Tosaka prepared to depart with the unconscious Sakon and Jinchuriki. "Wait," Sakura called out, stopping them. Tosaka responded, puzzled. "Who exactly is Orochimaru? What has he done to Sasuke? Why did he choose Sasuke?" Sakura bombarded him with questions, and even Hanayo furrowed her brow in concern. "I don't know. We were merely ordered to kill Sasuke," Tosaka replied before vanishing from sight. Hanayo rushed to Sasuke's side, examining his injuries. Aside from the cursed seal, he seemed relatively unharmed. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" I'm fine," he stammered. Meanwhile, other teams began to converge, assisting everyone. Only Niji watched Hanayo with a contemplative expression. "That technique was formidable. I might not have been able to counter it even with my Byakugan. Perhaps she is indeed stronger than I imagined." The genius girl of the Uchiha clan was more powerful than expected, and even Sasuke's prowess impressed Niji. Amidst it all, Naruto, cradled on Hanayo's back, slept soundly, mumbling about protecting Hanayo and Sakura, inadvertently mocking Sasuke in his dreams. "What should we do about him? Should I wake him?" Shikamaru asked Hanayo. "No need. Let Naruto sleep," Hanayo replied, a charming smile gracing her lips. Despite the harrowing battle, the members of Team 7 had emerged unscathed. Sasuke gazed at his hands, disbelief flooding his mind as he recalled the earlier events. In the distance, Naruto was roused when Shikamaru nudged him awake. Feeling embarrassed to be carried by a girl younger than him. "Where am I?" he mumbled, realizing he was on Hanayo's back. "Hanayo, you're back," he exclaimed, quickly checking her back and noticing her coat had been burned, leaving only a mesh top. "What happened to you?" Naruto asked with concern. "Compared to me, your beloved Sakura has suffered far more," Hanayo said, turning her back to Naruto. Upon seeing Sakura's hair cut short, Naruto rushed toward her in alarm. "Sakura, your hair." Seeing him dash away, Hanayo shrugged her shoulders in exasperation, feeling a bit neglected despite her own beauty. Pouting, she glanced at Naruto, who was so focused on Sakura. Shikamaru approached, patting her shoulder. "That Naruto really is a handful. Isn't that the truth?" Hanayo replied with a smile as she walked towards Team 7. The battlefield here has been thoroughly cleared, and the awakened Rock Lee feels a tinge of embarrassment, as he realizes he failed to protect Sakura. Meanwhile, a freshly awakened Naruto revels in the situation, seizing the opportunity to approach Xiao Li and launch into mockery. "Isn't that the guy with the thick eyebrows?" he taunts, only to be sent flying by a punch from Sakura. "You mustn't speak to Xiao Li in such a manner." Sakura bellows, for Xiao Li is their savior. Upon witnessing Naruto being hurled several dozen meters away, Hanabi rushes over in concern. "Are you alright, Naruto?" she asks. Sakura then turns to Xiao Li, lowering her head in gratitude. "Xiao Li, thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to awaken, and I feel as though I have become stronger." Tears of emotion well up in Xiao Li's eyes as he responds, "Sakura, it seems I must continue to strive." He glances towards Sasuke, who stands nearby with his hands in his pockets. "Sasuke, as expected of the Uchiha clan, you were able to repel those sound ninjas. You truly possess formidable power. Meanwhile, I was utterly defeated." Sasuke, taken aback, ponders how Xiao Li could have been so thoroughly bested. What manner of prowess did those sound ninjas possess? This question lingers in Sasuke's mind. "Sakura, the lotus of Konoha shall bloom once more." Sakura gazes at Xiao Li perplexed. "When we meet again, I vow to become a stronger man," he exclaims, raising his voice to call out to Hanabi, who is helping Naruto with his swelling from a distance. "Hanabi, I'm speaking to you too. I heard you. Hanabi replies, shaking her head in resignation. Chapter 46. Exam concluded. Team 7 successfully passes. In a certain region of the Forest of Death, Temari and Kankuro follow Gaara closely. Let the battle commence, Uncle Rain Ninja, Gaara declares, his gourd slung over his shoulder, arms crossed as he calmly regards the 3 Rain Village ninjas before him. Hey Gaara, shouldn't we track them to ascertain the location of the scrolls before initiating a confrontation? If the scrolls are identical, there's no need for unnecessary conflict, Kankuro interjects, only to be cut off by Gaara. What does it matter? I intend to eliminate everyone I see. True to his word, within 2 minutes, the 3 Rain ninjas lay dead beneath his sand. Meanwhile, Team 8, concealed in the underbrush, furrows their brows as they observe Gaara's lack of movement. His absolute defense has thwarted numerous attacks. At his feet lie 3 bloodied, mangled corpses. Beside a clear stream, Naruto and Hanabi exchange grins. Naruto has stripped down to just his shorts. Hanabi stands beside him with a smile, her 3 tomoe Sharingan accurately tracking the fish in the lake. Although she despises eating fish, she must catch some for sustenance to successfully navigate the Chunin exam. Shadow Clone Jutsu, they exclaim simultaneously, forming hand seals. And dozens of clones of both Hanabi and Naruto materialize, all grinning. Hey little sister Naruto, this time we need to catch more. Sasuke shouts. Got it. Leave it to us, big brother. They reply in unison. Honestly, Sasuke shakes his head, chuckling. Hanabi's cloak has been mended, albeit with a patch on her back. Yet she pays it no mind at the moment. With that, Hanabi and Naruto's clones leap into the lake, entering fish-catching mode. However, it is worth noting that Naruto's real body dives into the water, while Hanabi stands atop a boulder with Sasuke, preparing shuriken. Indeed, 4 fish leap from the water's surface. And the Uchiha siblings instantly hurl their shuriken, pinning all 4 fish to a tree. Hanabi, Naruto, 4 fish aren't enough. We need to catch more for our provisions. Why are you only scolding me, you big idiot? Naruto retorts, displeased. She's a hot-headed fool too. Hanabi, from her elevated position, chimes in, humph. I won't make you anything delicious when we get home. Hey, don't say that, Hanabi. Sasuke mumbles. I was joking. Hanabi sticks her tongue out at Sasuke. Just as Sasuke and Naruto are about to bicker once more, Sakura's voice calls out from the distance. Sasuke, Hanabi, Naruto, I've prepared for the fire. Please use fire release to ignite it. The 4 of them sit on the ground, for fish roasting by the fire. The second phase of the exam has now lasted 4 days. Sasuke begins to analyze the situation. Yes, Sakura nods. Less than 25 hours remain. Several teams must have passed by now, she muses. Naruto, meanwhile, is already salivating at the thought of the roasted fish. Sasuke then produces the earth scroll from his belongings. This is the scroll we possess. It will take 18 hours to reach the tower, and we must obtain the heaven scroll within this time frame. Huh. Hanabi blinks in confusion as she gazes at the trio. Hanabi, do you have any questions? Sasuke inquires. So, the situation is that we still lack a heaven scroll? She asks. Indeed, to pass, we must acquire it. You should have said so sooner, Hanabi exclaims. Tossing 3 scrolls from her cloak, 2 heaven and 1 earth. Much to the astonishment of Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. You brought all of these? Sasuke stares at Hanabi in disbelief. When I was looking for you, I eliminated some ninjas in my path, thinking I might as well take them. A thump resounds as Hanabi receives a light smack on the head. Why didn't you take them sooner? Sasuke complains. You didn't ask me. Hanabi retorts, rubbing her head. I'm utterly exasperated. Let us finish up and head to the tower to conclude the Chunin exam. Sasuke says, a smile breaking across his face. Well done, Hanabi. Sakura exclaims. Joyfully embracing Hanabi, who has given them such a delightful surprise, while Naruto remains focused on whether the fish are ready to eat. Looks like they're done, Naruto remarks. With that, the 4 of them divide the roasted fish among themselves. Alright, let's south hit the road. Sasuke commands the trio of Team 7, and Hanabi, concerned, inquires. What if someone intercepts us near the tower? We break through. Sasuke responds succinctly, charging ahead to clear the path. Sakura pats Hanabi on the shoulder, shaking her head helplessly as she follows suit. Sasuke and Sakura lead the way, while Naruto and Hanabi remain vigilant behind them as they make their way towards the tower. Along the route, they encounter little threat aside from some wild beasts, which pose no challenge for Sasuke, who dispatches them swiftly and roasts some meat in the process. Thus, Team 7 successfully navigates the trials of the Forest of Death. Upon delivering the Earth and Heaven scrolls, Irika gazes at the 4 with astonishment. Can it be that these 3 12-year-olds and 1 11-year-old are truly this formidable? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi puffs on a pipe, while Mitarashi Enko sits beside him. What's the matter? Is the cursed seal still painful? Hiruzen inquires. No, thanks to you, it has almost healed. Mitarashi Anko gently kneaded the cursed seal on her shoulder. Behind her, Gunma, with a serious expression, remarked, regardless of the circumstances, Orochimaru is indeed one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and even the Umbu cannot engage him. He is a ninja listed as an S rank in the wanted manual. Why is he here? Perhaps Mitarashi Anko recalled the time when Orochimaru sought her out, revealing his intentions outright. Before Anko could elaborate further, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, voiced the answer that lingered in her mind. It must be concerning Hanabi and Sasuke. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the television in front of the assembly. Lady Anko, 22 candidates have successfully passed the second exam. According to the rules of the Chunin exam, the third exam will employ questions not used in the past 5 years. The second exam has concluded. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to proceed with the Chunin exams. However, he issued a command to remain vigilant regarding Orochimaru. He had a premonition that this Chunin exam would usher in significant changes for the entirety of Konoha. Chapter 47. Strengthening continuously. That man must be destroyed. At this moment, 22 candidates gathered in the center of the examination arena. Why are there still so many people? This is troublesome, Shikamaru grumbled impatiently. Ino, noticing Sasuke, exclaimed. Wow, Sasuke passed too. Of course. We worked so hard to help them, it would be absurd if they failed, Shikamaru muttered. Recalling the overwhelming victory of the Uchiha siblings over the Sound Ninja Trio. In the foreground, the Jonin crossed their arms, and the ever-energetic Might Guy nodded approvingly at the 22 genin, as if commending them. Well done. You were quite lucky. But as long as our team is present, you can forget about taking it easy. The next round will demand your true abilities. After all, youth is sometimes bittersweet and at times severe, right Kakashi? However, Kakashi seemed indifferent to Gai's words, his sharp gaze scrutinizing his 4 students, particularly Sasuke. The 3 members of Team 7 were also aware of Kakashi's scrutiny. Tenten thought to herself that this was her first time meeting Kakashi, and she felt quite satisfied. That must be Gai-sensei's eternal rival. From appearances, Gai-sensei seems to have the upper hand, she mused. Gai-sensei is the best, Lee declared confidently. All fell into contemplation as the original 26 teams dwindled to 7, from which the victor of the third exam would be determined. Even Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated so many candidates remaining, most of whom were newcomers. He surveyed the 4 mentors behind him and finally understood why they had been so eager to recommend their students. Among those remaining were 13 first- and second-year genin from Konoha, along with Gaara, Kabuto, and the Sound Ninja Trio, totaling 9. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to introduce the third exam. The third exam will commence shortly, but before that, I must share an important matter with everyone. This exam serves a greater purpose. Why collaborate with allied countries for this examination? Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly as he adjusted his Hokage hat. This is to foster amicable coexistence among allied nations and enhance the overall caliber of our ninjas. That is our true objective. He continued, explaining that the Chunin exam presents an excellent opportunity for neighboring countries to gauge each other's ninja prowess. Nations and villages that perform exceptionally well will secure more mission orders. Thus, this exam pertains not only to individuals, but also to the economic prosperity of nations and villages. He then informed everyone that the third exam would invite leaders from various countries to observe, meaning that the genin must fight with their lives on the line, rather than merely engaging in performative displays. While the third Hokage was still speaking, Gaara grew impatient. He loudly admonished Sarutobi Hiruzen, why all this talk? Just tell us the details of this life or death exam. In response to Gaara's rudeness, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely smiled faintly. Now allow me to introduce the details of the third exam. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a figure appeared before everyone. I apologize, Lord Hokage. Allow me to explain as the referee Moonlight Kakashi, he said. It's in your hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly. Moonlight Kakashi turned, coughed a few times, and began to elucidate the rules. In summary, he announced a shocking revelation. Before the third exam could commence, there would first be a preliminary round due to the excessive number of qualifying genin that needed to be halved. The second stage of the supplementary test would begin immediately. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, this will be a series of individual battles. You may choose to withdraw from the competition if you wish. Suddenly, Hanabi noticed something was off with Sasuke. Brother, what's wrong? She asked with concern. At that moment, Sasuke was sweating profusely, his body trembling uncontrollably. His hand pressed against the cursed seal, teeth clenched in evident agony. Sakura rushed forward to check on Sasuke. Sasuke, you should forfeit this preliminary round. Naruto, taken aback, turned to the other three. Sasuke, ever since you were defeated by that Orochimaru guy, you've been acting strangely. You're still suffering from that mark, aren't you? Hearing this, Hanabi was shocked and pressed Sakura. Who is Orochimaru? What is the mark on my brother's neck? Sakura recounted the events that had transpired after Hanabi had been separated from them, and upon hearing this, Hanabi was filled with rage, grinding her teeth as she declared, "If I encounter Orochimaru again, I will surely kill him." Hanabi looked at Sasuke with concern, but she wouldn't advise him to forfeit as Sakura did, for she understood that no matter what, Sasuke would never back down. He was her older brother, and Hanabi always believed in him. However, Sakura's perspective differed. She was genuinely worried about Sasuke's well-being, and would even be willing to forego the Chunin exam for his sake. Sasuke, I will definitely inform the teacher about that mark on you. Just as Sakura raised her hand, Kabuto preemptively withdrew from the competition. Moonlight Kakashi, noticing this, inquired, "So, is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw?" As Sakura prepared to raise her hand again, Sasuke forcefully swatted it away. "You are not allowed to speak of that mark." Although Sasuke's voice trembled, it was resolute. "Why do you insist on being so strong-willed? I cannot bear to see you suffer like this." Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she struggled to comprehend Sasuke's resolve. "To me, this is not merely an exam. Whether I become a Chunin or not is inconsequential. I only wish to know if I am strong enough. I want to fight formidable opponents and then kill that man." Sasuke's gaze was equally unwavering. "You understand, don't you? This is not just my desire." "I understand," Hanabi replied, lowering her head. She realized that Itachi had become the driving force behind Sasuke's progress, while she remained his protected little sister. Thus, her brother bore the weight of all vengeance and hatred, allowing only the warmth of light to reach her. "Thank you, brother," Hanabi whispered softly. "Fool, what are you thanking me for? This is what I ought to do," Sasuke replied with a slight smile, then turned to the tearful Sakura and gently stated, "Regardless, I will not permit you to hinder me." As an observer, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "You jerk. What are you trying to show off for? You fool." It's a wonder that Hanabi and Sakura are so concerned about you. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Sasuke turned around and flashed a broad smile, exclaiming, "Naruto, I want to have a match with you too." Naruto, as if a string had been plucked within him, paused momentarily before returning the smile. "Yes. Sasuke, I also wish to battle you. Hanabi, you as well. I want to engage in a fair duel with you." Naruto extended his fist towards Hanabi. "All right. But I must declare first, you will lose." Hanabi bumped her fist against Naruto's. "I will not be defeated." Hanabi replied with a mischievous grin. "Even if you become Hokage, you will still lose to me. I refuse to accept defeat." "Oh, Hanabi, you are quite confident," Naruto declared passionately. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged helpless glances, finding these two spirited individuals impossible to manage. At this moment, Yukike solemnly announced, "Then let the preliminary round begin." The upcoming preliminaries would consist of one-on-one personal battles, essentially a combat format. Originally, there were 21 participants. With one person eliminated, 20 remained. A total of 10 matches would take place, with the victors advancing to the third stage of the exam. There were no rules to confine the combat, and the match would continue until one party was either incapacitated, yielded, or met a graver fate. If you wish to avoid death, you might want to concede quickly. However, should a clear victor emerge, I will intervene to prevent unnecessary loss of life. He then gestured towards the electronic bulletin board that would dictate their fates. He looked at Mitarashi Enko, who immediately understood his intent, and activated the electronic board. It would randomly display the names of the two combatants for each match. Now, let us reveal the first two contenders. Chapter 48. Lion's Roar. My brother will not lose. The names on the electronic board danced wildly, capturing everyone's rapt attention, as if they collectively held their breath. Suddenly, the board froze, and the crowd's gaze shot upward. A slight smile crept onto Sasuke's lips as his name was displayed. Hanabi, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Brother, can you do it?" "Of course, leave it to me," Sasuke replied, gritting his teeth as he pressed down on the cursed seal upon his shoulder. Now let the two contestants take the stage. The first battle would feature Uchiha Sasuke versus Akido Kai. "Any objections?" Yukike's asked. "None." The two answered in unison, brimming with fighting spirit. As the audience observed the standoff between Sasuke and Akido Kai, a flicker of worry rippled through their hearts. "Go for it, brother." Hanabi's voice erupted in the silence, resonating throughout the arena. Everyone turned to the last remaining girl of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hanabi. Yet, Hanabi seemed unfazed by the gazes of others as she flashed a peace sign toward Sasuke. Sasuke approached Hanabi and gently tapped her forehead with his index and middle fingers. Don't worry. Though this is something he left behind, it is also our way of expressing affection as siblings, is it not? As he spoke, he caressed the cursed seal on his shoulder, a confident smile gracing his face. Hanabi nodded, her trust in her brother unwavering. Yukikaze nodded at the two of them, then stood in the center of the arena to announce, now the first round begins. All others, please move to the spectator stands. Just as the others settled into the stands, Kakashi approached Sasuke. Sasuke, do not use your Sharingan. You know? Sasuke turned to glare at Kakashi. If the curse seal activates, it could cost you your life, Kakashi said sternly. I figured as much. No worries, the exam will be halted, and I will intervene. Sasuke replied, asking for Kakashi's assistance should that moment arise. Once Kakashi departed, the battle was imminent. Sasuke faced a challenging start, as he was unable to utilize Chakra, leaving him at a disadvantage. This infuriated Hanabi, who, had it not been for Naruto and Sakura holding her back, might have rushed to the arena to obliterate his opponent. Let go of me. That jerk in sunglasses, I'll shove his shades up his nose. Hanabi, calm down. This is the Chunin exam. Sakura attempted to reason with her. Meanwhile, Naruto firmly grasped her arms, preventing her from moving. Naruto, let me go. I'm going to knock that guy out. Naruto glanced helplessly at Kakashi, who remained unperturbed, hands in pockets, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. The typically lively and adorable Hanabi was now consumed by rage, leaving Naruto at a loss for what to do. He had no choice but to embrace Hanabi, turning her away, as he too was concerned about Sasuke in the arena. Indeed, Sasuke was clearly struggling, which frustrated Naruto immensely. Unable to contain himself, he shouted down, Sasuke. Are you still Uchiha Sasuke? Don't embarrass yourself. Fight properly. As if Naruto's words reignited his fighting spirit, Sasuke, oblivious to Naruto, suddenly caught sight of Rock Lee, and a flash of inspiration struck him. At that moment, Akidukai had already clasped his hands together and launched a fierce assault on Sasuke. Can you still afford to be distracted? This is the final blow. Akidukai's attacks were ferocious, but Sasuke deftly evaded them, and when his opponent exposed a weakness, he delivered a powerful kick to his chin. The force sent Akidukai flying, but Sasuke did not halt his offensive. He leapt up and circled around to Akidukai's back. Lee and Guy were astonished, as Sasuke's displayed technique was none other than their secret lotus. However, just as Sasuke formed hand seals to unleash his attack from behind Akidukai, the curse seal flared up, causing him to grimace in pain midair. Yet with a fierce shout, he forcefully suppressed the seal's power with sheer will, stunning everyone present. Sasuke drew a semicircle with his left foot, aiming a kick at Akidukai, who effortlessly neutralized his attack. Nevertheless, the battle was far from over, as Sasuke spun in midair, delivering a powerful 360-degree kick to conclude the clash. This is my original move called. With a resounding crash, Sasuke and Akidukai landed on the ground together. Lion's roar. Witnessing this scene, Naruto was left dumbfounded. He released Hanabi and fell silent. Sakura, in tears, recognized the hard-fought victory Sasuke had achieved. Glancing at Sasuke, who was panting heavily, Hanabi rushed over to support him. Brother, you didn't lose, right? She asked, while he managed to give her a smile. Before Sasuke could say much more, Hanabi tightly embraced him. Brother, I've always believed you wouldn't lose. Well, you mustn't lose either. I want to face you in a match. Rest assured, I will not be defeated. Hanabi nodded resolutely. We must persevere until the very end. Kakashi crouched down to assess Sasuke's curse seal injury, and the medical team swiftly arrived. Kakashi firmly declined their assistance. You cannot heal him. This task falls to me. Now, I must take him to seal that curse, Kakashi whispered. I want to wait until the preliminaries are over. I want to know who can advance. No, you are being reckless. If not treated promptly, the consequences will be dire, Kakashi insisted to Sasuke. In a moment of resignation, Sasuke had no choice but to follow Kakashi as they departed. Yet before he left, he cast a glance back at Hanan. Hanan, don't lose, he urged. Rest assured, Sasuke-kun. I will not be defeated. Hanan replied with unwavering confidence, her blue Uchiha cloak billowing in the breeze, complementing her delicate features and lustrous black hair, creating a captivating scene at the Chunin exam venue. Now let us promptly commence the next match, Moonlight Gale stated calmly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the electronic board began a new round of random selections. This round featured Shino Aburame against Sakura, who, having sustained severe injuries in the Forest of Death, his abdomen pierced and his arm broken by Sasuke, met an inevitable and swift defeat. The victorious Shino received a warm welcome from Team 8, with Kiba patting him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Well done, Shino." Hinata also smiled and offered her congratulations. Just as the praises echoed, the crowd fell silent, their eyes widening as the electronic board announced the next competitors. "Is it me?" Hanan beamed, waving peace signs to Naruto and Sakura on stage. The board clearly displayed the upcoming duel. Uchiha Hanan vs Kanjuro. Chapter 49. Fair and square. Before the Uchiha, only kneeling foes and fallen corpses remain. "Hanan, go for it, don't lose," Naruto shouted as Hanan stepped into the arena. Hanan turned, fist clenched in response to Naruto, a gesture of their friendship that instantly resonated with him. He lightly extended his fist, connecting with Hanan's in a symbolic exchange. "Kakashi-sensei, do you think Hanan can do it?" Sakura quietly inquired of Gai-sensei beside her. "She's far from simple. Even I am not entirely aware of her full capabilities," Might Guy replied, shaking his head. He understood that the Uchiha girl below, like his brother, was hailed as a genius. Yet, Guy was even more aware that Hanan's training regimen was more rigorous than even Lee's. It was when Hanan was merely 8 years old that Guy fortuitously passed by the cliffside woods behind the Uchiha compound and witnessed her diligently practicing her taijutsu. If one works hard, even a genius can surpass expectations, but that genius must also toil. That serendipitous encounter had left a profound impression on Might Guy, and now, the extent of Hanan's abilities remained a mystery to all. "Fear not, Hanan is incredibly strong," Naruto confidently assured his Team 7 comrades. "Naruto, why are you so confident?" "Because from the moment I met Hanan, I have witnessed all her efforts. She is diligently pursuing her dreams. No matter what, I firmly believe she will triumph," Naruto stated earnestly, gazing down at Hanan. Meanwhile, Kanjuro, adorned with a painted mask, smirked. He had learned from his earlier mistake of failing to unleash his puppet crows, which had suffered greatly at Hanan's hands. This time, he was determined to make the Uchiha girl experience the bitterness of defeat. Recognizing her formidable strength, Kanjuro released his puppet crows the moment he landed. "Puppets, are they?" Hanan mused inwardly, having prepped with Shino on the intricacies of puppet techniques. "You recognize them?" Kanjuro frowned as he noted her awareness of his abilities. "I've heard a bit about them," Hanan replied, retrieving a kunai from her leg pouch. Her gaze fixed intently on Kanjuro. Ready for battle, the Uchiha sister, hailed as a genius, was poised to reveal her resplendent prowess. All eyes were riveted on the impending clash between Kanjuro and Hanan. Kanjuro was also a prodigy in puppet techniques, while Hanan was celebrated as the Uchiha's talented maiden, heightening the excitement among all spectators, including Shikamaru from Team 10, who widened his eyes in anticipation. If Sasuke was regarded as the Uchiha genius, his sister would surely match his prowess. "Do you all have no objections?" With the two competitors silent, Moonlight Gale took a step back. "Begin." The instant the command was given, Hanan charged directly at Kanjuro. "Coming straight at me?" Kanjuro smiled, thinking that even a genius's assault could be so straightforward. As he initiated his movements, Kanjuro was struck dumb with shock. The threads he manipulated posed no hindrance to Hanan. "What is happening?" Kanjuro exclaimed in disbelief. Observing his expression, Hanan smirked. Kakashi, having just returned from escorting Sasuke to rest, chuckled softly. "It's an illusion." Indeed, Kanjuro had fallen prey to the genjutsu. Hanan had not moved an inch, but had activated the illusion in that fleeting moment. Kanjuro seemed to realize this as he prepared to dispel it. But Hanan would not grant him such a chance. In an instant, she formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 5 copies of Hanan materialized before Kanjuro. The real Hanan aimed a kick at Kanjuro's chin, but as she executed the strike, she swiftly altered the position of her leg, revealing a blade aimed precisely at where she had just kicked. A concealed weapon. Sakura gasped from the stands. Kanjuro's fingers twitched slightly as Hanan's remaining clones dissipated into smoke. "Impressive for an Uchiha, to ensnare me in an illusion so swiftly," Kanjuro remarked as his puppet crows began to stir behind him. As the puppets lunged at her, Hanan performed a backflip, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire style. Fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward Kanjuro. "You fool, I won't fall for the same trick twice," Kanjuro retorted, maneuvering his puppets backward. Yet, in that very moment, 3 shuriken, having been deflected from the fireball, hurtled toward his left side. How could this be? Kanjuro gasped, hastily directing his crows to intercept. Kakashi smiled appreciatively, standing beside Naruto and Sakura, and quietly remarked, focusing solely on the shuriken isntay's strategy, true to form. While Kanjuro managed to block the shuriken with his puppets, he completely overlooked Hanan's subsequent move. To his right, a massive wall of water surged forth. Water style, water barrier. A colossal wall of water surged toward Kanjuro, catching even Kakashi off guard as he failed to discern how Hanan had formed the seals. This revelation startled him. This girl was indeed extraordinary. The outcome is already apparent, and with momentum on her side, Kanjuro is doomed, Guy analyzed, standing beside Kakashi. It's a classic feint. Puppets are ultimately controlled by a human, and one lapse can prove fatal, Kakashi elucidated to Naruto and Sakura. However, Naruto interjected with confusion, Kakashi-sensei. Why hasn't Hanan won yet? What? Kakashi exclaimed, suddenly glancing back at the arena. Indeed, Hanan stood with her arms crossed, watching as Kanjuro extricated himself from the water barrier. Without uttering a word, Kankuro was abruptly interrupted by Hanayo. Aren't you eager to face me in combat? I demand a dignified duel. Unleash your strongest attack. I shall refrain from striking your flanks, and will not retreat beyond this point. Before the proud Uchiha, there exist only kneeling adversaries and fallen corpses. It is only through an honorable duel that we can uphold the illustrious name of the Uchiha, Hanayo proclaimed. Standing firmly with her hands on her hips, her gaze fixed upon Kankuro in the distance. This was something Sasuke had long desired to do, a sentiment he wished to express. With her brother departed, it fell upon her, as his sister, to fulfill that wish. Thus Hanayo opted for the most barrage-heavy approach. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. Kakashi, your disciple is quite the passionate fool. She ought to join our class, Guy remarked. Indeed, Kakashi replied, shaking his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Hanayo below, exclaiming, she is so cool. In the sand village, Gaara clenched his teeth, his hands itching to challenge Hanayo, though fortune did not favor him. Temari, on the other hand, harbored concerns for her brother Kankuro, uncertain of what would transpire next. How dare this mere 11-year-old insult me? Kankuro gritted his teeth, rising with a soaked and weary body. He had resolved to unleash every mechanism hidden within his puppet, for as the son of the Wind Shadow, he could not possibly be defeated here. Fool! Have you forgotten our purpose? Temari, observing Kankuro's intentions, shouted urgently. Yet, at that moment, Kankuro was oblivious to her words. His singular objective was to ensure Uchiha Hanayo's demise here and now. Within Kankuro's puppet lay an intricate secret. Hanayo, unfazed, crouched low to the ground as countless chakra orbs began to swirl in her hands. What? The third Hokage gazed in astonishment at Hanayo below, the onlookers equally taken aback. The chakra ball in Hanayo's grasp was none other than the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze's original jutsu, the Rasengan. She can perform that technique. Guy exclaimed in disbelief. What is this? Naruto and Sakura queried. The Rasengan was developed by the fourth Hokage, they marveled, astonished that Hanayo could master such a technique. Guy turned his gaze to Kakashi for an explanation. Just as Kakashi was about to shake his head, a white-haired man approached from the distance. I taught her, Jiraiya said. A smile on his face, his eyes filled with pride as he watched Hanayo. Chapter 50, Hanayo's Triumph. She shall win in such a straightforward manner. Jiraiya. You imparted such a formidable technique to Hanayo. Kakashi frowned. Jiraiya, however, appeared somewhat flustered. Should he admit that Hanayo had merely watched it once to grasp the Rasengan? Unthinkable. He, Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Myaboku, could not suffer such humiliation. Yet, before Jiraiya could clarify, Naruto suddenly shouted, she's moving. All eyes turned sharply toward the battlefield between Hanayo and Kankuro, where Hanayo's Rasengan radiated an astonishing energy. Black secret technique. Poison needles. Kankuro commanded his raven puppet to release 3 poison needles, launched at Hanayo with remarkable precision. However, as the needles approached, a glint of crimson flickered in Hanayo's eyes, the brilliance of the Sharingan. She effortlessly evaded Kankuro's assault, without needing to maintain her Sharingan's activation. Her figure flickered as she dodged the poison needles, and simultaneously tossed a smoke bomb to the ground. A thick fog enveloped the battlefield, yet the duelists remained clearly visible. At that moment, Kankuro burst into laughter, declaring, Uchiha Hanayo, did you not anticipate this? I have prepared a scalpel for you. His voice echoed through the smoke, drawing the attention of all spectators. Had Kankuro triumphed? Temari questioned, bewildered. Gaara remained silent, observing the situation with calm detachment. Has Hanayo lost? Sakura gasped in disbelief. Even Kakashi furrowed his brow, intent on discerning the unfolding events. Yet the Hyuga siblings, possessing Byakugan, were momentarily stunned. Such powerful chakra! Niji exclaimed. At that instant, Kakashi's pupils constricted, for amidst the swirling smoke, the sound of thousands of birds chirping resonated, reminiscent of a forest. Then, brilliant white light flickered wildly within the haze, drawing the attention of all jounin towards Kakashi, for it was none other than his original jutsu Chidori, also known as lightning cutter. That technique belongs to Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Naruto narrowed his eyes, excitement surging as he gazed at Hanyo below. I knew you wouldn't lose. At that moment, Jiraiya turned to Kakashi with seriousness, stating, if you hadn't taught her, then she must have comprehended this technique on her own. Truly a prodigy. Kakashi scratched his head, offering high praise for Hanyo. Indeed, as the smoke dissipated, two figures of Hanyo emerged, one clearly a shadow clone, while the one pierced by Kankuro's puppet was also a mere clone. As the crowd witnessed the next event, they were left agape, even Naruto rendered speechless. For Hanyo's shadow clone had successfully struck Kankuro in the face with the Rasengan, while her true self pierced through Kankuro's raven puppet with Chidori. Kankuro's body spun uncontrollably before crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Hanyo stood majestically on the battlefield, her expression calm as she regarded Kankuro, who lay incapacitated. She had refrained from killing him. However, the impact of that technique would leave him incapacitated for some time. Observing Kankuro's incapacitated state, Moonlight Gale swiftly appeared before Hanyo, momentarily taken aback by her tranquility. Is this the genius girl of the Uchiha clan? The jutsu she just executed, I couldn't even grasp a single one. Hey, old man, what are you staring at? Announce my victory. Hanyo's voice broke through Moonlight Gale's thoughts, prompting him to declare to everyone present, Uchiha Hanyo versus Kankuro. Uchiha Hanyo wins. Hanyo tucked her flowing hair behind her ear, and waved her fist at Naruto on the platform. Well done, Hanyo. Naruto cheered, elated. As Hanyo ascended to the spectator platform, she noticed Jiraiya and Kakashi standing together, both regarding her with warm expressions. Isn't that Uncle Jiraiya? What uncle? I am Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. You should address me as your teacher, given that you learned the Rasengan from me. Not a chance. I figured it out all by myself. You. Jiraiya threw up his hands in resignation, for indeed, Hanyo had merely watched once to master it. Is Uncle Jiraiya here to witness our Chunin exams? I wouldn't deign to watch someone as unremarkable as you. I'm here to visit the ladies' bath. As Jiraiya spoke, a rather unsightly lecherous expression adorned his face, eliciting disdainful reactions from Hanin and Sakura. Perverted Uncle Jiraiya. Hanin exclaimed with a grimace, sticking out her tongue and making a silly face. Hey you little girl, don't get too cocky. Jiraiya retorted, his voice booming in irritation. Yet Hanin remained unfazed, her smile radiant as she said, Thank you, Master Jiraiya. I didn't mean it that way. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, he deliberately cast his gaze upon Hanin's chest, feigning a look of disgust. What a major creep. I'll take you on. Hanin leaped up and bit down hard on Jiraiya's arm. Let go. You little Uchiha demon. Jiraiya struggled to escape, but Hanin held on tightly. The jovial atmosphere on stage prompted laughter from Sakura and Naruto, clearly indicating that Hanin was the victor in their eyes. Once Jiraiya departed, Kakashi settled beside Hanin, curiosity piqued. Hanin, how did you learn that technique, Chidori? I self-studied it from books, she replied nonchalantly, refraining from revealing that she had actually learned it from Shino in the realm of her inner world. Is that true? Kakashi asked, astonished. It's simply compressing lightning-based chakra into a highly concentrated current. It's not complicated, Hanin explained, detailing the principle behind the technique, leaving Kakashi in awe. Her analysis was spot on. Chidori indeed operated on such principles, though utilizing it required swift proximity to the opponent, lest one risk counterattacks due to visibility issues. Furthermore, it was best employed in conjunction with the Sharingan for maximum efficacy. Observing Hanin's adeptness with Chidori, Kakashi felt a surge of admiration. Such talent was a rarity in the ninja world. Despite her remarkable aptitude, Hanin had to endure considerable hardships to arrive at her current standing, further solidifying Kakashi's resolve to protect each member of Team 7. Wow Hanin, that Rasengan was incredible. Will you teach me? Naruto exclaimed, shaking her shoulders with excitement. Oh. Naruto, don't pressure me. If that lecherous old man doesn't allow it, I can't do anything, Hanin replied helplessly. I'll go find him, Naruto declared, his fists clenched with determination. At that moment, the electronic scoreboard displayed the next matchup. Sakura Haruno versus Inuzuka Kiba. It's your turn, Sakura. Hanin encouraged, offering a warm smile. Alright, I got it, Sakura responded, leaping down from the spectator stands alongside Kiba. Hanin, why did you choose to confront that guy head-on? Naruto inquired curiously. Because you were there, Hanin answered. Because of me? Naruto asked, puzzled. Yes. Isn't it cooler to defeat an opponent with you watching from the sidelines? A mischievous glint sparkled in Hanin's eyes. Exactly. Winning should be done openly. Naruto replied excitedly, fist-bumping Hanin. In the distance, Guy witnessed this exchange and burst into hearty laughter. You youngsters epitomize boundless youth. How about joining my class? I'll gift you both a set of green spandex outfits. Symbolizing true youth, Guy earnestly proposed. Hanin and Naruto simultaneously rolled their eyes, their reluctant expressions leaving Guy heartbroken. Chapter 51, Naruto's Unyielding Spirit. I won fall before becoming Hokage. The preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams were fervently underway. And although Sakura and Kiba's duel lacked the dazzling flair of Hanin and Sasuke's, their performance in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and chakra control garnered the approval of Kakashi and the other jonin. Hanin, where do you think Sakura holds her advantage? Kakashi queried. Her chakra control is superior to mine and my brother's, Hanin stated matter-of-factly. So if Sakura can evade the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, the heart-to-heart technique, she stands a good chance, Kakashi assessed the battle. Subsequently, the clash between Sakura and Kiba was evenly matched, the contest both thrilling and intense. However, the battle dragged on for an extended period, ultimately resulting in both combatants being ensnared by the heart-to-heart technique, losing consciousness and thus disqualified. The next match featured Temari against Tenten. Although Tenten excelled in utilizing various blades, Temari leveraged her wind release techniques with her 3-star fan to gain a significant advantage, ultimately securing victory. Following that, Shikamaru triumphed over Kin, the sound ninja. As the duel between Kin and Shikamaru concluded, the electronic board displayed the next matchup, causing Hanin to glance anxiously at Naruto. For the forthcoming battle featured Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. It's my turn. I've kept you all waiting. An exhilarated Naruto announced. Kiba, equally spirited, playfully rubbed Akamaru's head, exclaiming, what luck. Facing that guy, I'm bound to win. Right, Akamaru? Hanin Sakura. I'm going in. Naruto shouted to the two girls. Go for it, Naruto. Sakura cheered as he prepared to descend. Hanin approached him, raising her slender fist in solidarity. Seeing this, Naruto beamed, raising his fist to bump hers. Show me what you've got, future Hokage. Hanin smiled brightly. Leave it to me. Here I go. Naruto yelled, leaping off the stage to face Kiba. Many spectators still viewed Naruto as the underdog who struggled even with transformation techniques in the Ninja Academy. Yet Hanin, Kakashi, and Sakura understood that Naruto had grown significantly stronger in recent days, far removed from his former self. Even Iruka on stage shook his head in resignation at Naruto's enthusiasm. Look at that guy, Sakura remarked with a wry smile, turning to Hanin. Why are you so confident that Naruto will win? Facing Sakura's inquiry, Hanin nodded slightly and softly replied, there's no reason. He's my best friend. This answer clearly took Sakura aback, prompting her to shout from the stage, Naruto, don't lose to him. Kakashi also gazed at Naruto on stage. Looks like he's finally up. As Yuhi Kurenai observed the match between Kiba and Naruto, she silently reflected, Naruto? I'm afraid he won't stand a chance against Kiba, Kakashi. Hinata wished to cheer for Naruto, but being on the same team as Kiba placed her in a dilemma, leading her to ultimately choose silence. At this moment, Kakashi approached Hanin and casually asked, Hanin, how do you think Naruto should win this duel? Or rather, how would you win it? The Inuzuka clan possesses superior hearing and smell compared to the average person, akin to canine instincts with heightened intuition. To defeat an Inuzuka, one must either suppress him through genjutsu or taijutsu, or target his sense of smell. If it were me, I could conclude this match in an instant, Hanin analyzed earnestly. Sakura barely grasped her explanation, but Guy and Kakashi leaned in intrigued. Concluded in an instant? How so? Guy queried directly. Hanin simply formed a scissors gesture, and softly explained to Guy and Kakashi, by using the shadow clone technique, to compel him to the center. Followed by a shuriken shadow clone technique to secure victory. The two remained transfixed, their minds conjuring images of dozens of floral projectiles encircling Inuzuka Kiba, who was desperately hurling shuriken towards the center. Both Might Guy and Kakashi felt a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. How ruthless! Being subjected to such an assault, one would surely either perish or be grievously injured, transforming into a veritable hornet's nest. Listening to Hanayo's analysis, it was evident that the battle had reached a fever pitch. Naruto and Kiba had both expelled blood, and soon Naruto, having carelessly received a blow from Kiba, collapsed onto the ground. Sakura felt a jolt in her heart, sensing a chill envelop her, while Kakashi shook his head in resignation. Accepting the grim reality that Naruto might lose, he still had to continue his training. This battle had already seen Naruto put forth tremendous effort. Yet, Hanayo remained composed, gazing at the fallen Naruto, while Sakura and Kakashi exchanged puzzled glances with her. They discerned a glimmer of expectation in Hanayo's expression, for she was astonishingly smiling at the sight of Naruto sprawled on the ground. "Naruto, stand up," Hanayo shouted earnestly from below. Indeed, at that moment, Naruto recalled his dream of becoming Hokage and the unwavering belief Hanayo had in his potential. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, his body trembling. "I am destined to become Hokage. I cannot fall here." "You becoming Hokage? You're weaker than I am. Let me take that role instead," Kiba scoffed, mocking the prostrate Naruto. The taunts echoed in Naruto's mind, reminding him of the ridicule he had faced from his peers at the Ninja Academy. Save for one girl who had believed in his potential to become Hokage, the very first to recognize him. Returning to the present, Kiba stood with hands on his hips, bellowing at the collapsed Naruto. "You know you can't become Hokage, yet you keep pretending to be strong. Ha ha ha." Just as Kiba laughed, Naruto, with immense effort, rose to his feet once more. "I will not fall before I become Hokage." Seeing Naruto stand, Sakura leaped in surprise, and even Kakashi internally marveled. "Is this your tenacity, Naruto?" In the arena, observing Kiba's mocking visage, Naruto resolved to unleash his decisive new technique. "Kiba, come at me. No matter what, I will execute my new move," Naruto shouted, rallying his own spirit. "Oh, this could be interesting. I won't let you succeed," Kiba retorted as he enveloped himself in chakra and charged at Naruto with ferocity. As Naruto prepared his new technique, Kiba swiftly closed the distance and circled behind him. "Prepare yourself. Exposing your back to your opponent is the moment of truth." At that instant, everyone held their breath, and even Naruto thought, "It's over," as Kiba's unexpected maneuver caught him off guard. In a moment of desperation, he silently released a fart. Kiba, with an exceptionally keen sense of smell, had a mass chakra around his nose just before the technique was executed, heightening his olfactory sensitivity. The sudden stench caused his expression to contort in agony as he covered his face in despair. Hanayo blushed and lowered her head, initially expecting Naruto's new skill to be something grand, while Sakura and the others stood in shock. Kakashi, with a bemused tone, quietly remarked, "Quick action and acute smell. The beast mimicry technique has backfired on him." Though the fart was merely a coincidence, it was indeed a fittingly unpredictable act for the most unconventional ninja. Hanayo and Sakura shouted in unison, "Naruto, the chance is here. Go for it." In that moment, Kiba had lost his defensive capability, and Naruto could not let this opportunity slip away. "Now it's time for you to experience my new technique." At that, Naruto employed his signature shadow clone technique, summoning 4 clones. 5 Narutos surrounded the pained Kiba. One clone stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Kiba flying. Naruto's original, stepping on the foot of his clone that had just struck, soared into the sky. The remaining 3 clones kicked the airborne Kiba further upward. Rasen, Kiba's body, now uncontrollably ascending, found Naruto's original waiting above. He halted mid-air, utilizing inertia to deliver a decisive kick downward, completing his new technique. The forceful kick sent Kiba crashing to the ground, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. Naruto wins. Shikamaru and the others looked on dumbfounded, while Hanayo's face blossomed into a triumphant smile, having always believed in Naruto's victory. Kakashi couldn't help but smirk, revealing the truth behind Naruto's so-called new technique. A new move? Isn't that just the technique Sasuke used earlier? Even the name is borrowed. Standing on the stage, Naruto gazed down at the unconscious Kiba, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Moonlight Gale quickly ascended the stage, officially announcing the match's outcome. The victor is Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 52. Neji vs Hinata. I will not go against my words. This is my ninja way. From the high platform, Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched Naruto below. Sakura and Hanayo clasped their hands together, celebrating the joy of victory. That's fantastic, we won. Shikamaru and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. Naruto actually defeated Kiba. What an upset. At this moment, Naruto stood at the center of the battlefield, feeling a surge of strength and exhilaration. That was so easy. As he passed by Hinata, she hesitated, her voice barely a whisper. "Huh? Hinata, did you say something?" Hinata's cheeks flushed as she offered Naruto a tube of ointment. "What is this?" he asked, puzzled. "It's ointment for your wounds," the gentle Yuhi Kurenai explained from behind. "But why give it to me?" Looking at the dazed Naruto and the blushing Hinata, Kurenai understood the unspoken feelings between the two. "Just take it, Naruto." Turning to Hinata, Naruto noticed her shyness and Kurenai's warm smile. Unsure of how to respond, he ultimately accepted the ointment. Thank you. You're really kind, Hinata. However, Kurenai's gaze drifted toward Kiba, who was being escorted for medical treatment, feeling a twinge of empathy. Kiba, do not feel ashamed. You are a formidable opponent. From a distance, Hanayo observed this exchange. Noting the murderous intent, an icy gaze emanating from Niji Hyuga of Team 3. When Naruto returned, he and Hanayo celebrated their victory with a fist bump. Well fought, Naruto. Ha! Of course. After their fist bump, Moonlight Gale announced the commencement of the next match. The electronic board displayed the new combatants, shocking both Hanayo and Naruto. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. The surrounding audience fell into silence, prompting Hanayo to wonder, why is there such silence regarding this internal conflict within the Hyuga clan? This battle is quite intriguing, Kakashi remarked. Intriguing? Naruto scratched his head. Might Guy, however, appeared serious as he observed the two combatants in the arena. I never expected to face you here, Miss Hinata. Hinata whispered to her brother Niji. Are they siblings? Naruto looked at Hainen in surprise. After all, their Team 7 also had a pair of siblings. At that moment, Kakashi and Rock Lee enlightened everyone. Renowned clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga are divided into main and branch families, with the main family being the direct line and the branch family being the collateral descendants. Wait a minute, Naruto interjected. Even if you talk about direct lines and collateral branches, surely they wouldn't go all out against each other, would they? He turned to Hainen. Hainen, in this match, if you encounter your brother Sasuke, would you beat him up? This question plunged Hainen into contemplation. In her mind she reasoned, I wouldn't go so far as to beat him senseless, but I would certainly defeat him head-on. Hainen understood that her brother was not afraid of losing. Sasuke merely wanted to ascertain whether he had grown stronger. They redirected their focus to the preliminary matches, while Kakashi began to introduce the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan has a family rule that the branch family must protect the main family, even at the cost of their lives. This confrontation tugged at the heartstrings of all spectators. Hinata, who had initially prepared to concede, reignited her fighting spirit under Naruto's encouragement. However, the reason a genius is that they reach heights unattainable by ordinary individuals. The gentle fist technique may be aesthetically pleasing, but Niji's subsequent strikes were exceptionally ruthless, causing Hinata to retreat step by step, blood pouring from her mouth. Naruto and Hainen, the two impassioned fools, erupted in the audience, fervently shouting at Niji and Hinata. Hinata, don't be afraid of him. Show him your strength. Hainen cheered for Hinata from below. Hainen, being the prodigious girl of the Uchiha clan, had to maintain a certain decorum, but Naruto had no such reservations. He hurled insults at Niji from the stands. Hinata gazed up at Hainen and Naruto, who fervently believed in her ability to defeat her brother Niji. This time, I will not back down. She was convinced that with the power of trust, anything could change. Nothing will change. Niji shouted, delivering a palm strike to Hinata's chest. As Hinata flew backward once more, both Hainen and Naruto seethed with fury. Lady Hinata, the exceptional will always be exceptional. The underperformers can only remain underperformers, he remarked, highlighting the gap between the main and branch families. Upon hearing this, Niji was momentarily taken aback. Despite having her chakra points sealed, Hinata gritted her teeth and stood up again. Are you foolish? Why do you keep getting up? Wouldn't it be easier to just lie down? Niji asked, puzzled by Hinata's resolve. I will not go back on my word. I will not run away. Her mind flashed with images of Naruto and Hainen, the only ones who believed she could overcome Niji in this Chunin exam. She could not be the only one to fall. Finally, Hinata steadied herself and assumed a fighting stance. This was also because of my ninja way. She raised her head, looking at Naruto and Hainen, one being her most cherished person, and the other one of her closest friends. At that moment Hinata smiled, despite the blood staining her lips. Hinata is truly a strong individual. Naruto began to worry for her. Naruto, Hinata has been watching you this whole time. Where is your voice now? Hainen's voice startled Naruto beside her. Go for it. Hinata hit him. Hainen's encouragement resonated throughout the arena, drawing everyone's attention. The prodigious girl of the Uchiha clan was sincerely cheering for Hinata, making others believe that Hainen was merely echoing Naruto, when in fact, she was earnest. Naruto joined in the rallying cries, shouting down at Hinata. Come on. Niji glanced at the two from Team 7, choosing not to say more. At this moment, Hinata fought not only to prove herself, but also for the one she cherished, and for those who believed in her. Hinata surged forward, her attacks now sharper. Yet the disparity between their strengths was too vast. Facing this relentless Hinata, Niji grew increasingly irate. Each counterattack seized upon her flaws with even greater ferocity. And in one clash, Niji struck Hinata's heart, sending her flying. Hinata lost consciousness, leaving those around her in shock, including Hanan and Naruto. Are you trying to kill her? Hanan yelled at Niji. Uchiha Hanan. I disapprove of your cheering for her. Next time we meet, I will make you suffer just like her. Niji turned away, dismissing Naruto and directing his ire at Hanan. Fine Hyuga Niji, I will make you regret crossing paths with me. Hanan's voice grew icy. As Moonlight Gale prepared to announce the match's end upon seeing Hinata unconscious on the ground, she stood up once more. It's not over yet. Don't push yourself. Just standing is already a struggle for you, isn't it? Niji scoffed. From the moment you were born, you bore the fate of the Hyuga main family, constantly resenting and blaming your own ineptitude. But people cannot change. This is destiny. You don't have to keep suffering. Let it be easier. Hinata's body trembled, the unending pain making her wobble as she walked. This suffering could only be felt by Hanan among the lower ninjas present. Yet the deeper her understanding of this pain, the greater Hanan's fury grew. She wished to shove a Rasengan into Niji's mouth right then and there, forcing him to taste its bitterness. Staring at Niji, Hinata gently shook her head. No, Niji brother. Because I can see it too. All along, you have suffered more than I have. Among the main and branch families, it is you who is lost and in pain. This statement struck Niji like a dagger, igniting his fury as he charged at Hinata, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes that all present, including the lower-ranking ninjas, recognized as a grave threat. Niji, the match is over, Moonlight Gale exclaimed, realizing the seriousness of the situation as Niji charged toward Hinata. This is bad. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky, slamming a palm infused with fierce wind onto Niji's forehead protector. Wind release, gale palm. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, summoning an endless storm. Niji was sent flying, crashing against a distant wall. At that instant, even Might Guy, Kakashi, and the other Jonin who had just arrived halted their actions. Enough, Hyuga Niji. Hanan's 3 tomoe Sharingan activated. If you wish to continue this foolishness, allow me to join you. Her Uchiha cloak billowed in the wind, and under the crimson gaze of her Sharingan, she drew a kunai from her weapon pouch, adopting a battle stance. Kakashi observed Hanan with a hint of admiration. Her agility was remarkable, although they could perform similarly. It was indeed Hanan who made the first move. Niji, having endured the gale palm, gritted his teeth and stood up, a murderous intent directed at Uchiha Hanan. Niji, enough is enough. Did you not promise me? No more conflicts over the matters of the main family. Might Guy scolded Niji. Why are other Jonin here? Is this special treatment for the main family? Niji roared. Hearing Hinata's violent coughing, seemingly spewing blood, Hanan turned anxiously to help her up. Hinata. As the sun began its descent, Red Sunset hurried to Hinata's side. Naruto, Sakura, and Lee rushed over as well. Hinata, are you alright? They called out. Hinata lay on the ground, trembling as she gazed at Hanabi and Naruto, her voice quivering. Naruto. Hanabi. At that moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness. In the distance, Niji approached Naruto and Hanabi, his anger now quelled. Allow me to offer you both a piece of advice. As ninjas, refrain from engaging in such foolish acts of encouragement for others. Niji cast a glance at Naruto. The tail end will always remain the tail end. That will never change. However, Naruto stood up, his gaze serious as he looked at Niji. Want to test that? Humph. Niji smirked slightly, watching as Naruto charged towards him, unfazed, arms crossed. Chapter 53. Lee vs. Gaara. The weight of daily struggles is what you must learn to adapt to. As Naruto ran halfway, he was intercepted by Lee. You. Naruto looked at Lee puzzled. I completely understand your feelings, Naruto. However, victories should be claimed in formal competitions. Isn't it exciting to see if a tail end can overcome a genius? Lee's gaze shifted to Niji. Besides, my opponent may very well be me. If the final match is between Naruto and Hanabi, I won't harbor any resentment. Gritting his teeth, Naruto ultimately relinquished his intention to attack Niji, moving to Hanabi's side. His expression displeased. Hanabi, if he bothers you, make sure to teach him a lesson. Rest assured, I intend to do just that, Hanabi nodded. Meanwhile, Lee and Guy displayed their exuberance on the sidelines. At that moment, Hinata experienced a medical emergency, suffering from ventricular fibrillation, and was urgently rescued by medical personnel. Watching Hinata being carried away, Naruto knelt down softly, his hand brushing against the blood she had left on the ground. Rising, he approached Hanabi and solemnly declared to Niji, I will defeat you. At this point, only 4 competitors remained. Akimichi Choji, Tazuna, Gaara, and Rock Lee. Soon, the electronic display revealed the next matchup. Rock Lee vs. Gaara. As the names appeared, a torrent of sand gathered, and Gaara's figure gradually manifested, standing with his arms crossed. Come down. Meanwhile, Lee and Guy's simultaneously ignited their youthful spirits. With Guy's enthusiastic shout, Lee felt his blood surge with excitement. Alright. Go for it, Lee. Oh. Lee leaped in front of Gaara, striking a battle pose. I never expected to face you so soon. I am truly delighted. Gaara remained silent for a moment, merely observing Lee without uttering a word. Then round 9. Begin. As the moonlight breeze announced the start of the match, Gaara unscrewed the cap of his gourd, while Lee, unwilling to stand idly, initiated a feigned attack. Leaf Hurricane. Although the kick was powerful, it was effortlessly blocked by a layer of floating sand. However, faced with Gaara's cold gaze, an avalanche of yellow sand surged towards Lee. He quickly retreated, evading the onslaught. The Leaf Hurricane had proven ineffective. Lee felt as though Gaara's sandy defense was an impenetrable barrier. He needed to accelerate his pace. Is that sand? Sakura wondered. Is there sand in that gourd? Naruto was equally astonished. What a peculiar ninjutsu. Kakashi observed the match intently. Hanabi remained silent, merely gazing at Lee below, knowing that his efforts undoubtedly extended beyond the surface. At that moment, Hanabi recalled when Lee had unwrapped the bandages on his hands. A realization dawning upon her. Perhaps he would do so again. The battlefield shifted rapidly as Lee charged towards Gaara once more. This time, his movements were swifter, more precise, and increasingly fierce. Yet, the sand always seemed to preemptively block his strikes before he could reach Gaara. The spectators held their breath, aware of the immense challenge Lee faced. Yet as time passed, Lee's attacks appeared to lose their potency. The sandy defense remained unbroken, continuously reassembling even as it scattered. If the ground won't work, then I'll take to the skies, Lee thought, soaring upwards and launching 3 shurikens at Gaara. Yet again, they were thwarted by the sand, proving utterly futile. Lee's rapid assaults yielded no results. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she swallowed hard. What on earth is happening? Naruto frowned. Hanabi silently observed the battlefield, refraining from commentary. Beside them, a battered Kankuro explained, any physical attack against him is ineffective. Gaara's sand forms an automatic shield to protect him without his intervention. Thus, no one has managed to harm Gaara until now. However, a slight smile crept onto Hanabi's face as she softly remarked to the bruised Kankuro, today, he might very well get hurt. Uchiha Hanabi's words made Kankuro grit his teeth, his gaze drawn to Hanabi's exquisite and adorable visage, causing a blush to momentarily cross his face. Yet, with the mask obscuring his features, Hanabi remained unaware of his embarrassment, merely sensing his lingering discontent, which she chose to ignore. On the sidelines, Lee gritted his teeth in frustration. It was clear that his opponent was merely standing there, yet he pondered as Gaara pointed towards him. Is this all you've got? Let's see a bit more excitement. I'm still craving more blood. No sooner had he spoken than the quicksand beneath Gaara surged forth, ensnaring Lee's leg and slamming him against the wall. Nevertheless, Lee persevered, standing up to continue his assault on Gaara, only to be met with the same sandy resistance as before. Hanabi's brows furrowed in concern. If he could perform that technique, why wasn't he utilizing it? What is Lee doing? Sakura voiced her confusion. Why is he relying solely on taijutsu? In this scenario, he should be maintaining distance and employing ninjutsu. Guy crossed his arms, revealing a harsh reality. He isn't unwilling to use ninjutsu or genjutsu. He simply cannot. No way. Sakura and Naruto gasped in disbelief at Guy's revelation. When we first met him, he was utterly inept, devoid of talent. Unbelievable. On the battlefield, Lee was being relentlessly pushed back by the sand. During one of Gaara's attacks, he executed a backflip onto the fingers of the ceiling statue, overlooking Gaara from above. A ninja who cannot wield ninjutsu or genjutsu is exceedingly rare. Thus, to become a true ninja, Lee had only one path left: taijutsu. Guy confidently glanced back at Hanabi, Sakura, and Naruto. Yet, because of this, he will emerge victorious. Hanabi smiled, seemingly grasping the situation. As expected, she heard Guy's booming voice calling out to Lee. Take it off. But sensei, did you not say that it could only be used to protect the most important people? Xiaoli questioned in bewilderment. No worries. I permit you to do so. Upon hearing this, Lee Rock erupted into hearty laughter, unfastening his leg weights to reveal the heavy burdens he bore. Those weights looked exceedingly cumbersome. Kakashi, somewhat speechless, glanced at Might Guy. What purpose does such training serve? I see now. Naruto exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Kakashi-sensei, it is indeed beneficial. Hana softly interjected, pulling down the zipper of her ninja boots to reveal weights that were comparable to, if not slightly heavier than, those of Shaoli. Hana, you too. Kakashi and Might Guy's eyes widened in astonishment, especially Guy's. as he realized that the Uchiha prodigy was not to be outdone by Xiaoli in her dedication. Indeed, I began training at the age of 7. After experiencing the tragedy of my clan's annihilation, my heart endured tremendous trauma. Yet there is one thing I hold dear: the desire to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I seize a chance of survival in such dire moments. If not for Xiao Run and my own training, that fateful night, I would have perished at the hands of the masked man. The memory of Sister Izumi's merciless demise tightened Hana's jaw in grim determination. Meanwhile, Xiaoli remained blissfully unaware, exulting in his own triumph. This is fantastic. It feels so much easier now. Fool. This is not something to take pride in. It is the weight of daily perseverance that you must learn to adapt to. Hana shouted at Lee Rock. That's right. I've got it. Temari, with a slight smirk, added. You merely lighten the load a bit. You still cannot match Gaara-san, can you? Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the venue, creating 2 massive craters. With dust swirling in the air, Naruto, Sakura, and Temari were left in stunned silence, while Kakashi turned his gaze towards Hana. Hana, your should be about the same. Hana murmured softly, and indeed, the weights on her ninja boots were practically identical to Xiao Li's. The onlookers were left agape. Kakashi shaking his head as he glanced at Might Guy beside him. You have gone too far, Guy. Chapter 54. Upholding the Ninja Way. You are already an extraordinary ninja. Alright. Xiao Li shouted back, landing with a thud, almost teleporting as he unleashed a powerful punch that astonishingly penetrated Gaara's automatic defense. However, Xiao Li made no unnecessary movements, vanishing in a blur from his previous position to deliver another kick aimed at Gaara's blind spot. At this moment, the speed of Xiao Li's fists and legs had reached such heights that even Gaara struggled to perceive them with the naked eye. Gusts of wind from his strikes swept past. Although his attack was blocked by sand, it still managed to breach Gaara's defenses. Even Kakashi found it remarkably swift, constantly marveling in his mind at Hana's prowess. The reason Hana was so adamant about becoming stronger stemmed from her lack of security. If only he could pay her a bit more attention, perhaps the sun of Konoha could shine a little more brightly upon her. Perhaps then she would not feel compelled to push herself so relentlessly. All of Hana's suffering was predominantly rooted in her quest for safety. The darkness she had experienced far exceeded what one would expect at her age. Abandoned by her clan, hunted by her kin, targeted by the higher-ups of Konoha. Without her strength, survival would have been impossible. Contemplating this, Kakashi felt as though his heart was gripped by an inexplicable pain. Sensing Kakashi's gaze, Hana looked at him with curiosity. Kakashi-sensei. What is it? Are you thirsty and in need of water? As she spoke, she lifted her water bottle from the ground and offered it to him. No. Kakashi gently shook his head, continuing to observe the unfolding match. Indeed, Xiao Li's form was a blur of movement, while Might Guy confidently declared. Xiao Li does not practice ninjutsu or genjutsu, which is why he dedicates all his time to taijutsu. By fully committing to mastering taijutsu, even without any ninjutsu, he will not be outmatched by anyone. A first-rate taijutsu specialist. As soon as Might Guy finished speaking, Xiao Li delivered a kick directly to Gaara's head. The sand unable to keep pace with Xiao Li's remarkable speed. Splendid! Hana exclaimed joyfully. A crimson gash appeared on Gaara's face, and in Xiao Li's eyes shimmered a blend of determination and pride. It was utterly unbelievable that he could keep up with Gaara. Temari and Kankuro stared in astonishment. Only Sakura turned to glance at Hana, realizing that her words were gradually materializing. I didn't expect that the thick-browed one would be even faster than before. Who would have thought he was this formidable? Upon hearing Naruto's words and witnessing Hana's elated expression, Sakura was momentarily taken aback. If Lee Rock could achieve such prowess by removing his weights, then surely Sasuke's sister, the Uchiha prodigy Hana, must be. The thought made Sakura hesitant to continue. Let your youth explode. Might Guy shouted loudly from the sidelines, startling both Hana and Naruto. You scared me, Guy-sensei. Hana exclaimed, standing beside him, taken aback. This is the time to ignite our youth. We shall have no regrets. Might Guy continued to shout about youth, leaving Hana speechless. Sure enough, below, Xiao Li seemed to be invigorated, his fervor ignited. He charged towards Gaara with immense speed, kicking up clouds of dust behind him. Even Kakashi was left in awe of his velocity. Gaara could not discern where Xiao Li would strike from, nor could his sand predict the attack. In this instance, Xiao Li unleashed an even faster, more ferocious assault, shattering Gaara's absolute defense and sending him flying. Incredible! Zulfust! Sakura and the members of Team 10 stood in stunned silence at the spectacle. Gaara's smile began to morph into something manic, a manifestation of desire, anticipation, and an ominous aura that left everyone momentarily speechless. Cracks appeared on Gaara's face, fragments flaking away. What is happening? Naruto queried, perplexed. Is he completely enveloped in sand? Hana clarified for him. He remains unscathed. Shikamaru murmured slowly. Who is that guy? Sakura was left dumbfounded. This is the sand armor, Gaara's true form of absolute defense. Kankuro explained to the crowd. This technique, however, has its drawbacks. While the sand shield automatically protects Gaara from attacks, the sand armor requires manual defense, thus consuming a significant amount of chakra, and offering less protection than the sand shield. Of course, Kankuro would not divulge the weaknesses of this technique to Naruto and the others. Is this all the strength you possess? Gaara taunted directly. Xiaoli frowned. At this juncture, no matter how fast he was, it would not suffice against Gaara. He needed a more potent attack to shatter that layer of absolute defense. He would have to employ the lotus. With that thought, Xiaoli unwrapped the bandages from his hands, fully prepared to unleash his might. He stepped forward, swiftly encircling Gaara in a dizzying sprint, his speed so rapid that it left a trail of afterimages forming a circle around Gaara, interspersed with his own relentless attacks. Come on, bring it on. As you wish. Finally, Lee seized an opportunity, launching a powerful kick that sent Gaara soaring into the sky. But this time was unlike any before. Lee propelled himself off the ground, delivering a barrage of kicks towards Gaara, who remained suspended in the air, his sand armor enduring the onslaught with fierce intensity. However, Lee's body was also bearing the brunt of the exertion, his bandages unraveling as Gaara found himself firmly ensnared by Lee's relentless strikes. At that moment, the two spun rapidly in the air, hurtling towards the ground as the spectators gasped in awe. The entire arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's view of the unfolding drama. Perhaps this was too much of a strain, Hanabi murmured anxiously, glancing at Gaara in the arena, sensing that his chakra had not diminished. If anything, it seemed to have intensified. Lee, panting heavily, looked at Gaara, who lay on the ground, prompting smiles of astonishment from the Konoha shinobi. Yet, their mirth was short-lived, for Gaara suddenly shattered. It turned out that this Gaara was not a physical form, but merely a shell. In that fleeting moment when Lee utilized his lotus technique, Gaara had employed a technique akin to the body replacement jutsu, as Hanabi explained to the onlookers. Indeed, that is correct, Kakashi affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement of Hanabi's insight. But how did you realize it, Hanabi? Sakura inquired, standing beside her. Because at that moment, I would have seized upon that very opening as well. On the battlefield, Lee was breathless, having just executed the lotus technique, and his body now ached terribly. Oh no. Did using the lotus exacerbate his discomfort? Hanabi, who also knew the technique, understood the immense toll it exacted. Indeed, the lotus is a technique that inflicts damage on both the user and the opponent, Kakashi remarked, observing Lee's struggles beneath the relentless onslaught of Gaara's attacks, his brow furrowing in concern. The lotus is neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu. It is a high-speed physical technique that places tremendous strain on the body. Lee might find any movement excruciating at this point, Kakashi relayed to the members of Team 7 with a hint of resignation. As if on cue, Lee was flung away by a gust of sand, crashing to the ground. But Gaara showed no signs of relenting, refusing to grant Lee even a moment's respite. This isn't good. Lee, forfeit. If you continue, you might die. Sakura shouted desperately at Lee below. It seemed that Lee Rock heard her, as a slight smirk crept across his face. As Gaara prepared for his next wave of sand attacks, Lee's body flickered, transforming into an afterimage, narrowly evading the strike. Faced with Gaara, Lee recalled Neji, Sasuke, Naruto, and that Uchiha prodigy Hanabi. My teacher is watching me with a smile. With this thought, Lee felt a surge of strength within him. I will become stronger. Even more so than before. Seeing Lee's expression, Hanabi felt invigorated, a smile gracing her lips. Her intuition had been correct. At that moment, a terrifying steam began to emanate from Lee, lifting his signature watermelon hairstyle. Why can he smile in such dire circumstances? Sakura's worry deepened. No, this time, he is the one forcing his opponent into a corner. The lotus of Konoha will bloom once more. With Maidogai's confident declaration, Kakashi turned towards him in astonishment, his eyes alight with disbelief. Are you saying, Guy, that you have taught him? Just as you think. Then, can this genin unlock the inner gates of the 8 gates and perform the lotus? Indeed. After receiving Guy's affirmative response, Kakashi pressed further. Guy, how many gates can he open? 5 gates, Maidogai replied candidly. What? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. The two then began to explain the 8 gates to Sakura. While Naruto listened intently, leaving Hanabi focused on the battle at hand, Gaara formed hand seals, eyeing Lee Rock with a furrowed brow. Though I know not your intentions, this is where your journey ends. Lee, enveloped in a torrent of steam, declared, no matter what, this technique will conclude everything. Niji, Sasuke, Hanabi and Naruto. You are all my goals to chase. I cannot be the only one to falter here. Teacher Guy, please acknowledge me. In that explosive moment of resolve, Hanabi shouted encouragement to Lee from the arena. Go for it, Lee. Hearing her words, Lee felt a surge of confidence. Now is the time to uphold my ninja way. Third gate, the open gate open. A wave of terrifying energy spread across the Chunin exam arena. The open gate had been unlocked. Was he truly about to act? Kakashi raised his headband, revealing his Sharingan, while Hanabi activated her own Sharingan in tandem with him. No, not yet. Yet, under Mato Guy's insistence, Lee bellowed, fourth gate. The wounded gate open. As Lee's face tinged crimson with blood, countless veins bulged, sending stones from the ground flying in a green blaze. He's incredible. This is beyond mere effort. Kakashi marveled, awestruck. He's moving. Hanabi, with her Sharingan, caught sight of Lee's legs bending, signaling his imminent action. Here it comes. The ground erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. In that moment, Lee was resolute, unhesitating, utilizing the same technique as before but now at breakneck speed. This time only Kakashi and Hanabi's eyes could track his movements. In an instant, Lee's foot connected with Gaara's chin, the tremendous force propelling Gaara skyward. The ensuing shockwave accompanied by a howling wind. With that single kick, Gaara's armor cracked and splintered under the impact. But Lee would not squander this fleeting opportunity. From four angles he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Gaara, the intensity of the assault further shattering Gaara's sand armor. This is the final blow. As Lee moved at high speed, his body was enveloped in muscle. Fifth gate, the closing gate open. Gaara stood frozen in disbelief at the sight of Lee's bulging muscles. I cannot defend against this. Is this truly something a human can achieve? Gaara pondered. High above, Lee raised his fist, descending towards Gaara's form. Niji. This was meant to be your ultimate technique. Let me show you. With that, Lee delivered a powerful punch to Gaara's abdomen. But this was not the end. At that moment, Lee grasped the white band around his waist with his left hand. As Gaara hurtled towards him, Lee shouted in defiance, this is the final strike. With fists and feet working in concert, he unleashed his ultimate technique upon Gaara. Lotus. Gaara struck the ground with such force that it left enormous craters, causing Lee to feel excruciating pain as he collapsed to the earth. Though Gaara had indeed sustained severe injuries, he had not lost his capacity to fight. He had just shattered the gourd behind him to summon sand for his protection, while Lee had long since lost his ability to retaliate. Gaara prepared to unleash the sand coffin with the intent to eliminate Lee, first breaking his left arm and leg, before aiming to finish him off completely. As Lee lay unconscious, a torrent of sand surged towards him. Oh no! Hanabi prepared to intervene once more to rescue Lee, but beside her, Guy was swifter. With a resounding clap, Guy dispersed the sand in all directions. Why save him? Gaara questioned, puzzled, as he turned to Guy. Because this guy is my most cherished subordinate. Guy replied. As Gaara turned to leave, just as the proctor was about to declare his victory, Lee trembled and stood up, his left arm and leg hanging limply. I have not lost yet. Hanabi, witnessing Lee's determination, seemed to recall her former self, her expression grave. Guy approached Lee and softly spoke, Lee, enough. It's over. Your body has. Tears streamed down Guy's face as he watched Lee, barely conscious, struggle to stand. Even if you've lost consciousness, do you still wish to prove your Nindo? Kakashi removed his forehead protector, while Hanabi deactivated her Sharingan. Has he truly lost consciousness? Kakashi remarked with a hint of regret. Lee, you are strong. I have witnessed your Nindo. Hanabi's words rendered Naruto and Sakura beside her silent. Guy embraced Lee, tears flowing freely. For a man to weep, it is only in front of his parents, his beloved, his brothers, and the unwavering resolve of his disciple that he reveals such vulnerability. Lee, you have already become an extraordinary ninja. Yet, reality remained cruel, as the proctor ultimately declared Gaara the victor. After the medical team conducted their examinations, they delivered the unfortunate news. Due to muscle tears, fractures, and other injuries, Lee would likely be unable to continue as a ninja. Chapter 55. The Perverted Sage. It turns out the twisted author of Intimate Paradise is you. In the next round, Tosaka effortlessly dispatched Akimichi Choji, and finally, the 9 candidates for the next phase emerged. At this moment, Sasuke was still in the hospital, while the other 8 stood on the platform. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observed the remaining 9 as they approached. Excluding Sasuke in the hospital, there were 6 from Konoha, 2 from Sunagakure, and 1 from Otogakure. Now, I shall explain the details of the official selection. The Hokage addressed them. You will compete in front of everyone in the formal selection match. You represent the military strength of your respective nations, and I hope you can showcase your best abilities. Therefore, the official selection will take place 1 month from now. This month serves as preparation time. In essence, it was to allow time to notify the daimyo and the leaders of the ninja clans, informing them that the preliminary rounds had concluded, and inviting them to witness the official selection. It also grants you candidates some time for self-improvement in preparation for the challenges ahead. In simpler terms, it allows you to make targeted preparations by analyzing your opponent's performances in the preliminaries to increase your chances of victory. Next, you will draw lots to determine your matchups. After Hiruzen concluded his remarks, his aide, Ibiki Marino, distributed 9 slips of paper to the contestants. Naruto Uzumaki drew number 1, Niji Hyuga drew number 2, Gaara drew number 3, and Sasuke Uchiha drew number 4. With this, the opponents in the left bracket were established. In the right bracket, Tosaka was number 5, Shino Aburame was number 6, Temari was number 7, Hanabi was number 8, and finally Shikamaru Nara was number 9. The third Hokage continued to explain the match pairings. He announced that Ibiki would display the matchup chart for everyone to see. Each contestant had their own thoughts upon viewing it, but only Shikamaru lamented. Why on earth do I have to fight an extra match? And against that opponent? He turned to glance at Hanabi, whose resolute gaze and charming profile caused his cheeks to flush slightly. Noticing Shikamaru's attention, she turned her head and flashed him an innocent smile. Oh dear. This is troublesome. My opponent is that guy. Shikamaru sighed inwardly, realizing he was up against the prodigious Uchiha girl. And he certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of a Rasengan. Is Niji my first opponent? Perfect. Naruto thought with a serious demeanor as he gazed at Niji, who remained unfazed, arms crossed over his chest. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already left the platform, leaving Sakura alone to document everything. As this was an elimination match, the Hokage, Kazekage, and various daimyo would assess the contestants' performances to determine who could become a chunin. Listening to Hiruzen's words, Shikamaru thought to himself how bothersome this all was. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. See you in a month. Dismissed. Naruto glanced at Gaara, already considering Niji's impending fate as he contemplated his next opponent. My next opponent will either be Sasuke or that Gaara. Naruto sighed softly. What's wrong? Are you scared? Hanabi's voice chimed in beside him. How could I be scared? This is just what I wanted. Naruto proclaimed, hands on his hips, fists raised. That's the spirit. This is the Naruto I know. Hanabi smiled as she stepped closer to adjust his collar, noting that it was somewhat tattered. You should change before the next match. Absolutely. Hanabi, your cloak is a bit tattered too. You should replace it with a few new ones. Indeed I should. Sakura chimed in, approaching them with the match data for Hanabi and Naruto to review. Thus, Team 7 made their way back to the village. After bidding farewell to Sakura, Hanabi and Naruto gazed at the setting sun in the distance. It seems Kakashi-sensei won't let me visit my brother. He says Sasuke needs to rest. Oh. That guy is really strong, Hanabi. You don't need to worry about him. Naruto squinted, inviting Hanabi. How about we grab some ramen later? That sounds good. But I want to go home and take a shower first. Oh, don't be so troublesome. You're going to be by yourself tonight anyway. Why not come over and hang out? Hanabi paused, a soft chuckle escaping her at Naruto's invitation. Are you just trying to get me to clean your room under the guise of inviting me? Hanabi placed her hands on her hips, scrutinizing him. Is it that obvious? Naruto replied, slightly embarrassed. Way too obvious. Hanabi said, covering her head with one hand. But I want to sleep in the bed, she added, turning her head away. Of course you can. I'll just take the floor, Naruto replied as they made their way to the Uchiha compound. Once Hanabi emerged with a basket, the pair set off towards Naruto's home. However, as they passed by the women's bathhouse, they witnessed a white-haired man being mercilessly pelted by an array of scrap metal, fleeing in utter disarray. Good grief, not again. Hanabi sighed, clutching her forehead and tossing her headband into the basket. Hanabi, what's wrong? Naruto, step aside quickly. As he spoke, both Naruto and Hanabi moved away, allowing Jiraiya to clumsily flee past them. Uncle Jiraiya is peeping at the women's bathhouse again. Are you referring to the perverted sage? Naruto bestowed a new moniker upon Jiraiya, the perverted sage. That is quite fitting. Let us call him that. Hanabi commended Naruto's naming prowess. You two little rascals, how dare you show disrespect to the great sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya. With that, 2 sharp knocks landed on Hanabi and Naruto's heads. Ouch. At that moment, Jiraiya stood before them, puzzled. What are you two planning to do? We live alone anyway. So I invited Hanabi over to my house, Naruto explained without hesitation. Oh, considering it's a male and female together, that won't he do? I should stay with you tonight as well. Ha. The two were astonished. Adding Jiraiya would make things rather cramped. What are you all up to? Jiraiya inquired. We're going to have some ramen. Want to join us, perverted sage? Sure, let us go eat ramen together. Jiraiya declared, clenching his fists. Certainly not, because he was out of money. Seated together, Hanabi and Naruto enjoyed their meal, with Jiraiya sitting beside Naruto. This ramen outing was filled with laughter and joy. However, Hanabi footed the bill, as the Uchiha clan was a prestigious lineage in Konoha, leaving behind considerable wealth. After the three had their fill, they headed to Naruto's home. Upon opening the door, Jiraiya exclaimed that he had been tricked. The disarray inside left him shaking his head in dismay. Well, since I'm here, I suppose we'll have to clean up together. They collaborated, and with Jiraiya's assistance, they quickly transformed Naruto's home into a pristine abode. When Hanabi emerged from the shower, Naruto stepped into the bathroom. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was setting up the bedding and remarked softly as Hanabi exited in her pajamas. Hanabi, tomorrow you and Naruto should train with me. Train with you? She asked, surprised. Yes. Jiraiya then placed his luggage on the table and began to write. What are you doing? Hanabi asked, perplexed. I'm a writer, composing a novel. This one is my work. He held up the Paradise of Passion for her to see. Hanabi's face flushed as she gazed at the book. Covering her chest with her hand, she hurriedly stepped back. So this is the book written by you, you pervert. I have no interest in someone like you. Jiraiya smirked, showing no regard for Hanabi's feelings, even appearing somewhat disdainful. Bang. In an instant, Jiraiya was flipped over, receiving a swift kick to the head from Hanabi. Perverted sage. You're such a tremendous pervert, she exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Yet Jiraiya was secretly elated, for his book had reached even this young girl's awareness. Chapter 56. Learning to be strong. Does fate really have to be so utterly unreasonable? When Naruto emerged, he found Hanabi standing with one foot on Jiraiya's head, who was writhing on the ground like a worm. What has happened to the perverted sage? Hanabi held the Paradise of Passion, her cheeks still rosy. Ah, that's the book Kakashi-sensei often reads. Cough cough. Jiraiya suddenly sprang up, snatching the book from Hanabi's hands and whispered to the two, It's getting late. I'll wash up and then we should sleep. That night, Hanabi slept in the bed while Naruto and Jiraiya made do on the floor. Soon, Jiraiya had drifted into slumber, while Naruto and Hanabi remained awake. Naruto glanced at Hanabi and softly asked, Hanabi, are you asleep? Not yet. Are you hungry? I'm fine. Then let us go outside for a bowl of cup noodles. The perverted sage seems to be asleep. All right, Hanabi nodded. Naruto carried a bowl of cup noodles outside, where the weather was pleasantly mild, and the moon cast a silvery glow across the sky. Once Hanabi joined him outside with her bowl, Naruto cheerfully asked, Hanabi, you're quite worried about Sasuke. Aren't you? Yes, to say I'm not would be a lie. I can't quite grasp your current feelings, as I've never had parents since I was little. Hearing this, Hanabi understood completely why Naruto had invited her to his home that day. Naruto, even without parents. You still have me, Kakashi-sensei, and everyone from Team 7. An empty heart needs companions to fill it, doesn't it? Naruto gazed dreamily at Hanabi, then chuckled and nodded. Exactly. But, as he looked back at the house, memories flooded him. He had lived there since he could remember, facing scorn from the village due to his status as an orphan. Now he longed for someone to share this home with, and as he cast a glance at Hanabi, he recalled that she had also lost her parents at the tender age of 6. Why do you seem a bit down? Hanabi asked, taking a bite of her noodles and looking at Naruto. It's nothing, he replied, also slurping his noodles. Sensing Naruto's mood, Hanabi sighed and set her cup noodles down, standing up to look at him earnestly. Naruto. I know what you're thinking, but loss is loss. We should focus on what we still have. As she spoke, her expression softened from seriousness to gentleness. I know you think of your parents. I do too. But dwelling on it will only bring more pain. My parents also perished under this very full moon. I held their lifeless bodies, Naruto. Do you know how agonizing that was for me? Naruto was taken aback by Hanabi's heartfelt words, speechless as he noticed tears welling in her eyes, which made him anxious. Tears streamed down Hanabi's cheeks as she expressed her feelings of loss. Do you think I'm strong inside? Yes, perhaps. But I want you to know that I too miss them and cry. Living in this world requires us to express ourselves, whether it's quietly weeping under the covers at night or crying out loud in a crowd. Those are all forms of release. As she spoke, Hanabi gently placed her hand on Naruto's orange hair, her tears dampening her fingers. This world is so unfair. We all live in it yet must bear this inevitable solitude. We can't help but envy other children who cry heart-wrenchingly over arguments with their parents. Does fate truly have to be so unreasonable? No, Naruto, although fate may seem senseless, we must remain optimistic, for we are moving forward. And we must learn to be strong. Naruto pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the tears from Hanabi's eyes, looking at her reddened nose and resolutely stating, I understand what you mean. I will cherish everything in the present. Hanabi, thank you so very much. I feel like I finally comprehend what you meant about the flower field. With that, Naruto took a hearty bite of his noodles and Hanabi, seeing him release his burdens, turned her head and quietly enjoyed her meal. Neither of them noticed that Jiraiya, who was inside the room, had overheard their conversation. Captivated by the dialogue between Naruto and Hanayo, Jiraiya couldn't help but reflect on how, despite being merely a year younger than Naruto, Hanayo had already grasped many profound truths. This was not merely a testament to her genius. Rather, her environment had necessitated such growth. It was a poignant and regrettable reality, he mused, before turning away to succumb to slumber. At dawn the following day, Naruto and Hanayo accompanied Jiraiya as they set out. Is the perverted sage willing to guide us in our training? Naruto inquired, a glimmer of excitement in his voice. He says that. But I feel like I might not learn anything, Hanayo replied, exasperated as she covered her head. Nonetheless, Jiraiya led them to a nearby stream where he began to instruct them on how to stabilize their chakra. He also lifted the seal on Naruto. That night, Hanayo joined Jiraiya and the others for a soak in the hot springs, albeit separated by a wall from them. After a day of training, Hanayo felt that it hadn't significantly impacted her, yet she could clearly see Naruto's exhilaration. Gazing at the moonlight reflected in the spring, Hanayo smiled foolishly. Life was quite pleasant now, training alongside friends each day, a delightful sensation indeed. In Danzo's office he regarded Orochimaru with a cool expression. What brings you here? Danzo inquired. To hasten Sasuke's quest for my power, I must separate his sister from the Nine-Tails brat, Orochimaru stated bluntly. Join me in this endeavor. Join you? Haven't you always sought to eliminate Sasuke's sister, Uchiha Hanabi? Eliminate her? Everything I do is for Konoha. It's just that Hiruzen should stop being so lenient. If he continues as Hokage, Konoha will remain weak. Let us not dwell on that, Danzo. After the Chunin exams, I will keep Hiruzen occupied. You can handle Uchiha Hanabi. Correct? Danzo remained composed, understanding that if Orochimaru acted, Hiruzen would be unable to attend to other matters. Uchiha Hanabi could not be utilized for his root organization. Thus, she must be dealt with. After a moment's contemplation, Danzo acquiesced. I will send someone to eliminate her. However, Orochimaru, should you act against Konoha, the blade of root will also turn against you. Rest assured, Danzo, my only goal is Sasuke. As for Uchiha Hanabi, Orochimaru thought of her formidable strength, wary of the unforeseen consequences. The time for reincarnation could not be delayed any longer. It had to be executed with precision. Let us set the time for the elimination during the battle between Sasuke and Gaara. With that, Orochimaru transformed into several snakes and vanished, leaving Danzo alone in his chair. Come here. Danzo called into the distance. As expected, a member of the Umbu emerged from the shadows. Yamashiro informed the others to regroup and assemble 100 Umbu. After the preliminaries, we will eliminate the remnants of the Uchiha. Yes, Lord Danzo. Yamashiro replied before swiftly departing. Only a month left. The Uchiha brat cannot be of use to me. Thus, I must ensure your demise. Konoha does not need insubordinate individuals. Once I become Hokage, Konoha will become strong. As Danzo contemplated, the Sharingan in his right eye glowed ominously in the darkness. Hiruzen's time was drawing near. Chapter 57, Summoning Technique. The training of Naruto and Hanabi commences. As the first rays of morning sun pierced through the curtains, gently illuminating every corner of the room, Hanabi awakened, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. She gazed quietly at the familiar ceiling. This was her abode, a tranquil haven before the grueling training she had scheduled for the day. Jiraiya had arranged for training with Naruto and her in the afternoon, allowing Hanabi to freely allocate her morning time. Naturally, she chose to practice with shonins. Shonin, what new techniques shall we learn today? She inquired. Indeed there are, came the echo of the familiar voice in her mind. While others remained ensconced in slumber, she immersed herself in the knowledge of the ninja world, and the fundamental transformations of ninjutsu imparted by shonin. Hanabi had become a scholar of considerable erudition. Although the morning's training left her physically and mentally exhausted, upon awakening, she felt as if she had experienced a profound slumber, revitalized and devoid of fatigue. Yet, Hanabi did not mind. After all, exchanging sleep for training and waking up refreshed was a worthwhile trade. At that moment, She felt akin to a ninjutsu professor, having mastered all C and even B rank techniques, with an intimate understanding of the 7 chakra transformations. Despite recognizing that showcasing her bloodline limit in public could invite endless troubles and render her a target for research, Hanayo preferred to practice her skills in the seclusion of a remote cliff. In the afternoon, Hanayo and Naruto arrived at the stream as planned, and sure enough, Jiraiya was lurking nearby, spying on the beauties by the water. Perverted sage, we've arrived. Hanayo called out. Shoo. I knew you would be peeping again. Is gathering material considered peeping? Jiraiya retorted to Hanayo. The three approached the stream, and at Jiraiya's signal, they began to focus their chakra. Both of you have substantial chakra reserves. It's no wonder you can produce so many shadow clones. Naruto, can you manipulate the red chakra? At Jiraiya's question, Naruto shook his head. What a lack of talent. Jiraiya sighed in resignation. Naruto, flushed with anger from Jiraiya's taunt, retorted, stop boasting. I don't even understand those 2 types of chakra. Enough chatter, continue refining your chakra. Hanayo, go fetch me some popsicles. Hanayo rolled her eyes at Jiraiya's demand. When did he become her master? What are you looking at? Hurry up. Jiraiya barked, startling Naruto, while Hanayo, resigned, went to procure popsicles for both Jiraiya and Naruto. Upon her return, Naruto was still refining his chakra, while Jiraiya squatted nearby. When Hanayo presented 2 popsicles, Jiraiya smiled. This weather is sweltering. Let's enjoy some popsicles. After unwrapping one, he handed the extra half to Naruto, and Hanayo had chosen one that could be broken in half. To her surprise, Jiraiya actually shared with Naruto. She had thought he would consume it all himself. Let us take a break, Naruto and Hanayo. As they sat on a stone by the stream, watching Jiraiya, he continued. Listen closely, you two. The ultimate technique I am about to teach you requires much more chakra than you currently possess. Hanayo, you should be sufficient, but Naruto, you definitely lack the necessary reserves. Thus, you must awaken the dormant, immense chakra within your body. This energy must be harnessed to successfully execute the technique. Naruto, upon hearing this, inquired with a hint of perplexity. How does the perverse sage know that I possess another type of chakra within me? A valid question indeed. The answer lies in the fact that I am a sage. Both Naruto and Hanabi exchanged expressions of utter disbelief. Surely that cannot be considered an answer. Hanabi shook her head in resignation. In any case, your traits are quite similar, especially you, Naruto. Your unique abundance of chakra shall serve as your most formidable weapon. As for Hanabi, her chakra is impressively vast as well, which is quite astonishing given that you hail from the Uchiha clan. Typically, members of the Uchiha clan possess relatively low chakra reserves, and the activation of the Sharingan necessitates even greater chakra consumption. Nevertheless, this too constitutes one of your advantages. I understand now, perverse sage. Hanabi reflected thoughtfully, grasping the essence of Jiraiya's words. Truly, a clever individual, she comprehended with but a single hint. Hey Hanabi! What on earth is the perverse sage talking about? It was apparent that Naruto had not grasped the meaning. The sage's intent is that we need not adhere rigidly to a singular style of training. Each of us possesses our own strengths and weaknesses. You have your own style, and I have mine. Jiraiya commended Hanabi. Your previous training focused on maintaining and releasing a specific amount of chakra. In other words, it was all about controlling and restraining chakra. However, both you and Hanabi possess greater physical stamina than others, along with an unwavering tenacity, especially you, Naruto, who, possessing 2 types of chakra, should liberally unleash your chakra in your training. Harness chakra and augment it in your practice. As for Hanabi, this method is equally applicable, but she must exercise restraint since, unlike Naruto, she does not have a second type of chakra. If you both practice in this manner, the ninjutsu and techniques at your disposal will increase exponentially. Listening to Jiraiya's guidance, Hanabi, although already instructed by a junior ninja, felt immense gratitude towards him. Thank you. Perverse sage, I understand now. After all, I am a sage. Yet at that moment, Naruto tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve and asked, what techniques were you referring to, for instance? One such technique I am about to teach you is the summoning technique. As Jiraiya spoke, the two turned to follow his gaze, where a frog was puffing its cheeks on a stone by the stream. This technique allows one to sign a contract with any living creature using blood, enabling them to summon it from a different dimension at any time, Jiraiya elucidated. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, is it really that impressive? Teach me. Hanabi shook her head in exasperation. She had learned about the summoning technique during her lessons with the junior ninja, but had never dared to establish a contract or thought it through. First, You must expend all your usual chakra. Just as Jiraiya finished speaking, Naruto leaped back confidently and shouted, "What about me?" pointing to himself. "Hanabi, you need not worry. Let us wait until Naruto has released his chakra." Hanabi nodded gently in response to Jiraiya's words, placing her trust in her somewhat unconventional mentor. With that, Naruto began utilizing the multiple shadow clone technique, and in an instant, 50 Narutos stood before Jiraiya. The original Naruto stepped forward and shouted to his shadow clones, "Listen up. We shall commence our duel. The last one remaining shall be deemed the strongest. We shall determine who the true Naruto is." Watching the multitude of shadow clones engage in battle, Jiraiya couldn't help but smirk. "I see. It's impressive that you could conceive such a strategy. Of course. He aims to become Hokage," Hanabi asserted resolutely, standing beside Jiraiya. "Do you believe Naruto can become Hokage?" "Absolutely. I firmly believe he can achieve it." Hanabi turned her gaze towards Jiraiya. "Perverse sage, do you think Naruto can accomplish it?" "A secret, you see. I am a sage. And revealing it now would diminish its power," Jiraiya replied softly, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Finally, the last shadow clone vanished. Jiraiya rose and alongside Hanabi, approached Naruto. "Your chakra is nearly depleted. It's time to teach you that special technique. I've been waiting for ages," Naruto exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. "I will demonstrate it first. Pay close attention." Jiraiya bit his fingertip, drawing blood, and smeared it on his left hand. Summoning technique. He struck the ground with his palm, and black markings spread out, revealing a colossal creature beneath them, a gigantic frog adorned with a necklace. The frog Gamabunta extended its tongue to present a scroll to Hanabi. "Unroll the scroll. This is our time-honored contract. Write your name in blood and press down with all your fingers." As Jiraiya explained, he demonstrated the hand signs to Hanabi and Naruto. The two signed the scroll, pressing their fingerprints onto it. "Is it time now?" Hanabi looked to Jiraiya for confirmation. "Yes, your chakra should flow more freely now. Give it a try. Naruto, you go first." "All right. I'll go first," Naruto declared, positioning himself and mimicking Jiraiya's movements, slamming his palm down onto the ground. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Black markings flashed, and a cloud of white smoke erupted, astonishing both Naruto and Hanabi. "Incredible. Did you really succeed on the first try?" Hanabi exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. However, she could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth as Jiraiya nearly slipped off Gamabunta's head. A small tadpole had been summoned by Naruto. Even Gamabunta was taken aback, bewildered by the summoning of such a creature. "Hanabi, why don't you give it a try?" "All right." Hanabi approached Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. "Naruto, I know you can do it. Let me give it a shot." "Yes. Hanabi. You must succeed on the first try." Naruto encouraged her with great anticipation. In the next moment, Hanabi bit her finger, swiftly forming hand signs with such speed that Naruto could barely keep up with her movements. In the blink of an eye, her hand firmly struck the ground. Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique. Chapter 58. 3 Days and 3 Nights. The preliminaries are about to commence. Boom. With a puff of white smoke, Hanabi summoned a frog even larger than the one Naruto had previously called forth. Jiraiya stood in stunned silence, watching as the smoke gradually dissipated to reveal a purple-clad frog before them. "Elder Shima," Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise, having never anticipated her appearance. "Oh, did Jiraiya summon me? What is the matter?" "No, it was not I who summoned you." "Then who summoned me?" Elder Shima inquired, her brows furrowing in confusion. Jiraiya pointed to the bashful Hanabi, who was scratching her head. "Ahaha, Elder Shima, it was I who summoned you. Oh, such a lovely young lady." Elder Shima was instantly captivated by Hanabi's beauty. "You flatter me." Observing Hanabi's charm, Elder Shima perched herself upon Hanabi's shoulder. "Little Jiraiya, I find this child quite delightful. Granny Shima, as long as you are happy, that is enough for me. However, since we are here, I shall go buy some groceries first, to celebrate Xiaohua's successful summoning of me. Would you care to join us for dinner this evening?" "Really?" Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, Jiraiya gently declined Granny Shima's invitation. "Perhaps next time, Granny. These two are my disciples, and I still need to instruct them in their training." "Very well then. I shall head to Konoha to procure the ingredients." With that, Granny Shima vanished, making her way towards Konoha. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's emotions were tumultuous. The girl before him truly deserved her moniker of genius. Yet, was the prophecy of the child of destiny truly meant for a girl? If so, the great sage of the toads would have referred to her as the girl of prophecy. Contemplating this, Naruto stood beside him, utterly mesmerized. "Xiaohua. Why can the toad you summoned speak?" "I have no idea," Xiaohua replied, shaking her head in uncertainty. Xiaohua, please perform the summoning technique once more. Jiraiya urged earnestly. Alright then. Feeling somewhat bashful under Jiraiya's intense gaze, Xiaohua complied. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a vast cloud of white smoke erupted. As a smirk graced Jiraiya's lips, a toad of monumental size, akin to a great mountain, appeared before them, accompanied by two enormous swords. It was none other than Gamabunta. Towering over Xiaohua, he loomed like a colossal mountain. Wow, that's so high! Xiaohua shouted down to Naruto and Jiraiya. Jiraiya applauded, while Naruto stood in stunned silence. Is that you, Jiraiya? What's happening? I thought you summoned him. That girl summoned you. Jiraiya pointed to Xiaohua, who was perched atop Gamabunta's head. I see. So, have you taught the children the summoning technique? Indeed, Gamabunta, you should forge a contract with her. Impressive talent. She summoned me at such a young age. With that, Gamabunta began to converse amiably with Xiaohua, clearly taken with the young girl. Soon, they signed a contract, making Gamabunta Xiaohua's first summoned beast. As Gamabunta vanished in a puff of white smoke, returning to Mount Mayaboku, Naruto's face shone with envy and delight. He too began to diligently practice the summoning technique. While Xiaohua, despite her success, remained humble, generously sharing the intricacies and sensations of the summoning technique with Naruto. In the following days, the fruits of Naruto's labor became evident, as he successfully summoned Gamakichi. Furthermore, Gamakichi struck a wager with Xiaohua and Naruto. If they could stand on his head for a day, he would sign a contract with them. Ultimately, through their unwavering determination, they impressed Gamakichi, who willingly rescued and exhausted Naruto. Thus, they found themselves perched atop Gamakichi's head, gazing down upon the distant Konoha village. Did you know? Aside from the fourth Hokage, no one else has ever stood upon my head. At that moment, Jiraiya approached from afar. Gamakichi, take a look at the contract scroll. Gamakichi glanced at the scroll, confirming the two names inscribed upon it. Uchiha Xiaohua and Uzumaki Naruto. I see. You must be utterly exhausted from your efforts to forge a contract with me. While I could lend you some of my strength, it would be best to send you over there. As dawn broke, Naruto awoke, stretching under the hospital ceiling of Konoha. Turning his head, he discovered Xiaohua sleeping peacefully beside him, seemingly lost in a delightful dream. Captivated by her adorable and delicate visage, he noticed her murmuring in her sleep. Mom, my shuriken is powerful, isn't it? So she dreamt of her mother, Naruto mused with a smile. Just as he was about to rise, he inadvertently caused a stir. Good morning, Naruto. Xiaohua rubbed her sleepy eyes. Though her dream had been wonderful, it was merely a dream. Wiping the tear from the corner of her eye, she greeted Naruto with a beautiful smile. Xiaohua, do you want to rest a little longer? Gamabunta's test yesterday was quite exhausting. Who could argue with that? After calming herself, Xiaohua rose from her hospital bed. Today we must continue to work hard. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Shikamaru strolled in with his hands in his pockets. You two seem to have slept for 3 days and nights. Now that you're awake, please refrain from causing any ruckus. 3 days? 3 days and nights. Both Xiaohua and Naruto gasped in astonishment. Shikamaru, when does the competition begin? Naruto asked urgently. Tomorrow. What? Naruto was taken aback. Why didn't you wake me sooner? I can't afford to be languishing here at this stage. He anxiously gripped Xiaohua's collar. Ahahaha. Naruto, if you keep pulling like that, you'll tear my clothes. Xiaohua's cheeks turned a lovely shade of red. So Naruto quickly turned to Shikamaru. Where's the perverted sage? We must find him to teach me how to train. Calm down. There's only 1 day left. Panicking won't help. Shikamaru replied, noticing Xiaohua stepping towards Naruto. She took his hand and smiled gently at him. Resting is also a form of training, isn't it? I'm hungry, Xiaohua. Shall we go for ramen? Shikamaru, would you like to join us? Xiaohua invited. Oh right. Shikamaru seemed to recall something, pulling a fruit basket from beneath Naruto's bed. Though it was a bit of a hassle, I bought this fruit basket while visiting Choji. The doctor said he couldn't eat, so we might as well enjoy it together. Choji, is he that badly injured? Naruto inquired, perplexed. Don't misunderstand, he just overindulged in barbecue. He has an upset stomach. Ha ha ha. That sounds just like Choji. Naruto laughed heartily, while Xiaohua began to peel an apple for both boys. Here you go, you two. Xiaohua offered the freshly peeled apples to Shikamaru and Naruto. Thank you. They look delicious. Shikamaru remarked, joining Naruto in enjoying the apples. By the way, Shikamaru whispered to Naruto. You and Choji are alike. Aside from Xiaohua, no girls have come to visit you, and now she's here in the hospital with you. I came to see you both. I see. Well, after we eat, let's make sure to rest properly. I need to run to the convenience store nearby for some toiletries. Go ahead. Naruto and Shikamaru urged Xiahua to leave first, as they had some boyish topics to discuss, making her presence somewhat awkward. Xiahua glanced curiously at the two, nodded gently, and exited the room. As she stepped out, it was midday, and upon passing Lee's hospital room, she unexpectedly spotted Gaara entering. Gaara from the sand? What could he possibly want in Lee's room? Xiahua wondered, following him curiously. Chapter 59 Gaara's Past. I will surely kill you all. Gaara's gaze fixated on the unconscious Rock Lee in the dimly lit hospital room. His expression contorted as he was engulfed by painful memories from his childhood. His lips were pressed tightly together, and a flicker of resentment and struggle crossed his eyes. Behind him, the gourd silently released a surge of sand. Confronted with the unyielding Lee Rock, Gaara's lips curled into a cruel and frenzied smile. Anyone who obstructs me must die, he roared, poised to strike. When suddenly the sand shifted direction, forming a protective barrier around him. In the next moment, a deafening explosion shattered the walls of the hospital room, and the grains of sand that had been suspended above Lee Rock rained down like a storm. Gaara's body crashed into the wall, cracks spreading across him, revealing the marks left by Hanabi's spiraling attack. What do you intend to do? Shikamaru and Naruto burst into the room, finding Hanabi standing expressionless to the side, seemingly aware of the unfolding chaos. What happened? Shikamaru pressed urgently, yet Naruto's gaze was fixed on Gaara, embedded in the wall, his face contorted with rage. You bastard! He seethed, while Shikamaru attempted to regain control of the situation. Why are you so calm? He murmured, using his shadow imitation technique to bind Gaara to the wall, striving to comprehend the entire situation. Gaara's reply was dismissive. I simply wish to kill him. This calm and indifferent response sent a chill through everyone present. For the sake of killing. Hanabi interjected, her demeanor oddly composed. Then I wish to kill you. Would you allow me to do so? Gaara regarded her coolly. You may attempt it. You bastard. Even with your face shattered, you're still provoking us. Naruto could no longer contain himself. Your family must not have taught you properly. You're incredibly self-centered. Shikamaru added, his brow furrowed. He understood that if a fight broke out, he and Naruto might not prevail. If Hanabi intervened, their chances would significantly improve. But she had only just awakened. Was she truly restored to her full strength? If you dare to impede me, I will kill you all, Gaara declared, igniting Naruto's fury. What did you say? Try it if you can. Naruto retorted angrily. Hey, stop it, Naruto. Shikamaru quickly intervened, but Hanabi had already stepped forward. Let me handle this. Her voice was resolute. Shikamaru grabbed her arm. Wait. Hanabi turned, her eyes questioning. Is there no other way besides fighting? At that moment, Shikamaru, hands in pockets, stepped forward with a confident smile, addressing Gaara. I know you were formidable in the preliminaries, but the three of us are equally strong. And we have yet to reveal our trump cards. It's 3 against 1. You stand no chance. If you comply with our demands, we may even consider letting you leave. Before Shikamaru could finish, Gaara's indifference remained steadfast as he addressed the trio. I will say this once more. Should you obstruct me again, I will kill you. Shikamaru frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, while Naruto boldly provoked Gaara. A person like you could never kill me. Stop taunting him. This guy is as strong as a monster. Shikamaru whispered urgently to Naruto. I have a true monster within me. We will not lose to this guy, right, Hanabi? Indeed. Hanabi stepped forward, her 3 tomoe Sharingan manifesting. Yet at that moment, Gaara absorbed Naruto's words. A monster, you say? In that case, I am one too. You are correct. I have not received proper guidance. I was born by taking the life of the woman I should call mother. To make me the strongest ninja, my father used ninjutsu to bind sand to me. I have been a monster since birth. As these words escaped his lips, Naruto's eyes widened in shock. The entity sealed within the shikaku, the spirit in the kettle of boiling water. Hanabi, recalling her studies, furrowed her brow. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, shikaku? Is that something a father should do? Such a twisted form of love. Shikamaru scoffed, a cold sweat forming on his brow. The uncertainty left him struggling for words. You speak of love. Do not measure me by your standards. Family? Let me tell you about my relationship with him. It is merely a mass of hatred and murderous intent. I was created as the village's supreme masterpiece, built upon my mother's life. As the child of the Kazekage, my father incessantly imparted the secrets of being a ninja to me. I was overprotected, indulged, and I once believed that was love, before that incident. That incident. Shikamaru frowned. What exactly happened? Naruto demanded loudly. Gaara displayed a manic grin, his eyes bloodshot, a grotesque visage before the onlookers. From the age of 6 until now, over the past 6 years, I have been repeatedly assassinated by my own father. Such overwhelming power transforms one into a terrifying existence. Born of ninjutsu, my mind is unstable, and the villagers have finally begun to sense my turmoil. To my father, the Kazekage, I am a trump card for the village, yet simultaneously a terrifying threat. By the age of 6, I was already deemed a danger. I was merely a hazardous tool for the village, cautiously utilized. To them, I am now a relic from the past that they wish to erase. What do I exist for? Why do I continue to survive? Each time I ponder this, I find no answer. However, as long as I live, I must have a reason. Otherwise, what difference is there between me and the dead? Shikamaru was left dumbfounded. What was this guy talking about? But Naruto and Hanabi understood Gaara's torment at that moment. He was much like Naruto. At last, I found my answer. I exist to kill everyone but myself. In the constant fear of being assassinated, I finally found solace. Through the act of killing my would-be assassins, I discovered my reason. I fight solely for myself, loving only myself. I have come to understand that others exist only to make me realize this. Listening to Gaara's warped words, Hanabi shouted, "Enough! Oh, do you not wish to listen any longer?" Gaara grinned maliciously. An empty heart requires companions to fill it. But the misfortunes of your childhood cannot be changed. Do you not feel that living like this, through murder, is akin to being a mere shell of a person? Hanabi brandished a kunai, shouting at Gaara, "Companions! Ha ha ha, those have long been slain by my hand." Gaara's icy gaze made Naruto take an involuntary step back. Seeing Naruto's terrified expression, Hanabi frowned. This was a clash of wills. Had Naruto truly recoiled? "What's wrong, Naruto?" Shikamaru shouted. Just then, the sand beside Gaara surged toward Hanabi, Shikamaru, and Naruto. Hanabi formed hand seals, and in an instant, a massive fireball surged toward the sand. Bang! En explosion érupted. Awakening Naruto from his stupor. As I observed Hanabi utilizing her fireball jutsu to obstruct the sand, a coarse voice echoed from afar, halting the proceedings. "This is enough. The formal competition begins tomorrow, and there is no need for such haste. Or do you wish to stay here for the night?" Meanwhile, Gaara appeared to be in a rather unsettling state, seemingly haunted by unpleasant memories, as the sand incessantly flowed into his gourd. Regaining his composure, Gaara trembled as he exited the infirmary. "I will undoubtedly eliminate you all. Just wait." After uttering these menacing words, Gaara departed. Chapter 60. The competition officially commences. However, I find you to be quite likable. In the evening, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto and Hanabi sat together. "Naruto, don't overthink it. The competition starts tomorrow. And I will be cheering for you." "Thank you, Hanabi." "Are you still contemplating Gaara's words?" "Yes, I can't shake the feeling that he is much like me. Before, I didn't even know how I managed to survive without your and Irika-sensei's acknowledgement." Hanabi chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "You should show your gratitude." "Of course. I'm treating you to ramen today," Naruto declared, pulling out money from his froggy wallet and placing it on the table. "Yay." Hanabi beamed with delight. At that moment, the daughter of the Ichiraku ramen owner presented 2 bowls of ramen that appeared to be more generous in portion than usual, eliciting surprise from both. "Ha, what's this?" "I am?" Hanabi inquired, puzzled. "No time for questions, just dig in," the owner encouraged. "The match is tomorrow, so you both must give it your all." "Absolutely. I'm diving in." After parting ways with Naruto, Hanabi strolled towards her home, determined to rest well for the competition ahead. However, during her walk, she sensed something amiss. An unsettling feeling that she was being followed, though there was no one there. Was it merely an illusion? As she pondered, she activated her sensory abilities and indeed detected a peculiar chakra presence. That night, Hanabi prepared diligently, refreshing her attire, donning her blue trench coat and pink hairband, her lustrous black hair accentuating her delicate features exquisitely. In the morning, everyone was ready, and Hanabi was awakened by her alarm. "Is it morning already?" "Yes, I slept well. Let us head out to find Naruto," she exclaimed, suddenly struck by another thought. "He probably hasn't had breakfast. I should make him a meal too." Half an hour later, Hanabi, carrying a Uchiha family backpack and holding 2 bento boxes, made her way to the designated meeting spot with Naruto. Upon arrival, she noticed Naruto's dark circles under his eyes. "Did you not sleep well last night due to nerves?" Hanabi asked, perplexed. "I didn't, but you have dark circles. You definitely skipped breakfast this morning." Faced with Hanabi's inquiry, Naruto intended to deflect, but was met with a bento box placed before him. "Ha! I knew you hadn't eaten, so I made this for you. Touched by Hanabi's thoughtfulness, Naruto felt a lump in his throat. The two settled down to enjoy their breakfast. Hanabi, what did you put in this rice ball? It's delicious. Meat, of course. You need to replenish your energy. Listening to Hanabi's explanation, Naruto took another rice ball and popped it into his mouth. Drink some water or you'll choke. Hanabi chided. Observing Naruto gulping down his meal hastily. After finishing their breakfast, Hanabi lightly laughed and asked if he was confident about defeating Neji. Of course. Naruto replied, pointing in a certain direction. Want to check out the training grounds? The training grounds? Sure. Hanabi nodded and together, they headed towards the training area. Upon their arrival, they spotted Hinata shyly peeking at Naruto from behind a tree. Isn't today the official competition? Why are Naruto and Hanabi here? Naruto, noticing Hinata, smiled reassuringly. I just wanted to take a look at this training ground. It's where we became genin. Why? Hinata asked bashfully. Oh, it's nothing. It doesn't matter. Naruto said, turning his head away shyly. Hanabi stepped forward to address Hinata. Hinata, how have you been? Is your injury healing? Much better. Thank you for your concern, Hanabi. From a distance, Naruto turned to Hinata. By the way, Neji is your relative, right? Yes. Is he really that strong? Yes, very strong. I see. But perhaps if it's you, Naruto, you might stand a chance, Hinata quickly encouraged. What do you mean you might stand a chance? Hanabi playfully scolded Hinata. You will definitely win, right? Hanabi extended her fist. Haha. Yes. Naruto replied, understanding the sentiment, and after a fist bump with Hanabi, he laughed heartily at the two girls. I'm pretty strong myself, you know, haha. Yes, Naruto will surely win. Hinata affirmed, inspired by Hanabi's enthusiasm. Naruto. During the last time you and Hanabi cheered for me, I felt stronger than ever. After the preliminaries, I've started to like myself a little more. Perhaps, to others. I haven't changed much, but I can feel the change within me. I think it's thanks to you, Naruto and Hanabi. Really? Then you must strive to become stronger. Hanabi smiled brightly, despite being a year younger than Hinata. She felt like an older sister. Naruto, however, looked at Hinata with a serious expression. Hey Hinata, do you really think that? Perhaps, in your and Hanabi's eyes, I seem strong. But I always end up failing, and that's why I try so hard. Suddenly, Hanabi playfully punched Naruto's head, and Hinata smiled at him. That's not true. Even if you fail, I still see you as a proud failure. Just looking at you gives me a surge of inspiration. It's precisely because you're not perfect that you can rise again after falling. That is true strength, and I believe you are a truly remarkable person, Naruto. Hinata's words struck deep within Naruto's heart, and Hanabi gently rubbed his shoulder. Yes, your spirit is incredibly strong. You are not weak at all. Just get back up after a fall. That's your indomitable spirit, isn't it? Hanabi said, giving Hinata an approving nod. In that moment, Naruto felt deeply moved by the words of Hinata and Hanabi, silently vowing to himself that he would defeat Neji Hyuga. Thank you, Hinata. And you too, Hanabi. Though I've always been a bit foolish, I somehow feel powerful now. I was feeling so down earlier, it didn't feel like me at all. But now, I'm re-energized. Hanabi, let us go take that exam. With that, Naruto and Hanabi prepared to leave the training ground. Hinata, may we have a smooth journey ahead. Hanabi said to Hinata. Yes, I wish for you and Naruto to become Chunin together. Hanabi replied, following in Naruto's footsteps as they made their way toward the training ground. At that moment, Naruto turned his head to look at Hinata. Hinata, he called out. Hanabi was taken aback, wondering why Naruto would still tease Hinata at such a time. I've always thought you were a peculiar person, quiet and hesitant. However, I genuinely like people like you. Naruto declared, raising his fist. By the way, I will defeat Neji. You must come and watch. With that, Naruto pulled Hanabi along, leaving Hinata blushing and lost in thought about Naruto's words, unable to regain her composure. Chapter 61, Naruto vs. Neji. The underdog can triumph over the genius. Upon arriving at the venue, Hanabi felt an odd sensation, as though she were being watched, a feeling that had lingered since yesterday. She scanned her surroundings but found nothing amiss. Hanabi, what are you looking at? We're going to be late. I'm coming, Hanabi exclaimed, entering the arena alongside Naruto. The moment they stepped inside, they were taken aback by the immense crowd of spectators at the Chunin exam. The stands were filled with onlookers, including the Hokage and Kazekage seated at the highest platform of the Chunin exam. Below, Gaara wore an expression that suggested he would gladly eliminate the Kazekage, while 7 outstanding genin stood on the ground. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, concluded his remarks. The crowd erupted in cheers. It seems we're still one short. The Kazekage muttered. Hiruzen, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on the 7 genin below. Temari Gaara Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Hanabi, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino were present. While Tosuzan had died a month prior during an assassination attempt on Gaara, Nara Shikaku took the place of the deceased Tsukikage during this examination. Before the matches commence, I would like to say a few words, he stated, pulling out the matchups for everyone to see. The matchups had changed slightly. Please confirm your opponents once more. Wait, I get a free pass to the next round? Ino was surprised, as Tosuzan's absence meant she advanced without competition. Hanabi, however, was preoccupied looking for her brother, who had been taken by Kakashi for training, yet was still absent. Where is my brother? She frowned. It must be that Kakashi is making him late. There was indeed a possibility, as Hanabi thought, acknowledging that Naruto had a point. Kakashi always had an excuse for his tardiness. At that moment, all the eliminated genin gathered to watch the matches. Today's Chunin exam was the decisive moment for victory, and many of the spectators were friends, leaving no reason for them not to attend. The other jonin and audience members observed Naruto on stage with a mix of astonishment. I can't believe that kid made it this far. Well, if it was just by luck, this is as far as he goes. That guy named Naruto. He has something else. After all, he was last year's top of his class, on par with Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Hanabi. His opponent was formidable. There was no way he could defeat a member of the Hyuga clan. Hinata felt a pang of discomfort at those words, while Kiba remained confident in Naruto, knowing that he should never be underestimated. Kiba then informed Hinata about the presence of the Umbu, which made her cautious. The first match, Hyuga Neji vs Uzumaki Naruto. Please prepare in the waiting room, Uchiha Hanabi and Nara Shikamaru. I wanted to see that match. Hanabi lamented, realizing she had to prepare for battle, lest she show disrespect to Shikamaru. Shikamaru felt overwhelmed. Uchiha Hanabi, the genius girl who had effortlessly defeated the likes of Kankuro and mastered both Rasengan and Chidori, was a daunting opponent. He had spent the previous night racking his brain for strategies to defeat her, but ultimately found no viable method. Standard tactics for luring out the enemy seemed futile. Even if he miraculously triumphed over Hanabi, he still had to face Temari afterward. With a sigh, Shikamaru muttered, "What a hassle." As Hanabi smiled at him while heading toward a different waiting room, she said, "Shikamaru, let us settle this." "What a bother." Shikamaru groaned in resignation. "Don't worry, when I fight you, it will be over in an instant." Hanabi giggled as she entered her waiting room. "You're certainly a handful," Shikamaru complained. In the arena, Neji smirked at Naruto. "I see you have something to say." Naruto clenched his fists and with a fierce gaze, declared, "As I stated before, I vowed to both Hanabi and Hinata that I would defeat you here, Hyuga Neji. I will win." Neji activated his Byakugan, observing Naruto's confident demeanor, which did not appear to be mere bravado. This will be interesting. I can't wait to see the panic in your eyes when faced with reality. Stop stalling and let us begin, Naruto shouted. An overwhelming aura drew the attention of everyone present. And so, the first round begins. With the announcement by Nara Shikaku, the battle commenced. I wonder how Naruto is faring. I'm so worried. Hanabi fretted in the waiting room, crossing her legs as her windbreaker billowed around her. Ah. And where is my brother? Why is he taking so long? Everyone is making me anxious. Hanabi pouted, a sense of unease bubbling within her. Suddenly, a figure entered the room. Kabuto-senpai. You seem to be in good spirits, Kabuto nodded. Kabuto-senpai, it's been 20 minutes. What is happening outside? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied softly, that Naruto fellow is actually holding his own against the genius of the Hyuga clan. However, the outcome is still undecided. But it should be resolved soon. Is that so? Hanabi sighed in relief. So, what brings you here? I just wanted to see you one last time. Now that I've seen you, I'll take my leave, Kabuto said, exiting the room. Left alone, Hanabi gazed out, puzzled by Kabuto's words, wondering what he meant by one last time. In her contemplation, a staff member entered and called out to her, Uchiha Hanabi, it's time to prepare for battle. The moment of truth is upon us. Yay! Hanabi exclaimed excitedly, stepping outside. The moment she emerged, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. At this moment, Naruto's kunai collided with Neji's kaiten, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed the entire arena in a cloud of dust, sending both Naruto and Neji hurtling backward, and leaving behind two ominous craters. Naruto lay unconscious, his face smeared with blood, evidently having endured a harrowing battle. However, from a distance, Neji was the first to rise from the depths of the crater. Though he could no longer maintain his Byakugan, it was unnecessary, observing the motionless Naruto. Niji remained remarkably composed. In the stands, Hanabi gazed down at the two gaping pits, a smirk gracing her lips. For she held little faith that Naruto could be bested by Niji. Sorry, but this is reality, she thought just as Niji, still catching his breath, was interrupted by Naruto suddenly bursting forth from the ground. Hanabi seized this moment to cheer excitedly, charge! With a resounding thud, Naruto's uppercut struck Niji squarely. Charge! Naruto echoed Hanabi's fervent call. Ultimately, Naruto stood victorious in the arena, while Niji lay defeated, his body unable to rise from the onslaught of Naruto's bloodied fist. Although it had been a spontaneous maneuver, Naruto's combat intelligence was undoubtedly on par with anyone else's. Hanabi silently celebrated Naruto's triumph. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. The sensation of being watched returned. How bothersome, Hanabi muttered. The first match, Naruto Uzumaki victorious. With Iruka's announcement, Naruto claimed a resounding victory. The next match, Uchiha Hanabi vs. Nara Shikamaru. Chapter 62, Shikamaru vs. Hanabi. The genius of the Uchiha. Go for it, Hanabi. Naruto raised his fist in encouragement. Leave it to me. Following their fist bump, Hanabi leaped into the arena. In mere strides, she approached the center, locking eyes with Shikamaru. What a hassle. I forfeit, he began. But his words were cut short as Naruto propelled him into the arena. Go, Shikamaru. I want to see your match with Hanabi. As Shikamaru tumbled into the arena, the audience fell silent. Most had come to witness the prowess of Uchiha Hanabi, Uchiha Sasuke, and the prodigy Niji. To their surprise, Niji had unexpectedly fallen. And with Sasuke absent, the battle between Hanabi and Shikamaru commenced first. The second match begins, Iruka declared, officially commencing the contest. Hanabi greeted Shikamaru with a dazzling smile, her Uchiha blue cloak billowing in the wind. Shikamaru, let us settle this. How troublesome, he sighed. I'll attack first, Hanabi declared, stepping forward and vanishing like an afterimage. Zulfust. Shikamaru gasped, for in the blink of an eye, Hanabi was upon him. In that fleeting moment, her hands became a blur, striking dozens of times. Oh no. Shikamaru was taken aback as two water walls emerged beside him. Water style. Water barrier. With no path to escape, he had no choice but to retreat. But just as he took a step back, a massive earthen wall surged up behind him. In the blink of an eye, he formed three hand seals, leaving the audience in awe of Hanabi's skill. Sakura's eyes widened as she watched Hanabi below, whispering to Ino beside her, she's incredible. Indeed the Uchiha genius. Ino replied, exasperated. As Hanabi gathered chakra into a sphere, Shikamaru was unwilling to take a hit from her Rasengan. He had no choice but to force his way through the water barrier. The speed was too great to utilize his shadow imitation jutsu. Glancing left, he charged forward, the water pressure slowing him down, but it was his only option. Yet this played directly into Hanabi's strategy. You're clever, but I'm no fool. The audience quickly discerned the trap, for Hanabi's shadow clones were already waiting on either side of the water barrier. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he faced Hanabi's smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. What once was an uplifting smile now felt like the grimace of a demon sealing his fate. Water style. Water prison jutsu. Hanabi extended her hand, encasing Shikamaru in a massive bubble of water. It's over. This was the collective thought of the spectators. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed admiration for Hanabi. The future of Uchiha Hanabi is limitless, he remarked to the Kazekage beside him. Indeed, to be this formidable at such a young age, she truly embodies the Uchiha legacy. I won. Naruto cheered, witnessing Hanabi's radiant smile as she taunted Shikamaru trapped within the water prison. Are you conceding? I've long since conceded, Shikamaru grumbled. Sulking within the water prison. The battle had lasted merely 2 minutes, yet the thrill it provided left the audience astounded. Those knowledgeable could discern that from the moment Hanabi struck first, Shikamaru was already defeated. All right, as compensation, come to my house for dinner tonight. I'll prepare a feast to cheer everyone up, Hanabi said, seeing Shikamaru sulking in defeat. Fine, it's been months since I visited. I look forward to it. Shikamaru replied, shaking his head as he exited the arena. The second match, Uchiha Hanabi victorious. With Iruka's declaration, the crowd erupted in applause, akin to thunder. Shikamaru had scarcely had a chance to retaliate before his defeat. Though brief, this battle was as impactful as Naruto's. The clash of intellect and sheer strength saw Shikamaru remain entirely on the defensive, never given the opportunity to utilize his shadow imitation jutsu, with Hanabi predicting both his escape and attack routes. As Hanabi returned to the stands, the next match between Sasuke and Gaara was about to begin, and she clapped alongside Sakura. Congratulations, Hanabi. Thank you, Sakura, Hanabi replied, offering her a sincere smile. There's no need for thanks between us. We're practically best friends. Sakura teased, poking Hanabi's chest. Perhaps you could assist me in pursuing Sasuke. However, Hanabi swiftly dismissed the notion. Best friends? I'd say I'm one of your best sisters. Sakura paused, her heart swelling with warmth from Hanabi's words, causing her eyes to glisten unexpectedly. Ino suddenly chimed in, what about me, Hanabi? Of course you're a good friend. Why is Sakura a sister while I'm just a friend? What? Are you unsatisfied? Ino, do you want to fight? Forehead? Bring it on. I'm not afraid. As Sakura and Ino bickered, Hanabi shook her head in exasperation and distanced herself from the chaos, walking over to Kiba, giving Akamaru a gentle pat on the head, and then making her way toward Naruto. Naruto, I won. I saw. Naruto gazed in astonishment at Hanabi in that moment. The next match was to be between his brother and Gaara. Has his brother arrived yet? Not yet. What? He still hasn't come? Just as Hanabi was about to speak, Kakashi announced the details of the third match. Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara has been postponed. The next match will be Temari vs. Uchiha Hanabi. Sigh, that guy. I can't do anything about him. Hanabi remarked as she made her way towards the arena. Go for it, Hanabi. Naruto cheered her on with fervor once more. Don't worry, Naruto. I will be waiting for you or my brother in the finals. No way. Sasuke could never defeat me. Ha ha ha, I'm heading to the stage now. With that, Hanabi stepped towards the center of the arena. Although the spectators had not witnessed Sasuke's match, they were equally captivated by his sister, the Uchiha prodigy, and thus were not opposed to this outcome. However, the schedule was rather taxing for Hanabi. Having just finished one match, she was already set to compete again. As she observed Temari standing in the arena with her fan at the ready, Hanabi couldn't help but wonder where her brother had gone. With these thoughts in mind, Hanabi approached the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Temari stood directly before her. A Uchiha genius indeed. Chapter 63, The Approaching Roots. Countdown to Hell. Without hesitation, Temari launched her assault, advancing towards Hanabi while wielding her fan, which gleamed ominously. The instant she leaped, Hanabi had already sensed her intention and swiftly executed an evasive maneuver. With a thunderous crash, the fan struck the ground, creating a terrifying crater, yet Hanabi had already distanced herself from danger. As Temari regained her composure, Hanabi's figure flickered to her left. Is this where you are? Temari steadied herself and kicked towards Hanabi. However, with a resounding explosion, Hanabi's shadow clone detonated, leaving Temari in shock, for she had not seen Hanabi perform any hand seals. Although Temari reacted swiftly, she immediately leaped towards a safe area, searching for Hanabi's whereabouts. There, Temari swung her fan, unleashing a fierce gale towards Hanabi, who was momentarily caught off guard by the storm's speed. Nevertheless, she was not without her defenses. Quickly forming hand seals, a gigantic earthen wall adorned with countless floral patterns emerged before her, shielding her from the violent winds. Seeing this, Temari promptly altered her strategy, maneuvering to Hanabi's flank. With her line of sight obstructed by the earthen wall, she found it difficult to gauge the situation on either side, thus opting for a feigned attack. As Temari threw her fan to the left, Hanabi predictably targeted that point, leaving the right side exposed. I've won. Temari reveled in Hanabi's terrified expression, a rush of exhilaration flooding her. In the next moment, a colossal air blade shot forth from Temari, sending Hanabi hurtling several meters away. It's over. Asuma stated calmly. Indeed, it is over. Kurenai gently shook her head. Did this match really conclude so swiftly? Sakura frowned in confusion. The current state of the arena clearly indicated Temari's advantage. Yet why had the match been declared finished? Quickly, Temari sensed something was amiss. Why was Hanabi so easily subdued? Reflecting on the previous two battles, Hanabi had exhibited wisdom and prowess that should not have permitted such an effortless defeat. Then, the impartial referee stepped into the arena and announced to the audience, Temari vs Uchiha Hanabi, Hanabi wins. At this proclamation, Temari was left utterly astonished. How could this be? Just then, everything before her turned surreal, the sky tinged crimson, and three massive tomoe spun incessantly in the air. This is the genjutsu of the Sharingan, Asuma remarked while lighting a cigarette. It turned out that from the moment Temari confronted Hanabi, the latter's Sharingan had already seized control of the situation, leading Temari to believe she had won the match. Truly a testament to the Uchiha clan, Shikamaru mused. Temari knelt on the ground, still unable to comprehend what had transpired. Her vacant gaze fixated on Hanabi as she approached. Can you stand? Hanabi extended her hand, wishing to assist Temari. Slap. Temari brushed aside Hanabi's hand, her voice laced with anger. I can't believe I lost so easily. Next time, I won't let you win. With that, she limped away from the arena, leaving Hanabi standing there, furrowing her brow as she watched Temari's retreating figure. What a peculiar individual. Well, never mind, Hanabi remarked as she made her way towards Naruto. Following Hanabi's battle, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also frowned, for the match between Sasuke and Gaara could not be delayed any longer. However, many spectators were filled with anticipation for this match. Hanabi's two battles had showcased her intelligence in one, and the true power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan in the other. Ever since the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the Sharingan had become a scarce resource within the ninja world. Now, everyone had witnessed the Sharingan's might, capable of ensnaring a strong opponent in a genjutsu in an instant. Yet some spectators were dissatisfied, feeling the matches were too brief and lacked excitement. They were more eager to see Sasuke's performance, as it was said that his strength surpassed Hanabi's. Hokage-sama, Sasuke has yet to arrive, a ninja beside the third Hokage informed him. There's nothing we can do. We can't keep our guests waiting. Let us wait a little longer, 10 minutes. Canceling the match would be too harsh. Waiting another 10 minutes is reasonable, the Kazekage softly suggested. At that moment, Might Guy and his pupil Rock Lee arrived at the scene. Upon learning that Naruto had triumphed over Neji, Lee's emotions were mixed. Guy patted his shoulder. It's all right, Lee. A true man must learn to respect others. Naruto, well done. Lee, you've grown. Guy exclaimed. Let us unleash our youth. Might Guy hoisted Lee's wheelchair and charged into the arena. Oh. Lee's eyes sparkled with determination. Hanabi, meanwhile, approached the audience and noticed the passionate duo, quickly keeping her distance to avoid being swept away by their enthusiasm. Sakura waved at her with a smile. Over here. Hanabi walked over. You're amazing, Hanabi. Sakura praised. That was merely the result of my opponent's carelessness, Hanabi responded, feeling a bit shy from the compliment. Come to my house for a feast tonight. Hanabi invited. What? You're going to cook? Of course. Speaking of which, it's been a few weeks since you've eaten, hasn't it? Hanabi giggled, covering her mouth. I absolutely must go. Sakura nodded excitedly, grateful to have such a lovely younger sister in Team 7 with such a wonderful personality. What about me? What about me? Ino interjected, pulling her head over from beside Sakura. Of course you're invited too. I'll let Shikamaru, Hinata, Kiba, and Choji know to join us for dinner at my house tonight. Hanabi announced with a beaming smile. Wow, are we having a party? Yes, it's a party. To celebrate the successful conclusion of the Chunin exams. With only 30 seconds left until the 10-minute mark, a single leaf drifted down from the sky, and a gust of sand swept through the arena, accompanied by immense pressure. As a leaf fluttered by, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared on the scene in an instant. At this moment, Sasuke donned a sleek black bodysuit, with his right leg wrapped in white bandages and his bangs cascading longer than before. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as everyone present gazed in awe at the scene unfolding. Hanabi leapt into the arena, calling out to Sasuke, Big brother Sasuke. Ah, Hanabi, well done, Sasuke replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips, already aware of her victory over two opponents. Such a triumph was indeed worthy of the Uchiha name. Just don't lose, Hanabi teased her brother with a smile. I won't lose. Naruhito, standing nearby, also raised an eyebrow. Finally arrived, huh? I thought you were too scared to show up. Did you win your first match? Sasuke scoffed, of course. Don't get too cocky, idiot. Kakashi quickly interjected. I apologize for our tardiness. No worries, although you arrived just in time, you haven't been disqualified, Sasuke reassured him. Ah, that's a relief. Kakashi exclaimed with joy. Just then Naruhito shouted at Sasuke, Sasuke, don't lose to that guy. I want a chance to fight you. Sasuke merely nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Gaara. At that moment, Gaara was also fixated on Sasuke, his form flickering before transforming into sand, materializing at the center of the battlefield. Naruhito, Hanabi, and Shikamaru withdrew from the competition area, for the match was about to begin. Observing the two combatants standing on the stage, Narashikaka displayed a look of anticipation. Finally, it was time to commence. He raised his voice, announcing to all present, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. Begin. Outside Danzo's office, nearly 100 members of the Umbu stood in silent formation, their gazes resolute, exuding an aura of coldness. Danzo's voice rang out with chilling clarity. This operation must not fail. Eliminate the Uchiha remnants, Uchiha Hanabi. One Umbu member furrowed his brow in confusion. Why do we need so many to take down a little girl? Danzo's response was firm and unwavering. That wretched child's genius is on par with Uchiha Itachi. One must use full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Remember, the Sharingan must be recovered. Danzo's demeanor remained impassive as he addressed the questioning member. Understood. The Umbu member bowed his head in submission, his respect for Danzo deepening. With a swift gesture, Danzo commanded go. Instantly, the Umbu members vanished like phantoms into the night. Alone in the dimness, Danzo silently vowed, Uchiha Hanabi, today shall be your day of reckoning. Your existence poses a potential threat to my ascension as Hokage. If you cannot serve my purpose, then you must perish. Hizashi, you shall not be able to attend to this matter this time. With that, Danzo slowly turned, stepping into a profound darkness, as if each stride foretold an impending storm. Chapter 64. Sasuke vs. Gaara. The plea of Uchiha Hanabi. As Hanabi stepped onto the stage, she was struck by an unusual sensation. She sensed an unfamiliar chakra observing her. This chakra was pervasive throughout the venue. Yet there seemed to be an abundance of it outside as well. At that moment, the sound and sand ninjas outside had laid numerous traps, inching closer to the Hidden Leaf village. Inside the arena, Sasuke initiated the attack, launching 2 shurikens towards Gaara with a flick of his wrist. Unsurprisingly, they were thwarted by Gaara's sand, which transformed into his own likeness, unleashing a torrent of yellow sand that surged towards Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke dashed forward, leaping into the air, parrying the shurikens from Gaara's sand clone with a kick that scattered the sandy apparition. Yet Sasuke's onslaught was not over. He grounded himself, spinning forcefully as he unleashed another kick. The speed of his assault was akin to a tempest, leaving the surrounding ninjas in awe. But could mere taijutsu really overcome such a deluge of sand? In the next instant, as Sasuke's fist connected with the sand clone, he found it ensnared by grains of sand. Ugh, how troublesome! Sasuke exclaimed as he thrust his palm forward, dispersing the sand clone entirely. Almost there. Sakura marveled. Not quite yet. Ino observed intently, noting that a stream of yellow sand had obstructed Sasuke's punch. Sasuke smirked at the sand barrier before vanishing in an instant, a speed that surprised both Lee in the stands and Gaara on the battlefield. See, my brother isn't weak at all, Hanabi proudly remarked to Naruto and Sakura beside her. Yes, but I'm strong too. Naruto pointed to himself. Who is stronger? We shall see who wins in the next match. Hanabi laughed, already contemplating Sasuke's next opponent. At this age, only Lee and Hanabi could achieve such speed, yet Sasuke had now matched it, prompting a furrowed brow on Might Guy as he observed Kakashi. Gaara, at this moment, was utterly unable to comprehend Sasuke's velocity, and was sent flying by a single punch, his face splitting open. Perhaps this is the essence of genius. While Lee has trained for years, Sasuke, with merely a month of intensive training, had caught up to Lee's base level. Might Guy thought to himself, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lee, whose bloodied fists bore testament to his struggles, a mix of frustration and disappointment welling within him. In the arena, Sasuke extended one hand, adopting a fighting stance reminiscent of Lee's. Is that the sand armor? Bring it on, he taunted, eyeing Gaara, who merely glared back. If you want to attack, then I shall. In the next moment, Sasuke transformed into a blur, racing across the arena with such swiftness that the audience could scarcely perceive his movements, only catching glimpses of his dark silhouette. Gaara attempted to shield himself with sand, but Sasuke executed a swift pivot, vanishing from Gaara's sight in an instant. Behind me, Gaara thought, hastily manipulating his sand to retaliate. Yet, as Sasuke activated his Sharingan, he discerned the gaps within the sand, dodging effortlessly, and landed a kick squarely on Gaara's chin. Witnessing Gaara once again hurtling backward, Sasuke finally revealed a triumphant smile. What's wrong? Is this all the strength you possess? Gaara, having taken the blow, rose once more, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, now filled with murderous intent. I shall strip that armor from you. With that, Sasuke charged towards Gaara, mirroring Lee's relentless offensive, darting around the arena at blinding speed to draw Gaara's attention. The moment Gaara focused, Sasuke emerged from an unexpected angle, executing a backflip kick that sent Gaara soaring. Yet the assault was far from over. Sasuke seized Gaara's clothing and delivered a knee strike. Lee watched in dismay from the sidelines, feeling the sting of inadequacy as Sasuke, with a mere month of training through the mimicry of Lee's taijutsu via the Sharingan, had caught up to him. At that moment, Gaara formed a seal, enveloping himself in a protective wall of sand. Sasuke understood that he must launch a fierce attack. If this technique succeeded, the advantage he had painstakingly established might evaporate. With that thought, he prepared to strike Gaara, but halted just in time. The instant his fist was about to connect, blood streamed from Sasuke's hand, as numerous barbs protruded from Gaara's protective barrier. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke panted heavily as he beheld the scene, his heart swelling with fury. But before he could contemplate further, he noticed a large mass of sand coalescing into an eye atop the sand mound. Was that an eye for observation? If so, he must target that I formed from the sand, he mused. Indeed, if that's the case, Gaara can monitor Sasuke's movements even within his sand shield, Hanabi remarked. Sakura nodded in agreement, turning to Hanabi and softly inquiring, if it were you, how would you break the deadlock? Hanabi pondered for a moment. Typically there are two approaches. If it were me, I would roast Gaara with a great fire annihilation. The other method would be to unleash an overwhelming assault to shatter all his defenses in one fell swoop. As Sasuke realized his attack was ineffective, he leaped back, gathering chakra in his legs before landing against a distant wall. After a series of hand seals, he crouched low, resting his right hand on his left. As a torrent of chakra surged around his hands, infused with lightning nature, the surrounding noise crescendoed, resembling the frantic chirping of thousands of birds. This technique had not been used by Sasuke previously. The spectators turned their attention to Hanabi, as she had first displayed this technique before the other genin. While the crowd remained astonished by Sasuke's use of the Chidori, he surged forward, propelling himself downward at breakneck speed. The ground beneath him scarred by the terrifying force of the Chidori. Is this technique truly that formidable? Shikamaru scratched his head in disbelief, as he recalled that the Chidori Hanabi unleashed did not possess such immense power. Hanabi, seated beside Sakura, quietly explained, mine was intentionally controlled for less power. This is the true lethal move. My brother is not holding back, hence its overwhelming might. The crowd gasped, astonished that Hanabi could regulate the power of the Chidori, leaving Kakashi, who had created this jutsu, visibly pale. Can you actually control its power? As Sasuke charged toward Gaara, raising his hand, he pierced through Gaara's absolute defense. Chidori. His powerful hand penetrated Gaara, and an ominous sound echoed, leaving Sasuke puzzled as he felt warm blood dripping from his hand. Gaara let out a wretched scream upon seeing his own blood, and amidst Gaara's agonized cries, Sasuke found himself unable to withdraw his hand. With no other option, he resolved to use the Chidori again. Sasuke roared in defiance as the terrifying lightning chakra erupted once more. Finally, he managed to extract his hand, revealing a grotesque appendage that sent a chill down his spine. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His Sharingan trembled as he beheld the full visage of Gaara within the sand shield. In that moment, the sand shield shattered, exposing Gaara gasping frantically while clutching his chest. Hanabi, sensing an unusual chakra surveying the area, shouted urgently, everyone run! A hypnotic genjutsu was sweeping through the venue, causing nearly all present to succumb to unconsciousness. Suddenly, Hanabi performed hand seals to dispel the hypnosis, glancing backward to see an Umbu ninja removing his mask, revealing a mocking grin. It's you, Kabuto. Hanabi frowned. At that instant, the remaining ninjas lying in ambush outside the venue sprang into action, while Leaf Village had also prepared, deploying numerous Umbu within the venue. What had begun as a contest between Gaara and Sasuke had swiftly transformed into a war between Tsunagakure and Konohagakure. Hanabi remained the most alert in the chaos, observing the bodies sprawled on the ground, with only Sakura still conscious, quickly rushing to her side. Sakura, help dispel the genjutsu. I'm going to check on my brother. Okay. Hanabi, be careful. Sakura cautioned. Thank you, Sakura. I'll go see how my brother is faring. Meanwhile, beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Kazekage subordinate hurled a smoke bomb to the ground. Amidst the ensuing turmoil, the Kazekage seized Sarutobi by the throat, brandishing a kunai at his face as he leapt toward the rooftop. However, the ninja who had just thrown the smoke bomb was swiftly cut in half by the Umbu, blood cascading down the rooftop. On the other side, another Tsunagakure ninja shed his disguise, instantly multiplying into 4 figures. It was none other than the Sound Four, Kidamaru, Sakan, Yukon, and Jirobo. Finally, it's our turn to make an appearance. With that, the 4 retreated to the corners, performing hand seals as they shouted in unison. Ninjutsu, 4 purple flames formation. A violet barrier surged forth. An unfortunate Umbu who accidentally touched it was engulfed in horrific flames and burned alive. As the scene devolved into chaos, Hanabi finally reached the ground. Just as she approached Sasuke, she witnessed Temari and Kankuro escorting Gaara away. What's going on? An ominous premonition surged within Hanabi as she sensed something amiss. Approaching Sasuke, she inquired, brother, what's wrong? I'm not quite sure. Just then the Jonin, Noera Irika, addressed Hanabi and Sasuke. Hanabi, Sasuke, I'm afraid the Chunin exam ends here. You are now Chunin level ninjas, as Konoha's shinobi. You must fight for the village. At that moment, Sasuke, aided by Hanabi, stood up and coldly responded to Irika, in any case, defeating that bastard Gaara is the goal. Let us continue the fight. Noera Irika cautioned Sasuke, do not pursue too deeply. What lies ahead is no longer an examination, but a true battle. Hanabi, however, felt an unsettling dread. In her moment of insecurity, she yearned to be with Naruto or her brother. Brother, should we return to prepare? No need. The tasks ahead remain unchanged. Hanabi, I'm leaving first. With that, Sasuke forcefully brushed off Hanabi's hand, rejecting her plea, and took off in pursuit of Gaara. Brother! Hanabi called out, realizing she could not allow Sasuke to go alone, and hurriedly ran after him. After greeting Sakura and dispelling Naruto's illusion, I hastened to pursue Sasuke. Observing Sasuke and Hanan depart, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Hanan and Sasuke. An ominous premonition enveloped him. It felt as though one of them might never return. Chapter 65. The Ambush by Root. A multitude of shinobi unite solely to eliminate one individual. As Sasuke's chakra surged, Hanan pressed onward through the forest, ever vigilant. She understood that the war had commenced, and in such tumultuous times, no one could remain unscathed. Just as Hanan dashed out of the Hidden Leaf village, a wave of foreboding surged within her heart, growing increasingly perilous, as if it threatened to engulf her entirely. Little Shin, am I being followed? Hanan inquired of the tiny voice within her inner space. The response was but a single phrase. Hanan, do not pursue any further, if you do. No. I can't. My brother has charged ahead. How can I remain idle? Hearing Hanan's resolute reply, Little Shin's voice quivered. Then pursue if you must. As she traversed a copse, a kunai suddenly hurtled toward Hanan's face. Here it comes. Hanan deftly sidestepped, the kunai narrowly missing her visage. However, her pupils dilated in alarm. For the kunai bore an explosive tag. This is bad. Hanan swiftly formed hand seals, but it was too late. A tremendous explosion propelled her airborne, crashing her against a tree. In her line of sight, two shadowy figures, members of Root, emerged. So that's it. At that moment, Hanan comprehended that her ominous premonition had been accurate. Since the commencement of the Chunin exams, she had been under the watchful eye of Danzo. It became clear that Danzo had been awaiting this opportunity to eliminate her. Now, Hanan could not discern whether Danzo's target included anyone besides herself. If it was her brother, she must divert their attention. With that thought, Hanan darted in another direction, pursued closely by the two Root ninjas. Despite her frantic escape, she could not shake off their relentless pursuit. This is bad. Hanan glanced back, her Sharingan's tomoe shrinking. The figures behind her were a blur. Two Root ninjas were hot on her heels, and one had begun forming hand seals. A sinister wind whistled past her, heralding the approach of several shuriken aimed at her. The cold, unfeeling weapons were a testament to their role as the village's hidden daggers, executing the most brutal and clandestine missions. Today their target was this Uchiha maiden. As the shuriken approached, Hanan pivoted, flicking her wrist to send 3 shuriken flying, successfully deflecting those aimed at her. She perched upon a tree, her 3 tomoe Sharingan spinning furiously. Escaping from the Root ninjas was proving exceedingly difficult. If that was the case, perhaps it would be best to confront them here, an act of desperation. The 2 Root ninjas halted, perplexed. Why have you stopped running? One questioned. You are here on Danzo's orders, are you not? Hanan asked, her tone grave. The remnants of the Uchiha clan. While we do not know why Lord Danzo wishes for your demise, you shall not escape today. Indeed, it was Danzo. Hanan's teeth clenched. That old man. Why was he so relentlessly fixated on her? But at that moment, her thoughts spiraled deeper. Why would Danzo go to such lengths? Even sending assassins after her? In essence, this was sanctioned by the higher-ups of Konoha. Hanan's last shred of trust in the village shattered. And as she gazed at the 2 Root ninjas before her, a smile of bitter realization crossed her lips. So that is it. You old fool. Hanan erupted into a laugh tinged with despair and relief, her body trembling with rage, regret, and defiance. She regretted heeding Jiraiya's words, trusting Konoha once more. She was furious that she had been born into such a corrupt and dark village. She felt a sense of injustice. She had yet to fulfill her dreams of finding that field of flowers, only to be subjected to such agony. Drawing a kunai from her tool pouch, her eyes fixated on the 2 ninjas, her 3 tomoe continuing to spin. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having repelled several sand ninjas, noticed Sakura was in peril. Sakura. Kakashi appeared before her in an instant, dispatching the assassins that threatened her. Kakashi-sensei, help Naruto and Shikamaru break the illusion. This is an A-rank mission. We need to bring Sasuke and Hanan back. He summoned his summoning beast, Pakin, and continued. You 4 will operate as an elite squad. In the distance, Guy broke through the wall of the venue with a punch, revealing an exit. Hurry and go. Just as Naruto regained consciousness, Sakura led him away, with Shikamaru grumbling as he followed suit. Even the seemingly inconspicuous Shino had vanished from the scene. Bang. A terrifying explosion erupted. Hanan was sent flying, while the hearts of the two root ninjas were pierced by Chidori. Done. Hanan gasped, surveying the devastation left in the wake of her battle with the two root ninjas. She needed to return to Kakashi-sensei promptly, but it seemed she had strayed far from the right path. In the moment she prepared to turn back, her eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the underbrush were 10 root ninjas, each adorned with the insignia of their organization. So many have come. Danzo, you wretched old man. But why has no one come to aid me? Hanan's heart trembled. The fact that so many root ninjas had been dispatched signified Danzo's intent to eliminate her. These dozens of root ninjas converged, blocking Hanan's path back to the village. Facing off against so many elite ninjas was not something Hanan could accomplish easily. With a swift turn, she fled, and the root ninjas pursued her relentlessly. As she beheld the approaching horde, she hastily formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames surged forth, threatening to engulf the multitude of ninjas. Water release, water barrier. 5 ninjas discarded their masks and unleashed a massive water barrier, instantly countering Hanan's inferno. The scalding water spread in all directions, creating a dense mist that obscured Hanan's vision. In that moment, fear gripped her heart. For a ninja, obscured vision meant only one option: retreat. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind propelled Hanan backward, slamming her into the ground, causing her to spit blood. It was an ambush from another side. A ninja had seized the opportunity to strike while she was distracted. As Hanan staggered to her feet, she was met with a torrential downpour of hundreds of kunai, surging toward her like a tidal wave. Seeing the overwhelming barrage, Hanan immediately formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal sphere of flame scattered the hundreds of kunai before her. And in that fleeting moment, Hanabi, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, struggled to her feet. Seizing the opportunity, she fled into the distance. You Uchiha remnant, so eager to run? Then we shall play with you. After all, no one is coming to your aid. True enough, as Hanabi desperately fled, the number of Umbu ninja pursuing her grew steadily. By chance, she realized their numbers had doubled since before. Gritting her teeth, she ran for her life like a stray dog with no home to return to. Even if she used the multiple shadow clone technique to scatter in all directions, it was merely a temporary solution. The shadow clones would vanish, but her true self would remain. Failure would only deplete her chakra in vain. Thus, as the Umbu closed in, Hanabi felt like a rat scurrying across the street, hunted by dozens of pursuers. Chapter 66. Pain beyond all comprehension. She was just a child, merely wishing to survive. Why must she be driven to the brink of death time and again? She, Uchiha Hanabi, had done nothing to betray Konoha. Why did the higher-ups insist on eliminating her repeatedly? Hanabi repeatedly questioned herself inwardly, gazing at the distant silhouette of Konoha and the unfamiliar scenery around her. She felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. With this thought, she performed the hand signs for the multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones turned around, their seals completed in an instant. The lead Umbu ninja, recognizing the jutsu, shouted to his comrades, "Watch out, evade now." But it was too late. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A terrifying inferno incinerated everything in its path. After unleashing the technique, Hanabi gasped for breath, blood continuously seeping from her lips. The move had drained a significant amount of chakra, but in that single moment, it annihilated the dozens of Umbu who had been closing in on her. I merely survived the night of the clan's massacre. Why? Is my very existence a mistake? As the grass around her rustled, Hanabi's vacant eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. Why? 8 gates release formation. 3rd gate. Gate of life open. Bathed in a green aura of chakra, Hanabi stomped the ground, shattering it beneath her feet, and lunged into the grass, grabbing with one hand. In an instant, she crushed the mask of an Umbu ninja who had been lying in ambush. The terrifying force obliterated his head, and with the explosion of a Rasengan, a devastating blast erupted throughout the forest. However, the sheer power of the attack sent Hanabi flying backward due to the immense recoil. She had already slain nearly 30 Umbu ninjas in this pursuit, yet more kept arriving, and she was on the verge of exhaustion. Gritting her teeth, Hanabi watched as 5 Umbu ninjas closed in from afar. Her hands moved swiftly through hand signs, but just as she neared completion, the ground erupted. An Umbu ninja burst forth from below, using the earth-style decapitation technique. The sudden assault caused Hanabi's pupils to contract sharply. She was too drained to have detected the ambush. A powerful punch landed squarely on her chin, sending her flying backward and crashing through a large tree. Hanabi vomited a mouthful of blood, along with several shattered teeth. A wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, numbing her body. I cannot fall here. If I do, I will truly die. In this village I once trusted most. Her heart swelled with boundless sorrow and rage. She could not comprehend why fate treated her so cruelly. Why she must endure such agony. No. I must stand up. Trembling. Hanabi dragged her battered body halfway up when a rain of shuriken descended from the sky once more. Dozens of shuriken pierced her back in an instant, the excruciating pain eliciting an agonized scream from her. Ah! The searing pain of the blades tearing through her flesh caused blood to gush from her mouth like a fountain. With a despairing glance at her tattered Uchiha cloak and her back riddled with shuriken, a sense of hopelessness surged within her. Faced with this inescapable doom, the Umbu ninjas coldly observed the Uchiha girl before them. Their eyes were icy. As Umbu, they showed no mercy toward their target. However, the Sharingan had to be recovered, so they slowed their pace, waiting for the girl to breathe her last before retrieving the prized eyes. Weakly, Hanabi looked at her own back, now resembling a pincushion. Mangled and bloody, every movement sent sharp, piercing pain through her. Yet in this moment, Hanabi felt neither joy nor sorrow. Her eyes were hollow, and at the peak of despair she smiled. Yes, she smiled, a smile of resignation. From age 6 to 11 she had clung to life. Only today did she realize how foolish she had been. She thought escaping the masked man and returning to the village would spare her from death. Team 7? All its members had gone after Gaara, who would remember Uchiha Hanabi, who had been with them, who would worry whether she had kept up. Alone and unaided in the forest outside the village, fighting to survive, she was only 11, subjected to such inhuman suffering. Hanabi, you fool. Why did you believe those words? Why did you choose to trust Konoha once more? Her voice trembled as she questioned herself. Tears mingled with blood as they streamed down her face. Dragging her heavy body, she wearily scanned her surroundings. At least 70 Umbu ninjas had now encircled the forest. To dispatch so many? Konoha truly holds me in high regard. Seeing these 70-plus ninjas, Hanabi finally understood. They were like a massive slap, jolting her from her idealistic dreams into this harsh and tragic reality. It turned out that no one in this world could be trusted. Everything she held dear, along with her idealized visions, had shattered the night Itachi massacred the clan. Her own brother had slaughtered their family. Her village had always eyed her with suspicion. Despite major events unfolding in Konoha, they could still send nearly 100 Umbu to hunt her down. She was the greatest fool of all, foolish enough to believe the village and its people would protect her. In the end, the only one she could trust was herself. As this thought crossed her mind, a katana pierced through her back with lightning speed, white blade in, red blade out. Watching the blood-stained sword protrude from her abdomen before being brutally withdrawn, Hanabi staggered. A gaping wound gushed blood incessantly. Kicked away, Hanabi offered no resistance this time. Her eyes vacant, she merely witnessed it all unfold. Brother. I won't survive today. Her voice quivered. Lying on her back, the dozens of kunai embedded in her flesh dug deeper, intensifying the agony. The fleeting essence of life enveloped Hanayo as she felt its swift passage. Even her Sharingan could no longer sustain her. At that moment, an 11-year-old girl found herself encircled by over 70 AMBU ninjas. In addition to the 30 she had previously slain, the Root had dispatched nearly 100 AMBU operatives to eliminate her. A truly terrifying and despair-inducing scenario. Gazing at the surrounding forest, Hanayo's pupils grew increasingly hollow. Everything was culminating at this moment. With blood continuously spilling from her lips, she lacked even the strength to support her own body. This assassination had been meticulously orchestrated, taking advantage of the chaos in Konoha, with Danzo intent on eradicating her. In that instant, despite her blurred vision, Hanayo managed a slight smile through her tears, a smile of resignation, of despair. At this moment, Kakashi finally expressed his concerns to Might Guy, who stood beside him. Guy, I am somewhat worried about them. Leave this to me, Kakashi. You must go? Very well. I entrust this to you, Guy. Yes. Let our youth blaze forth. With that, Kakashi leaped out of the venue, hastening in the direction of Sasuke. Chapter 67. I have nothing left now. The obstacles before you shall be cleared by me. Covered in blood, Hanayo gazed up at the azure sky. Her blurred vision conjuring illusions of afternoons from her past, before the age of 6. Sasuke and I, why are you only just returning? Apologies, Hanayo. There was an exam at the Ninja Academy today. But what about the shuriken training you promised me? Young Hanayo protested with dissatisfaction. Sasuke, in response, playfully poked her forehead, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Forgive me, Hanayo, perhaps next time. You sound just like Itachi and I. Hehe, what can I say? You are my sister. Is the bathwater ready? It's ready. Hanayo pouted. Then I shall go take a bath. Go on then, she replied, exasperated. Not long after, Itachi, clad in his Zanbyu attire, entered the scene. Are you waiting for your brother to return, little Hanayo? Yes, Itachi and I. When can you teach me some jutsu? With that, Itachi gently poked her forehead as well. Forgive me, Hanayo, perhaps next time. He then retreated to his room. Moments later, their father, Fugaku Uchiha, opened the door. Father. Little Hanayo, have your brothers returned? Fugaku's stern expression finally softened into a smile as he lifted Hanayo into his arms. Those brothers of yours are trouble. They want to teach little Hanayo any ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, just like my daughter, always striving. In the kitchen, Mikoto Uchiha peeked out, smiling at Fugaku and Hanayo. Your father is right. Once he finishes washing his hands, dinner will be ready. The harmonious scene of Fugaku, Itachi, Sasuke, Mikoto, and herself seated at the dining table filled Hanayo's mind, starkly contrasting with her current state, where she lay wounded and bloodied. She longed for such moments. And in her mind's eye, she saw fields of flowers, the place she had always dreamed of. Father, mother, Sasuke and I am sorry. It is Hanayo who is worthless. She feared she might never find that field of flowers again. The vision shifted to the fateful night of the massacre, the cold blade piercing Izumi's brow. Witnessing this scene, she felt like a mere bystander, powerless as she mourned Izumi's death. Now reclined in the forest, Hanayo's face was ashen, devoid of color, a harbinger of death. Tears mingled with blood in her hollow gaze, seemingly transporting her back to that night. She beheld her 6-year-old self, crying out as she clung to her parents. Fugaku and Mikoto, trembling in despair. The pain within her morphed into countless blades, mercilessly tearing at her being. The Zanbyu ninjas surrounding her remained vigilant. Even as they saw her motionless form on the ground, dozens of them raised their kunai, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then one ninja lunged toward her. Crack! The sound of the kunai embedding itself in the earth echoed, passing through her, as if she were not of this world. This is bad. Something is off. The ninja felt a surge of inexplicable fear rise within him. The girl before him seemed to not exist in reality, and soon, several ninjas behind him threw their kunai, all of which effortlessly passed through Hanayo's body and lodged into the ground. Even the kunai and shuriken embedded in her numerous wounds fell harmlessly to the earth. At that moment, Hanayo resembled a mere projection, with every attack phasing through her. Though her body exhibited strange changes, her thoughts remained anchored in that fateful day. Weeping over Fugaku and Mikoto's lifeless forms, an anguish that tore at her heart. Thousands of knives seemed to rend her apart, as fragmented memories replayed in her mind like a haunting film. Was this what it felt like to face death? Finally, after enduring all of this, Hanayo knelt on the ground, reverting to her present self from the age of 6. The only difference was that a girl, identical to her, materialized amidst the translucent flower fields. Little Shin, the girl said, her expression devoid of emotion. Little Hanayo, how did you end up like this? I'm sorry. Hanayo's voice trembled as she addressed her counterpart. I have disappointed your expectations. Upon witnessing Hanayo's state, Little Shin covered her head with one hand. Little Hanayo, it is only in the moment of death that one can truly comprehend their own worth. Indeed, Little Shin, I have reflected upon my life, and it seems filled with failures. Listening to Little Shin, Hanayo recalled her existence. In every endeavor, it felt as though she fell short. The pursuit of peace led her to experience the night of the massacre, where she witnessed the darkness of Konoha's corruption. In her quest for friendship, she found herself the first to be forgotten by her comrades. Yearning for familial love, she watched helplessly as her parents' bodies crumpled in her embrace. Declared a genius, she failed to alter the course of events, witnessing the merciless murder of her beloved Izumi. It seemed her life amounted to mere trifles, insignificant in comparison to the illustrious deeds of her two brothers. All her brilliance and failures were beyond her power to change. Yet she longed to make the final chapter a vivid tapestry. However, her current state appeared rather unseemly. Her life should have been one of carefree growth, striving for the Uchiha legacy, for Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, and for the flower fields of her heart. Yet, she had succumbed to the darkness of Konoha, leading her to a woeful end amidst turmoil, destined to perish in a desolate corner that no one would discover. Is this truly the conclusion of my journey? Hanayo smiled softly, the blood on her face revealing both resignation and sorrow. She then called out to Little Shin. I possess no lingering attachments, nor any value left. In Luohua, before the gaze of Xiaorin, pierced her own left heart with her right hand. Look, Xiaorin. Look at my heart. It is utterly hollow now. My blood has drained away, and I possess nothing anymore. As she gazed at the tear-streaked, gritted-teeth visage of Huayin, battered and bruised, Xiaorin approached her with a calm demeanor, gently stroking her head. Then it is settled. Little Huayin, you have never lived for others. It is time for you to mature and awaken. This cruel world does not yield its rewards through mere kindness. With that, Xiaoren forcefully brought Huayin down to the ground. Within this inner realm, amidst the crystalline flower fields, the pure white petals of the Higanbana began to gradually stain crimson. Xiaoren locked her gaze onto Huayin's vacant eyes and bit down on her shoulder. A pool of blood stained Xiaoren's lips, yet Huayin uttered not a word, allowing the pain to wash over her. She had grown numb, desensitized to suffering. Before you find your answers, allow me to clear the obstacles in your path. Xiaoren's words reverberated within the inner world, yet her physical form had vanished. In the next instant, the once pristine, gleaming flower field of Huayin's heart was engulfed in a scarlet hue. Though this inner world had endured for what felt like ages, only mere seconds had elapsed in reality. At this moment, over 70 Umbu members stared in shock at Huayin, as a terrifying chakra surged forth from her being. An overwhelming force far surpassing that of the Ninetales during the tumultuous rebellion years ago, stabilizing her injuries. The bleeding ceased, and her wounds began to heal. What a monster! Do not falter, kill her. Indeed, the Umbu remained true to their nature. Dozens of them snapped back to focus and hurled shuriken at Huayin. Yet at this moment, Huayin's pupils no longer bore the three tomoe Sharingan. The rose pattern design revealed the manifestation of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Numerous shuriken pierced through Huayin's form, leaving all in a state of astonished disbelief. Immediately, someone recognized the Mangekyou Sharingan. This is the Mangekyou Sharingan. But at this juncture, it was Xiaoren who controlled Huayin's body, and blood streamed from Huayin's right eye. Amaterasu, accompanied by Huayin's icy words. Ah! A wretched scream erupted as one individual was instantaneously incinerated, reduced to ash by the black flames. Yet this was not the end. Tianqi Huajue. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of cherry blossom petals emerged from Huayin's right eye, swirling forth like flying daggers towards the 70-odd jonin. Instantly, several jonin were struck by these petals, their bodies engulfed in black flames, twisted by space, and shattered into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, 9 Umbu ninjas had perished. But it did not cease there. These cherry blossom petals possessed an uncanny homing ability. In the terrifying pursuit of Tianqi Huajue, the remaining 20 or so Umbu ninjas were crushed into blood mist by the warped space, their remains consumed by the encroaching black flames, which continued to spread. The other ninjas gazed at Huayin in terror. Damn monster, I will fight you. Some surviving ninjas, knowing escape was futile, chose to attack, hurling kunai and wielding their blades against Huayin. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The crack of breaking kunai rang out, as a red skeletal figure emerged behind Huayin. A massive red hand that crushed the nearest assailant into a mist of blood. Chapter 68. Betrayal of Konoha. This is my only way to survive. On the battleground, to everyone's astonishment, dozens of Umbu ninjas still survived. Blood continuously flowed from Huayin's eyes, as the outline of the red skeletal figure gradually became more defined. Upon that skeleton, muscles and bones began to reveal themselves. Within the colossal frame, 2 gigantic swords, radiating a crimson glow, were drawn by Huayin. This terrifying power drained all courage from the hearts of the ninjas. It was simply too horrific. This unknown entity possessed such formidable strength. However, Xiaoren had no intention of sparing their lives. From the second form of Susanoo, she drew forth 2 massive red blades. A force potent enough to cleave through mountains swept across the forest. The terrifying tempest and explosions reduced all nearby peaks to ashes. What had once been nearly 100 Umbu ninjas was now whittled down to but a handful. At this moment, Kakashi arrived, gazing upon the trail of fallen Umbu with a furrowed brow. He touched the bloodstains on a tree trunk that had been struck, and became even more apprehensive, for he sensed a trace of Huayin's chakra within it, her blood. As he contemplated the corpses of the Umbu, a sense of foreboding deepened in his heart. Just then, a terrifying gale erupted from the depths of the forest, so fierce that even Kakashi could not withstand it, sending him tumbling backward to the ground. What on earth transpired ahead? Despite his aching body, Kakashi pressed on towards the source of the disturbance. On the front lines, Gamabunta was locked in confrontation with Shikaku when he suddenly sensed an unusual chakra and the ominous winds. Naruto, get down. Stay away from the battlefield. A terrifying wind is approaching. Got it, Boss Toad. Naruto, however, was fixated on Shikaku in the distance, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding Huayin. He had to awaken Gaara. As Kakashi drew nearer, the sight of blood and the mangled bodies of Umbu ninjas became increasingly evident, many reduced to a bloody pulp. What is happening? What transpired ahead? Kakashi's heart brimmed with unease, though he already possessed some answers. He merely hoped this catastrophe was not as dire as it appeared. At last, he felt the familiar chakra, and the sound of chirping thunder. Kakashi, filled with urgency, pushed through the bushes, only to witness a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Before him stood Hwain, with long hair drenched in blood, torrents of crimson flowing from her. Seeing her tattered Uchiha cloak and the several gaping wounds in her chest, Kakashi felt as though his heart was being pierced by countless blades. Surrounding Hwain were the lifeless bodies of the Umbu. All 100 pursuers had met their demise here. Noticing Kakashi, Hwain simply turned her head, coldly regarding him. "What brings you here at this point?" She spoke with an icy tone. "Hwain, this may be a misunderstanding." Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed arrived too late, and the scene before him struck him like a resounding slap to the face. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding. Ha 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 ha. Kakashi, at this juncture. Do you still wish to employ such a feeble excuse? Hwain's voice rang with fury, her eyes glimmering with a chilling intent to kill. "Kakashi, save me! Save me!" cried the Umbu ninja, grasped by Hwain's grip as if they were a withered tree in the spring, appealing to Kakashi for help. "Release him, and we can return to the village to discuss this properly, shall we?" Kakashi nearly pleaded, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "All right, Kakashi-sensei." Hanan revealed a charming smile, yet her actions bore an unmistakable ruthlessness. The delightful smile gradually morphed into a deranged, grotesque expression. "Hanan, stop!" Kakashi shouted. Crack. The Chidori's brilliance pierced the heart of the last Umbu ninja affiliated with the Root organization. Before him, Hanan's chilling indifference was shocking. She had just murdered a leaf ninja right in front of him. Kakashi could hardly believe that the once innocent girl he knew had vanished, replaced by this frenzied and perilous young woman. "Now that your anger has subsided, can you return to the village with me?" Kakashi's words were abruptly cut off by Hanan. "Enough. Kakashi, is this what the leaf stands for?" Hanan glanced around at the dozens of fallen Umbu ninjas. Kakashi hung his head in silence, overwhelmed with guilt, toward Hanan, toward Sasuke, and toward himself. He had vowed to protect his disciples, yet had proven utterly useless, accomplishing nothing. "Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you needn't berate yourself. I have no nostalgia for such a village. I have no desire to continue living in a place like this." Kakashi observed Hanan's deranged expression, and in anguish, he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Witnessing Kakashi's self-inflicted torment only intensified Hanan's fury. "Though I know not what you have endured, do not lose hope in the leaf. Kakashi-sensei, thank you for the joyous time spent with Team 7. As she spoke, Hanan gazed at the sky, where rain began to fall softly, seemingly adding a poignant touch to this farewell. The forehead protector, which had served as a headband, slowly fell to the ground, and Hanan, with a neutral expression, picked it up. "Uchiha Hanan, what are you planning?" Kakashi's heart raced as he watched her. Hanan simply picked up a kunai, slashing it across the forehead protector before throwing it towards Kakashi. The implication was unmistakable. She had become a rogue ninja, defecting from the leaf. Kakashi trembled as he caught it. "Are you truly going to do this? This is the only way I can survive, the choice the leaf has made for me." With that, Hanan turned away, her Mangekyou Sharingan activating, and she vanished from the battlefield. As she disappeared, Kakashi stared at her retreating figure until it faded into nothingness, collapsing to the ground, clutching the forehead protector she had marked, his heart heavy with endless remorse. "Sasuke, I am so sorry." Kakashi's sigh was laden with a profound sense of helplessness, feeling he had failed as a teacher. On the front lines, Sasuke bore witness to Naruto's fierce assault on Gaara. Completely taken aback, suddenly he felt a familiar, delicate hand lightly patting him on the back. That sensation was so reminiscent. Was it Hanan? He turned around but found no one. Yet, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Sasuke had no time to dwell on distractions. Meanwhile, within the Leaf Village, the fierce battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was nearing its climax. "It seems I lack the strength to fully extract your soul. But your ambitions end here." Blood surged from Hiruzen's mouth. His abdomen had been pierced by the Kusanagi sword, and facing his former student, he was overwhelmed with complex emotions. "This isn't over. My ambitions will not cease." Orochimaru roared at Hiruzen. "You are consumed by ninjutsu, squandering its potential. I shall impose upon you the punishment most fitting." Suddenly, Orochimaru's expression shifted. "What did you say?" But more of his soul was being torn away. Panic gripped Orochimaru as he saw the Shinigami, wielding its blade, preparing to strike. "No. Stop. Stop it." The sound of a soul being severed echoed. "Shikifujin. Seal." Orochimaru could no longer feel his hands. My hands. My hands." Denied the use of his hands, he could no longer form seals. He was incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. The plan to obliterate the leaf had thus failed. In the face of Hiruzen's expression, Orochimaru's fury erupted. You old fool. Give me back my hands. You have grown foolish, Orochimaru. Though it is regrettable that I cannot take you with me. My dear disciple, we shall meet again in that world. You decrepit old man. How dare you take away my ninjutsu? Hiruzen's voice trembled, yet his face bore a smile, for his final gaze fell upon Orochimaru, his once promising student, the young Orochimaru of yore. As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the fire shall burn, its shadow illuminating the village. A new leaf shall take root and flourish. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fell, carrying both a smile and tears, dying before Orochimaru. The man who dedicated his life to the village as Hokage had finally earned his rest. Perhaps such an ending was unworthy of his illustrious life. But death is a part of life, is it not? Chapter 69. What should I do? Where should I go? Where do I belong? As night fell, the forest was shrouded in a mysterious veil of darkness. In this deep thicket, a small stream flowed quietly, its sound, which should have been melodious, exuded an eerie atmosphere under the night sky. By the creek, ancient trees reached out with branches resembling ghostly claws. Their reflections in the water twisted as if whispering unspoken secrets. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, seemingly recounting ancient legends that sent shivers down one's spine. The entire forest was enveloped in an indescribable ambience, a blend of the tranquility of night paired with an inexplicable sense of threat. Moonlight struggled to pierce through the dense canopy, illuminating a girl with dark hair, who stumbled forward, her body battered. As though she were a sorrowful specter emerging from an endless hell, Hanan collapsed to the ground, finally having found water. Gazing at the stream, she lunged forward. Having wandered through the forest for hours, her thirst now unbearable. After gulping down several mouthfuls, she felt as though she had been revived. She looked up at the sky, where moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, her eyes hollow and devoid of life. Everything that belonged to her was lost. She could not even bid farewell properly to her comrades in Team 7. Remembering her invitation for everyone from the Leaf to dinner at her home that night, a pang of sorrow surged within her, yet it was overshadowed by rage. At that moment, Hanan was consumed with thoughts of Danzo, that old fiend. She longed to rend him to pieces. Just as Hanan gritted her teeth, a heart-wrenching pain surged through her body once more. Several of her teeth had fallen out, and at this moment, she could not muster the strength to bite down. However, the wounds on her body had ceased to bleed, and the fatal injuries had been initially treated using the palm technique within the flower domain. Hanyo felt an excruciating pain that pierced her very soul. Her hollow eyes scanning the surroundings, she had no place to return to. Where was she to go? And where did she belong? Hanyo incessantly questioned herself, yet no one replied. This time, the Hidden Leaf Village was likely to suppress the incident, citing her death in this mission as a pretext. Or they might shift the blame onto her, branding her an S-rank rogue ninja, and soon hunters would come after her. Yet Hanyo no longer cared. She had lost all sense of purpose and was devoid of anyone to rely on. What should I do? Tears streamed from Hanyo's eyes as she gazed at the faint moonlight reflected in the small stream. She could no longer contain her emotions. The usually strong and sunny Hanyo now resembled an 11-year-old girl, wrapping her arms around her knees and crying helplessly, with only loneliness and confusion accompanying her. 3 hours earlier, Naruto lay on his hospital bed, battered and bruised, his mind filled with memories of his encounters with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To him who had no family, the third Hokage was akin to a grandfather. At that moment he looked at the photo of Team 7 on the table, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Sasuke, who stood beside Sakura and Hanyo, all of them smiling and holding hands. Sasuke wore an expression of annoyance directed at Naruto. Kakashi, standing behind them, ruffled their hair, wearing a resigned smile. This photograph was filled with beautiful memories. Naruto's gaze then shifted to the two kunai engraved with the names Hana and Oto resting beside the photo. One was a kunai that Hanyo had entrusted to him, waiting for the day she would become Hokage to reclaim it, while the other was a premature gift to celebrate his achievements. Ultimately, Naruto donned a black suit and attended Hiruzen Sarutobi's funeral, the sky drizzling with light rain. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, approached Naruto and Sakura, his body trembling slightly. "Where's Hanyo?" Naruto inquired. She hasn't returned," Sasuke replied, his face pale and his expression twisted. "What?" Both Sakura and Naruto were taken aback. In such a formal occasion, Hanyo would certainly attend. However, following the events of the previous day, she had not appeared in anyone's sight since. Sasuke and Sakura wanted to comfort him, but Sasuke pushed them away fiercely. "Where is my sister?" he roared, collapsing to the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. He recalled the last time he had seen Hanyo, How mercilessly he had pushed her away. It can't be because she's angry with me. Sasuke still harbored a glimmer of hope, gazing at the increasingly darkening sky as thunder rumbled. Hanyo, please come back. It was wrong of me, brother should not have treated you that way. Sasuke's hands trembled. He could not bring himself to believe that Hanyo was in danger. Yet a night had passed with no news. When he asked Kakashi, the latter was enveloped in silence before finally responding that he did not know. Seeing Sasuke in a daze, Naruto and Sakura moved closer, embracing him. Don't worry, Sasuke, Hanyo will be fine. She's stronger than we are, Sakura reassured him. Naruto, however, could not utter a single word, for it was only at that moment that he realized just how significant Hanyo was to him. He had always been glued to her side, living together, completing missions and sharing meals. But today, without Hanyo, he felt as though a part of him was missing. An inexplicable emptiness that left him crumpled on the ground, just like Sasuke, the girl from the Uchiha clan who always watched him grow, cared for him, and believed he could become Hokage. The girl who looked after him in life, concerned for him in battle, and comforted him when he felt neglected. Naruto, what's wrong? Pull yourself together. Sakura hurriedly helped him up. Tears streamed from Naruto's eyes, for he had a premonition that he might never see Hanyo again. But upon witnessing the tears glistening in the corners of Naruto's eyes, Sakura could no longer hold back her own emotions, and thus, the three members of Team 7 sat there, tears flowing freely. All the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village gathered before the grave of the third Hokage, bowing their heads in silent tribute. Sasuke and Naruto anxiously searched the surroundings for any sign of Hanyo, but found nothing, ultimately bowing their heads in despair, their eyes vacant. Hanyo had vanished from the Hidden Leaf Village without any warning, as if she had never been there, leaving behind endless memories and heart-wrenching pain for Team 7. Her departure had been so abrupt, without a word, without any opportunity for farewells. Sasuke and Naruto could hardly accept this reality. Their world, once complete with Hanyo, had shattered into fragments in her absence. Naruto gazed at his disheveled room, and recalled the night before the Chunin exam's elimination rounds, when Hanyo had once confided in him within these very walls. Her earnest voice seemed to echo in every corner, yet now, those memories cut through Naruto's heart like a blade, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even in his dreams at night, Naruto sought Hanyo's figure, but even there, she grew increasingly distant, always out of reach. Chapter 70. The Reunion of Siblings. Your hatred is still not deep enough. In the dead of night, Naruto lay alone on his bed, his hand resting behind his head as he gazed at the familiar ceiling, his heart heavy. Hanyo had gone missing in the defense of the Hidden Leaf, her fate uncertain. He turned onto his side, and through the window, the moonlight illuminated the two kunai engraved with Hana and Oto, shimmering brightly. A hint of red began to seep from the corners of Naruto's eyes. In his inner world, a voice echoed, "Hey kid, you seem quite despondent." "Fox, leave me alone," Naruto shouted at the Ninetales. "The Uchiha girl beside you is surely dead at the hands of the Sand and Sound ninjas." "Shut up. It's all your fault. If you had discovered her sooner, she wouldn't have died." "Be quiet. Do you still want to avoid the truth? This is reality." The Ninetales' voice pierced Naruto's heart like a sharp sword, causing him immense pain. "Stop talking." Naruto's voice grew increasingly frantic, the red chakra beginning to overflow from him. "Naruto, this is all your fault." "Yes, it's all my fault. But you still have a chance to make amends. Do you see this seal? Tear it open, and I will help you retrieve that Uchiha girl." Naruto shook his head. For now, Hanyo was merely missing, and until her body was found there was still a glimmer of hope, however faint. The following morning, Hanyo opened her eyes. She had spent the night using the palm technique to heal herself. Looking at her tattered clothes and disheveled hair, she felt like a pitiful wretch. The major wounds had mostly healed, leaving only minor injuries. Suddenly, a squirrel appeared in front of Hanyo, seemingly searching for acorns. Suddenly, a shuriken flew out. Crack. Chirp chirp chirp. A plume of smoke ascended into the air, as a roasted squirrel was delightfully consumed by Hanyo. After procuring a sufficient amount of water, she conjured a large bag from the pouch concealed within her pant leg, containing some of her money, a water bottle, and a change of clothes. Originally, Hanyo had planned to take a bath at Naruto's home after the Chunin exams, then visit the Konoha market to buy groceries, culminating in a celebratory dinner at her home that evening, inviting everyone to partake. However, all these plans had ultimately dissolved into mere illusions, and in a state of unconsciousness, she found herself slumped here, akin to a soul bereft of its essence. Yet, before she could truly reflect on her predicament, she beheld a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. Before Hanyo stood two imposing figures, silently observing her. Her pupils constricted. While she did not recognize the shark-headed man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, the person in front of her was someone she would never forget. When had she last encountered this individual? Her thoughts drifted back to the fateful night of her clan's annihilation, when this very person had gently prodded her forehead, informing her that there would be no opportunity for practice with shuriken that day. Clearly, the two figures were equally taken aback by the sight of Hanyo, battered and bruised. Even Itachi Uchiha frowned in surprise. Hanyo yearned to utter the words Itachi and I, but silence enveloped her. Although Itachi was profoundly shocked, his expression remained as impassive as ever. Noticing Itachi's lack of reaction, the man beside him, Kisame, softly inquired, "Mr. Itachi, who is this child?" "She is like me, a member of the Uchiha clan, my sister," Itachi replied quietly. Thus, she was the girl named Uchiha Hanyo, who had miraculously survived. Hanyo gazed at Itachi, her mind entranced, recalling fragments of the past. Having just endured the darkest and most terrifying depths of Konoha's shadows, her heart was now ashen. Upon seeing Itachi, her only remaining kin aside from Sasuke, she found herself inexplicably devoid of hatred. In that moment, she resembled an 11-year-old sister, trembling as she looked at him, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing his sister's battered and disheveled state, Itachi's heart was flooded with conflicting emotions. Itachi and I. Because Hanyo had not witnessed the full extent of Itachi's actions, she approached him unsteadily, like a lost child, her body quaking as tears streamed down her cheeks. She yearned to believe in a miracle, that her brother was not the perpetrator of their clan's massacre, despite the impossibility of such a notion. Yet in her heartache, she sought solace, desiring to rest on Itachi's back as she once did in her childhood. Observing her faltering approach, Kisame reached back to grip the hilt of his sword, prepared to draw his weapon. "Mr. Itachi, if you cannot do it, allow me." "Kisame, leave this to me," Itachi replied, his gaze fixed on Hanyo as she reached him. "Brother." Hanyo bowed her head, longing to share the burdens of her years in Konoha with this second-to-last person remaining in her life. Overwhelmed by despair, she had nearly lost all capacity for thought. All she truly needed now was perhaps a shoulder to lean on. As she saw Itachi extend his left hand, seemingly about to perform that familiar gesture of tapping her forehead, she instinctively prepared to smile. However, in the next moment, excruciating pain erupted as blood poured from her mouth. Itachi seized Hanyo's slender arm, delivering a powerful blow to her abdomen. "My foolish sister, do you still harbor any illusions about me?" Itachi's voice was cold and piercing as he ruthlessly grasped Hanyo's throat with one hand and sent her flying with a kick. The sheer force of the blow exacerbated her already battered body, plunging her into a dire state. With a heavy thud, Hanyo crashed into a large tree, blood gushing from her mouth, mingling with fragments of her insides. The previous wounds from the shuriken had yet to heal, and this violent impact undoubtedly worsened her condition. Her anguished cries echoed through the forest as she arched her back, her gaze unfocused, blood trickling from her lips as she collapsed to the ground. This intense suffering finally jolted her consciousness awake, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within her. At that moment, all that filled her vision was a sea of crimson, and only boundless darkness remained in her eyes. "Itachi," she murmured weakly. "Hanyo, do you understand why you have come to this?" Itachi's voice was chilling and harsh. "It is because your hatred is insufficiently deep." He stepped closer to Hanyo, observing her bloodied form sprawled on the ground, as his Sharingan began to whirl. "Tsukuyomi," he declared, casting the illusion that Sasuke had witnessed onto Hanyo's consciousness. Itachi had anticipated that Hanyo would respond with the same rage and chaos as Sasuke. However, to his surprise, Hanyo smiled despite her tears. "So this is the truth of that day?" She laughed, a sound laced with irony. Suddenly, Itachi sensed danger and swiftly retreated a step. A massive red sword formed of chakra erupted from the earth. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have been pierced by it. "Impossible. This is Susanoo," Itachi exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the skeletal figure protecting Hanyo, witnessing her tears transform into blood. "You treacherous brother who betrayed our clan." "I will take matters into my own hands," Hanyo gasped, her words interrupted by violent coughs, blood spewing from her lips. Seeing the rose-patterned design in her eyes, Itachi's heart ached. The suffering endured by his 11-year-old sister was not lesser than his own. At that moment, the rose-hued Susanoo embodied Hanyo's pain and despair, the crimson skeleton supporting her as she rose once more. "I have been so foolish to believe in a beast like you," Hanyo declared, her left eye suddenly revealing a swirling rose pattern. The activation of her domain was swift, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. As she disappeared, Itachi furrowed his brow, while Kisame stood in stunned silence. "We have witnessed something extraordinary. Haven Tiwi, Mr. Itachi? Let us depart." We must head to Konoha. Chapter 71. The Destruction of Konoha. The Invasion from Akatsuki. Entering the flower domain, it was no longer a vibrant field of blossoms. All the flowers had transformed into blood-red spider lilies, and the sky was shrouded in crimson. This represented Hanayo's current emotional state. Within the flower domain, Shonin stood, able to create her own form from cherry blossoms, though limited to movement within this realm. In stark contrast to the disheveled Hanayo, Shonin appeared immaculate, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to her. What are your thoughts moving forward? Hanayo listened to Shonin's words with a detached expression, devoid of any emotional response. A field filled with peace must inevitably be stained with blood. Oh, it seems you have formed an idea. Hanayo smirked slightly, glancing down at a blood-red spider lily by her ninja boots. She crouched to pluck it. First, tend to your wounds. Gazing at the deep crimson flower, Hanayo refrained from elaborating. Am I not allowed to express my thoughts? But I believe I understand now, Shonin replied with a knowing smile. You and I are one and the same. How could I not know what you are thinking? Hanayo stated flatly. Of course I know. In unison, the two individuals voiced the ultimate objective that resided in Hwayin's mind at that moment. To obliterate Konoha. Days passed, and within the Konoha bathhouse, Jiraiya stood with a furrowed brow, having heard from Kakashi about Hwayin's intentions. Alas, had the worst of his fears come to fruition? Jiraiya sighed softly. It appeared that Hwayin was indeed not the prophesied child of the great sage of the toads. Clenching his teeth, he was about to set off to confront Danzo for an explanation when the two Hokage advisors, Minyan and Kotetsu, appeared before him. With the third Hokage's sacrifice, the village could not remain leaderless, thus they were there to invite Jiraiya to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. However, having just endured the departure of his disciple, Jiraiya was utterly disinterested in the position, accustomed as he was to a life of leisure. Wasn't there still one of the legendary three remaining? Tsunade, that girl. Minyan and Kotetsu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. She certainly possessed the capability, yet her whereabouts remained unknown. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. I shall seek her out. That should suffice. However, he added, compared to my lack of motivation, Tsunade would be far more suitable for the role of Hokage. What say you? Understood. We will deliberate promptly. Nonetheless, we shall dispatch 3 Umbu to assist you in the search for Tsunade. Do not fret. I have no intention of fleeing, so surveillance is superfluous. Yet he lamented. I had hoped to bring 2 companions along, but now it seems I am left with only one. Jiraiya's tone held a hint of regret. As both Minyan and Kotetsu were acutely aware of whom he referred to, given the nearly 100 elite shinobi of Root who had perished. Such losses had severely weakened Konoha. The desolate village bore the scars of war, with extensive damage and ongoing repairs casting a shadow over many hearts. As Asuma and Kurenai strolled down the road, engaged in light-hearted banter, Kakashi stood silently outside a shop. The departure of Hwayin had left the leader of Team 7 still reeling. Yet life must press onward. As a teacher, he could not afford to wallow in despair. Thus he greeted the pair. You both seem to share a close bond. Kurenai's cheeks flushed, and she playfully reprimanded Kakashi. You fool. I am merely here on behalf of Enko to purchase dango. And you, what brings you to this place? Nothing much. I am here to buy offerings and await someone, Sasuke. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Oh, you are waiting for someone? How rare. Asuma seemed to notice Kakashi's intense focus. Are the offerings for Obito? He inquired. Obito? Kurenai appeared confused. That's the situation. Just then, the solemn figure of Sasuke approached, his expression vacant due to Hwayin's prolonged absence, leaving him without any news. Kakashi, you arrived first. Do you have any word on my sister? Sasuke asked. None, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Subsequently, the 2 mysterious figures in the shop vanished without a trace. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Asuma and Kurenai before the 3 hastily departed. Watching them leave, Sasuke furrowed his brow, having felt an inexplicable familiarity moments prior. Kakashi, did my sister truly perish in this war? Why has no body been recovered? Sasuke gripped Kakashi's shoulder fiercely. Sasuke, please spare me. I genuinely do not know where Hwayin has gone. However, there is no confirmation of her demise. Sasuke seemed to grasp Kakashi's implication, that he should not rush to despair, as the likelihood of Hwayin being alive was considerable. With Kakashi's assurance, Sasuke's anxious heart found some semblance of calm. At that moment, Kisame and Itachi strolled leisurely through Konoha. Suddenly, Kurenai and Asuma blocked their path. You are not from the village. What are your intentions? Long time no see, Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-san. Itachi addressed them respectfully from beneath his straw hat. You recognize me? That implies you were once a ninja of this village, Asuma stated coolly. Itachi removed his hat, revealing his 3 tomoe Sharingan, while a crimson ring adorned his hand. Why you are? Asuma gazed incredulously at the figure before him. Itachi unveiled his true self, shedding his dark red cloud-patterned cloak, revealing a single hand. Indeed, it is as you surmised. You are Uchiha Itachi. Kisame, standing beside him, spoke with disdain. Are you acquaintances of Mr. Itachi? Allow me to introduce myself as well. With that, Kisame removed his own hat. I am Kisame Hashigaki. I look forward to working with you. There will be no future. I shall eliminate you now, Asuma declared confidently. Mr. Itachi, it appears your villages harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan, both for you and your sister. What? Asuma was taken aback. Do you know the whereabouts of Uchiha Hanabi? Kurenai inquired, astonished. I have seen her. However, she was grievously injured and on the brink of death. I presume this was the work of your umbu, Kisame mocked. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged worried glances, aware that the news of Danzo dispatching umbu to hunt Uchiha Hanabi had circulated among high-ranking officials. Yet it was a scandal long kept under wraps, known only to a few, including Kurenai and Asuma. Kurenai turned to Kisame, seeking to shift the topic. Kisame, I recognize you. A rogue ninja from the former village hidden in the mist, wanted for the assassination of daimyos and engaging in acts of national sabotage. The Land of Water has placed you on their wanted list. Asuma drew his chakra blade, adopting a combat stance, eyeing Kisame. You are an S-rank criminal on the wanted list. Itachi, you have caused quite the uproar. How dare you return to this village? Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-san. Please do not involve yourselves with me. So what is your purpose in the village? Why return after such deeds? Asuma questioned Itachi, his brow furrowed. The bloodshot gaze of Kisame glimmered ominously. Their incessant chatter is bothersome, Itachi. Shall I eliminate them? It seemed evident that a peaceful departure from the village was no longer an option. But do not be overly excessive. Your techniques draw attention, Kisame replied coldly. It is decided. Let us dispose of these two. Kisame's massive blade clashed with Asuma's swift strike. In an instant, Kurenai stood defenseless against Itachi, who swiftly ensnared her within his genjutsu, rendering her unconscious and sending her tumbling into the lake. Just as Kurenai began to comprehend the situation, Itachi's kunai was already poised against the back of her neck. Chapter 72. For the sake of strength, I can bear anything. Just as Itachi was prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a familiar voice resonated through the air. Thus far, it is you, Uchiha Itachi. The one who has arrived is Hatake Kakashi. It seems you are aware of Hanayo's whereabouts. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, his crimson Sharingan furrowing in concentration as it fixated on Uchiha Itachi. Hatake Kakashi. Itachi also recognized the individual obstructing his path. A fierce confrontation was imminent. In the realm of flowers, seated before several clusters of Bianhua, Hanayo's wounds had nearly healed. She clenched her fists, having donned a fresh outfit. Her long black hair cascading past her waist, she wore a red Uchiha cloak, complemented by a white waist sash and a pouch for her ninja tools. At this moment, Hanayo exuded a rejuvenated aura. The once charming and lively girl was now replaced by a figure imbued with an icy demeanor, a sense of lethal intent, and an air of danger. Hanayo ambivalently exited the flower realm, her gaze falling upon a quaint town within the Land of Fire. The streets were bustling with people, yet her sudden appearance drew no attention, and she walked through the streets with an indifferent air. Suddenly, two individuals caught her eye, clad in identical dark cloaks adorned with red clouds, one of whom was carrying a burlap sack. Through her analytical prowess and the keen observations of her Sharingan, she deduced that the sack contained corpses. Kisame, must you really enter the restroom? Enough of the chatter. If you don't wish to come in, just wait outside for me. Then I shall enter. Haiden scratched his head. Neither Kisame nor Haiden noticed that Hanayo had begun to shadow them, silently trailing behind Haiden. For Hanayo, this fundamental act of stalking was second nature. Before long, they ventured into an isolated area, entering a hidden passage. Hanayo activated her 3 tomoe Sharingan, penetrating through the wall to continue following them. The room was dimly lit, bearing the inscription Exchange Office. We've arrived, Kisame remarked, handing the burlap sack to another figure. Here is what you requested. With that, Kisame tossed out 2 lifeless bodies from the sack. This is what you sought. Let me take a look. The intermediary at the exchange office examined the corpses and, upon deeming them satisfactory, handed over a sum of money to Kisame. Kisame nodded, confirming the transaction before departing alongside Haiden. Observing their exit, Hanayo, concealed in the shadows, furrowed her brow, seemingly comprehending the nature of this place. Bounty hunters? Hanayo muttered softly to herself. Regardless, I must exit first. However, just as Hanayo stepped out of the exchange office, a piercing scream tore through the air. It turns out the one following us is just a little girl. Hayden swung his scythe toward Hanayo's face with astonishing speed, leaving her no time to evade. But why would Hanayo need to dodge? In an instant, Hayden's blade passed through her form, and in the next moment, the flower realm unfurled as Hanayo's 3 tomoe Sharingan rotated. During her days within the flower realm, aside from healing, she had been honing her ocular prowess. At this moment, the flower realm could be triggered without the need for a kaleidoscope, activated passively, and under her control. Hayden, witnessing his scythe pass through Hanayo's body without any tangible impact, cast a perplexed glance at her. Before Hayden could react further, Hanayo spun around, her petite form twirling in midair, delivering a powerful kick that sent Hayden flying. As Hayden crashed to the ground, Kisame furrowed his brow, recognizing the eyes. Uchiha? So small. Yet a girl. Itachi's sister, Uchiha Hanayo. So what if she is? What difference does it make? In the next moment, both Hanayo and Hayden were taken aback. For Kisame had suddenly pulled out a bounty handbook. Strange, why is there no bounty listed for you? Before Kisame could finish his sentence, Hanayo rapidly formed seals. Instantly, a multitude of Hanayos appeared, while Kisame, distracted, failed to notice the rose-shaped spatial distortion manifesting within the bounty handbook. This was an active attack from the flower realm. In the next instant, Kisame instinctively released his grip, sensing that if he held on any longer, his entire hand would be shattered by the spatial distortion. Upon witnessing the bounty handbook being drawn into the flower realm, Hanayo revealed a delightful smile. Thank you, dear brothers, for the lovely book. My objective has been fulfilled. You little brat. You followed us just for this book? Hayden fumed. Of course, why else would I track you down? Then why not just go inside the exchange office to request it? Listening to Kisame's words, Hanayo playfully placed a finger to her lips, adopting an adorably naive expression. Oh dear big brother, do you think they would hand a bounty handbook to an 11-year-old girl like me? Hayden found himself momentarily stymied by Hanayo's playful antics. Her reasoning seemed rather sound. Since my goal is accomplished, I shall take my leave. Hanayo waved cheerfully at the two. Until we meet again. You little brat. I will kill you. Hayden seethed. As he prepared to charge forward, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, for Kisame's long arm had firmly grasped him. It's merely a handbook. If she wants it, let her have it. Saving money for the organization is what truly matters. Kisame said this. Yet a hint of wariness lingered in his heart. The recent spatial jutsu was a reminder of the unknown dangers he hadn't felt in a long time. The little girl before him was undoubtedly formidable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a multitude of flowers suddenly appeared around Hanayo. Cherry blossoms, plum blossoms, roses, and more. Yet these blossoms twisted and enveloped her, causing her to vanish without a trace. It was as if she had never been there, leaving even Hayden in a state of shock. At such a young age she can already wield spacetime ninjutsu? Kisame was left utterly astonished. Within the flower realm, Hanayo and a small ninja perused the bounty handbook, quickly identifying several familiar names. Isn't this Kakashi-sensei? Hanayo exclaimed, pointing at the bounty of 55 million. There's a bounty of 55 million. The small ninja nodded in astonishment. That's quite a sum. Let us see what else is there. As they continued browsing, they stumbled upon a Suma Sarutobi with a bounty of 35 million. How about we go for a Suma? The small ninja inquired. Absolutely not. The mere sight of Konoha makes me feel nauseous. Then let us settle on this one. The small ninja pointed to an elderly man with a bounty of 2 million. Named Nakani Muraki. Do you know him, little ninja? Not at all. Then how shall we find him? Hanayo was flabbergasted. Wasn't this a rather pointless conversation? Have you forgotten who I am? Locating ninjas is far too simple for me. With that, the small ninja closed her eyes, transmitting the location of the individual to Hanayo. Huh. Why is it so close? Hanayo expressed her confusion upon sensing the location. That's because I only picked ninjas who are relatively nearby. The small ninja retorted with exasperation. Then let us head there. Some money will be necessary for the journey. In a house situated merely 10 kilometers away, an elderly man, surpassing the age of 50, sat in his chamber, vigilant and wary of his surroundings. He was a high-ranking shinobi of a small nation, currently in the throes of defection. As a ninja, one must tread cautiously in all endeavors, particularly as he was acutely aware that his head was worth a staggering 2 million. Having inadvertently slain several innocent civilians during his mission, he found himself compelled to seek refuge in a hotel to evade the repercussions. While he remained on high alert, A spatial vortex quietly manifested behind him. "Greetings, old man," a charming female voice emanated from the shadows, resonating like a whisper from the depths of hell. "What?" As Shikaku of the hidden village turned to confront the source, the sound of chirping birds echoed ominously, and a slender hand pierced through his chest. As life ebbed from him, his heart was seized, and his lifeless body was drawn into the realm of flowers. Outside the exchange bureau, the vortex of the flower domain unfurled as Hanyo calmly dragged the still bleeding corpse, clutching a bounty poster as she entered the very place where Kakuzu had previously departed. Despite the incredulity of the brokers within, business must continue, and thus Hanyo earned her first fortune. With a chest filled with 2 million ryo, she nonchalantly vanished from the scene, stepping into the flower domain. "You know, this sum should suffice for my journey," Hanyo declared, presenting the 2 million before her companion Shonen. "Indeed, let us set forth immediately," he replied. However, before they departed, he presented her with 3 potential destinations to enhance her strength. "Which of these would you prefer?" he inquired, gesturing with 3 fingers. "The 3 locations?" Hanyo echoed. "Myobokuzen, Ryugakyure, and Shikatsu Forest." "Those 3? I have heard of Myobokuzen, but its ties to Konoha village render it somewhat unappealing," she scoffed. "Let us venture to Ryugakyure. I detest damp environments." "Very well, I shall guide you. The journey will likely take over 2 months if we take our time to explore," Shonen murmured. "2 months it is then," Hanyo replied. "But have you truly made up your mind? The trials there are quite formidable. Are you not afraid of perishing in Ryugakyure?" As Shonen posed his question, Hanyo, with vacant eyes, sat on the ground, gazing at the blood-red sky of the flower domain. "It matters not what I become or what I do. Even if I were to perish there, I absolutely refuse to witness the weak version of myself that once was. I no longer wish to observe others. All I desire is to confront my own self and the individuals I must eliminate. To avoid becoming the wretched creature I currently am, I am willing to bear any burden. We need not pity this shinobi world, do we?" Gripping Shonen's shoulder, her hollow gaze combined with her apathetic demeanor left him momentarily disoriented. Indeed, he nodded. "Individuals like myself, who cannot protect anything and must rely on the charity of others for mere survival, have no right to speak grandiloquently." Extending her right hand toward Shonen, she mimicked a pinky swear. "I will strive to improve." Chapter 73, Estranged. The secret meeting between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Following Kakashi's demise at the hands of Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke's forced re-education through the genjutsu of Tsukuyomi, 2 days elapsed. Hanyo's injuries had nearly healed, thanks to the healing arts of the sage technique. Now, she had shed her once innocent demeanor, becoming decisively resolute. Clad in a crimson attire, she walked the streets, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ice queen, despite her tender age of 11. Before long, Hanyo halted in front of a mask shop, drawn by a familiar mask hanging prominently on display. It was the fox mask that Naruto had donned during their first encounter, captivating her attention. In that moment, without her forehead protector, her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, each strand shimmering with a natural luster, akin to the softest satin of the night sky, gently brushing her shoulders and bestowing upon her an air of tranquil mystery. However, this very Hanyo found herself entranced by the mask, ultimately purchasing it. Rather than obscuring her entire face, she affixed it to her forehead. After acquiring several hair ties, she styled her locks into twin ponytails. "Now my hair shall remain tidy," she mused, nodding in satisfaction. Next, she visited the ninja tool shop, replenishing her arsenal and purchasing additional garments, all of which she stored within the confines of the flower domain. Though her height had not significantly changed, her aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. With the mask in place, both Sasuke and Naruto would certainly fail to recognize her as Hanyo. Now there were numerous tasks awaiting her. After all, a ninja must possess suitable weaponry. One cannot rely solely on kunai. Following the shopkeeper's recommendation, Hanyo ultimately selected a standard sword to serve as her weapon. As she exited the tool shop, her pupils suddenly constricted, for in her path walked Jiraiya and Naruto, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, exhibiting no signs of change from before. Witnessing this scene stirred a tumult of emotions within Hanyo. She had always considered Naruto her closest friend, willing to sacrifice much for him. Yet now, observing him share joyful moments with Jiraiya, a profound emptiness welled up inside her. A sense of inexplicable void enveloped her heart, causing her expression to gradually settle into a calm demeanor. "It seems I hold no significant place in your heart. Or perhaps you have moved on?" Resolute in her thoughts, she turned away and walked in the opposite direction from Naruto. "Perverted sage, why did I just feel a sense of familiarity?" Naruto inquired. "Did you?" Perhaps it was merely an illusion, Jiraiya replied. No. It wasn't an illusion, he proclaimed with fervor. It isn't an illusion, Naruto exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed. A sense of familiarity lingered. Jiraiya's mouth watered as he gazed at the passing beauty, embodying the archetype of a lecherous old man. Here we go again with the perverted sage, Naruto sighed, having already learned from Jiraiya that Hanayo was alive, though her whereabouts remained a mystery. As he pondered this, Jiraiya had already taken his arm and led him toward the enchanting figure. At noon, Hanayo entered a restaurant, enticed by passing remarks of its delectable cuisine. Selecting a secluded corner, she ordered a few dishes, which arrived shortly thereafter. Let's eat, she said, placing her hands together in a silent prayer before preparing to indulge in her meal. However, before she could even pick up her chopsticks, a commotion erupted nearby. What? If you don't repay the money today, I'll make you regret it. A man shouted at a woman in her 20s, gripping her collar vehemently. Can you please give me a few more days? A short-haired girl beside her pleaded desperately. Absolutely not. Bang. Just as the man was about to unleash a torrent of insults, the woman he had by the collar delivered a powerful punch, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he became momentarily embedded in the earth. Tsunade-sama, Shizen, we must leave, Tsunade declared, promptly dragging Shizen away from the restaurant. The scene had certainly provided ample entertainment for Hanayo, who sat in the corner, thoroughly enjoying her meal. However, she had no intention of pursuing them. At present, she needed to replenish her energy. After settling her bill, she noticed that the bowls on her table were stacked so high that they surpassed her head, while the surrounding patrons stared at the seemingly 11-year-old girl in astonishment. It must be said, the girl possessed a strikingly beautiful countenance, a true beauty in the making. Indeed. But why does she wear a mask on her forehead? Should we introduce our son to her and have him marry her when she grows up? Hearing the comments about her, Hanayo furrowed her brow. She hadn't come here to draw attention to herself. After paying, she exited the establishment, for she still had a considerable journey ahead of her. Yet, she had scarcely taken a few steps when a loud explosion erupted ahead, prompting her to frown and gaze toward the cloud of dust. Are there two powerful chakras? Hanayo thought, donning her mask as she made her way toward the site of the explosion. Indeed, concealing her presence, she observed 4 figures from a distance. One of them surprised her, for she recognized the identity of the man, Kabuto Yakushi. However, she did not know the man beside him or the 2 women in front of them. Thus, Hanayo chose to remain hidden and watch the unfolding scene. It has been quite some time, hasn't it, Orochimaru? Tsunade called out. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Hanayo was taken aback, her expression turning somewhat cold. It turned out that the man beside Kabuto was none other than Orochimaru himself. Is that really him? Hanayo thought, a chilling murderous intent seeping into her expression. What brings you to seek me now? Surely you're not looking to reminisce, Tsunade remarked, her gaze toward Orochimaru devoid of warmth. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Orochimaru replied, his demeanor somewhat uneasy, as if he were running a fever. Noticing Tsunade's frown, Kabuto spoke softly. Tsunade-sama, I believe you have already discerned. Seek someone else. I no longer treat others. Before Kabuto could finish, Tsunade dismissed them both. That won't do. You must realize how severe this injury is. No one can heal his hands but you, the legendary Sannin, Princess Tsunade, she insisted, her expression grave as she regarded Orochimaru's injured hands. Those hands are not merely wounded. What have you done? Orochimaru remained calm, betraying no remorse for his actions. It's nothing. These injuries were sustained while I was killing the 3rd Hokage. Tsunade's expression grew more serious, while Shizen trembled at the revelation. You truly are despicable, Tsunade muttered, disbelief etched on her face. There's no need for such fear in your expression. All tangible things will eventually perish. Humans are no exception. Then, Orochimaru referenced Tsunade's deceased brother, Nawaki, and her lover, Dan Kato. Upon hearing this, Shizen lunged at Orochimaru but was intercepted by Kabuto's scalpel. After a brief skirmish, Tsunade smirked. Orochimaru, you have always been this way. You know my character well. Do not play games with me. With that, Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch toward the wall behind her, the immense force causing it to crack and collapse. Beware, or I shall kill you, you scoundrel. We are not here to pick a fight. We merely wish to negotiate, Kabuto interjected, attempting to clarify their intentions as Tsunade teetered on the brink of rage. Negotiate? Don't make me laugh. Vanish from my sight. That is out of the question. Kabuto stood firm before Orochimaru. You are the only one who can heal Lord Orochimaru's hands. Disappear. We will not allow you to treat him for free. Would you consider a trade? I will count to 5 and you will vanish. Otherwise, I will ensure your elimination. Please calm down. Cold sweat trickled down Kabuto's face. This should be a fair offer for you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the count concluded, both Tsunade and Shizen moved. However, just as they did, Orochimaru calmly interjected. I can resurrect your beloved brother and lover using the forbidden technique I developed. Let us make a deal. At this, Tsunade hesitated, rooted in place as if lost in thought. After a long pause, she finally uttered a few words. If I heal you, what will you do? Once I obtain what I desire, I will utterly destroy Konoha, Orochimaru declared. Just then, a youthful yet icy voice interrupted the conversation, startling all four individuals, who had previously overlooked the speaker's presence. She had long hair elegantly styled into two swaying ponytails, which danced with every graceful step she took. Adorning her face was a fox mask, yet even this could not conceal the exquisite features beneath. Rest assured, the destruction of Konoha shall be my task. Shall we end your life here today? Chapter 74. Hanyo vs. Orochimaru. Descend into the illusion of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Who are you? Tsunade's voice brimmed with fury. Are you seeking death? Daring to show such disrespect toward Lord Orochimaru? At this critical moment, Hanyo was unwilling to utter another word. She only desired revenge for Sasuke's cursed seal. With her left hand brushing the sword at her waist, she coldly addressed Tsunade and Shizen. Konoha's dogs, be gone. Tsunade and Shizen frowned deeply. Impudent. What nonsense is this from a mere child? Tsunade bellowed, her speed so swift that even Kabuto failed to react before she launched a punch at Hanyo. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Hanyo spat blood, enduring Tsunade's formidable blow. Yet her expression remained utterly impassive, not even a hint of a groan escaping her lips, leaving Tsunade astounded. Beneath Hanyo's mask, her countenance remained tranquil. At this point, such pain had become second nature to her. The sensation of physical pain had long since faded, for her heart had become numb. The reason Hanyo refrained from utilizing her floral domain was to test her ability to withstand this punch using solely her physical strength. The green aura emanating from her revealed the truth. The 8 gates. You've mastered the 8 gates. Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment. This girl, who appeared scarcely more than a child, had indeed grasped the 8 gates. However, Tsunade was not an easy opponent. She pivoted and delivered a kick that pierced through Hanyo's abdomen. In that moment, she froze, for through the mask, she caught sight of Hanyo's unique 3-tomoe Sharingan. You are of the Uchiha clan. It is impossible. Has not every member of the Uchiha clan already vanished? Tsunade seemed to grasp something. Yet Hanyo's hand had already tightened around her throat. Bang! Hanyo's form flickered, slamming Tsunade into the ground with tremendous force, causing blood to spill from the corner of Tsunade's mouth. Lady Tsunade! In a flash, Shizen charged toward Hanyo, intent on avenging her. Shizen! Stand down! Tsunade's warning echoed. But it was too late. With a mere flick of her other hand, Hanyo created an afterimage, and Shizen's chest erupted in blood, splattering onto Hanyo's fox mask. In just one strike, Shizen was rendered immobile, collapsing to the ground in a trembling scream. Her eyes wide in horror at the sight of her own blood on Hanyo's mask. Tsunade's fear of blood had also resurfaced at this moment, leaving her incapacitated as well. Get lost. Hanyo kicked the incapacitated Shizen aside. These two had no grievances with her. Their only sin was being ninjas from Konoha. The legendary Princess Tsunade is nothing but this, Hanyo remarked coldly, observing Tsunade's blood-induced terror. She then turned her gaze toward Orochimaru and Kabuto. Who are you? We should not know you. Before Kabuto could finish his words, he caught sight of the 3-tomoe Sharingan behind the fox mask. You are Uchiha Hanyo. Kabuto's expression shifted in shock, for she was the only Uchiha girl alive in the world, and she appeared to be merely 11 years old. However, Orochimaru was already brimming with excitement. Initially, he had chosen Sasuke, but since you have delivered yourself to me, I shall make use of you. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Indeed. It was you who inflicted the cursed seal that tormented my brother. As Hanyo spoke, the expression beneath her mask grew increasingly deranged, for Orochimaru had already made his move. From his mouth, his tongue coiled around the Kusanagi sword, darting toward Hanyo at blinding speed. She raised her hand slightly, and with a clang, the sword she attempted to block Orochimaru's strike shattered upon contact. Orochimaru's blade pierced through Hanyo's left arm, yet no blood flowed, leaving Orochimaru perplexed. What is happening? But in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the sharp Chidori severed his tongue entirely, causing the Kusanagi sword to clatter to the ground. This sword appears to be rather exceptional. Hanyo retrieved the Kusanagi sword, holding it firmly in her grasp. Uchiha Hanabi, how dare you? Bloodshot eyes revealed Orochimaru's fury, his body quaking in wrath. If not for his current inability to utilize ninjutsu, he would certainly show this Uchiha girl what it meant to confront the eight-headed serpent. But Hanabi would not wait for Orochimaru's words. Flames enveloped the Kusanagi sword in her hand, and she swung it toward Orochimaru's face with blinding speed. Kabuto could only watch in awe as Hanabi's strike sent Orochimaru careening backward, his body tumbling in disarray. So this is the formidable Orochimaru who seeks to destroy Konoha. Hanabi's chilling voice reverberated across the land. Orochimaru, we must take our leave. Kabuto hastily rushed to Orochimaru's side, supporting him. Orochimaru was no fool. The girl before him possessed such strength that his current state rendered him incapable of fighting. Tsunade, think carefully and give me your answer in 7 days. Yet the next moment, his pupils constricted, as did Kabuto's. They witnessed an unimaginable scene. Beneath the fox mask, Hanabi's eyes gradually transformed into the shape of roses, ensnaring Orochimaru in the kaleidoscope genjutsu. Let yourself be immersed in the kaleidoscope illusion, Hanabi whispered. In an instant, Orochimaru felt himself assailed by countless cherry blossoms, each like a blade, slashing and cutting at him for what felt like years. As Orochimaru collapsed, Kabuto quickly covered his eyes, barely escaping the onslaught. Yet Kabuto reacted swiftly. Realizing the genjutsu had concluded, and he swiftly hoisted Orochimaru onto his back, fleeing with unprecedented speed. Hanabi watched as Orochimaru and Kabuto retreated, about to pursue them, when she suddenly felt unwell, staggering to her knees. Blood dripped from beneath her mask, a consequence of overexerting her kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, thanks to the unique chakra of her partner, her vision recovered swiftly. Within mere seconds she stood once more. She turned to face Tsunade, who knelt on the ground, still trembling. How can someone like you claim to be one of the Sannin? Truly, there is no hope left for Konoha. As she spoke, Hanabi tossed a vial of hemostatic medicine before departing the scene with indifference. Once she had left, Tsunade regained her senses, gasping for breath as she tended to the barely conscious Shizune. Could she truly be the prodigious girl left behind by the Uchiha clan? How could she have become like this? Tsunade was astounded. For as far as she knew, while Hanabi was a genius, she was also a lively and cheerful girl. At least the feedback she had received about her was that she was easy to get along with and gentle. But the Uchiha Hanabi she encountered today, masked and revealing no true visage, possessed overwhelming power and a chilling aura of indifference, coupled with hatred for Konoha and vehement denunciation. Every aspect shattered Tsunade's understanding. Furthermore, she had been able to forcibly withstand Tsunade's immense strength, enduring such pain without uttering a sound. Truly, she is the prodigious girl of the Uchiha clan. What kind of torment must she have endured to treat her own pain with such indifference? And why does she harbor such animosity toward Konoha? Tsunade murmured to herself, her mind racing with thoughts. But there was one matter that weighed heavier on her heart. That was everything Orochimaru had mentioned. The resurrection of her brother and lover. Chapter 75, A Reunion. Hanabi and Naruto meet again. On her way back, Hanabi's gaze turned icy. How could she have allowed Orochimaru to escape? Damn it. He won't get away next time. Hanabi muttered through gritted teeth. For now, focus on reaching the Ryuchi cave, came the voice of Shonen from within her mind. Hanabi furrowed her brow. To be honest, Orochimaru was not so easily dealt with. At this moment, she drew the Kusanagi sword that hung at her waist. Shonen. What kind of sword is this? The Kusanagi sword, forged from the hardest material in the world. It is quite suitable for you as a treasured blade. I understand. So, Hanabi, what will be your next course of action? Find an inn and wait for 7 days. I comprehend. After Shonen ceased speaking, Hanabi soon arrived at a modest town, which though not large, offered ample lodging options. Before long, she settled into a room. With meticulous care, she decorated the space, infusing it with a distinctly feminine touch. As she would be staying for 7 days. By the time Hanabi completed her preparations, night had fallen. She tied her twin tails once more, donned her mask, and stepped out, still dressed in her red cloak and ninja boots. Thus, Hanabi departed the inn, setting out to find a restaurant to satisfy her dinner cravings. As she ambled through the bustling streets, her pace gradually slowed. Her gaze flitted across a row of vibrantly colored restaurant signs, ultimately leading her to enter a rather sizable establishment, unaware that it was an izakaya. Shortly after placing her order, Hanabi lifted her mask, resting it on her forehead. For one cannot dine while perpetually masked. In the distance, amidst the welcoming call of the waiter, Tsunade and Shizune entered the establishment. Due to the intervening wall, they were oblivious to the presence of Hanabi. However, Hanabi was acutely aware of their arrival, her gaze unexpectedly drawn to the healed wound on Shizune's chest. The injury she had inflicted should have been severe, indicating that the medical prowess of these two far surpassed her expectations. As time progressed, Tsunade quickly succumbed to the allure of alcohol, her cheeks flushing as she downed bottle after bottle, clearly becoming inebriated. "Boss. Another bottle," she bellowed. "Tsunade-sama, perhaps you've had enough," Shizen cautioned, only for Tsunade to swat her hand away before slumping helplessly onto the table. This drunken reveler, Hanyo, stuck out her tongue at Tsunade, making a silly face, thinking to herself that indeed, none of the Konoha folks were worth a dime, with the exception of her brother. Suddenly, two more individuals entered the restaurant, causing Hanyo to swiftly lower the fox mask that had been perched on her forehead. As anticipated, a moment of recognition passed between Jiraiya and Tsunade, their eyes locking in mutual surprise. "Ha! Ha!" Both Jiraiya and Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. "Tsunade?" Jiraiya stammered, momentarily taken aback. "Jiraiya, what brings you here? I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again." Jiraiya chuckled as he approached Tsunade. Meanwhile, Naruto stared wide-eyed at Tsunade. Marveling at her age, she truly looked 50. Soon Jiraiya and Naruto settled across from Tsunade and Shizen, commencing their meal. However, Naruto, not one to remain idle, leaned over the table, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, across the wall, he spotted a masked woman who remained eerily still, as if awaiting something. "Hey, how do you eat with that mask on?" Naruto queried. Yet she offered no response, remaining steadfastly in place, tranquil as a block of wood. "What a strange individual," Naruto muttered, retracting his head. For some reason, the girl across the wall emanated a sense of familiarity, yet he brushed it off, as such peculiar encounters had become commonplace for him in recent days. "Today seems to be a day of meeting old friends," Tsunade mused. "Orochimaru, what has transpired?" Jiraiya inquired softly, glancing at Tsunade. "Nothing much, just a casual greeting," she replied. After a few drinks and dishes had been consumed, Tsunade turned her attention to Jiraiya. "What brings you to seek me out?" "I'll be frank. Tsunade, the village has requested that you assume the role of the 5th Hokage." At this proclamation, Naruto was left speechless, while Shizen gazed at Jiraiya in shock. "The 3rd Hokage? It must have been Orochimaru's doing," Jiraiya began, only to be interrupted by Tsunade. "I heard him say it with my own ears." Naruto's pupils dilated as he processed the information. Did Orochimaru kill Grandpa 3rd? Who is he really? Like us. He is one of the legendary 3 Sannin, Jiraiya stated matter-of-factly. "Why? The Sannin are all from Konoha, so why?" As Naruto rambled on, Tsunade furrowed her brow in annoyance. "Who is this obnoxious little brat?" "He is Uzumaki Naruto," Shizen replied. Tsunade's expression shifted in surprise as she recognized Naruto as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. "Wait, I haven't finished yet." But amidst Naruto's incessant chatter and doubts directed at Tsunade, Jiraiya intervened. Listening from across the wall, Hanyo frowned at Naruto's relentless chatter, lamenting that he was still the same, with no discernible change. "Tsunade, the village wants you back as the 5th Hokage. What is your response? Will you accept?" Observing the anxious expressions of Naruto and Shizen, Tsunade firmly rejected Jiraiya's proposition. "Absolutely not. I refuse. I remember now, you used the same words to turn me down when I confessed to you," Jiraiya remarked with a smirk. "The Hokage is a farce. Only a fool would take on such a role." With this declaration, Naruto's anger boiled over. Indeed, unable to contain himself, Naruto leaped onto the table, ready to confront Tsunade. But as he did, he froze, captivated by the girl at the adjacent table, who was quietly eating, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. The side of her face obscured by twin ponytails made Naruto furrow his brow. The sense of familiarity sent tremors through his heart. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Hanyo. Having spent years together, Naruto knew Hanyo well, and if it were indeed her, she would have greeted him by now. His thoughts were interrupted as Tsunade too became irate with Naruto. "You've got quite the nerve to speak to me like that. Step outside, brat." With a smirk, Tsunade rose, heading for the exit, fully aware of the rage bubbling within Naruto. The quarrel among the four had irked Hanyo, who found their noise unbearable. However, upon their departure, a semblance of peace returned, and soon, the table was cleared of food. As Jiraiya was about to exit, a familiar voice echoed from within the restaurant. "Boss. The bill, please." In that moment, Jiraiya finally noticed the girl with twin ponytails. Though masked, she was not one to be mistaken for Naruto. "Uchiha Hanyo!" Jiraiya exclaimed, having just paid, and he turned to the girl, disregarding his own exit. "You are mistaken," came Hanyo's familiar voice, though she denied the claim. "Aren't you Hanyo? What are you doing here? We've been searching for you." Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully, relieved that his other pupil was alive. Yet Hanayo remained silent, offering no reply to Jiraiya. Hey, what's wrong? Jiraiya reached out, attempting to grasp Hanayo's shoulder. But in the next instant he was struck dumb, for he realized his hand passed through her shoulder. You are mistaken, Hanayo reiterated, her voice calm and unyielding, as she continued toward the door. However, as the masked Hanayo stepped outside, she was confronted by two figures blocking her path. It's you. Tsunade and Shizen stood frozen, astonished that the girl had been sitting directly across the wall from them. That strange individual. Naruto, standing at a distance, furrowed his brow. You little brat, how dare you treat us this way in broad daylight? In an instant, Tsunade's fist flew out, the sudden attack catching Naruto off guard. Could a mere child provoke one of the legendary three Sannin? Tsunade's fist passed through Hanayo's form, causing no harm whatsoever. This intangible strike sent a wave of unease through both Tsunade and Shizen. Are you seeking death? Came Hanayo's youthful yet chilling voice. Indeed, Hanayo moved, landing a punch on Tsunade's abdomen, sending her crashing against the wall with a resounding impact, creating a massive dent. What on earth is happening? Naruto was bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to fight himself? Why was he engaging in battle with that peculiar girl? Hanabi! Stop! Jiraiya, emerging from behind, urgently shouted towards the scene. Hanabi! Naruto's pupils constricted, filled with doubt as to whether he had misheard. Could this taciturn girl in the red coat, adorned with a fox mask and sporting twin tails, truly be Hanabi? Hanabi! Naruto incredulously uttered her name. Uchiha Hanabi, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? Tsunade hastily assisted Sakura to her feet. At this moment, all three of them were calling her Hanabi, without a doubt confirming Naruto's sense of familiarity. This person before him was indeed Hanabi. Yet why was she not speaking to him? Just as Naruto was pondering this, Hanabi moved. She simply raised her hands and pushed her mask up to her forehead, revealing her true visage. Chapter 76, Too Naive. Ultimately, it was a self-inflicted wound. It is indeed you. Jiraiya nodded. That exquisite face coupled with the crimson Sharingan could not be mistaken. This was Uchiha Hanabi. Hanabi, thank goodness you are unharmed. Naruto Uzumaki displayed a relieved smile, yearning to embrace Hanabi, only to find himself passing through her form. What is this? Hanabi did not respond to Naruto's words. She merely prepared to depart from the scene. You stay right there. Tsunade, now incensed, leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Hanabi's back. Crack! In the next moment, all present stood in stunned silence. Even Naruto and Jiraiya paled at the sight. The Kusanagi blade pierced through Tsunade's abdomen, yet her fist passed through Hanabi's vacant expression. The intense pain made Tsunade tremble. Naruto was astonished, gazing at Hanabi's empty eyes and her expression void of joy or sorrow, unable to believe that something had transpired, transforming her into someone entirely different from before. Had she not suffered during the day? Very well, if you are intent on seeking death, then I shall take your life, Hanabi declared, as her other hand began to gather Chidori, a terrifying thunderclap resonating in the air. The use of Chidori by Hanabi was tantamount to revealing her identity. Just as this lethal strike was about to penetrate Tsunade, Jiraiya's white hair swiftly pulled Tsunade back. Jiraiya, what? Though I know you want to die, you still have to return and become Hokage. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. She is also your disciple, isn't she? Tsunade frowned at Jiraiya. It is indeed so, Jiraiya replied, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Hanabi, what on earth has happened? Naruto called out to the distant, expressionless Hanabi. Nothing has transpired, and furthermore, you have mistaken me for someone else. You are undeniably Hanabi, Naruto insisted, stepping before Hanabi, his azure eyes locking onto her three tomoe Sharingan, blocking her path. Hanabi, what truly happened on the day of the Chunin exams? Why have you transformed into this? Step aside. Hanabi replied indifferently. I shall not. Naruto retrieved a kunai inscribed with the character for sound from his pocket, raising it before Hanabi. Hanabi, this is the kunai you gifted me. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sakura were left agape at the unfolding scene. For in that moment, Hanabi abruptly seized Naruto's hand, thrusting it toward her abdomen. Hanabi, Naruto's pupils dilated. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Blood trickled from her lips. Only such pain could render Hanabi numb. The kunai, once a gift from her to Naruto, was now truly embedded within her own body. Her form trembled, her once empty dark eyes gradually turned crimson, tears streaming forth as she gently leaned her forehead against Naruto's chest. Bowing her head, tears continued to fall, blood seeping from her lips, the agony causing Hanabi to shiver uncontrollably. Naruto desperately attempted to withdraw the kunai, for blood was increasingly flowing from Hanabi's abdomen, yet her strength was overwhelming. He could only watch as his hands sank deeper into her body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Do not do this. Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears. Observing Naruto's state of despair, Hanabi's lips moved slightly. You are too naive, Naruto. No sooner had she spoken than her entire being passed through Naruto, walking away into the distance. Regardless of his frantic calls, Hanabi never halted her steps. As she vanished over the horizon, Naruto collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the bloodied kunai in his palm. Jiraiya and Tsunade remained silent, for everything Hanabi had exhibited signified that the current her should not be overlooked. Tsunade gazed at Naruto, seated on the ground, fully comprehending his emotions. Witnessing his despondent demeanor, she retorted, You claim you wish to become Hokage? If you cannot even save your best friend, how can you aspire to be Hokage? Naruto's voice trembled. You little brat. Pull yourself together. Tsunade delivered a punch to Naruto's head. The night was shrouded in darkness, the moon obscured by thick clouds. Upon returning to the inn, Hanabi sat alone in a dim corner, hugging her knees, enveloped in solitude and silence. The wound on her abdomen was slowly healing, a faint pain emanating from it, rendering her countenance pale. So, why did you not kill him? A voice echoed from within her mind. He is my dearest friend. Hanabi replied expressionlessly. Very well. Remember to come tonight to learn the new jutsu, the one belonging to the blaze release. Time passed like a fleeting shadow. Before she knew it, 7 days had slipped away, leaving behind only endless darkness and the lonely, desolate figure. Throughout these 7 days, Hanabi had diligently trained in ninjutsu, physical techniques, and the ocular and genjutsu of the Sharingan. She needed strength now, a power robust enough to ensure her survival. Having long since closed her eyes, she immersed herself in the darkness. Thus, during these 7 days, Hanabi worked harder and suffered more than ever. The wounds upon her body constantly reminding her that to exist in this world, she must become stronger. If she did not grow stronger, she would need to beg others for the mere right to survive until tomorrow, and so Hanabi dared not relent. Finally, on the 7th day, Hanabi concluded all her training. Donning a fresh red Uchiha cloak, tying her hair into twin tails, and putting on the fox mask once more, she set forth. She wished to see what choice Tsunade would ultimately make regarding her brother, her lover, and Konoha, how this legendary Sannin would decide. I hope you will not disappoint me. Hanabi's lips curled slightly, gently caressing the Kusanagi sword she had seized from Orochimaru, as she walked towards the door. In that previous alley, Tsunade had been waiting for quite some time, and soon, Orochimaru's figure appeared in the distance. Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade's silhouette and straightforwardly inquired, What is your answer? After a prolonged silence, Tsunade seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to face Orochimaru directly, locking eyes with him. I will heal your hand. The condition is that you shall not harm the village. Orochimaru frowned but nodded in agreement to her request. Very well. Tsunade's expression was one of profound anguish. Memories of Dan and Nawaki flashing through her mind, as a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it numerous green leaves. Tears unexpectedly streamed from Tsunade's eyes. Come fort. Orochimaru approached Tsunade, who in turn walked towards him with equal resolve. From a distance, Kabuto observed as Orochimaru raised his trembling hand, placing it before Tsunade in a gesture of anticipation, his brow furrowed. Tsunade extended her hands, blue chakra swirling within her grasp, just as Orochimaru was about to present his own. In that fleeting moment, both of them instinctively recoiled, as a swift shuriken sliced through the air between them. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru turned their serious gazes towards Kabuto, who stood nearby, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Betrayed at such a moment, Tsunade. Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him, as he gazed at the seemingly indifferent Tsunade. Why has your response taken such a turn, Princess Tsunade? You dare to contemplate my demise. Yet, I hold a profound belief in you, Kabuto. Your unwavering loyalty and your ability to perceive Tsunade's impending attack. Kabuto, too, frowned as he regarded Tsunade, for I share the same origins in the medical class, and a chilling aura of hostility surged within his chakra. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Tsunade in the distance. Tsunade, I genuinely yearn to resurrect those two individuals. Moreover, I have assured you that I would not destroy Konoha. After a long silence, Tsunade finally spoke. Orochimaru, I am well aware of your deceit when you claim you would not harm the village. Even though I know I still. If only I could see those two just once, I long to touch them. Just once, I wish to behold that smile. But now, as I grasp the reality of meeting Sasuke and Dan, I come to the painful realization that I am an irredeemable fool. Tears cascaded down Tsunade's face. Yet another hope shattered within her heart. Merely recalling their likenesses drives me to such desperation. I cherish them deeply. And it is precisely because of this affection that I yearn to see them, to embrace them. Tsunade's form trembled, her tears flowing more abundantly. Yet, I find myself powerless. That wretched child reminds me of their dreams. Dreams I have long sought to forget. Indeed, this single desire refuses to fade. Orochimaru, growing impatient, sensed the negotiation had reached an impasse. It seemed there was no other recourse. He would have to resort to using his fists.